What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Happy Friday, and welcome to another fun-filled and exciting open panel here on the Fins Tailgate. There was a competition of sort. Somebody didn't use their superpowers. There was a commercial, yada, yada, yada. And Dolphin Twitter exploded all over themselves, as they usually do. Now, when we come back, we're going to be talking about the Pro Bowl. Is it a big deal? I don't know. If you listen to Pete's show, I'm sure they talked about it as nauseum, but I'm just going to give you my opinion. We're going to open up the gates and literally and hear your side of the things. But when we come back right after this, so stick around. I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics. Officially licensed everything.
Get ready to dive into a new world of online shopping with the Fins Tailgate. Whether you're a die-hard sports fan or just looking for the latest fashion trends, we've got you covered. With a wide variety of products from your favorite sports teams to stylish accessories and home decor. We're your one-stop shop for all things tailgate. Our easy-to-use website and hassle-free checkout process make shopping with us a breeze. Plus, with frequent sales and discounts, you won't want to shop anywhere else. So come on in and join the party at the Finn's Tailgate, your new go-to destination for all things tailgate.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? How are y'all doing today, man? Welcome to another episode of the Finn's Tailgate. Hey, listen, before we get started, I just wanted to, bow my head down for 1 second. No, not because I'm ashamed of the fan base. No. But no, I just want to wish my condolences to. I just found out Carl Weathers of Rocky Apollo. What's the other movie he did? Action Jackson. He's a great guy. Passed away today at 76. R.I.P. my brother. Hope you are doing well though, man. Shout out to the few people that are here. Dolphinier, what's going on? Kevin Lee, Josh Allen, what's up? How y'all doing, man? Hey, listen. Right now, what's on, Kevin Lee? How you doing? Yeah, Creed was a good movie, man. If hold on 1 second, I'm gonna switch brands right here. We all remember this line. That was from the famous Rocky movie 4. Then of course Creed. But anyway, all today throughout Facebook, we heard a lot of narratives being spun, turned around, scripts, and things of that nature. And I remember when I first started, this is my first NFL season with the Finn's Tailgate. And when Tua was doing excellent in practice, I kept a level head because at the end of the day, it's just practice. When he tore it up in practice, I still kept that same level head because at the end of the day, it's just practice. Red, White, and Bill, what's going on, baby? How you doing, Sean? Good to see you, my brother. So I say that to say this. If he would have done good, you would have had the two guys, of course, hyping it up. Say, look at our Pro Bowl quarterback. He's proved that he's accurate. Give him his money. And then the Tua doubters, if he would have did good, would have said, oh, man, you guys are just hyping him up on a meaningless competition. I want to see him do that in December, which is where I am. Good, bad, or indifferent. It is what it is. Where I want to see him show the fire, where I want to see him light it up is in the playoffs in December. What's up, Banana? That's where I want to. Pete, what's going on, Pete? That's where I want to see him at his best in the playoffs in December. I don't give two fucks. What's that? Tough ask? What do you mean? But anyway, look. I say that. What's up, Hooked Up Joe? Nay, how you doing? Pete, my man. I say that to say this. Since so many narratives and so many things, Lewis, what's going on, my brother, are being spun, I'm going to spin a narrative of my own. That's right. Listen, since we're in the spirit of making up shit, I want to make some shit up. So now here is my version of what's going on. Tua Tagovailoa is going to get an extension because of what happened this weekend. That's right. You heard what I said. Tua Tagovailoa, and I preface this, I'm just making up shit like everybody else is. He's going to get his money because of this weekend. You know why? There's an old saying. That goes, how do you keep an idiot occupied? You put him in a round room and tell him there's $100 in the corner. That's how you keep an idiot occupied. Put him in a round room and tell him, hey, go to the corner. There's $100 for you. If you find that, go to the corner. And so I say that to say this. For the last 24 hours, all we talked about was Tua's commercial and how Tua did wrong, what Tua did wrong. But what we're not talking about is we still don't have a defensive coordinator. We still haven't fixed our cap issues. Teams that just got their head coaches have their defensive coordinators in line already. How do 4 out of the 5 teams have their defensive coordinators already lined up? I don't know. I'm asking. So I think Chris Grier said, you know what? I need you to do me a favor. I need you to play like trash this weekend. Keep everybody distracted because that's what they're going to focus on. And give me a weekend's rest because my phone's been blowing up because we still haven't found a DC. We're still over the cap. So we're going to need you to stink it up at the Pro Bowl to buy me some time and get people off our trail. There you go, people. So that's how I'm telling you, Chris Grier is brilliant. He did it again. He's like, hey, listen, you scratch our back, we'll scratch your back with an extension. And the commercial was just icing on the cake. So there you go. I'm ready for some change too. Grier's got to go. So there you go. Instead of us talking about why we don't have a DC yet, what are we going to do about the first round draft pick? What are we going to do about the vacancies that we have? Because it's not just a defensive coordinator. We still have impending free agents. So no, instead of that, we rather talk about Tua in a meaningless game. Chris Grier, you genius. You did it again, man. What a son of a bitch, I tell you. Greg, we should be in Remo now. Yeah. Leslie Frazier took an assistant job for the Seahawks, so that is one more option down. Son of a bitch, Hooked Up Joe. Damn it. Thanks. Thanks a lot. Fuck. There goes that. Well, hey, listen. Co-defensive coordinators is still on the table, baby. We'll have. Hey, Villain, what's going on? We'll have Anthony Campanelli and Slovic, co-defensive coordinators. So that's my thing on this whole Tua narrative. I'm not going to speak too much on a fucking Pro Bowl game, flag football game. Yes, promote. Yeah, Sam Madison. That's it. Sam Madison and Anthony Campanelli, co-defensive coordinators. Run game and pass game. Boom. You put it in a nice little package. Boom. There you go. And see, what the thing about that is the offense isn't going to know who is going to call the plays, right? So there you go. We'll have Anthony Campanelli for the Hard Knocks factor because he was a superstar of Hard Knocks, and then we'll have Sam Madison for the nostalgia factor. We'll wrap that in a bow and put the cherry on top. We're gonna go back to the old throwback jerseys permanently. So that'll buy Chris Greer another 2 years. So remember that the two things that I just said: the co-defensive coordinators for the effects and the original the throwback uniforms permanently. So everybody will be happy and smile. What's up, Kevin Lee? What's that? Take Miami and get any defense. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, look, what difference does it make? Right? If we do have a defensive coordinator. Hey, Pete, you know what? That's even better. Dude, hey man, hey, listen. That's why, I love that. Pat Search, oh my God. Not only were they the best secondary we had, I don't give a fuck what nobody says. Pat Madison was best duel that I've seen. They'll be the best defensive coordinator coaches in this league. Hands down. You know what? You sold me, Pete. Or Sam Madden, or they could bring back Patrick Surtain from the Florida State, move him up to pros, and he'd be the secondaries coaches there because hey, he's doing good. He's doing a good job there. So yeah, that would be fire, Pete. And like I said, bring back the old jerseys. That would be fire too, permanently. Oh yeah, that's true. You make a good point, but listen, Patrick Surtain right now is at one of those crappy universities, right? So if we could get Patrick Surtain out of that crappy ass university, and have him back to the Dolphins, I think it'll be better for Patrick Surtain to get him away from that dumpster fire as soon as possible, right, Kevin Lee? You know what dumpster fire I'm talking about. Oh man, but it's beautiful, man. 37 y'all in the room, please hit the like button. Yep. The whatchamacallit? Maybe the ball boy will get the DC. Oh, you mean kind of like the water boy? Hey, why not? Why not the cleaning lady? Make the cleaning lady in the DC. Don't discriminate. We'll have the first woman head coach, DC, the clean lady. Oh man. So now that I got that out the way, like I said, I don't think that this whole Tua saga Hey, what is your take on Fields? Should Miami make a move? Well, it depends on what the asking price is. I mean, I like Justin Fields, and like I said, everybody says, everybody says we need to. Hey, listen, everybody needs weapons in the NFL, and Fields didn't have any weapons. So, who was Fields' offensive coordinator? I mean, I know everybody's quick to throw him under the bus, but hey, when he did have weapons in Ohio State, he looked pretty good, didn't he? Everybody wants to talk about how that wide receiver, what's his name? Claypool dropped a touchdown pass for Tua. I'm sure he dropped some passes from Claypool. Claypool dropped passes when he was the quarterback, when Fields was the quarterback. Fields was thrown to him. I'm sure he's had some drops. So he can extend plays. I agree with you. I mean, Bleezy, what's up? How you doing? If McDaniel is this, quarterback guy who, if he's a quarterback guy who could turn, wine into water, why not? But I doubt it's going to happen. Realistically, from a realistic standpoint, I don't think they're going to trade for Fields. I mean, I hope they do. What's up? I hope they do. I hope they trade for him. Just like we, but we'll see. But I think realistically, I think they're going to extend Tua, whether we like it or not. I could be wrong, but this is just what my prediction. This is my forecast. Is saying that Tua will get his extension. Again, just like when a weather guy predicts where a hurricane is going, doesn't mean it's going to necessarily land where he says it's going to go. It could be a wind shift. It could be something else, but it is what it is. Hell, we might as well trade for Mac Jones and Sam Darnold and leave it to Beaver. But listen, you guys aren't here to listen to me talk for a little bit too long. I just got a few more things I want to talk about, and then I'm going to open up the panel. I promise you. And look, the one thing I'm going to tell you about this Pro Bowl, at the end of the day, maybe the reason why Tua didn't put effort in is because he knows his contract is coming. He's like, fuck it. You know what? I'm getting my bag. I'm going to get my bag regardless. Maybe if, so why put effort? Fuck it. This doesn't mean nothing to me. Let's focus on the regular season. Because at the end of the day, the last two off seasons, he has put in. You see him training and putting in work. I know he gained a little weight, but he ain't no Rikishi by any factor. But it is what it is, man. I think what happened, and whether we buckle up, baby, buckle up. Too many tacos. You're damn right. Too many tacos. Red wine bills. Man, Kevin Lee, much love, brother. So it is what it is, man. So that's all I have. Let's hear what you guys have to say. After all, this is an open panel. I appreciate y'all for allowing me to speak a little bit. So, yeah, kind of like Rikishi. I don't know why when you said that, what's up, Big Philly? What's going on, brother? How you doing? Andres Negrón, dímelo, familia. Que vola. Jose M, what's up? There is the link. Y'all could come up. Yeah. I just want to focus on the real issue. Now, Don Shula's grandson, who I got in the Super Bowl. That's a good question. I got 49ers. That's what I got. Whoever, actually, you know what? Whoever wears the white jersey. 9 out of 10 times, whoever wears a white jersey wins the Super Bowl. What's up, Big Philly? Damn, you sound like a robot, bro. Yeah, you sound like a robot. Can't hear you. Sound like you're on witness protection. No, I can't hear you at all, bro. You sound like a robot. Coño, está jodido. But, oh man, I got the 40. Whoever wears the white jerseys, they have a thing. Whoever wears the win jerseys, white jerseys. Well spoken. Man. Villain, what's on your mind, brother? You there? Villain, hello. So that was nice. That was a nice conversation we had. All right. Josh Allen is the next Tony Romo. What's going on?
What's going on, man? I'm gonna make some homemade peanut butter cookies, and I think I'm gonna watch the whole Breaking Bad series over again tonight.
Oh man, that was I tell you what, man.
It's been a few years. I think I'm gonna watch it again.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do when I watch it again. I'm gonna watch Better Call Saul first, then Breaking Bad.
To go back, to put it in chronological order. Yeah.
Yeah, and the best part is you're gonna see Gus Fring look younger.
You know what's weird, Shake? Tell me, I want to get your opinion on this because
Yes,
before Breaking Bad, I thought The Sopranos was probably the best series that I ever saw, and I thought when I saw Breaking Bad for the first time, I thought it blew The Sopranos out of the water.
Yeah, I think so too, man.
Breaking Bad is
I've
probably
never seen Sopranos, to be honest with you.
Really? Oh, it's a good
yeah,
it's a good series too, but it's not close to Breaking Bad. Might be the greatest. It's one of the top 3 cinematic pieces I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, and then after that you watch El Camino.
Yep.
Yeah, no, Breaking Bad. The thing I like about it was the fact that it wasn't predictable.
It's just the thing about it too.
And those twins were fucking scary as hell, bro.
Well, oh yeah. It just kept getting more and more down this rabbit hole. And you know what I mean? It's like, how are they going to get out of this now? And it just kept getting, you know what I mean? It's just, and I love
my favorite part is when whatchamacallit, he was about to kill Fring's guys, and then Walter White ran those 2 guys over.
Oh yeah, the guys that killed that kid. Yeah. That was the relationship between Walter and Jesse was such a push of back and forth, like this father-son metaphor. Yeah. It's such an intense series, man.
Yeah, it is. That's a good series to watch. I want to recommend watching while you're high because that should have you fucking paranoid.
I might put something in those peanut butter cookies.
But so what's going on, man? What's on your mind, man? How you doing? Besides that,
I don't know. I was arguing with Pete and Fred a while back.
I was listening
about the Pro Bowl thing, but I don't know, man. I think the Tua situation is I guess it depends on your opinion of Tua. I think Tua is kind of like in that Kirk Cousins type of tier area. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you agree with that.
Well, it's just like look. This reminds me of the mother-in-law syndrome. You ever see those TV mother-in-laws? No matter what the husband does, they always find a way to critique it.
Yeah, there's always a negative critique. Yeah.
You know. So
I think. Look, let's just be you have to be honest. I think the Bills got a little bit lucky winning the division this year for a few reasons. One, the Dolphins had a lot of injuries down the stretch. Mm-hmm. The Bills got lucky when the Dolphins blew that game versus the Titans. That never should have happened. What was the Dolphins'
you know
best
what?
record?
The Buccaneers got lucky this season.
Yeah,
Um,
it happens.
Yeah, Houston got lucky this season because
Well, Trevor Lawrence got hurt. Remember, Lawrence fucking sprained his ankle and his knee, and I think he was playing with broken ribs. It happened.
I mean, sometimes the stars align, man. Because look, I guarantee you, if Joe Burrow didn't fuck his wrist up, he was turning back to Broadway Joe, man.
Joe Burrow's an assassin, man. I have to admit that.
Yeah, he was coming back. You seen how?
Remember that game, Shake? Remember that game before that game on the road against the Niners? How he lit them up?
Yeah.
So
everybody was counting him out. I mean,
that's crazy to count.
That's Joe Burrow all over. I mean, Mo. He sucks in the beginning of the season and then ramps it up towards the back half.
The thing I worry about with Joe Burrow, not to get, I know this is a Dolphins show, real quickly.
We're talking. This is open panel.
I just worry, Shake, and I respect his game a lot. I just worry that it's starting to get a little bit like Andrew Luck with the injuries with Joe Burrow.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
it sucks though, man.
And that's another thing.
I hope it doesn't happen to. I hope that doesn't happen with Anthony Richardson too.
Right. Yeah.
He's already getting injured out the gate. But then again, look, if you look at Deshaun Watson, his rookie year had them on a trajectory to win the division. He gets an ACL tear. The team goes. Yeah. The second season, same trajectory, another tear. So he had 2 back-to-back ending season injuries. And then
I just think if you try to remove your emotional disappointment as a Dolphins fan, and you look at the past couple of years, the offensive acumen of McDaniel and Tua going forward, I don't think it's really as negative as some Dolphins fans think. Now, I know the Jets, everyone's thinking, I do think this too, that the Jets next year might take a step forward, but Rodgers is going to be 40 years old next year. And that's a situation where it's very unpredictable. The Jets could just still be the Jets. The Patriots are obviously in full rebuild mode now.
Oh man,
and the Dolphins
I had a buddy of mine who's a diehard Patriots fan just text me saying he didn't like the freaking offensive the staff they put together.
Well, it's still a lot of Belichick hangovers. So I think sometimes when you're doing a reset, you have to just do a full reset. Like you got to let go of the past. You got to,
Yeah.
But I think the Dolphins are right there they are objectively right there with the Bills based on this past year. I just think they got to get a little bit more physical. That's really about it. I don't think everyone's saying, look, I think when you look at the surface of it, yes, the AFC is loaded, but also Aaron Rodgers is going to be 40.
Yeah.
The Chiefs are obviously the Chiefs, but Herbert's good, but they're breaking in a new coach.
Yeah.
You could see regression. It's very, very common for a rookie quarterback who has a great year, and then in his second year, there's some regression with Stroud.
What trips me out though about the Jets situation last year, right, is the fact that the same weapons that he was complaining about in Green Bay, he brought them to New York with him.
Yeah, I at first, Shake, I don't know how you think about it. I used to be a big fan of Aaron Rodgers, and I thought the media would the media would just blow things out of proportion or whatever.
I thought he was like the new Dan Marino.
Yeah, I'm starting to think Rodgers is kind of toxic. I'm starting to think that there is a little bit like he's an egomaniac, maybe.
Well, think about this. The same roster that
didn't they fire like an assistant GM or something, Jake?
No, here's the thing. With the same roster that Aaron Rodgers had, he went to the playoffs. Jordan Love.
I'm telling you right now, I'm going to make a prediction.
Yes.
I want to hear what you say. I think Jordan Love, by the end of next year, is going to be regarded as a top 3 quarterback in the NFL. He's going to be universally like, man, that guy is a top 3 quarterback. some of the throws he was making towards the end is like Shake. He was playing at an extremely high level of anticipation, making every throw on the field, dude. What was the number? Who said it again? What was it? 22 touchdowns and 1 interception in the last 9 games or some shit?
Yeah, it was that sick.
Holy, I mean, dude, he's only 24 years old too. I think he turns 25 or something.
Michael K, what's going on, my brother? How you doing?
What's up, Michael K?
So
I have a very, very high opinion of Jordan Love.
Yeah, Jordan Love, C.J. Stroud, and by the way, I want to give a shout out to Teddy Bridgewater, man, who became
Steady Teddy,
the head coach of Miami Northwestern.
Seriously, is he retiring or?
Yeah, he's the head coach of the Miami Northwestern high school team.
Oh no shit! Wow.
Yeah, he was as a matter of fact, he was my best friend who's he went to Northwestern. He said he was making plays he was designing plays for them the last 2 years.
Wow. I got a hot take. I think Diggs and Tyreek Hill, it's possible both receivers might be playing for different teams next year. You hear what Diggs said in the Pro Bowl? He's like, I can't predict the future. It's I don't know. I think he wants out, dude. I don't know what's going on with him. Obviously something with the front office or him and Allen or whatever. It's weird though.
I think we get one more year out of Hill, but we got to do something. You know, and now you look at it.
Craig, I want the Packers model. Look at the Packers have like the youngest receivers. I think it's something crazy like the youngest receivers in 50 plus years for a team that won the playoff game.
And you know what's funny is the last 20 something years, the Packers. I think there was a stat that said the Packers had the less starting quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yeah, it's ever since 90. If Love is who we think he's going to be, that means ever since 1992, maybe 93. That's how long the Packers have had a legitimate like franchise quarterback. That's just nuts, dude.
Well, how about Houston? They trade the farm for Deshaun Watson and find another gem in Stroud. Also,
I think Stroud is more mature than Watson, in my opinion.
Yeah, and you know what? Something everybody talks about. Who's that? Brock Purdy, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you know, when you're paying think about how much a seventh round rookie makes. And I'm not taking nothing away from him. But look how much less money. Look how much more talent you could put around. Him. And again, if he's a trash quarterback, it doesn't matter how much talent you put around him, he's not going to succeed. But that helps him. Not to mention freaking Christian McCaffrey. I remember a couple of years ago, the Panthers were like 4-0, 5-0, and everybody was like, "Damn, man, the Jets really blew it on Sam Darnold." But soon as Christian McCaffrey got hurt, their season went down the drain. Freaking Cam Newton was looking hell of a good quarterback when Christian McCaffrey was healthy. As soon as he went down, boom. And this year too.
Yeah.
Christian,
he missed a couple games, and I think
Brock Purdy when Christian McCaffrey got hurt.
Yeah, that's when they were 0-3, wasn't it? When like McCaffrey and Debo were out for a couple games.
Yeah, pretty much.
And they went 0-3. It's crazy.
And they didn't lose to good teams either.
Could you imagine if Brock Purdy goes out and beats Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl? What kind of contract he could kind of demand from the 49ers then?
He's got one more. He has one more year though. He has to play for one more year.
Well, what I'm saying is he could say, "How about we tear that up and then give me a." You know what I mean? They've done that before in the NFL.
Yeah, but you know what? And then whatchamacallit, you know what? And whatchamacallit, who's that? Then the GM and the coach. If I was the GM and the coach, I would say, well, you know what? That's fine. You know what? We'll find some dumbass team that's looking for a jersey sales. We'll trade you them for a nice haul and replace and get your replacement.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
It does kind of. I don't know. I mean, look, you got to take it with a grain of salt. It does seem like you could plug anyone into that.
And
If you
you
put
can't.
any
It's
confident,
not the case. It's not the case because if that was the case, then they would put they'd be putting in the guy they gave up 3 first-round draft picks for.
well, what about Jimmy
I understand
Garoppolo? I wouldn't say Jimmy Garoppolo is elite. He's competent. You know, they got to they didn't win the Super Bowl, but they got to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe Purdy is that good. I don't know.
You know what?
Yeah.
I used to watch him at Iowa State, like on ESPN. I'll tell you what, he made some nice throws when he needed to. And he, if I remember, one year when he started, he beat Oklahoma at Oklahoma.
Yep, I remember that.
He shredded Oklahoma up, and feel like, who is this young guy? And when I saw he went 7th round, I even said to a buddy of mine, I think Miami should have taken him. I really, really wanted him.
Craig, you know what it is though, Craig? Like the whole Brock Purdy and Russell Wilson in the 3rd round, everyone knows all the examples. I don't think a lot of the scouting departments in the NFL, like, don't get me wrong, like most of the time, some of it's vaguely correct, but I don't think a lot of times these scouting departments have any clue what they're looking at with the quarterbacks.
No,
I just don't think they have any clue, dude.
Look at Terrell Davis. I don't think he was even drafted, and the 49ers found him, or not the Niners, the Broncos. Remember that when the Broncos were saying we're one, and they found Terrell Davis, and I don't know if he was drafted or 7th round. I mean,
I'm saying, the greatest, like Tom Brady, 6th round, Joe Montana, 3rd round, Russell Wilson, back-to-back Super Bowls, 3rd round. If I can go back further, I'm trying to think off the top of my head here.
No, Tom Brady.
Tom Brady. Who was Brock Purdy, 7th round?
Mm-hmm.
And even in the 1st round, Patrick Mahomes slipped to the 10th pick.
And you know what's funny, Josh Allen? Super Bowl 50, I remember this vividly. Super Bowl 50 was the very first time in NFL history that 2 number 1 overall pick quarterbacks played each other.
Wow, I didn't know that. Wait a minute. There was 50 Super Bowls and never there was 2 number 1 picks that played each other.
Nope.
Wow.
It was Peyton Manning and Cam Newton.
Wow. So you would think that would have happened like 7 or 8 times already.
No.
And it did.
Time.
Wow.
Well, look at when Peyton Manning was getting drafted, and Ryan Leaf was right there, and they're like, "Oh, Ryan Leaf is good." And what happened to him?
People and Craig, you probably remember this, Craig. Like younger people don't realize how like hyped up the Manning. Everyone thought Ryan Leaf was like a sure like Hall of Famer lock as a pick. Like if you had one of the first 2 picks, everyone thought those 2 quarterbacks were both going to be sensational. And
absolutely, I
did too. I thought Ryan Leaf at Washington State, man, he was better than Bledsoe at Washington State.
Yeah, didn't he lead Washington State to a Rose Bowl?
Yep, they almost beat Michigan.
Yeah, I mean,
I didn't know. Obviously, like a lot of people, I didn't know Ryan Leaf had so many inner demons. But that dude was,
and he has a good podcast from what I hear.
Yeah, but you know what though, when you're a top pick. And we've seen it how many times? David Carr. Look at when David Carr went to the Dallas, Texas, Houston Texans. Yeah. I mean, was that a nightmare? How many times he got hit and sacked, and then he got out?
Most of history still, isn't it?
Say that again.
And he just never recovered from that.
I think he was the most sacked quarterback in history still.
Yeah, I think for his first 3 or 4 years, he was hit the most in NFL history.
And that's just sacks. Like, at throwing the hits. I mean, that means he was hit way more times. I mean, that man must have suffered. Like, I mean, shit. Well, then again, he is the brother of the other Carr, the one that's now down in New Orleans.
There was an analytics study I saw about quarterbacks the past 5 years or something. Mm-hmm. And this is also common sense, but it's interesting when you look at a chart. But their passer rating, literally their passer rating and their accuracy rating, it starts to kind of go off of a cliff very slowly and then precipitously the more hits they take throughout a game. The more hits they take in a game, then the ratings just starts to go off a cliff.
Kind of the irony behind this is as in the title here, Shake. It's flag football, open panel, right?
Mm-hmm.
David Carr would get sacked in a flag football game. I'm telling you right now, that's how bad it was. I mean,
they would hit his ass in a flag football game.
Hell yeah, they would. It was that bad. I mean, I'm just saying. But so I switched over that way I don't keep on dropping. Anyway, I wanted to throw a few things out there. I know we're talking about flag football, but I want to drop two things because I think one of them is funny, and the other one is ridiculous. First, I want to say, because I don't know if you spoke about it before I dropped in, talk about that Paramount commercial.
Yeah.
I thought it was hilarious. I thought it was hilarious.
I told him. I said, there's an old saying that goes, how do you keep an idiot busy? Put him in a round room and tell him that there's $100 in the corner. I said,
you go find the corner.
Chris Greer told him to do that commercial because look, the last 24 hours we're talking about Tua instead of where's our next defensive coordinator. What are we gonna do about the cap space?
If that's true, Shake, then that is some serious problems with the Dolphins organization. That's really true.
Everybody's getting stories. Why can't I? Right?
Do you guys think he's waiting for the Super Bowl to end? That maybe he's got somebody in mind, and it's just
for DC.
Well, maybe because of what the rumors are with Fangio and getting along with the personnel. Maybe he's doing just more extensive research on the new DC's personality and the type of DNA he wants to look for. He's just not gonna. I don't think Greer is just gonna hire a DC just to hire a DC now.
His research is right in front of his face. You got to talk to McDaniel because that's your head coach. They got to get along, and they got to be able to. You know what I mean? They got to be able to mesh in order, and then that's gonna make decide. That's gonna make the overall decision for the players. Not the draft. Draft don't matter on that at that point. But who stays, who goes. You know what I mean? You gotta have that, and they need to do that before they let go of players, before they trade.
See, I think that's a blind spot of Chris Greer villain. I think now he can get better at it, like we all do with, our business adventures and whatever stuff we work with. But I think he just hired Fangio just because, this guy's really experienced. He's a really good DC, and told McDaniel to make it work.
Mike picked him though too. Mike wanted it, but
Mike, yeah.
So yeah, okay. But let me finish for a second here if you don't mind. So yeah, that was Mike's pick because Mike wanted the most experienced coach for the defensive end that was available, and Fangio is a legend basically, as they say, 40 years in the league, blah blah, Jaws and all. Everybody knows all the background on that. But here's the thing, like, he's your elder, and you show me or tell me about the very minuscule percentage of when an elder by 20 years more of you or anybody that you've heard of that's going to listen or work with somebody that's 20 years younger than them,
right,
that's in a greater position. It's usually it's the other way around.
So it's awkward, yeah. It's an awkward, yeah.
So, but it was a okay, fine. Let me get, I had to work with this last year. This is a hangover of of Flores. Let me get new guy, new blood. Let's see what happens. It actually kind of almost worked until the end of the season. I thought it was actually working.
Right.
And then there was that fallout. And it was obvious. And then what we're hearing in the media and, from the players, it's all, it's just too much drama. And it's,
yeah, but how much can you really believe in the media? Media can blow things up so easily.
There's a lot of stuff that I've heard. And
I'm just saying. Do you understand? That there's so much the media blows up.
Well,
Oh, this player said this, and 20 guys came up to me and
yeah, everything is under a microscope and spotlighted
yeah,
because it's first and foremost it's Miami. Second of all, I mean you're in the NFL. Third, it's if you've been seen there and witnessed there, and it wasn't even by media, but somebody told media that, yeah, it's also gonna make it. I mean, that it's all distraction. But my thing is this: I ain't too worried about like that scaring away a potential new DC for us. I just think that like that just really just kind of it's typical for us. We're used to this. I mean, shit, we got the damn hurricanes. I mean, it's been like this since the 80s. I mean, I'm saying I ain't worried about it. It's just I know Shake's like, yeah, we got the Gators, but no, I'm just saying, but it's Florida. It's basically the wild wild west down here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
And I'm just saying, like, in addition to that, I just want to throw a couple more things in there. Is that I mean, should we be worried? Yeah, there's always a scale of worry, uh, because of an opportunity that might get missed. I mean, take just like the best player, you know, available situation here is best coach available situation. Now, we obviously aren't going to be taken from either the two Super Bowl representatives. So therefore, what's available, who's available, what's ever happening. Coaches can be taken at any moment. They're not like players in most cases there. So like I mean, uh, I would say that we already had our list. We've already done our interviews. I don't think we're having any more interviews unless something out of nowhere just comes available, like a Vrabel, which ain't happening. If
yeah. I
Vrabel
was
was
gonna say
smart,
he's gonna. I think he'll sit out a year, and then he'll
mhm.
see who's gonna be fired. And the thing with me, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
No,
Thing
you're
with
good.
me is they got to take their time. Think about this, guys. If this all goes to one big, pardon my French, shithole, and we go from 11 to 6 to 6 and 11, I mean, you're going to have the coach fired, the GM.
Mhm.
He'll blow it totally up. He's going to
Yeah, but
have
that's
that.
gotta
By the
that's
way, is
gotta
that true? As does anybody know if Anthony Pendis
Weaver.
is saying Anthony
Anthony
Weaver
Weaver
is?
played at Notre Dame. He's a very good he's been in the NFL for a while now as a
Is that
coach.
true? Can anybody verify that?
I did
That would
hear
be
his
a
name come up
Anthony Weaver
yesterday.
is a very smart kid or smart guy. Like I said, he was a hell of a player at Notre Dame back in the day.
Yep, I remember him because
But
I'm a
Craig,
Notre Dame fan,
the
so
thing
don't
is, the
crucify.
thing, Craig, this is just my like. I just think like the firing the coaches is it's got to stop, dude. Like you can't.
Oh, I understand it.
Mike McDaniel's a good coach, man. He's a
Yeah.
young coach. He's not
Oh, I
you can't
know.
just keep firing the
I
coaches,
guess
man.
I
And
guess
you
But
know what's
also
funny is, and that's what I say about McDermott. That's what Bills fans are always telling me. Oh, we need to fire McDermott. McDermott's not
Yeah,
the answer. I'm like, what the
like
I want to rest my laurels on the fact that currently McDaniel is up and coming and
yeah,
still has a
I
lot
didn't want them to
to
fire Brian
learn.
Flores, but you know what? It is what it is.
Well, that I can concur with as well. There was some weird shit going on with Flores though, especially after all the stuff came out about with the lawsuit and everything. So that's another like kind of shady area to kind of go with. But
Hmm.
at the moment, I would say, you know what, we're past that as far as
Yeah.
fans and organization, and probably in the players most likely. I would say like that's gone, that's behind us. Let's move forward. Let's work with what we got. Let's see if we can get the best of the best of what we can afford to get, and then get get the players to want to be there to agree with it, and just go forward for the ride, and make it notable that just for our sake, and I guess the players would definitely be the number one people to be talking to, because there needs to be some ass kicking going on here. Whereas you got to let them know, like, you guys can't be doing some of the things you've been doing, which obviously it's been put out now, so you're done doing. You can't hide. You're a star. You're with the Dolphins. The Dolphins are, at the time when all this stuff was probably going down, is when we were probably like, what, 9-3 or in the season. You know what I mean?
What's up, EM?
EM, we got a legend in the building.
Come up, EM.
Shout out to the legend, EM, in the building. What's going on, EM? How you doing?
Talk some sense to these fools, EM.
And then I would move forward on to saying, like, you know what?
EM was over there in a panel. Hold on, EM was in a panel earlier, just cooking, folks. He listen. He was cooking folks so bad that the kitchen had to throw him out because
you know how you wind up. Hey, Shake. You know how you wind up. EM is just talk about spot throwing.
Oh.
That will start him to get.
No.
Lou's in the house too.
Yeah, I know, but EM was cooking them so bad that they had to throw him out of the kitchen because he was setting the kitchen on fire.
The other thing I want to throw in there real quick here was my last thought was about
EM, the legend.
Let them make their moves. Let the team decide, because obviously we're just all disgruntled right now.
Every time I bring up EM,
Louis
Louis turns into an owl. Who?
Was that? See, I lost my train of thought for a second. Yeah, like let McDaniel make his moves. We'll decide after that move is done. I mean, as a fan base, like, whether or not, like, we feel like it was a good move, bad move. I know that we're all just gonna settle on it. I mean, just the way it goes. We just have no choice in the matter, right?
Right.
But I'm convinced, and I believe that Ross ain't gonna. He will not spare any expense. He will just go and spend whatever Greer says. McDaniel's gonna be on the same wavelength, because they both got to agree. Now I think Greer is actually talking to McDaniel. I think, because that would make sense of why Fangio decision was made. But the players that we keep is all going to be based on who the new hire is, and we got to get that sealed down next week. By the end of next week on Friday, that's got to be done. But I wanted to say one more thing, and it was kind of my prelude was about the Paramount commercial with Tua. I thought it was hilarious, and I know it was all shots at Tua. But the other thing was his his performance at the damn accuracy challenge when you're supposed to be the most accurate quarterback. Like that kind of got me going, like, what the hell? You finished last place in that out of 6, and you were the last one to throw. You knew every place where the targets were going to be at, and you still finished last. So
let me ask you this question.
We can't do this.
Let me ask you this question. How many? Look, when the NBA had the All-Star Challenge, right? They have
the 3-point shootout.
A bunch of guys that can shoot threes, and there's guys that are excellent 3-point shooters that they go out and miss all their threes. Does that make them a bad basketball player?
No.
Haven't they in those 3-point? Haven't they incorporated some of the women for the WNBA? Or am I
No, that did happen. I know I saw that one.
I know once or twice and I'll tell you what. I mean, I'm not a WNBA fan. I'll tell you what, some of those. Wow, if I had to play, I'd be embarrassed. I'd lose like 50-0. Because some of those girls can play.
The thing about it, I mean,
so what does the contest mean? Big deal. He finished last. Who cares?
Well, there was an interesting thing. No, there was an interesting thing though about that gold ball.
Hang on, please. It doesn't matter if the guy finished last. It's a matter of fact that so many people in the Dolphin chat rooms are like, "Well, Tua's a Pro Bowl quarterback," and you hang your hat on something that's nothing. And now you get a crap result, and everybody's like, "Hey, we're going to make excuses for Tua." Tua's a 10 to 15 quarterback guy in the league. That's what he is. Admit it. Deal with it. Simple.
What did I miss, Shake?
That's
what
what he
happened?
I don't know.
I
Mark is
can't
having
even.
another get off my
I
lawn
got that,
moment.
Mark, and I agree with you, buddy. I think he is
I'm
a 10 to
trying
15. But I'll tell you what,
What did I miss?
if he can learn to play better against the better teams and get us a Super Bowl, okay, fine.
Yeah, it's called a
15.
skill set. You need a skill set. You need NFL caliber skills. When you're 6'1", now you look like you sat at Krispy Kreme for
What
like
did
a
I
month and
miss?
ate every bag of
Mark,
donuts
why
on
you
your
do
arm.
this?
I don't know. I don't know. Mark is having his get off my lawn moment.
Oh, get off
No,
my
I'm not
lawn
having.
moment.
I would actually want to bring up a more
Hey,
relevant point.
Jamie Dimon is still a moron.
I want to bring up a more relevant point. Maybe, Josh Allen may know, but way back in the day in 64, 65, when the Bills won their AFL championships, they had a guy by the name of Joel Collier as defensive coordinator under Lou Saban.
I gotta go get some
Lou
more
Saban
tea.
quit. Joe Collier took the team in 66. They got their ass racked by Kansas City in the AFL championship game. He went on to coach another losing season and a half before they shit-canned him. He went to Denver, became an outstanding defensive coordinator, and retired. Now, I want to bring up Dave Wadenstadt. Wadenstadt came in after Jimmy Johnson. Dave Wadenstadt turned Jimmy Johnson's team into a bag of crap, which hasn't been rectified in over 2 decades. McDaniel is an offensive coordinator, and that's what he is. And he's never going to be any more than that. He could go to a team and be an outstanding offensive coordinator for the next 2 decades.
But Mark,
That's what he is. He doesn't have the chops to be a head coach.
Mark, you don't think what's Mike McDaniel's age? I know he's in his 30s, right?
I don't know,
30,
38,
he's 38.
something.
I think he is
You don't
He's
think
like 38, 39.
it's very
I'll rebuttal your Jimmy Johnson and Dave Wannstedt one. Here's why. Because Jimmy Johnson is the one that screwed up Shula's shit. And it only got worse from there.
By that time.
Yeah, Jimmy Johnson didn't Jimmy Johnson started making draft picks, but
Jimmy Johnson drafted the last 2 Hall of Famer players.
Yeah, dude, Jason Taylor and Zach Thomas.
That 2002 defense was built by Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, but
and something I agree with Mark.
Marino quit because of him.
He sucked. He sucked as a head coach in Chicago. And he sucked as a head coach in fucking when he came to us.
What was our final playoff score in that game? 62-0 to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
62-7. Jacksonville whacked you 60.
Let me just say though about Jimmy Johnson.
And Jimmy Johnson did how good?
Come on, 2 guys. I got that. But here's the thing. He fucked around with Marino so much. There was even a rumor Marino wanted out. He wanted out of Miami because of
Jimmy wanted to go to Minnesota.
There we go.
Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, Jimmy wanted to go to Minnesota.
The comparison that I'm going to make is the team at that point, Marino was too old, and the team was too Marino-centric, and Johnson tried to change it. He wanted to build a defense, he wanted to build a running game, and he wanted to establish with a younger, different quarterback.
And none of them worked.
All right,
nothing.
Let's just agree.
Jim Kelly retired, and Buffalo went through 87,000 quarterbacks until they finally landed on Josh Allen. So it is what it is.
Disagree, but
then that's an indictment on the general managers of both teams.
I disagree, Mark.
I'll tell you this, and you know me, y'all know.
You guys said JP lost.
Look, I hate Buffalo as much as the next
lost.
But you can't. There's no way in hell you could tell me that fucking Troy Aikman was better than Jim Kelly.
Who said that?
I can agree with that.
Hold on.
I can agree with you, Shake.
I will say
Jim
this.
Jim Kelly was a better quarterback.
Hold on.
I don't like Troy Aikman.
I love Jim Kelly. But
Jim Kelly was definitely a better quarterback.
Hold on. The reason why
Jimmy Johnson built a better team.
But the thing is, Shake,
True.
Look, if you want to take either quarterback between Aikman and Kelly, that's fine. The reason why some people look at Aikman, I'm not saying I necessarily agree with it, but why they have an argument is because Aikman in the playoffs he was just flawless in the playoffs, dude.
Yep.
Aikman was a different quarterback in the playoffs.
So was Kelly until he got to the Super Bowl.
Kelly even had like multiple interception games. Like he had some weird playoff games, man. Like there was a few games where Kelly was outstanding.
Kelly was a great quarterback, and against a weak AFC. I'm going to be honest with you. The Bills won 4 AFC championships because there really wasn't much competition.
Yeah. He threw a lot of. He had a lot of.
Cleveland Browns was dog crap. We played like
So you're
dog
saying,
crap.
a lot of,
that the
Broncos played
AFC
like
was
crap.
like the NFC now?
He played.
The AFC
I mean,
back in
Sort of
the,
like
if
the
you go back
NFC.
to the time
NFC
that
now
the
is
Bills
even
were
better than.
going to Super Bowls, who was the competition? The primary competition in those years was primarily Miami because they had Marino. They had a championship game at home. Kansas City could never get a quarterback.
Yeah.
Denver was kind of meh because they never had a running game. So nobody had anything. And then you had Houston and the Oilers who just did nothing but gag playoff games. That's what you
Yeah, I'll
had.
never forget that game
Boomer
in
Esiason
Buffalo.
was kind of mid in a way, in the middle,
Yeah.
the end of
Who
his
was?
career.
Boomer
Boomer
Esiason. He never recovered. In my mind, when they lost that Super Bowl, because he was part of that one against the Niners, right? In
Right,
Cincinnati.
the game they lost 20-16 on the touchdown pass with 34 seconds
His
left.
career never recovered from losing
Yeah.
that Super Bowl. I'm sorry, it did it.
Man, Jim Kelly was great, y'all. I don't know what y'all are talking about, man. Going back to the
I think he was too,
USFL.
KP. I think
Jim Kelly was definitely great. I'm saying if you go back, if you go back and watch a lot of his
I'll
playoff
say
games,
he's
dude, he
their
threw a
best
lot of
quarterback in their
interceptions in the playoffs, man. Like a lot of interceptions.
So,
in the
Mark,
playoffs.
you think
Yeah,
Josh
Kelly
Allen
had
is
the
the
belief
best
that he
quarterback
had
for the
the arm
Bills?
to get through everything, and he didn't. I mean, he had the
Elway
arm,
in
but he
that
would make dumb decisions. It's kind of like an earlier version of Josh Allen. Josh Allen thinks he can throw every ball complete, and then he throws a
Right.
bunch of stupid interceptions because he doesn't read the defense, he doesn't see the safety coming over, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Seen it for 6 years now. Thank you very much.
Like I just said, like your name, Josh Allen is the next Elway. Elway was in that era. Come on, I mean, Boomer Esiason. Like there was a lot of good quarterbacks, and the AFC still was like was legit.
Well, the AFC, the problem with the AFC back then, they had a lot of they had all the quarterbacks, but back then it wasn't necessarily a quarterback. Defense won championships back then, man.
Defense and offensive line. That's like Dallas and Washington.
Dallas
were
beat
so
the
good.
sh-
And San Francisco
If you go
was
watch,
so good.
Mark can attest to this. If you go back and watch the '91 Super Bowl, that they completely kicked Buffalo's ass up front, dude. I'm talking. It was
Washington or Dallas.
They fucking killed us.
Yeah,
that was an
that's
ass
exactly
beat.
what I'm saying. That's what I was,
offensive line.
that was the
Dallas'
point I was trying to
offensive line
bring up
completely
with
dominated Buffalo.
comparing Jim Kelly to Troy Aikman. They didn't have
Troy Aikman had a team.
that big offensive lineman, and they had a running game.
Right.
Well,
that's a good point, Shake.
But
you could run a Mack truck through that.
Dallas had
with that
Dallas
line.
had the best offensive line in football. They were
maybe in
top
history.
Football history.
Maybe in history, Mark.
Not just
maybe
football.
got initiated by me.
They jerseys never got dirty.
Jimmy Johnson, though.
They never laundered their jerseys ever.
Remember,
Eric Williams would have been in the Hall of Fame if not for that car accident. Eric Williams would have been in the Hall of Fame.
When you look at that,
kind of like some people don't launder their underwear.
I was looking at the Hall of Fame list today. Why is the guy from Cincinnati, Willie Anderson, on the final 15 and not Richmond Webb? Somebody please tell me.
Yeah, Richmond Webb should have been in the Hall of Fame 5 or 6 years ago. Yeah. I don't know what the hell's going on there. He was the only tackle that gave Bruce Smith fits.
Smith had magnificent battles, and Richmond Webb was an awesome, awesome, awesome football player.
You know what it is too, Mark, about Richmond Webb?
Did they announce who the Hall of Fame guys are? Or when do they announce that? The final.
They're at the final 15 now, and I was looking at it today. I saw one offensive lineman, and that was Willie Anderson to the Bengals. I'm going, ooh.
Mark, you know what's ridiculous too? Mark, you know what's ridiculous too?
Why is Richmond on the Hall of Fame list?
Look at how many times Dan Marino dropped back to pass. With you know what I'm saying, making it harder on Richmond Webb, and Richmond Webb was still flawless. I don't know what the hell the media voters are doing with Richmond Webb not being in the Hall of Fame. I don't get it.
I don't understand what the criteria is.
Vouch for Richmond Webb.
Keith Sims, he's not a Hall of Famer, but Keith Sims was damn good too.
It's because of the year.
Yeah, Keith Sims was certainly an above-average tackle.
It goes by the years that you're playing in. Like,
and then, of course, you had that great center, Dwight Stevenson, who was the best in football at the time.
Some people say Stevenson might have been the best center ever. And Mark
very well have been.
What did Villain? Did you say something?
Shula couldn't get.
If you want to see proof of Stevenson's dominance, watch that Chicago Bears game in 84, 85 against the Fridge, against the undefeated Chicago
what's
team.
going on, my
Watch
brother?
Stevenson.
That's a good point,
what's up,
JP.
Watch him dominate that Chicago Bears all-time defense.
To be very honest with you, Marino was so good. See, the Bills got their team developed because they sucked for so many years. They got so many high draft choices, and then they signed everybody out of the USFL. Miami was never bad enough to get the key player that they needed on defense, or get the running back that they really needed.
But Mark, if you remember back then too, I don't know if you remember this. I remember it because I was a little kid, but I remember the Broncos almost got Bruce Smith in a blockbuster trade. I don't know if you remember that.
Buffalo, because he had that drug issue or something, and they were offering like a 7-year deal.
Let Mark.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? What's up, everybody?
Yes, I can.
What's up, Pete?
No, I just chimed in and I just got back in and
what's going on,
and
Pete?
I hear you. I hear Mark with this confidence. I like his are you a very confident fan right now, Mark?
Am I confident in those? To be honest with you, yeah, I've taken a look at their cap situation. I've looked over the cap. I've looked at their coaching hires. I'm kind of comfortable with where they're at, who they're going to bring back, how they can restructure, and they will be competitive next year. Yeah, I'm confident in that. Absolutely.
I need to give me a drink of coffee right about now.
Okay.
I just had a coffee.
Mark, you sound like you had 3 or 4 cups of fucking Red Bull.
Well,
I need a sip of
I just had 1 cup of Pignon coffee and a banana today. So
be careful, brother.
I'm gonna have to give you some reality, Mark. Look, listen, and you got and Josh Allen, you're another Bills fan up here. I'm gonna lay it to you guys like as honest as I can be. Okay.
Okay.
This year was you guys' Super Bowl window. It was this year, and it kind of sucks because
Pete, we have to rebuild. Pete, we have to rebuild now.
No, let me tell you what. Forget about rebuilding. Next is gonna be the head coach. You got to fire the head coach, and after you fire the head coach, and it still doesn't work on, guess what? It's start cutting ties with Josh Allen. This is the NFL.
No.
That's how business is, bro. And
Josh Allen's going to play for the 49ers, Pete.
This is the issue here because the fallout in NFL stands for not for long, Mark. And I'm not here to knock your confidence. I'm here to knock it out of the ring with one punch, bro. Because,
let me just explain something, guys. Okay, I'm one of those people that believe the NFL is rigged. The NFL is rigged for ratings. You know, the Super Bowl logo this year was like purple and red because you're supposed to have the Ravens and the 49ers. Well, guess what? Taylor Swift stuck her little fucking pussy into Travis Kelce's face. And all of a sudden now CBS wants
relax, bro. Oh my God. Relax, Mark. Relax.
To go ahead and get the female viewership up, to make the CBS ratings look absolutely off the hook.
Bro.
They have Travis Kelce.
Easy, they're trying to get monetized, Mark. They're trying to get monetized. Come on, man.
No, I mean he didn't say nothing. He didn't say nothing derogatory. So whatever.
I guess so. I guess not.
Again.
What did Taylor Swift do?
Wow, dude. Yeah,
you know, Mark, as a Bills fan, I'm kind of sensing a little Chiefs jealousy here because they have beat us 3 out of the past 4 years. Mark is jealous of the
Chiefs. This is
no, I'm telling you, that was another get off my lawn
Travis
moment.
Kelce's wearing her panties, one of the two. You know, I don't know which. Who knows?
You know the internet vibe that Mark gives me is exactly what Josh Allen just said. And you know why he's hating on the Chiefs like that? Because Mark knows he's a really smart football fan. And I think he also knows that that's it. The Bills Super Bowl window is out the door. It's really gone.
Unless something happens that the NFL decides that the Buffalo Bills are going to be the best draw, it doesn't matter what the deal is. And I'll tell you now, and I'm going to give you a fact. 2 minutes left to go in that game against Kansas City. It's 27-24 Chiefs. Bills come back 2nd and 9. Chiefs have 2 timeouts. What does the smart football person do? Well, you got a little 2-person pattern going on. You got Diggs running a shallow crosser, and you got Shakir running a deep post in the end zone. Okay, what do? Let's see. I got 2 timeouts, or Casey has 2 timeouts. I'm already got like PTSD scars, 13 seconds. So I'm going to throw the short crosser to get to Diggs, get about 6 or 7 yards, force him to take a timeout, run another play, probably run Allen so I can force him to take another timeout. Miss the field goal, kick the field goal. See, it didn't matter because even if they had kicked the damn field goal, Kansas City would have gone down and scored anyway.
Mark, the way I look at it,
the only way the Bills were going to win that damn football game was to score a touchdown with like 2 seconds left and Casey had no timeouts. That was the strategy. What did they do? They threw 2 passes, and then Tyler Bass goes out there and kicks the ball somewhere into the right hash mark.
Well, you know what?
Give me a break.
Mark is on to something.
And you say it's not scripted, please.
Mark is on to something. I agree with you. It is Josh Allen's fault.
Play calling I've ever seen in my life.
Josh Allen.
Let's give Josh the ball back because let's assume we don't score, we score and tie the game.
Right. Okay, now here we go. That's the one thing I like being about the host. The one thing about I agree with him. The one thing about him, he's right. Josh Allen is the reason why Bills are in the Super Bowl. Instead of him dating Haley Seinfeld, whatchamacallit, Travis Kelce upped him. So that's why I'm telling you right now, if you're listening to me, who's our Durham Smythe, go out and date Lady Gaga.
There you go.
This is what has to happen. Shake. This is what. Remember the ultimate. Remember the Ultimate Warrior,
Lady Gaga. You right.
Remember the Ultimate Warrior and Hulk Hogan used to fight over Elizabeth? Or no, that was Randy Savage.
No, that was Savage.
So have Josh Allen try to steal Taylor Swift from the Chiefs, and then we can win a Super Bowl.
Shake your shot out on that one, dude.
Go get whatever Josh Allen's hitting now. You got to go get somebody at a higher level than Taylor Swift, or what you have to do to kind of satisfy the political correctness side. Maybe he has to turn gay and go bang a high celebrity gay person. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know, man. The Chiefs. I mean, they're in the midst of an all-time dynasty, so I don't even think it has anything to do with Josh Allen, really.
But I do think.
No, I think it has to do.
Yeah,
it really
it's the Michael Jordan effect.
I think the Ravens are going to Super Bowl game
keep the championship out of everybody's
Taylor
hands.
Swift and it goes and shoves her
Mark, you gotta fix your mic, bro. You gotta fix your mic, bro. You've been crackly for a while.
Yeah, your mic does sound terrible, Mark. I'm not capping.
Then I'm reading an article today about Stephon Diggs. He's at the Pro Bowl game. But what do you think your future is?
Mark, did you do 3 lines before the show or something, bro?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm straight as I get out.
Seriously, man. It sounds like you drank 5 Red Bulls, bro.
Does Stephon Diggs get caught sleeping with Josh Allen's girlfriend?
Mark, I think you're gonna have to.
No, actually, Mark, you know what? I'm enjoying you today, Mark. To be honest with you, I'm enjoying you. Go ahead, keep going.
No, I was reading an article about
I think Stephon Diggs
and reporters are asking, well, what do you think? What do you think? Your prospects in Buffalo go, well, I don't really know where the team is going, the direction. Look at your contract. You got $96 million over 4 years. Your contract's not tradable. Sit down and shut up.
25.
Hey, Mark,
what do they call that?
You sound like why don't you, Mark? You're terrible. Your microphone sounds terrible. Can you come back? Because you're cooking.
I'm gonna hang up, guys. I'm just gonna listen.
Damn, KP.
No, your microphone.
KP, that was real.
Guys, your microphone is all there.
Energy drink or something.
It sounds like you're eating it.
Hey, you know what sucks, man? I'm actually enjoying Mark for once, and he freaking don't get his right. That sucks, man.
Yeah. I know. Hey, but
one time I'm enjoying his dialogue. He has a microphone that sucks.
Bro, he was speaking like Speedy Gonzalez or something.
Craig and Philly, can you guys hear me?
That's probably why you're doing this dialogue, because his microphone sucks.
How about the villain guy? Are you there, villain?
I'm here. Can you hear me, Pete?
Hey, Pete, you're making my green beans taste good, Pete. Keep cooking.
I appreciate that. But I got a question for you two guys specifically.
Me?
Did you guys watch the Pro Bowl challenge, the quarterback challenge
That
yesterday?
that
Oh, Pete,
I
not
was that was
again.
the thing.
Pete, why
That
do you
We
keep
went
doing
over
this,
that,
bro?
That's
Pete.
what I
That's
was gonna
long
talk
gone.
about. Pete, you missed it.
Pete, we,
Pete,
we
you
went
missed it.
over that.
First I mentioned no, because I was asking and Shake right
Crypto.
when you guys got here. First thing I was saying is like, okay, the Paramount commercial with Tua was still
Oh
funny,
God.
but it was an embarrassment for Tua, right? That was the first thing I was saying. And the second thing I was bringing up was the Pro Bowl challenge with the accuracy games, if you will. And honestly, I
Here he's
can't
coming.
believe out of he was last, yeah, right, last fucking play. Excuse me, last place, and you were the last one to see where everything needs to go. So
Wow.
you saw where you needed to throw all the balls to. You see what the gold ball, this and that and the other, and then you just not only did you not even come in half place, you came in last place. That killed me. I was like, you got to be kidding me right there. That was the most ridiculous. Uh, I mean, you didn't even come in last by a little. You came in last by a lot. That that crushed me. I was like, dude,
Did it, did
you
it seem
can't.
to me? Did it seem to you guys like he almost didn't give a crap about it?
That's another. I was beginning to prelude into that too. Another.
Oh,
I
I'm
think
sorry. I
they
didn't
all
mean to
didn't
cut
give
you
a
off, but
crap about
Oh
it.
no, you're good. I was gonna say some about 10 minutes ago about it when I was beginning my
I
preface on it.
saw the highlights
Yeah,
and I'm like, and I'm
he
watching it and I'm shaking
another.
my head. And my mom goes, "What's wrong, Craig?" I said, "This is Tua representing the Dolphins.
Yep.
He's there at the Pro Bowl at the Challenge Tour."
Oh,
I said,
you
"He
know,
didn't even look like he gave a crap. It kind of looked like some of his games.
if
Like,
if there was a number 10 on all of those targets, he probably would have hit them. and then
yep,
and then
I don't know
and then
about
it would
that
have been a
because that 10
drop
at the end, he
anyway.
didn't hit.
Yeah, he would drop them all anyway. But I mean, like the gold ball, like he threw the gold ball to the wrong target. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah,
there was all kinds of stupid stuff that happened, and it just makes me think about like his focus on what's actually out there because it's a
What you mean threw the gold
competitive.
ball the wrong target? I thought the gold ball
He
was the money
wasn't
ball.
supposed. Yeah, he threw it to a 4 instead of the bigger number. He only got 4 points out of it. Instead, he could have hit another. He could have hit for 10 plus whatever the gold ball like the NBA. You know what I mean? Like when they do the
Oh, okay, you
three
get an extra
points.
2 points. Yeah, when
Yeah,
you
you
use the
get
three
extra
points.
points. So he messed up on that, but he was trying to claim Baker Mayfield. Like told him like wait, because he was trying to
Yeah,
help
but
him.
Baker did say that he did do that.
But
Baker
that's what I'm
came
saying.
out
He was
after
trying
that
to
and
help
started
him.
saying
He
it.
says, "Don't throw it there. Wait till the bigger points are available for you to throw the goal ball for the bigger points because you could have
No,
extended your score."
But the
So
gold
that was
ball is the last
yeah,
ball,
but
right?
the gold ball
nah.
was
The
yeah.
goal
one.
ball was like middle. You get a couple. You get like
I
No,
two
thought it
one
was
of
the
balls.
no,
last
it
ball.
was three. It was three balls right to the check downs, and then the gold ball was one gold ball supposed to go to one of those little wheel routes there that you saw, that he
Hmm.
missed the first one and grabbed the second one, and then there was another gold ball. I think it was supposed to be one on each side, but then they were kind of like they used one gold ball, then they went back to regular ball, and then they threw that gold ball deep on. So which he ended up hitting the gold ball on that four at the back
On the
corner.
Hmm.
4, that
Yeah.
wasn't supposed to go to the 4 though.
It was supposed to go on that little side out, that little wheel route type shit that they were
Yeah,
running
and
there, that
that's
little
what
fly
Baker
route.
tried to help him and say no
I
over
don't know
there.
about that. Baker said don't throw, and Buddy
That's
didn't
because he
throw.
started throwing it. He just started throwing it. And see,
Oh,
this
I
is
don't
what
fucking know.
here's what brings up the next question in my head.
I
It's
don't think
like
he just
his
didn't care. He just didn't care.
right. Well,
Pro
there's
Bowl, he didn't
that.
care.
Yeah. It's all for fun, but it's
Yeah.
a
Nah. So
competition.
you're not
Players
gonna.
want to go
You
for
see, that's the issue
competition,
right there. What do you mean he
but
doesn't
Yo,
care?
hold on,
focus,
hold on, hold on, hold on,
First
hold
of
on.
all,
Yo,
focus.
He tried
focus.
hard. He
Yo,
tried
Shake,
He
hard.
did. He did. No,
Shake,
no. I'm
Shake.
saying,
What?
let me
Why
finish.
am
Let
I
me
still
finish.
watching Austin Powers though? That's what I'm trying to figure the fuck out right
Let
now.
me finish what I'm trying to
That's Pete.
let me try to put together my puzzle
Oh,
piece here. Let me finish what I'm trying to say. Is
That's
the
Pete.
no, like
That's why y'all playing it.
it's a competition. Every player you're there and they're competitors. They're gonna want to compete. So therefore, yes, he's not just out there just to be there and get a freaking suntan, which he ain't getting in over there in Las Vegas. I'm just saying, he's out there to compete.
he's in
He does
Orlando.
want to win. He want
They're in
well, that's
Orlando.
right. That's right. They were in Orlando. So they do want
Well,
to,
he's too
and
dark
yeah,
for a suntan anyway.
you're freaking 3 hour drive. So yeah,
Yeah.
they want to win. So they're there to compete, right? So that's that.
Well, you
So
would think that, but that was the issue. Like with the
Yeah.
Pro Bowl, is that they've lost all that competition because nobody really does anything at the Pro Bowl anymore.
no,
That's the
right, right,
shit.
right.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
just fun
Listen,
and
but by the
games.
way,
It's fun and games.
Big Philly,
¿Qué pasó, qué hola?
just to clarify with you, one of the inside jokes that me and Crypto have is we call Pete the steamroller. You know what he's gonna say, and people still get shocked about what he says because you already know what he's gonna say.
I
So
think that if it
it's,
still
it's
shocks
kind of like getting
people,
run over by a steamroller. You know it's coming, and you have plenty of opportunity to get out the way, but you still get run over anyway.
that
Right.
movie
You
though,
sure you
that
got
movie is
plenty of
one of
Exactly.
opportunity?
that
I
movie
got
though
you
is
guys
probably
in
one of the funniest
quicksand.
movies though.
Exactly. You still get run over by him telling them to get out the way.
No,
Shake,
no,
you
no,
should
man.
edit.
That
You
whole,
should
you
get a
know
clip
what?
on that and put the
And,
Miami Dolphins logo right in front of that steamroller because that's what's happening right now. We see it coming. We still can't get out the fucking way.
and let me tell
Yeah,
you,
that's a good
it's
point
that.
too.
And let me tell you, it's that same attitude that Big Philly just showed, right? That Lewis the Rabbit Dolphin and EM. Can you guys? EM and Lewis are out here
Oh
making
shit! Here
Oh
we
money with
go.
God.
this.
Here we go.
It doesn't matter.
Started the shit
He
show.
didn't try hard. Oh, it's just a pro. What do you mean? This is a competition. There's
That's
no
what I'm
Pete,
way.
what,
saying.
who's that?
Pete,
There's
Pete?
you're
no
like
Right.
that.
way,
Pete, you're
bro.
like that movie in
Uh-oh,
Wedding
EM, you gotta
Crashers when
come
they were
out.
playing
Pete.
EM, you better
touch
come speak
football
for
and Wedding
yourself,
Crashers, and
EM.
they were taking it seriously. You're
Get
that
up
guy.
here,
Yeah,
EM.
somebody,
God damn it.
Bro,
it
I
Turn
don't
is
up.
care.
dank out here. My
I don't
God.
care. I don't
Turn up,
care if you're
EM.
at the listen. I don't care if
Come
you're at
speak
the
for
youth
yourself, EM.
fair.
Fight
I
back,
don't
God
care.
damn it.
I don't care if
Fight
you're at the
back, God
youth
damn it.
fair
I got
riding
two things
and
to say
playing
about this
bumper
one
cars.
next.
Pete's
You
tackling
ride to
people for
win.
real after the wedding when everyone's playing touch football and
That's what
drinking.
I'm
Pete's
saying, dude.
tackling
Like,
people for real.
but that's my thing though, bro. Like, when I think of Pro Bowl, I think that Pro Bowl with like Sean Taylor, right? When he fucking leveled that punter. But they don't do none of that shit no more. Think about it. It's fucking flag football now.
No,
Why?
no,
Because
no,
they
no, no,
don't
no, no,
really
no, no.
do
You're
nothing.
moving the
That's
goalposts.
why
Yeah.
Josh
You're
Allen
moving.
didn't
No,
Yeah, but
participate.
he's
It's flag
moving the
football.
goalposts. You're
actually,
moving
you're
the
the one that's
goalposts.
moving the goalpost, Pete. Who cares?
No, no, no. How am I? We're talking about a
What? Pete,
challenge.
all right, Pete, let me
This
ask
has
you a
been
question.
going on throughout the
Remember
league
that?
for
Remember that
Challenge.
show
years.
back in the
Yeah.
'90s,
The
American
quarterback
A
keeps
Gladiators?
challenge that
No, no,
people are
no.
going to
Or
remember in the
the
next 10
the
years.
double
Yo,
dare.
listen.
Yeah,
Let
the
me ask
The
you
double
this.
Gladiators.
dare they used to come
All
on
right, Pete. All right, all
with the
right, all right.
slime.
I'll tell you what, Pete.
Yeah, but this is a
I will
oh
concede to you,
my
Pete.
god.
I will concede to you if you could tell me who last year's winner was.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
I don't even know.
Last
I
year's
didn't
winner,
watch
I
that
think it
shit.
was Geno Smith. I think Geno Smith won it last year. Correct me if
Gino
I'm
didn't
wrong.
go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Gino went last year.
I don't
yeah.
even know if he
I
made
think
the
I
Oh,
Pro
think
Bowl
yeah,
last
Geno
year to
Smith
even
won
be
it
in the
last year.
Yeah, he did.
competition.
I think
No,
Gino
Yeah,
did
he
make
had
the
Geno
great
Pro
Smith.
Bowl.
numbers. He had a breakout year with them last
I'm
year.
still
Yeah,
Geno
trying to
Geno
Smith.
figure
Smith
out
won
how
it last
He
year.
was
fucking
an
Gardner
MVP
Minshew made it.
conversation last year.
Another quarterback the
So
Jets screwed up on.
Yep,
Right,
yeah.
another
that's
Jet quarterback they got out of it.
that
And then
because
now
it's
the
What
guy
Minshew.
that
what I
they
was gonna
drafted,
say, Pete.
No,
What
but
Sam
I
I'm
was
saying,
Darnold,
but
was going
hear
to
me
the
out
Super Bowl.
because to the guys that are sitting here, oh my God, Pete, you're making this a big deal. Let me tell you guys something,
Well, I mean, it's
okay?
not. It is a big
No,
deal
no, no, no,
because
no.
he
Hold
claims
on.
to
Let me.
be
Hold
the
on.
most accurate quarterback.
Let Fire Marshal Bill
Yeah, go ahead.
continue. Go ahead, Fire Marshal Bill.
I
Let me tell
got
you
the water
something.
hose. Exactly. Let me hold the water hose, Shake. I got it right now. To the guys that are, oh, don't make it a big deal. If this was a foot race, I would not make it a big deal. If this was how many fish can you catch out of the fishing pond, Tua,
Right.
I wouldn't make it a big deal.
Right.
But this
Accuracy.
was his strength. This is what
Supposed to
they
be your
tell us
best.
he's
Yeah.
really good at. Okay?
I gotta go with Pete on this, man. I'm
This
serious.
is what he is the best at.
Yeah,
He's
sure,
an
okay.
accurate ball thrower.
Whatever you want.
Show it. Remember the video? Hold on. Remember the video that he posted during the season when him and Mike White and Skylar
That was
Thompson
money.
were hitting the side of the goalpost? Remember? Goalpost. Look at his accuracy. But where did it go
it's
now?
supposed to be his best trade.
Where is it now?
That's why he was the
But
last to throw.
now it doesn't matter. Now it's just it doesn't matter. He did it for the kids.
No, what's funny to me is the whole week it mattered on Twitter and YouTube. They were showing Marino highlights of him hitting the bullseyes from 1990. Everybody was hyping this game up. Pro Bowler. Comeback Player of the Year.
How many times did Cap?
Even though Joe Flacco's comeback Player of the Year. I mean, everything's so like all of a sudden now it's not a big deal.
I thought Baker should have got it, Cap. I thought Baker should have got it, Cap.
Yeah, but tell me who really won comeback Player of the Year. I need to know.
You
I
mean
don't
like
think it's Damar Hamilton.
No, it's not. It should. Damar Hamlin is honorable
Didn't they win
mention.
it on sports
It can't be
something?
Damar Hamilton. I don't know if he played enough games.
Aren't the NFL rewards this weekend?
I would have
Yeah,
given
but
it
you
to
got
Baker.
Yeah, the
you got
official
people saying
rewards,
that
yeah,
it's already
the actual
official.
ESPYs.
I would have given it to
I think
Baker.
that was just the finalists. I think
Yeah, there's
maybe
a sporting
that they put out
news
there.
and such. Like,
Yeah, Tua won the Sporting News Comeback Player of the Year.
Okay, so it's different versions of comeback players of the year.
Well, I mean, Joe Flacco won
God, yeah.
PFT
I thought it
comeback
was
Player of
just
the Year.
one.
So that's
I
why
thought
I'm
it was only
confused.
one. Because
Sporting
Geno
News
Smith
is-
won it last year.
Basically, everybody's making the Pro Bowl. Everyone gets awards now. It used to not be like that. They have like
remember
seventh and ninth
Participation
alternates.
trophies,
You can be a
guys.
ninth
Yeah, they
Pro
do.
Bowl or alternate. What the hell is that?
Sporting News is NFL players selected, and then you have the NFL, which is analysts and writers.
Randomly, Kenny
So-
Pickett will be named to the Pro Bowl because he's
So
like
what,
the
is it
13th
PFT?
alternate.
Is it PFT Mike Florio?
Yeah, all these
Yeah.
guys. He's gonna be one selecting, same as what's his name, Chris and such.
Peter
and
King.
such. Richard or whatever, Rich. He's gonna be doing. They're all doing it, but it's all the biggest names.
By the way, Derek Carr won the precision passing last year.
Derek
So
Carr.
you can see, people
Oh,
wrong
Derek
anyway.
Carr.
That
Oh,
event.
wow.
That makes sense.
He
But
won
you
that
know what?
event.
Look, like
Who
I
won the
get
overall competition?
I get Pete's take, right? Like in the sense of
NFC.
that is his strength, right? In
AFC.
accuracy, precision. But at the same time, bro, it's fucking Pro Bowl and nobody really cares anymore.
Now, well, I mean, they're trying to switch it up a bit, but here's my thing. I still want to talk about the title of this because the title of what we're talking about is the flag football open panel, right?
That shit's stupid.
Now, I kind of want to talk about it for a minute because it's funny that it's Peyton and Eli, right, as the two callers, both the coaches on each end, right? And then Peyton selected all Dolphins players and Dolphins wide receiver coach Wes Welker for this flag football game. Irony behind this is, if the Dolphins played flag football, they would win a championship. Absolutely.
Damn.
But they don't play flag football. That's the fucking irony behind it.
Wow.
I'm just putting that out there because that was kind of like, struck me. I was like, what? That's kind of funny. So I thought about it, and I was thinking about y'all earlier, and I was like, I
The
gotta
flag
say
football
this.
tournament.
Yeah, and it's the Dolphins. It's all Dolphins. It's almost
All
everybody's
Dolphins.
a Dolphin on that team. There's like
Hey,
two other players that are not Dolphins.
Did you guys see the interview with Tua with WSVN and Josh Moser? I think it was that. I think he had he was saying during the Pro Bowl that there's going to be a lot of change to I mean, I keep hearing that, like a lot of change. Like when they say change, I get
Devon
that,
said
we
the
know
same
that, but,
shit.
You mean
but they
change to
keep
the Dolphins?
emphasizing it as a lot. Yeah, like the whole roster.
Tua said
Devon
this on
said the
Channel
same
7.
30% of the roster is being turned over. That's what Grizz said.
Yeah, but every time I hear it, it's not like the roster change. Everybody uses a lot, like key emphasis. That gets me worried, man.
I wouldn't be
Devon
shocked if the
said the
Dolphins trade
same
down in the
shit
first
2
round and get
weeks
some
ago.
extra picks. You know,
Cap, did you say that was on Channel 7 with Tua saying that?
Yeah, I think he was getting interviewed because the mic was from WSVN, so that's usually Sports Extra or Moser. Moser does a lot of one-on-ones, and he does exclusives on the road. So it had to be one-on-one. I think it was either him or somebody else. I don't really know who they have at Channel 7 anymore.
Yeah,
but it's usually him.
At 7. Yeah, it's Channel 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we got to figure out who's going to be our third wide receiver this year to take pressure off Hill and Waddle.
Hey, by the way, I'm reading in many and on social media now that apparently that Anthony
Campanelli?
not Campanelli, Anthony the other guy, Anthony from the Ravens,
Anthony Weaver.
Anthony Weaver is the front runner right now.
Yeah.
Become the next defensive coordinator.
Yeah, they said like 10 minutes ago. I think Leslie Frazier got hired by the Seahawks as DC. I think.
Yeah.
He's bargain bin shopping right now. We bargain bin shopping.
Man,
no,
I don't know, man. Anthony Weaver is bright.
Hey, listen,
dude.
we're bobbing and weaving.
To go to Notre Dame, you got to be pretty smart.
This defense is going to be bobbing and weaving next year.
Yeah, I'll be right back, y'all.
Whatever makes the Ravens weaker, bro. You know what I'm saying? I heard this guy's pretty reputable.
That philosophy don't work because they had to do defense and offense coordinator this year, and they made it to the championship game.
Hey, if he becomes defensive coordinator and we do well, I'll be happy.
No, actually, you know what, Crypto? You're right. Next year, the Baltimore Ravens with their new defensive coordinator, they're gonna be the next 85 Bears. My bad, I forgot what you told me yesterday. They're gonna be the 85 Bears, Crypto, next to the Baltimore Ravens.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Yeah, right.
What's up, man?
BJ,
I'm sorry.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, good sir.
That shake, right?
Can you hear me?
I hear you, Vaughn.
Did you guys see?
Good evening, good sir. Good evening. I'm sorry. Good evening.
Bonjo,
Okay, go ahead.
what's up, Bonjo?
Quarterback competition.
Bonjo, we're talking about the Pro Bowl again.
Are we done
talking about the Pro Bowl.
I blame Bonjo for this whole discussion and this discourse.
Yeah, I blame BJ.
And when it comes to this, did he win the comeback player of the year? He was voted by his peers as comeback player of the year. Let's clear that up, please. Are we all?
Yeah, that's a player thing. Yeah, that's a player thing. You're right, Bonjo. That's comeback player of the year is all players votes. 100%
I talked about Teddy Bridgewater being the next head coach for Northwestern. So shout out
I
to
heard
him.
about that. I heard about that.
That means
Teddy Bridgewater's doing big things.
Yeah.
Wait, Shake. Did you say Northwestern in the Big Ten?
No, Miami Northwestern.
No,
It's a high school.
Okay.
It's a high school.
His alma
Go
mater.
Bulls,
Coach high
bro.
school. Oh man, TV.
He gonna bring him back. He
Two
gonna bring him back
gloves.
to the promised land.
Nah, man, this Pro Bowl.
They ain't gonna like that because they're rivals with her school.
Dude, Miami's
whole
football.
Hold on, Big Philly. What you say, Bonjo?
Yeah, I'm just saying the whole Pro Bowl situation is soft. It's just, hey guys, congratulations, everybody. It's just a feel good moment. Remember, you guys used to go to Hawaii.
What's up, Bonjo?
Right. So they used to go to Hawaii and have fun.
Now they in Orlando.
Hey, no, it's in Orlando. I got the scoop. Shake, I spoke to the sources, dude. That 30 to 40% that they're going to get rid of, they're going to get rid of all the players who give a damn. And they're going to replace them with players who want to go party at South Beach. So that way we'll have 100% of the roster partying on South
Damn.
Beach.
Oh, that's funny.
I'm sensing
Damn,
sarcasm.
That is funny though. That's kind of.
I got the
we got
sauces,
the
man. I
we
got
got
the
the sex,
sauces.
drugs, and rock and roll culture.
In this case, Disney World.
Actually,
Hey man,
called
listen.
Yellow
Hey,
Submarine.
listen. So are you telling me that Christian Wilkins is coming back? Because I could see him in South Beach dancing like a Power Ranger.
Yeah, you know he likes to grab asses.
Yeah,
so,
that
you know.
means he's coming back. Yeah, you're right. Good point, Shay.
He's gonna be doing. He's gonna be grabbing
Power
crotches
Rangers
and doing
coming back.
splits.
I think
Bro,
Chris
he's gonna go.
Wilkins,
He's gonna go do his rounds. He's gonna go do his interviews with other
He wants
teams.
to-
Then we're gonna get the final offer. He's gonna come home. We're gonna give him more. We're gonna overpay him. It's gonna work out.
he has a crush on Josh Allen.
Yeah,
He's
we're
gonna
giving
sign
him
for Bills.
exactly. He's getting 30 million.
So sources are saying that the Dolphins want him more than he wants to be a Dolphin. That's what's being heard.
Ooh,
That sounds about right. That's
The money's going to be
So
the money, though,
that
man.
means he's
The
gonna.
money
No,
will be
that
the
means he's
money.
gonna use this for
Dolphins.
leverage. That means he's gonna use this for leverage. Then, if that's the case, it's
Again,
either one or the other.
we want him
Whoever
to-
offers him top dollar is where he's going to
Yeah,
play.
he's definitely
That's it.
using us for
Listen.
leverage and not.
I heard that he's gonna give Buffalo a discount if he gets to shower next to Josh Allen.
Can you imagine if he does sign in Buffalo? You know how awkward that's going to be, dude?
Oh, wow.
It's going to be so weird.
If he goes there, he'll be the inside man.
Josh Allen is there at the press conference with him. It's weird.
Don't stroke his ego.
He'll be the inside man in more ways than once.
Then Christian Wilkins starts trying to feel up to it.
Hey, do you guys remember Scary Movie 2? You remember, guys? You guys remember?
Tua will say, "You can't touch guys like that."
Let's go to showers.
Shake
was
it.
that
They
with
say
Pamela
that
Anderson? The second one.
Geno Smith won the quarterback competition last season, is what I'm reading in the chat there.
Yeah. Geno won the whole thing. Yes,
not Baker,
but he was the comeback player of the year. Yeah,
I'm happy for Baker, man. I really.
Geno
I've always liked him
also
as a
won
quarterback.
comeback player of the year.
Both awards.
I want to say Ryan Tannehill and twice Chad Pennington won that award.
Crypto, what's your opinion of Baker?
As a Dolphin and a Jet.
Where do you put
I think
Baker?
he's decent. I think I put him in the above average category to good. I think he's okay. A lot of people like to shit on him for using him as a punching bag.
Do you think
he's proven himself? I think he's proven himself in the league to be more than serviceable for a quarterback.
He's everything we want Tua to be with that size and that skill set.
Do you think he'll be signed to a decent contract now with Tampa?
Well,
I think he'll sign as long
the
as he's
Geno Smith contract.
Yeah, as long as he's not ridiculous with his contract.
It'll be team friendly. It'll be Geno Smith contract.
One thing
I would wait
about
till
Baker
after
Mayfield,
the NFL honors, bro.
One thing I could tell you for certain that Baker Mayfield is better than Tua is making commercials. That I could tell you.
That's for sure. We just only saw.
Well, he does the State Farm. I don't like
Paramount.
State Farm, so he doesn't
I
have
think Baker-
commercials either.
I think Baker-
Oh, when he had the robe and the keys to the stadium.
Oh, that's a good one too.
The Super
Then he
Bowl
drops
commercial,
he drops all this shit right in front of the gate, and he's locked out. Right? Remember Baker did that one too.
I don't think that was State Farm. That was something else.
Yeah, that
That was
wasn't State Farm. That was something else.
Yeah, but when he was doing those commercials, I talked to a couple Cleveland fans that I know. Oh, God, they were flipping out. He should be working on his skills, not making. I said, hey, you can make an extra buck. You make an extra buck.
Yeah, but only after you win a championship. That's why you have no problem seeing
Mahomes
doing
Aaron Rodgers.
that's fine. His stuff is fine because I mean he's got the State Farm stuff, and that stuff's fire. Like especially when he drops the panel behind him. You know that.
Hey, let me ask you guys. I didn't get a chance to ask none of you guys. But and speaking of commercials, what do you think of "Can You Take Me Higher"?
Oh, that's what I was saying. That's a Paramount. That's a Paramount one with Creed, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I said Baker Mayfield does way better commercials than Tua does.
That was a good commercial, but not for Tua.
So he was making commercials for Progressive. That was the
who's doing a halftime show for the Super Bowl? Is it Creed? Is Creed or
Tyler Swift
for Progressive?
Oh, it's is it really Taylor Swift?
No, it's not.
No, it's not Taylor. I forget who it is. Who is it?
They need to do like an old school band, like Clearwater Revival or something.
They need to bring.
But
back.
doesn't the commercial go right along with the trajectory of Tua's career?
Is Fogarty still alive?
Everything's is pre-crowned. He's been
know,
pre-crowned his whole career. He hasn't done anything yet. He's getting commercials. I mean, for what? How does a guy like that get corporate sponsorship?
Well,
it's to make money. Remember the jerseys, KP.
But you know what it is?
He was selling a lot in jerseys, so he's making money for him.
Well, hold on. You guys don't remember when he first came into the league? He was making Gillette commercials, and that another commercial. He did one more commercial with Christian Wilkins. Remember?
Yeah, I get it. It's self-deprecating, but self-deprecation works best when you come from a position of success.
Thank you. When is enough enough? When is what's your price?
They need to bring back Bruno Mars for that commercial.
I think he got a lot of money for that commercial though. Super Bowl commercials are like $3 million per freaking 1 minute.
Crypto,
it's ridiculous.
I guarantee you, no one was there but him in a green room. I think they didn't do him justice, bro. To be honest with you,
I ain't gonna lie, man. That was a bad look when he asked for Mahomes jersey. When he asked for Mahomes jersey at the
It's only because it was denied, though. I mean,
But you know, there's other parts to that commercial, right? Like they all make it to the top of the mountain except for him, I think.
No.
No.
You gotta watch. None of them. None
No,
of them
that's
get
it.
there. That's it. Yeah, they throws
None
the
of them get
head,
there.
and then
Are
he
you
tries to
sure?
throw the. Yeah, he throws
Yeah.
the head, and that was the
Nobody gets up
funniest
there.
part.
Yeah.
And that was
Right.
that
It
was
ends at the part where he tried to get
Captain.
No.
he
Cap
threw the
might be
head and
right.
he
That
threw him
might
to the
just be
mountain.
part one. In
We'll
part
see after
two,
the
they're
Super
probably going to
Bowl.
be on top of the mountain. Yeah, on the
We'll
Super
see
Bowl,
after
they're
the
probably
Super
going to
Bowl. Yeah.
debut a different part two.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like that's the first part, and then 2 is gonna be
Well,
in the
that
second
probably would have
commercial
been
where
released
he.
too. They got a week.
Yeah, that'll be
Super
right
Bowl's not till
before the
next
Super
week.
Bowl.
That probably would have
It'll be
released it
right
already.
before. It'll be on Friday. It'll
You
be
know
They
what
on
should do
Friday.
commercial
they
they
should
need
do a
to bring
Paramount
back?
commercial with Allen and Tua.
They need
Oh,
to bring back the
probably.
Budweiser cans.
No, it
Remember when
won't
they
be
used to have
Allen
them
and
playing
Tua.
football?
It'll be Mahomes and Tua because Paramount Plus is the one who showed that game in Germany with Mahomes Mahomes and Tua.
That would be a cool commercial.
That would, and then one of them is going to be the one that gets it. That's the funny.
You know, if Paramount does a commercial with Mahomes, they're gonna make the other quarterback look silly though in the commercial. Like
Well,
Mahomes
they
is gonna
just
do
did.
something.
So Mahomes is going to get it on his first
Well,
drive.
there was only
Tua's
one
gonna
quarterback in that other one.
Yeah, you just answered that. You just walked into that one, bro.
Mhm. Mahomes is going to get the first try up. Tua's going to throw first, and he's going to come up short. And Mahomes is going to throw. It's going to, especially if they win the Super Bowl, and that's going to be the teller about that conversation right there. Because
You do a 3 quarterback commercial. Mahomes or Tua throws it too short, Allen throws it too far, and then Mahomes throws it right on the money.
Well,
but is it a ball or is it Arnold?
They have to be players that played on Paramount Plus or scheduled to play because that was the only reason Tua.
Yeah, but is it a football or is it Arnold they're throwing?
Well, that's the thing though. They're gonna throw it. You might as well have the same heads because they're gonna be still. They're gonna still be in the same spot because they're still hanging on the backside of the mountain or whatever. You know what I mean? Like Tua's got. They're trying to get out.
They're still stuck. Yeah.
They're
trying to get out of that place.
But and here's the thing.
Somebody's got to lead them out.
Next level. Can you get to that next level? And that's the thing. Like Tua hasn't gotten there.
Mahomes being the one.
Mahomes, if they win the Super Bowl.
But don't you guys think there could be there's something to be said about Tua being in his 3rd year in the West Coast offense where he could there is maybe even a higher ceiling there? Because I don't think that's an outrageous statement. I really don't.
Based
they still
on
need to run the ball more.
Based on the regression that I have been seeing, and I say regression only for the sake of saying like the numbers are different and they ain't, and he's not running, and it's all probably due to health concerns. I would potentially say this that he still has room because the first year could have been his cap. I mean, well, last year, not as in the one that just went by, but the year before. I would say that could be his cap, and he looked phenomenal until he got injured.
Right.
I would say this year was more or less, keep him. He needs to stay healthy so we can move forward and see what happens. And that goes now.
But there was a lot of mature quarterback you guys saw this year from Tua.
I think he's I personally, and you can call it what you call it. I think he's a great quarterback. I think I'm not.
Dude, I think Tua is really good. I don't understand.
He's not elite, but
I think Mahomes
he can win a championship. He can definitely win a championship.
You know what it is? I think Mahomes is. It's like he's blinded people from a normal arc that a quarterback goes through.
I'm talking about
because based on Mahomes standards, he had a subpar year. No. He had a subpar year. Mahomes had a bad year based on Mahomes standards. Everybody was shitting on how Kansas City offense was terrible and how Mahomes wasn't himself.
That wide receiver room was a cloud car, though, Crypto. That Chiefs wide receiver room was a
that still
clown
hurt
car.
Mahomes' numbers, though. That's all I'm saying. His production was down. Because
is that Craig Sebring? How long have you watched football, dude?
Yo, somebody's got dogs or something going in the background. Somebody mute. Everybody mute.
Yeah, somebody got.
Who's
one by one?
No.
It's probably me. I'm at the gym. But listen,
Yeah,
guys.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
definitely you.
how long have you been watching football to make an assessment that Tua is a good quarterback? I mean, statistically, you could say that based on last year's performance, but the capitulation at the end of the year has got to mean something 2 years in a row, concussion or not.
I think it means something. How do you say your name? Is it Carrie or Kari?
It's irrelevant. Just address the question.
No, I think it means something when you're saying at the end of the year, it's not like there's not substance there, but I think there's so many more positives with Tua in his young career that I just think it would be irresponsible to move on from him, man. You know what I mean? I think that's probably more of the more rational take. There's very few quarterbacks that can even play at Tua's level.
Dude, every defensive coordinator who stopped him has exposed him as not being able to threaten outside of the numbers. How did he become a starter in the Pro Bowl then? How does he lead the NFL? How does he lead the NFL in passer rating for the past 2 years? I will answer your question.
Let me ask you a
Because
question.
the offense.
Hey, don't go to the Pro Bowl because they're gonna go back to that Pro Bowl and skills challenge thing.
The
mean something.
The offense was tailor-made. The offense was tailor-made around what he does, and he was given the best tools in the league.
By the way, if you look at the Jets' pass to Jalen Waddle, that was outside the numbers.
Yeah,
but can he do it consistently?
He led it. No, dude, he was
that doesn't address.
You just said
he was
can't
top
go out.
five.
No. Wait a minute.
Hold on.
That doesn't address. Hold on. That's the goalpost everybody's talking about. You said he can't go outside the numbers. Now, when I give you an instance, now you say it's not consistently.
Well, don't listen to me. Listen to Mike Vrabel. Listen to the coaches that schemed against him and stopped him.
Hold on, dude. You're saying outside the numbers.
Coaches who you can listen to, they'll tell you the difference. So what difference is it?
No, but the difference is 0% success in the playoffs. The difference is 0-8 in this. Well, sorry, not 0-8. 1-7 in the last 8 games to end the last 2 seasons. That's the difference. Those are called facts.
No, they aren't. You're very far off because first and foremost, Tua has only played in one playoff game.
So look. So I guess we're gonna do the same thing for Lamar.
No, he's saying no playoff success.
He's in 6 years. He only has 2 wins in 6 years.
2 is greater than 0, sir.
Yeah,
wait a minute. Tua's only played in 1 playoff game, dude. He's played in 1
greater than 4.
Tua's played in 1 playoff game, dude, against the greatest dynasty.
Greater than 4.
Possibly one of the greatest dynasties.
Well, you could say Lamar played in one of those playoff games a couple of times against that same dynasty. So you got to use the same application. If you're going to use Lamar as a barometer, then you have to say Lamar played against that same KC team.
But the other thing I want, but hold on a second. He also said something about being like 1-7 in the what? Who are you talking about?
No, he was saying in December.
In the last 2 years. He's saying
last 2 years.
No,
he was only saying in the last 2 years.
The Dolphins.
That's neither here nor there.
The Dolphins might be, but in the final games of the last season and this season, but has nothing to do with Tua. Tua only played in the last 7 games that he's played, and you could throw in last season. He lost 3 games straight.
Your name is Dylan, right? You must have a mask on that's over your eyes. Okay, take the mask off, Dylan.
Man,
and open your eyes, bro.
You just don't even pay attention.
Really, KP, you gotta do you gotta do like the 2 years and make just personal attacks because they don't agree with what you're saying.
You just no. That is not an ad hominem.
That is not an ad hominem. That is not an ad hominem.
You said he was
going to come off like.
Let's get the numbers straight.
Okay, let's get the numbers straight. I'm suggesting that we watch.
Right. We're talking about playoffs.
Well, the data set is so small for we don't even know what Tua really is in the playoffs yet.
Compared to Tom Brady, the data set for a lot of quarterbacks is small. So
you're advocating for the 7-year project that we gave Tannehill.
7 year, dude.
No, not necessarily.
Hold on, dude. First of all, you said outside the numbers. Tua was like top 5 in air yards.
And I told you, don't listen to me. Listen to Mike Vrabel and the other coaches that have schemed against him at the end of the season.
We're not listening to coaches. We're listening to actual data.
I'd love to see your coaching.
And actually, what we saw.
Listen, I know my kind of argument may upset some of you, but hey,
it sounds like you only know how to argue because clearly your resume ain't shit. Because otherwise,
my
you'd
resume
have a position.
is irrelevant.
Yeah, you would have a position. You'd have a position if you had that.
Sounds like you do have a position for the sorry ass Dolphins.
Nobody on the panel here has an extensive NFL resume. So let's get that out the way.
Right, I'm not the one touting a resume. I'm not the one touting a resume. I'm not attacking you, bro. I'm attacking the quarterback play, which you disagree with.
But the quarterback play.
I already made jokes about our quarterback.
The quarterback play has the highest passer rating in the NFL for the past 2 years. He was just named a starter in the Pro Bowl.
So was Jeff George in 1997.
Wait a minute, hold on. You just made a false statement. He did not have the highest passer rating the last 2 years.
Cumulative, I think it is, Crypto. But you can I'm pretty sure he has the highest passer rating over the past 2 years combined. He had the highest passer rating in NFL last year. I know that for an absolute fact.
We're talking about individual year isolation, year by year.
So did Ryan Tannehill.
That's when you're conflating. Not last year, 2 years ago.
So actually, yeah,
last year he wasn't.
Crypto didn't he have...
Actually, Lamar finally got ahead of him in that.
Mr. Polk, what's going on, Mr. Polk?
Rating.
Hey, can
welcome,
hear me?
sir. Welcome to the Madhouse.
But as far as QBR, he was 12.
Yeah, no, you kind of sound low. You coming in low, Mr. Polk. How you doing?
I'm doing. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me see something here. So I can turn the volume up.
Damn, I can't hear you, Mr. Polk.
Can you hear me?
No, you sound
Mr. Dillon, I didn't mean to attack you, dude. I thought I was making a slick joke.
I hear you, Mr. Polk.
I don't believe in ad hominem. Please don't take what I said personal. It was just a reference to the name villain. But that was not meant to be a personal attack at your person. Just at the characterization of you as a villain and villains wear masks. I thought I was making a slick joke. That was not meant to be an ad hominem attack against you or your face. Okay?
No, it's good.
Yeah, I kind of figured that's what it was.
I think there's reasons for optimism. There is reasons for concern.
On here, though, by the way.
Like you said, with Tua down the stretch, there's been struggles. I think a lot of them too are not just Tua; it's the Dolphins as a team. I think we're at the point. At least I'm positioning myself as a Dolphins fan here. I just think there's two. The positives outweigh the negatives at this point right now. You know,
and it's unfair for me to say. And it's unfair for me to say that sounds like a naive Dolphin fan, given the history of this team over the last 20 to 30 years. That's unfair of me. Huh?
What do you think? What has happened in the past 2 years? The Dolphins have made the playoffs in back-to-back
December,
years.
January collapses. That's what's so concerning. I guess you don't understand the heartache of somebody who's been a fan for 40 years and they see late collapses continuously.
Yeah,
and then people have to realize that it seems the same when it happens in the same parts of the season, but then y'all go back and say cumulatively this is what a certain person did. But when you break it down and compartmentalize it, it feels the same because we're getting the same results at the end of the season.
I respect that, Crypto. Do you think you should blow it up?
Well, but you know what?
We've never blown it up properly. I would answer that.
The one thing that
we've blown it up, but we haven't done it the correct way.
Yeah, you know the thing that frustrates me the most about this, and you know me, I am not anti-Tua,
right?
But the thing that pisses me off about the last 2 years collapse is that instead of trying to address the offense, maybe it isn't Tua. I don't think it's Tua per se, but instead of attacking the offensive play calling, the offensive adjustment, everybody put blame on Boyer, and now they're putting blame on Fangio. That's what pisses me off. They're trying to
it's still
everything.
But
not just say, hey, listen,
right?
the offense owns it all, but no. it's the Tennessee game. The Tennessee game is the sole reason why we did that. The 14 points that they gave up in the last 2 minutes is the sole reason and the only reason why the collapse happened.
Right.
Let me. Can I? Good night, everyone. Can I just get a chance to?
What's up, winner?
What's up, Shreve. Hold on a second. Let me make one point and I'm done. Wouldn't you agree that the attacks on Fangio and Boyer were led by the same group of people? The folks who wanted to deflect off of Tua?
Exactly, KP.
Led by
Same
Tua
group.
That's right. It was the same
that's
group of people
attacking Fangio
deflecting
got Boyer
from the
out of there.
critique.
I don't know. I thought
And they're going to
Boyer
be the
was-
same group that get McDaniel out of here next year.
Crypto. I thought
That's
Boyer
right.
was a very young, bright defensive mind, man. I ain't gonna lie. I was happy actually when he left Miami. Boyer. He was giving Allen problems, man.
Yeah, he had a good game in the playoffs against them.
I thought he was a very young, bright defensive mind, and I don't know what happened there. And that.
Yeah, but did you ever see?
At least Boyer can say this over Fangio. Boyer helped us elite beat Buffalo once.
That's what I'm
in the
saying.
last 5
Compare
games.
that earlier game when Buffalo, when Allen was doing whatever he wanted.
Say what you want. Boyer put together a defense that held y'all to 19 points.
Yep, bingo.
So why was he the scapegoat when we beat our division rivals at least once in the last 5 game? That was under Boyer's tutelage of holding y'all to 19 points. So
Makes
they can
no
say
sense.
what they want about Boyer. They can scapegoat him all they want. He was responsible for beating y'all at least once in the last 5 meetings.
And he played, let's be honest, if it wasn't for Allen, he made some big passes, but his running went crazy in that second game last year when it started snowing. Even though the Bills did score some points, I thought Boyer, dealing with what he had, I thought he did kind of a decent job. The Dolphins had the lead. They're up 29-21 for crying out loud,
And the thing
And if McDaniel sticks with the run, we would have won that game.
Yeah, Boyer got scapegoated, man.
First of all, good night, guys. Fins up. I look at this. I remember when I would have blamed. I'm so far from blaming Tua to the point where I didn't even know certain things about, like, Greer has a pathology with getting guys who.
Hold on, Shree, before you do continue to cook, and I'm gonna let you cook. But I swear to God, if you bring up Cesar Ruiz or Tristan Wirfs, I'm going to put you in the back. But continue.
Well, it's already coming, Shake. What do you mean? It's on Greer. Greer's the blame.
But the thing is, when you take a step back and you look at the pathology of Greer, he's looking for guys who has either been hurt all through college, been hurt all through their career, or trying to make a comeback. Now we can talk about the guys that have panned out and have their best seasons, like Sealer, Mostert. So these guys, but the rest of them are getting hurt, or the rest of them, and through the draft as well. The rest of them are getting hurt, and they're not there for this team to be complete, or at least majority healthy going into the stretch run. And I think what Greer is trying to do is get some value, which is fine. But when you fail, we cannot point the finger at the offensive line, Tua or Fangio. We have to point the finger at, why didn't you go after high-skill guys, high-skill offensive linemen with no history, not looking for value? I remember when we had a say 2 years ago, get the Ogbas of the world, the guys who are 7s and 8s. Don't get the high-end guy. Get 2 guys who are 7s and 8. And I think Greer has done that too much, and this team is not prepared either by the guys not withstanding stamina throughout the season or withstanding injuries. And it's just too much guys that you're going to need in the stretch run that he's decided to go after free agency or go after in the draft, and they're not there by health, and they're not there by stamina. And I think you cannot say it's Tua or Fangio or this offensive line. You just can't.
I hear you to some degree, Shreve. And yes, Greer has made his mistakes, right? Perhaps fatal ones, right? But if you clearly review the games that we've lost when it matters, we've had receivers running wide open that our quarterback cannot locate, right? If he locates those guys and makes those passes,
I agree,
a lot
KP.
of these.
We've
Hold
broken
on,
that down
let
for
me finish.
weeks.
Let me finish. Well, if he hits those guys, then a lot of the mistakes that you are correctly pointing out are masked over. And that happens on every NFL team in the league. No team is perfect. No team is constructed entirely perfect. But great players are able to mask over those small deficiencies in teams league-wide. Look at what Mahomes is doing in KC.
Yes, I agree, KP. Look, in defense of McDaniel, when the ball is supposed to get out to a spot, when a guy who's trusted to be there like Waddle or Tyree, these wheel routes or these check downs, I understand now they don't exist because the ball is presumably going to be out in 2.6 because of the philosophy of the offense. So yes, he's not even going to see Smythe wide open, or he's not even going to look to the third option right in front of him who's wide open clearing out. But because he's already looking deep and the ball back foot set and the ball has to be up. That's a McDaniel and Tua and Mike Bevel. That's their problem. But my thing is this: I need guys to be sustainable for the stretch run, so they can either block for Tua, they can either be there to try and sack a quarterback, so they can give the ball back to Tua. And these guys are like you. It's too much value, and I'm gonna get someone to come back in their career like Mostert and like Silent. Only a few of them come back and have a good career. Like most,
I respect you, but you're echoing another myth. You're echoing another myth. The myth being that the guys who replace the starters on the O line did a bad job. The offensive line did more than an adequate job this season.
But the
and there's a myth. There's a myth abound in our community that the O line did not protect Tua sufficiently.
But I'm not just
or did
talking
not block
about
for
the
this
O-line,
running game.
KP.
That is
the
a myth.
O-line the O-line depth was like the story of the season for the Dolphins. They did an
Right, and
outstanding
Butch
job.
Barry, Butch Barry did an outstanding job, but
So
KP,
they are another
Ramsey,
they're another
Ramsey,
they're another scapegoat. They are another scapegoat that
there to
continues
help
to
Tua.
mask the problem.
You see what I'm saying? These are okay. What I'm saying, KP, is this is you got value in these guys, right? You got value with Chubb, and you didn't have to pay high. You got value with Ramsey, Connor Williams, the guard who never played. Byron Jones. We all watched Byron Jones pop his own knee back in before he came to the Dolphins. Yet we ran after him. It's too much guys, KP, that Greer sees value in, but their history is they're not going to be there to help this team late in stretches. And what this says to me is, wow, when I step back, the farthest thing from the problem is the offensive line, Fangio or Tua. It's
Sharif,
actually
did you
Greer.
disagree with the Ramsey acquisition? Did you disagree with the Ramsey?
I now disagree with all Greer's ideas. I'm going to get value out of this move because this guy's going to have a comeback career with me. They're not having comeback careers with you, Greer. They're getting freaking hurt. Too much of them. And you knew they would get hurt because you knew they were valuable, because you knew you would try to get them to come back with the Dolphins and have a comeback career. It's not working.
Okay,
And Tua
hey,
needs
Sharif,
these guys. Xavier needs these guys to be healthy during the stretch. And it's too many guys.
Saying what's up.
But
You
that's
see what
not
I'm
on.
saying?
That's not all
Yeah,
on
three.
Greer.
What's going on, my brother?
Because my boy got hurt because Mac McDaniels kept him in the game too long.
Yeah, that was bad.
When Chubb
McDaniel's got to be aware of that.
Hold on.
Why doesn't Greer just get pedigree A? Just get a pedigree A guy who never gets hurt. Why doesn't he?
Sharif.
Hey, hang on. Let Shake Money talk.
Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna be stepping in the back, but however, get ready to whet your appetites because we got a chef in the building.
Oh shit!
I'm gonna bring up the one, the only chef.
Oh shit, chef's here. Okay. Cook.
You got
Chef.
you goddamn right.
It's Friday night.
You goddamn right. The fucking boogeyman is here, goddamn. You goddamn right.
Hold on. Chef Lou.
I am so sick and tired. No, hell no, Pete. Because again, let me be very clear, goddammit. I am not letting you motherfuckers ruin my off season. I ain't letting it happen. But this is some bullshit, and I'm so sick and tired of it. God damn it.
Blame me or blame the Dolphins?
Tua Tagovailoa, right, is trash.
Sucks.
I get it. He is trash. I just got to ask the homie. And again, this is my homie.
Lou.
Hold on. Don't say loose shit. I'm only here for one person. And that is KP. And this is no disrespect because KP knows. That's my brother. I fuck with KP. That's my dude, right? But KP, I'm gonna ask you a serious question, homie. And this is dead ass.
Ask away, bro. Ask away.
Again, because I'm not here to change your feelings about Tua. What I'm gonna ask you is it a concern? Because before Lamar Jackson got to the Ravens, and I know I'm bringing up another team, but this is just to prove a point, right? So we can get out of our feelings. Before Lamar Jackson got to the Ravens, they were a model of consistency of winning, right? They won before he got there. Let's not make it seem like Lamar Jackson came into Baltimore and changed life. They have been winning since their existence.
Thank you.
In 6 years, as being a starting quarterback for the Baltimore Ravens, KP. Now, again, Lamar Jackson has every attribute that, again, a person like you, KP, would love in a quarterback. Strong arm, mobile, does everything that you like, KP. In 6 years, not 4, in 6 years, that man has 2 playoff wins. Are you satisfied with that, KP? As a fan, if you're a fan of the Baltimore Ravens,
compare that to the Dolphins.
That your team, no.
I've already done that. 2 is better than 0.
It's not about, that's fine. 2 is more than 0. I get it. 2, I'm asking you, KP, is 2 a good number for a quarterback that has played 6 playoffs games? Has been a quarterback for 6 years, is 2 playoff wins, right? Good, KP.
I'm so sick and tired
of
it is Lewis.
Not. That's why KP stayed mute.
God.
No, it is not.
This guy
this
here
is
with
the bullshit right here. We want to sit here and cry every goddamn show and every panel, and it's Tua. And I get it. He has fault. But again, as Dolphin fans, I can only speak for me now. I won a Super Bowl, right? Just like I think every other NFL fan would want a Super Bowl. The fact of the matter is, Tua, right, is trash. Fine. I'm with it. Josh Allen is trash because he has no Super Bowls. Lamar Jackson is trash. He has no Super Bowls.
Justin Herbert.
Justin Herbert is trash.
So that means all 31 teams is trash because of no Super Bowls?
No. Here we go right here. Here we go
He's got to get on the bike with training wheels before.
Well, yeah, that's the definition of Marino being
trash. Wheel or whatever they have advanced bikes are.
Okay, you know what?
Trash.
You know
No.
what?
He's being sarcastic, Pete.
Hey, you know what? Let's not even bring up.
I don't know if he's being sarcastic. He's
Pete. Hey, Pete. You know what? Let's not bring up Marino. Let's not bring up Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson.
Hey, by the way,
hey,
Louis.
Pick a quarterback not to bring up.
Hey, Louis. You know what? Hey, Louis. Real quick, you make up a great point because if you think about it, that in between, listen, Miami Dolphins have not won a playoff game since 2000. Since then, the Baltimore Ravens have won 2 Super Bowls. So at the end of the day, the Baltimore Ravens was a well-ran organization before, and it's going to be a well-run organization after Lamar Jackson.
Hey, Shake, you just brought up 2 Super Bowls that the Baltimore Ravens won without Lamar Jackson. Guess what Lamar Jackson is doing to the Ravens? He's holding them back, Shake. He's holding them back from winning Super Bowls because they won before he got there.
2.
You see how that works? And let's not worry about
But Lou, all you're explaining is that there's more than one quarterback that are holding organizations back. That's all you're saying.
Tyreek is holding us back then because he won the Super Bowl since he left Kansas City.
And KP right there is what, and that's why I fuck with you, KP. Because I'm agreeing. I'm not here saying that what you're saying about Tua is not valid. What I'm saying is when we talk about these other guys that are better than Tua because they can do all this other shit, they're not winning neither, bro. That's all I'm saying.
So, Lewis, you said Rick Ross told us
They're
this a
not
while
winning
back.
because of the
Niggas
Michael
are
Jordan
holding us
effect.
back.
We have a Michael Jordan in the league that's
Mr.
holding people from that. That's the real
Sharif,
thing.
Sharif,
And
Sharif.
for dumbass Pete, real quick before I get up out of here, right? You're right,
Yeah,
Pete.
get up
Let's
out
not.
of here.
No, trust me, I'm gonna get up out of
Lewis,
here.
come on now.
Hey,
Slow down.
no. I'm gonna get up out of here. Let's not do it like
This
that,
man
right?
always moving
Let's
the
not bring up.
goalposts with all these other
Let's
quarterbacks.
not bring up Dan Marino. Let's not bring up Lamar Jackson that got playoff wins or Josh Allen that got playoff wins. This is where I'll kill him with facts for real, for real. Let's talk about the pick right after Tua Tagovailoa.
Justin
The
Herbert.
6'7", strong arm, guy that can do everything. How many fucking playoff wins does Justin Herbert have? But I guarantee you,
But
Pete
what
will
about
come
the
out
guy?
here and tell you
Hold on.
Justin Herbert's better. I bet you, and again, no disrespect to KP,
I'll tell you what.
but I bet you KP will tell you Justin Herbert's better, and they don't have no playoff wins neither.
Bro, the second
I
round.
gotta get my popcorn bag out right now.
The second rounder in that same draft, Jalen Hurts is better.
You're
Remember,
a fucking idiot. That's what you are. You're a fucking
Hey, Dylan, I just want to apologize to you again, Dylan.
Jalen Hurts
I
ain't
didn't
better
mean
than
no.
Tua. Jalen Hurts ain't better than Tua.
Winters, I'm with you right
Lewis
there, brother.
cooking, Lewis cooking as always.
I need to go to the store to few, but I've been
If we're going by
so
wins of
with
the
it.
quarterback or wins as a team, I'm trying to follow this whole logic here.
every time I hear Lewis move the goalposts to these other quarterbacks. Like, if we care about these other quarterbacks, that's an issue. And if those quarterbacks are so
You
wrong,
know what? You
and
have
they're
to be
so
the
bad,
slowest dude I've ever met in my life.
Shit.
Follow logic, you're gonna get lost. Follow
you
logic, so you're gonna get lost.
can't beat
I
these
just
other
ran out of
quarterbacks.
popcorn.
These other quarterbacks
You
are
know what?
Crazy.
You know what? You're absolutely right. Pete says he does. Pete says, hey, Pete, you're absolutely right. You say that I'm an idiot because I bring up all these quarterbacks that's not quarterbacks of our team. And you're absolutely right. You bring up a fucking quarterback every day that don't even fucking dress. You fucking idiot. Talk about Skylar Thompson,
Or
and
Luke
the
Cook in the back.
motherfucker looks like me on Sundays. He's the emergency. Hey, but you know what? He's an emergency shit. Check this out.
He's an emergency firefighter.
Hey,
what is he? He's an emergency
Dolphin
what?
Winters. Dolphin Winters. Mr. Pup and Sharif.
I don't want to be involved in this one. This is too hot. This is too hot.
Conversation.
Hold up.
Hey, listen.
That's an A&B conversation, Pete. Go ahead with that bullshit.
Hold on. I got a question specifically for you three guys. Crazy Dolphin, Mr. Pup, and Dolphin Winters and Sharif.
They don't agree with your dumb ass. Trust me.
Wait, I got a question for all three of those guys specifically, and I want to know their opinion. Before I ask the question, to you three guys, did you guys watch the Pro Bowl challenge yesterday night?
We already talked about this.
Why do you keep doing this?
We already talked about this, bro.
I already know what
There it is. Put the Dolphin logo in front of that shit right now. There it is. That
Mr. Punk, Dolphin Winters.
That officer should just be a Miami Dolphin logo.
Did you watch the Pro Bowl challenge with Tua?
Yeah, exactly.
This is like a black hole you get sucked into with Pete. I can't.
Yes or no?
You know it's coming.
1972 on his cap.
Shit I've ever heard in my life.
I just want to know if y'all watched the Pro Bowl challenge.
Oh shit! Shake, you gotta put the logo there, brother. That'd be hilarious.
All I'm gonna say is this, man. All I'm gonna say is this, bro.
That show would go so viral.
Is that Chris Greer driving that thing?
Right?
No, that's Pete driving it.
Yeah, just fix it all up. Put the faces and everything. Do it all. Got the faces on Michael Myers or whatever.
Listen,
A
Pete.
Pro Bowl competition is not going to make me worry at all. It's just not. I've seen it on Facebook. I've seen people's comments. I can't believe we even debating or talking about anything to do with a flag football game anyway. Because that's exactly what it is.
Normally you'd be right,
Well, that's
Dolphin.
the state of
Normally you'd be
that's the
right,
state of
Winters.
affairs. That's the
You
state
missed
of
it,
affairs in the Dolphin land.
and that's
You'll
what
be
I was
right
saying.
85% of the time, Dolphin, except that it
Maybe
meshes so
if we
well
was
with the
playing a game
suchness
next
that we've
week,
seen.
then maybe it wouldn't be that way.
If
The
it was a
confusion, the failure goes right in line with what we're
Maybe you
seeing.
guys gotta hear the truth then, right? Because I'm
The
sick and
truth of
tired of
what?
these guys like Lewis that are
you
making it
missed
seem
it.
and now they're making it seem like this Pro Bowl challenge, this is his strength, and that he was.
What are you talking about,
Why do
bro?
you keep?
Bro, we
Because
talking
he
about
saw, and this
practice.
is the
We
most
talking about
important
practice.
thing, right?
We been talking about
Not only
practice
does he
again.
bobble a snap, he
We talking about
misses a
practice.
read
We
in his
talking about
challenge
practice.
routine.
We talking about practice, bro.
Bro,
We talking about
Y'all
practice,
saw
man.
this coming.
Practice,
Can,
this is
can,
practice.
can
ridiculous for some
everybody
of
in the
you guys.
chat?
Pete,
Can
you talk
everybody
more
in the
about that
chat do
bobbled
me a
snap in the
favor?
Pro Bowl than the
Can
bobbled snap in the
everybody in the
Chiefs
chat
game.
do
Here,
me a
that
favor in the
Pro Bowl
chat? Throw
challenge
up the
lost him
alarms.
a
The panel
contract.
killers have hit the
Lost
panel.
him the
Throw
contract.
the alarms in the chat. The panel killer is here. Throw the alarms in the chat, goddammit. The panel killer is fucking alive.
I'm gonna say it because you guys don't want to say it. You know what? That Pro Bowl challenge was so critical. I think he ain't getting a
Oh
contract
damn!
anymore
I was about to say preach, Pete, but I can't go that far. I can't go there
Oh
with you, Pete.
my
I was
God,
about to say
Pete.
preach.
Why are you coming
Pete,
up in here, Lou, and just destroying
you do
everyone?
some good. Pete, you do some good trolling, man. But come on,
Throw
buddy.
the alarms in the chat. The panel killer is here. Throw the alarm.
Mm-mm-mm.
Sound
Y'all
the alarm.
crazy
Pull
if
the
you
Sitting
think
lever.
this
here,
guy's gonna get
Hit the
paid
red
after that
button. The
performance.
alarm is going off.
You guys are
like,
crazy if you think this guy deserves a paycheck. His strength was accuracy, and he failed to show
y'all,
up with accuracy.
did you not hear my comments
This is
earlier?
crazy, Pete.
I
Are you
said it
serious
earlier.
right
I
now?
said if the Dolphins, because all the Dolphins are playing in the flag football competition here in the Super Bowl or the pro, whatever. The thing is, if that would be the only chance right now the Dolphins would win anything is in a flag football competition.
Pete, do you think Chris Greer, like when he does his end of season evaluations, he's like, oh my God,
Man,
Tua
I'm
had a
not even
bad,
gonna
he
lie.
had a bad
I'm
Pro
not
Bowl.
even gonna
You know
lie,
what? I don't want to extend him now.
I get to
Do you
flag
really
football.
think Chris
You know
Greer is
what?
doing that, Pete?
Hold on, Josh Allen. Buffalo sucks right now. Let me tell you something, bro. This
Thank you.
We're
Thank you.
just
Whoever
doing
did
Buffalo
that.
sucks.
Thank you.
That was me.
Thank you.
Hold on. By the way, I'm
Damn.
gonna bring you. I'm
Buffalo
gonna
sucks.
bring Pete
Yo,
back.
yo,
Hold on, listen. I'm gonna
Yeah,
bring
bring
back
him in.
Pete, but I just brought him back because I have a new a gift that I want to dedicate to Pete. So Pete, I'll be Pete.
Okay, here he is.
Thank you, man. I gotta let this out, Shake, man.
Leave him back there.
This is
Leave
really
him
hurting
back
right
there.
now, man. That you got a fan base like
Well,
this.
it's Groundhog Day again.
Exactly. Shake,
That
that's
movie's
what
a
I'm
classic.
saying. Bring it up.
You guys think I'm playing when I sit here
This
and
is
tell you
Groundhog
guys that
Day.
he lost the contract over that?
Show him walking in that hole puddle.
Bro,
The
this
puddle
guy
of water he
thinks
keeps
that
walking in at 6 o'clock
any
in the
little
morning.
hope I
This
had
is
to
funny.
trade Tua, if we had to trade Tua, he lost a little bit of trade stock right now. Like this is
Really, Pete?
y'all
Good
making
old
it
Bill
seem,
Murray,
yeah,
man.
man.
Classic
Y'all
Bill
really,
Murray, man.
Stop.
hey, you guys are sitting here making it
My
sound
like I
impossible,
said,
man.
if all
turn.
those
My,
targets were
Bad
wearing
look.
number
my
10, then he would
turn.
have hit them.
My turn. All I'm gonna say to
Yeah,
you,
not enough
Pete,
of them was probably wearing
Pete,
10, but the rest
Nah.
of them.
as I take a puff of this Dutch, stay off of drugs, man.
Man, you reminded me of that
No,
like
the Nancy
80s
Reagan
and
campaign,
80s
no, the drugs
commercial.
didn't
Just
work.
say no, Pete. Just
Your
say
brain
You know
no.
on
what's
That's all
You
I'm
drugs.
should
crazy?
have.
saying.
You know what's
You should have heard
crazy?
Mark
Friday.
It's
earlier. It's
evident
like
that
Mark
campaign
drank
didn't
like
work.
5 Red Bulls.
You got Jalen Waddle's name. You had Jalen Waddle's name trending all over Twitter. Now everybody's happy to trade Jalen Waddle.
Fuck no.
This
Don't do
fan base
that.
got me so
Excuse my
twisted right
French.
now. That's
Who
what I'm
said that?
saying. That's
Who
what
said
I'm
Oh, that was
saying.
on
Nah,
He
that
was
was
that's
only
trending
trendy.
on
that was
Twitter.
people
Why do you
that
think
don't.
Jalen Waddle was trending.
Those are people that they don't watch football. They just watch like stupid stuff. I don't know what the hell they're watching, but they are definitely smoking whatever you were. Because
but
no, Jalen Waddle's unhappy. He's unhappy.
You don't
I know
understand
he
what
is,
I'm
but
saying.
that ain't the problem.
Listen.
Trade him. He's unhappy.
Nah, he ain't the problem.
He's not conforming.
Listen, when Waddle's name starts trending on Twitter, this is what gets me angry. It's so easy for his name to slip out of their mouth and say trade Waddle. It's so easy for them. But yeah, some of these same guys, they wouldn't dare say trade
Waddle's a
Tua
franchise
now. Look at his
number
his
one.
Pro Bowl challenge collapse. They wouldn't say that.
As soon as Hill's done,
exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
let's trade
Villain. He's supposed to be
Waddle's going to be our
replacement.
number one.
Right. Exactly. He's supposed to replace
Hill's showing him the ropes. Like
Hey,
he might be not happy, but
hopefully
that's
not showing him how to drop footballs.
Can I have the floor just
Well,
one
so
more
does Hill.
minute before
Every quarter, every wideout.
And this time I'm gonna get up out of here.
Yeah.
But you know what? You know what makes me real mad? Since I'm gonna use Pete's words, what makes me mad about this fan base is that Pete now wants to call people crazy for the people that are saying trade Jalen Waddle.
Right.
But last year, when Skylar Thompson played in the football game and Jalen Waddle dropped passes for Skylar Thompson, this fucking idiot came on the panel and said trade Jalen Waddle
I think he got
Wait a
caught.
second.
Pete, I think that's a checkmate, Pete. I think he got caught.
Lou, are you saying?
That's a checkmate, Pete.
I might have missed this. You saying
that's a
Pete
checkmate,
said
Pete?
to
He said,
trade
trade the midgets. He actually wanted them both traded.
Oh, you're stupid, Pete. What's wrong with you?
He wanted them both traded because they're midgets. He said they're midgets.
Pete.
I said
Pete.
you gotta trade
Pete.
Tua and Waddle.
Yo,
in a
you need to go get. Your
Tua
brain checked
and
off real
Waddle.
quick.
I said Tua and Waddle in a package.
I know a good
Both
doctor.
of them to go. But if you had to pick one, that's what I'm saying. These other guys, they're easy to say trade Waddle, but they wouldn't dare say trade Tua. That's what I'm saying.
Pete, hey Pete, stop pouring oil.
Stop it! You're
Stop
poisoning. You're actually making yourself look worse.
Pete,
every word
I'm disappointed in you, man. I'm disappointed in you, Pete.
Come on, Crypto. Don't act like you don't remember.
Dolphin winners and Mr. Clark, I'm sorry you have to be up here with this nonsense. I really am.
Hey, Lou, it's been a while. Hey, Lou,
you're gonna hurt the kids. You're gonna hurt the kids with your
Crypto, I'm
comments.
disappointed you got ran over by the steamroller.
No. Pete,
I stepped over to the side, Shake Buddy. What you talking about? I commissioned that steamroller.
I mean,
Sharif still up here.
Let me know who your dealer is, because I mean, I might want
He had to go to the DMV and get his tags.
Get me some smoke like that, because I don't know. It sounds pretty damn good.
Hey, Sharif, if you're listening, get back up.
But then again, I don't want it.
I'm right
here.
here.
I just want to say, Pete, I'm
you're
not
right
jumping.
here.
Hey, Pete, I'm not jumping in the frying pan with you, buddy. With Lou start cooking, hey, I'm gonna stand by and watch Lou cook.
Lou did kill you.
I appreciate that, Mr. Paul.
Sharif, you heard my question. Did you watch the Pro Bowl challenge? Yes or no, sir?
No, I'm still not interested in the Pro Bowl.
Don't even waste your time. Don't even waste your time. No.
Sharif, let me tell you something.
No,
Sharif, let me tell you something. Sharif, you want me to tell you how big this is? Because this Pro Bowl challenge, I promise you, Shake Money. You want me to tell you why Shake Money says if you bring up Panay Sewell and Tristan Wirfs, he will kick you out?
I got a point.
Let me tell you why.
Important thing.
Because now I think
this to
even
flag
Shake
football.
Money
So
knows
we
you
talking
can
about
give him
Pete?
5 Panay Sewells.
Let me ask you guys a question.
Because
Pete, you're making no sense because everybody's done listening to you.
Thank you.
First things first. I told him not to bring up Panay Sewell, not because of the offense, because I've heard it about 50 billion times. I don't need to hear it one more time. That's number one. All right.
Pete. Let me
number two, hold on.
Whoa. You talk too much. Let me speak. Here's the deal. The deal is this. Ain't nobody trying to hear crap about Tua. Tua was out partying with the rest of them damn NFL players Pro Bowl weekend. Ain't nobody taking that serious.
That ain't got nothing to do with no damn contracts. They ain't got nothing to do with nothing. That's a fun weekend for them to get some extra.
You gotta say, you better not use that name "party" with Tua and in the same sentence. You're gonna get in trouble with that. He's feeding into that party culture. You can tread lightly with that.
Real quick, I'm not trying to hear and sit here and listen to this guy really try to make an argument about Tua's performance at the Pro Bowl Skill Challenge. Really?
Flag football? They compare it to flag football?
Yeah.
By the way, you know what?
Hey, winners, you might want to be careful using "party" in the same sentence with Tua. They're gonna get killed for that.
By the way, I'm gonna bring Pete back up, but real quick. I heard on good authority that Pete was at a McDonald's and he says, "Welcome to McDonald's. Can I take your order?" He's like, "Hey, did you see the Pro Bowl challenge today?"
Yo, let me do one real quick, yo, before Pete goes, because I know he's gonna go. All right, look. First and foremost, yo, we all know that the quarterbacks are out there. They're all hanging out, and they don't really. I mean, they do, but here's the thing. I got a funny thing to ask, and I need to find the facts. I'll Google it in a minute here, but here's the thing. When was the last time a Super Bowl winning quarterback won that quarterback skills competition for accuracy? Because that's another question. Like, you know what I'm saying? The one that Tua just participated in failed miserably. But any of those quarterbacks won, or has any previous ones won?
Well, have to be from the previous year when they lost in the title game.
I asked him,
can't be the
who
same
was last
year
year's
because
winner.
they're in the
He
Super
didn't
Bowl.
know who last year's winner was. So what difference does it make? Nobody.
I didn't ask that, but that wasn't me.
Villain, I thought you were gonna say when you started your sentence was, when was the last time Pete made every fucking sense? And I was like, never make fucking sense.
That's why I couldn't ask that one. That one, because it was obvious. So that one, I left that alone for you to kind of take over there.
Sharif, you ready, Sharif?
Don't do it, Pete.
Yeah, Villain, nobody has. They playing in the Super Bowl.
Because I'm with Shake. I'm so tired of hearing Shake. Look, I'm with Shake Money here, bro. I am so sick and tired of hearing Sharif talk about this offensive line. That's why this conversation between me and Sharif is important.
It's not about the offensive line. It's the fact that we, in the pandemic, had to learn college football. We had to sit there inside. And we knew replacing Laramie was important. We all sat there and we said, this is a freaking generational tackle. Get him. We looked at that and we said, oh, there's our replacement.
We would be 2-14 if we'd have picked up Panay Sewell. I'm
hell
telling you
is
that
what
right
I'm
now.
talking about.
No,
Not anything else.
Listen, hold on. Pete thinks you're slick. I asked him not to bring up Sharif, those players, and Pete found a way to bring them up. Bro, dude, relax.
He's the Deflecticon, man. He's the Deflecticon.
Hey, no.
We will be 2-14 if we'd have grabbed them that year instead of Waddle. I'm just gonna let you know that right now.
Hear me out. This is the
Hear
end
you
of
out. We've been
Sharif
listening to
bringing
your
this
bullshit
up.
for 20 minutes, man. Ain't trying to hear you out. We tired of hearing you, cuz. You're not making no sense.
All right, then I'm done with this. But it's important for me to get it out with Sharif. This is important for me and Sharif.
Hey, Pete, you use a bundle of knowledge, Pete. Use a bundle of knowledge, Pete.
I'm done, Winters. I'll let you guys have knowledgeable conversations.
You've been deflecting, Pete. When nobody agrees with your points, you try to jump to another person. You try to ask a question. You try to deflect. You are not.
What am I deflecting, Winters?
No, I mean, you're deflecting, bro. You're deflecting.
Deflecting
I'm
what?
showing my face. I'm showing my face. You're deflecting, bro. Stop deflecting and actually say something that's gonna make some damn sense on the damn panel. You're deflecting, bro.
If Chris Greer was doing a real evaluation on Tua during the Pro Bowl, Ross would fire Chris Greer that second.
Don't worry about that.
And he would he would evaluate him to go to a mental hospital. I'm serious. That's how crazy your take is, dude.
Well, let me tell you something.
Wait a minute, say that again about Ross. What would Ross do?
Well, real quick, I need to
If
get
Chris Greer was actually doing a real evaluation of Tua based off what he did in the Pro Bowl, people would be asking if Chris Greer is mentally unstable. That's an insane take, Pete.
No,
it doesn't even make
Sharif. Let me
Pete,
just
did you
talk to
just
Sharif, please.
did you just
Like
say
a
that?
private conversation. Like if it's a private conversation one on one. Because Sharif, let me tell
His
you something.
evaluation came during the
This is
year of COVID. They
look,
bought into Trent
If you want
Differ's
a private
video.
conversation, get his phone number.
Sharif,
No, I'm talking about the
Sharif,
Pro Bowl.
Oh yeah, it
Sharif.
can't be the Pro Bowl because he ain't made it there
Why
yet
you
that
going
time.
after Sharif?
No,
We got
no, because
plenty of people
because
here. Why you got to go straight to Sharif? What's the question?
because
Because he
the
won
Ask the
reason why
panel,
is
Pete.
because
Ask
Sharif
the
always
panel.
brings up offensive line, and this
Why
is
would he be?
and Sharif is always the one
I don't
bringing up
know,
Panay
man.
Sewell and Tristan Wirfs. And
deflect the
this
Yeah,
car.
conversation
Deflect
and
the
this
car.
Oh
conversation
boy.
that I
Deflect
want to
the
have with
car.
Sharif, this
Deflect
conversation
the
that I
car.
want to have. Hold on 1 second, please. Sharif, understand this conversation that I'm about to have with you. This should eliminate you talking about this moving forward. And the reason why I say this is because look, this Pro
But you're
Bowl
going
challenge,
into another
right?
point. Just
Wait,
stick to
let me
the
finish.
point.
I'm sticking to the point. Listen to me.
Okay.
This
But you're
Pro
going
Bowl
into
challenge,
something new.
this Pro Bowl challenge,
Oh
that
my
we
God.
witnessed
Oh my
yesterday.
God, Pete.
Wait, this Pro Bowl challenge that we
Pete,
witnessed yesterday.
this is like a mental. This is like one flew over the cuckoo's nest, dude. It's like one. Remember when they're all at the table and he's saying, "Hit me, hit me." It's just nobody is
Bro, I'm not
evaluating
gonna
Tua
stop.
off the
I'm not
Pro
gonna.
Bowl, Pete. That's
I'm not gonna.
insane. That's
And
like
they
It's
wasn't
not. No,
evaluating
it's
then. They
not.
had enough tape
No,
on
it's
them.
not.
I feel like I just relapsed.
Sharif, listen to me, bro.
Pete.
Remember,
I think we
you
just
know,
went back
Sharif,
in time,
Trent
like
Differ said he
deja
was good to
vu.
go health
Sharif,
wise, so
let me
we
tell
went
you,
with that.
Sharif, because I know Sharif has that thought in his
There it
head.
is.
Sharif has that
I
thought in
think
his
Pete
head.
works. I think Pete works
You
for
should do one flew over the cuckoo's nest, Shake. Do like a meme from one flew over the cuckoo's nest.
Right?
To these fans like Sharif that have that thought in their head, that
Mhm.
sit here and think if we give Tua an elite offensive line, Tristan Wirfs, Panay Sewell, we give them the elites,
What
the
are you
elites up
talking
front.
about?
It doesn't matter anymore because his accuracy is not very
Come
good.
on, Pete.
So
Oh my God.
Oh my
he's not very
goodness.
accurate. So
In
it
defense of
shows.
McDaniel, Pete,
Oh
when
shit!
we
He
had
actually used the
when
word. Pete said he's not
when we
accurate.
had when we had Teron
It took you
Armstead, Robert
12
Hunt,
hours to say that, Pete.
and Connor Williams, I'm telling you right now,
Man.
Trying to talk, but everybody keep talking.
not only Mostert got over 50 yards in a game, we featured also Achan to go over a couple hundred sometimes.
Come
That
on.
before Wynn got hurt, we listen,
Well,
man. We had
there
no pro. The thing is, these guys are valuable guys for Chris Greer. Like I said, you're getting a guy who didn't last on a team because of injuries or for what. David Long is one of them too. He just panned out. Mostert panned out. Seiler panned out. There's reasons why Chris can go after these guys for value. But if they're gonna have a career of getting hurt and they get hurt with us, guess who they don't help? They don't help X. They don't help Tyreek. They don't help Tua because they're hurt. Too many value picks, Chris.
Let me
Pete, are
That's
you
what I'm
something because
seeing.
I've listened to
That's
you guys.
honestly what I'm seeing.
I'm
Sharif,
sorry.
you
I've
don't think
listened to you
Bradley
guys for
Chubb
the
was
last
just bad
hour.
luck, Sharif?
Mark, fix that mic.
That wasn't luck. That was
I
stupidity. He kept him in the
I
game
don't know how I
padding
can fix
stats
this
that he should
mic.
have
Listen,
never been
It's just
in.
the
when
it's
you
just the
look,
nature of
That wasn't luck. That was
I
just
forgot the name of the
stupidity.
guy who
I
brings it
hope
up.
that's not
The
true,
guy,
Crypto. I agree with you, but I think
Curtis brought it
I
up.
just hope that's not true, man.
I even never knew this. Curtis brought it up. There's over 15 guys that Chris thought they weren't valuable with the former team. They either got hurt or trying to make a comeback. Guys like Chubb, Ramsey. Remember, Ramsey started to get hurt, but you thought it was a valuable thing that you could just value him. Yes, it's value. But if they go back to their ways of getting hurt, they do not help Tua late in the season. They don't help anyone. And I'm talking about Wynn. I'm talking about Connor. I'm talking about guys who are obviously Armstead. But too many of them are getting hurt, and you knew that before you brought them in. I'm
Circle
stepping back and I'm looking at the whole thing, man.
And the
circle back.
offensive line, even with the injuries, the offensive line still played well,
Circle
even with
Correct,
the
back.
Mr.
injuries.
Polk.
Because Bush
That's
Berry
correct, Mr. Polk.
plugged and played these guys, and they may not been on a high level, but they played well, and they kept Tua off his from being sacked so many times like he did last
Yeah, but
year
I think
and
I
getting
think
hurt.
But
Sharif's
now
talking
add the
about Bradley
defense.
Chubb, who had a
But
previous
add
injury.
everyone,
Okay, but
sir. Add
here's
the
the thing with Bradley
entire
Chubb.
roster of guys who you
Bradley
thought you
Chubb,
could have
no, let
reached
me
for
explain something to you
value.
about Bradley Chubb. Bradley
Listen,
Chubb got hurt because he stayed.
yeah, but
The
he came
coach
from
should have
Cleveland
pulled him.
like that, and he
He
was
should
in
have been
college
pulled out
like
of the
that,
In
game.
Denver,
and
he
that's
was in
most of the
Denver.
guys. I'm
he
sorry,
tore his
he came
Bradley
Okay, but
Chubb
let me
tore
right,
his
explain
ACL
something
in
else.
Denver, though.
Let me
and
explain
in
something else. If the
college. Come
defense,
on, you're getting too many guys with history, and you're
if the
trying to say,
defense,
"Oh, it's a
the
valuable
defense,
thing that we got him,"
Well,
but it's
well,
valuable because they're trash are getting hurt.
Sharif and
I'm
everybody,
sorry, I don't
just
totally
remember,
agree with
it's the
that.
NFL. Everybody's getting hurt at some point. So
Yes, but how about get a pedigree guy? Why don't you get the best pedigree guy, Chris? We don't need to get a buy for third round pick because it's
Yeah.
value, because another team knows that this guy keeps getting hurt.
Okay,
You can have
Sharif is
him.
Sharif is
Phillips
disagreeing
got
with the
hurt.
overall roster philosophy of taking guys at
I'm
value.
exactly. And remember we used to brag about, let's get two
the
guys for 15 million.
the
It's
only
sevens and
one,
eights.
the
Hold
only
on, no,
one,
hold on, I'm not done. Get two guys, get two sevens, get two eights, right? Because if you get a 10, then that takes up the whole 15. But you could get two eights
What if
for
the
8
two
million
sevens is
each.
eights is
But
part of the drug
but
and sex
but
culture that's been fostered?
but guess what? Now those eights come with a
crypto. I was
history
gonna
of
touch on
being
that
hurt.
one.
Those eights come with a history of being hurt, as we see now 3 years later. Those eights and sevens, they're shitting on us because the team knew in the first place these guys can't last a season. It's too many of them Chris are getting. You can go down the line on offense, defense, defensive line, offensive line, Tua,
Maybe he felt the pressure though, Sharif, and
everyone.
that's why he was, instead of
Fredo,
drafting and developing, he felt the
I
pressure.
think the sevens are on drugs and the eights are having sex.
Exactly, Shay.
So that's my thing. So how can you even
Right.
begin to believe like nobody's there at the end of the season to help a lacking Tua, if you want to say Tua is lacking. Nobody's there to help us, a lacking X. Only Ramsey, like no one else is there, everybody else is hurt. Even Jalen Phillips, you knew that he banged his skull
Well,
Yeah,
inside
he had an
Miami
what's your
Hurricanes.
injury
what's your
history in
But you
college.
still you
what's your
knew this,
Actually, he banged
Chris.
his skull in UCLA. But
what's
let's
your argument? Are you saying that the DC, or are you talking
No,
about?
No,
he's
it's
saying that
too many
a lot of
guys.
the acquisitions were valuable only because they had a previous injury history. That's what
Right,
he.
but that's where I was gonna ask my follow up was the strength and conditioning, like coaches, like that's a major thing because obviously,
No, it's called data that you have that it may hurt you because it's true. And it's true that too many of these guys had a history, you knew it, and they're not here to help to a week 12 and on.
So
Simple. Why the
basically,
fuck are we making this difficult?
so
on
here's the
and
thing,
on,
I
Sharif.
understand what you're
Hold
saying,
on,
Sharif.
on
I
and
don't know
on,
what. Yeah.
wait.
on and
On
on.
the other end, you're basically saying that players that get injured should just be out the league and should not play again.
No,
That's what you're saying.
Winters. That's not. He's saying once a player has an injury, right? There's a higher chance of them getting
I
injured in the
understand
future.
that part, but no.
that
I understand it.
no,
I understand
Winters
that
is
fully.
right though. Winters is right.
I understand exactly what you're saying. What you're saying is if a player gets hurt, fuck them. Throw them to the garbage. Give me somebody else. That's
And
No,
I
exactly what you're
said
that's
every
not what
player
Sharif
gets
said. That's not
hurt.
what Sharif is saying.
It
Sharif is
somewhat is. If you
no,
listen to
Yeah, he
no.
is.
if you
Sharif
listen
is
to what
saying
he's saying
no.
is this. What he is saying is this. It doesn't matter your quality of player. Anybody can get hurt at any given time. So due to the fact of this to the injury, and I still can play in my career, even if the injury is minor and has a chance of 50 or 30% of re-aggravating or
That's
maybe
a high
worse,
percentage.
but still, you're basically telling me if I have any injuries of any sort, I should be thrown to the trash. That's what you're
No,
saying.
that's not what he's saying.
No,
He's
is
saying
it exactly?
I'm
He
No, it's
did
saying,
no.
say
That's
Chris,
it.
not what. That's
I
I'm
heard the same
literally
saying,
thing
Chris,
Winters
no.
said.
I'm
He's
saying, I'm
Winters.
saying, Chris had an
All the
opportunity.
major. That's
Obviously,
literally
I
not
got
what
two
he's saying.
jawbones, two sets of teeth. Could someone
Can we say
speaking for
that?
me?
Can we say that about Christian McCaffrey?
What I'm saying
What
is
about
Chris
Christian McCaffrey?
thought there were a bunch of
Well, it's
opportunities.
not going to be
Yeah, he
every
went.
player.
Yeah, he went to San
The
Francisco and
reason
decided
why
not to
I'm
ever get
saying this,
hurt.
the reason why I'm saying this is because we are quick as fans to say, well, this person is damaged goods. Why did we get him? Everybody on this panel at one
Boy,
point
I
in
tell you, it
time,
went right over his head, gentlemen.
Winters, you're right, dude.
Okay,
I, I,
stop it.
I,
If you
I
say that,
actually agree with Winters, but I'm talking about Greer. I'm not talking about if a
what I'm
guy
saying as an
gets hurt and
overall, no, I
any
understand what
player
you're
can get
saying.
hurt.
What I'm
I'm not
saying to
talking
you
about
is,
any guy
Hold
can
on,
get
hold
hurt.
on, hold on, y'all.
I'm talking
what I'm
about
saying,
Winters, let
Woodward.
Winters
Nope.
finish. He's
Yeah,
still
go
going.
ahead, Winners.
what I'm saying is this. I understand exactly what you're saying, but the interpretation of what you're giving off is the overall. See, you're talking about one part. You're talking about Greer. You're talking about the Miami Dolphins. I get all of that. But as an athlete, you're telling me if I get an injury, I'm just shit. I'm done. I'm done. That's exactly
No,
what you're saying.
no.
No,
I'm
hold
telling
on.
you what I
No,
did
Can
not
I
know.
let me
No.
hold on, let me
No.
interpret let me
Go,
attempt to
Shake.
interpret hold on. Let me
Go
attempt
ahead,
to
Shake.
interpret, like, for instance, okay, you got
There's over 16 guys.
hold on, you got JPP, Jalen Phillips, right?
Hmm.
Now he brought up Jalen Phillips
Twice.
because in UCLA he had a concussion issue, and he had like a bunch of concussions, and he even retired from football. So that was a big concern, and that's why he fell to number 15, because obviously he was a top 10. He would have been a top, if it wasn't for that concussion that he had in
He was
UCLA,
a top
he
10
would have
pick,
been
yeah.
a top 10 pick easily. And then we're talking about Teron Armstead. Teron Armstead went 5 or 6 years without finishing a season healthy. That's why he came at the discount he came at. So at the end of the day,
And
what he's
there's
trying to
over
say is
16 of
there's a
them.
lot of players that that's on this roster that has a history of not finishing the season,
Connor Williams too.
and they got him for a good discount. They got him for a good price because of that. And then now, when we need them the most, those same players that are not finishing the season aren't finishing the season.
Listen, I understand to
Thank
everybody
you,
on this
Shake.
panel. Wait. To everybody on this panel, I understand everything. Not everybody is saying. I'm not saying you're wrong in what you're saying, but what I'm saying to you is,
It's not
I
about
understand
being
what you're
right or
saying, Sharif.
No,
wrong.
What
let
I'm
him finish.
saying
It's the
Let him finish,
is
facts.
Sharif.
this.
Let
What
him
it
finish,
is
Sharif.
this.
Hold on, let him
What it
finish.
Let
is
him finish.
what it is number one. Listen to what you said. You said earlier you would rather have two guys to pay $8 million to than one guy that you pay $15 million
I said
to.
we were sitting here 2 years ago saying that's a good thing with Flores. Let's get two guys for 15 million. They're 8s or 7s out of 10, but then you're now gonna have health issues, or maybe this guy's a discount because he's trash.
But what I'm saying
Because
to
of
you,
the
Sharif, is
injury.
this. I understand, but wait, but I'm understanding. I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't matter if it's a 15 or an 8. That player can get injured at any given damn
No,
time.
that's not true,
That's what I'm
Winners.
saying.
That is not
That is
true.
the truth. That is the
That's
truth. Anything
no,
can
it's
happen at any given time.
winners. There's all kinds of data on types of injuries and when they
I
got injuries.
understand what I
Let me
understand.
finish.
I'm
So
saying
no,
that. I
let
understand
me
that.
finish, dude.
Go
You just
ahead.
said any player can get injured at any time. Of course, in the
Right.
random aspect of all the NFL career, of course, but different players, depending on their injury history, what type of injuries they had, how young they are, the position they play, have different rates of injury.
Yeah,
It's not
So,
all the same.
that's a cool
but
story. That's a cool story.
Oh shit, Lou back.
I just want.
That's
I
called
just
reality, Lewis.
no. I know it is. Again, that's a cool story. I just again. I can't believe I'm even up here. Sure.
Welcome back.
Thank you for
Sure.
coming back, by the way.
Hey, you're always welcome, Shake. I'm always here for you. But Sharif,
Welcome
two
aboard.
2 years ago, Sharif, if I'm not mistaken, when we signed Taron Armstead for that amazing deal, right? Weren't you one of the guys, Sharif, in the community that was saying Chris Greer was a genius and that you loved the
I
move
didn't
of
know that.
Taron?
I
Didn't
didn't know
you?
that.
Didn't
No, sir. No, sir.
you didn't?
Now
So
there you go.
I would
so
somebody
never do
trying to
that.
play. Somebody
so
But
trying to
Lewis
shot.
knows I would never do that because I will always look
so
at the
you
situation. Okay, there's guys who are smarter than me in the game
I'm just
than
saying
me in this
that wasn't
community.
Sounds like
Sharif, if you said
the
that,
whole
then you're
panel be
changing up.
smarter.
Listen, There are guys who said this guy would replace Laramie. And I will always be pissed at Chris Greer because there were guys who pointed
Bart,
out, look,
popcorn.
this guy, and remember, we couldn't even go outside. It was the pandemic. So I studied the guys, and I was like, okay, damn it. If Detroit trades us that third round pick, I'm gonna eat the whole Wendy's to get Panay Sewell.
Sharif,
Here
you
we
didn't.
go. And he didn't do it.
Sharif, you didn't think. Sharif, you didn't think when we got Terran
He
Armstead
didn't do it, man. That pissed
Sharif,
me the hell off, man.
Sharif, you didn't think when we got Terran Armstead that we got him for a good deal?
He's one of these value guys, like Shake said.
That's not what I asked you. I
No,
asked you.
this was the debate before you came up. Shake Money cleared it up for everyone for me. Shake Money said one of the discount guys,
right?
One of the shit sacks off another team.
This is getting
Over
good.
16 of them.
I'm asking you a simple question. Don't worry about what
debate
Shake
that because it's over 16 of them.
Man.
Unbelievable. I'm
Yeah.
asking you a simple
Extra butter,
question.
please.
That's a fact.
Yeah,
It's not my
extra
feeling here.
butter.
I'm not.
I paid extra
What I'm
for
not
this
gonna
again.
do
I'm not asking you about
is
a
the
feeling.
ad
I'm
hominem. The need to be right.
Hit that
Insults,
like button,
guilt.
y'all.
I'm not gonna do that. Answer the question. 16 over 16 guys who he thought was valuable. Discount guys of shit sacks off another team.
fine. We've already heard that point 100 times already.
You gonna do about helping Tua and Ramsey late in the season?
And by the way, real quick, Sharif.
Okay, then that's my
real
point.
quick, Armstead
What does
wasn't
Ramsey
a
have
shit
to do
sack.
with it?
They just New Orleans couldn't afford to keep
Ramsey
him.
needs a corner opposite him to help him to be healthy.
He's moving from subject to subject. He don't even listen. What I'm asking, and it won't. I won't do it to Sharif because Sharif is another Pete. They don't answer questions. This is for the panel. When 2 years ago, when we signed Terran Armstead, and again, whether I'm not trying to say it's right or wrong. What I'm asking
2 years ago
is that 2 years ago when we signed him, and everybody, when he was a free agent, was talking about he was going to cost over $20+ million to sign. And when we signed him for $16.5, I believe, $million, everybody on this panel, everybody in this fan base, everybody and their mama was telling everybody that it was one of the greatest moves, and Chris Greer fleeced everybody.
Lewis,
He was the fleece.
why don't we just?
Let Lewis finish. Let Lewis finish.
Is this what we doing?
Yeah, he ain't done.
You know, he asked the question. I'm going to answer the question.
Dude.
No, he was not a great deal. It was a stupid deal because
Mark,
the man
let Lewis
played
finish.
1.6 games a year.
Let him finish.
Is this what we doing though? We just came across facts that could help us realize that Chris makes mistakes on getting discount valuable guys. But you want to go and call someone out in the past calendar for what they might have said about Armstead? That's what we doing here. Why can't we move on to what the hell are we gonna do with the 16 guys that are shit sacks from other teams? You want to call someone out in a calendar year because we loved Armstead at the moment?
Sharif, they're not. They all have different risks, though.
We can't ever
Sharif.
learn football because of this right here. He wants to call the fuck somebody out because of a calendar year they said in the past about Armstead. Why can't we just get past 16 guys always injured? We can't even get past that because you want to call somebody out? That's what we doing, Lewis.
Sharif, wait a minute. You're the guy who
we could never get educated here.
We
could never get education here.
How are we gonna get educated listening to you?
Because you want to fucking call somebody out.
That's
what you want
Let's
to
not
do.
get personal. Come on.
All right, listen. All right, hold on, Lewis. Go ahead. Lewis. Finish your statement, and anybody who interrupts him is going to the back. Fuck this. Go ahead, Lewis.
You know what, Shake? I don't need to finish. I'm cool. I'll just address, since Sharif says I'm coming up here to kill people. Well, let me kill another motherfucker that came up here and answer the question without even talking to Mark. When Mark said Terran Armstead was a horrible contract. But guess what was another horrible fucking contract? giving a 30-plus-year-old defensive end in Von Miller a 6-year, $100+ million contract, and he's been absolutely trash for you fucking guys. That's another
Mark.
fucking horrible contract. You like that
I
contract,
agree.
Mark?
Nope, I don't. I didn't
So
like
do
it
you
then.
like it? So
No.
then why don't you go on all these Buffalo Bill content creator panel and tell them that instead of coming up here running your fucking mouth when no one wants to hear you up here neither?
Problem is,
I actually
I'm right.
agree with that.
On a Bill's website and on
I
yours.
totally
I'm right.
agree with it. I totally agree with it.
Cheers to you, Lou.
Mark,
Von Miller
you're
had
not
eight
gonna
sacks.
get,
He's playing very,
you're
very
not
well.
gonna get a vote to stay.
Von
Mark.
Miller's a grifter anyway, so I wouldn't have gave him a bag of peanuts. He's a grifter.
Maybe the honey roasted peanuts.
But the bottom line is you bought Armstead because you didn't draft correctly. If you'd have drafted the tackle you should have drafted, you wouldn't have had this problem. But you have to pay Armstead because you screwed up the draft. Facts. Want to dispute me? Go ahead.
Boy, Mark, I tell you what. Mark gets another week on the panel because of what he just said.
Yeah, that was ballsy. Well, I mean, you can't
It's
say
not
you're
false. It's
wrong.
common fact. I mean, you guys are up here laughing, you're arguing or whatever, but the bottom line is you haven't won jack shit in 23
See,
fucking
the
years.
guys know,
You're not
but we
gonna
don't
win
want to
jack
keep
shit
talking
another
about
23
it. That's the
fucking
thing,
years.
Mark.
Mark, we
all
haven't
know.
won
We know.
anything. Mark, we haven't
know
won
Chris
anything.
Evans drafts
It
gonna
doesn't
get.
matter. We go to
you
the
guys won the
playoffs.
East.
We
I
win
just-
playoff games. We win division titles.
Mark,
don't
you
win
and I both
anything.
know that it's going to be a massive fucking failure and embarrassing if in the Josh Allen era we don't have a couple Super Bowls. So stop it, dude.
I got a
I
question.
just wanted to put out there, Mark, you're
It's
not
embarrassing,
wrong.
Mark. It's embarrassing that we have
I
a
can tell you
caliber of
right
a
now.
quarterback like Josh Allen, Mark, and we don't even have a Super Bowl yet.
I
It's
would rather
embarrassing.
have the
I wanna-
offensive
I'm not
line to
talking about
run
the
over
Bills, man. I'm
people
talking about the
Dolphins real
Dolphins.
than have the
quick.
explosive
I just
really, really
offense who
simple.
can.
I just want to put out
Yeah,
there
yeah.
one more thing.
You always
Hold
do
on,
that
one
for
at
the
a time.
80s 49ers, Mark. Like we won four fucking
Okay,
Super
that's
Bowls.
fine. Listen, at the end of the day, we're not on a Buffalo Bills space complaining about the Buffalo Bills. You're on the Dolphins.
I'm on a Dolphin channel trying to explain why you have 23 years of failure and nobody
Mark,
seems to
it's a
wanna listen.
dolphin. You have to see the tree, like the forest through the trees. Mark, you have to be cordial. It's a Dolphin space, dude. Dolphins
no,
fans don't want to hear. They don't want to hear a Bills
That's a
fans
good
talk
one.
about their failures, dude. It's like, come on.
God. So if you're not a Dolphin
Mark
fan, you
came
can't
to
talk about their
Westeros and
failures.
he didn't
Great.
know.
No.
At least he didn't know he was in
You just gotta
Winterfell.
respect the space, Mark. Come on.
Yeah.
You know what?
You're in
I don't-
Winterfell, Mark.
I'm not calling on anybody else. I'm not using profanity.
Mark,
All
the
I'm
wolves
telling
will
you
get
is you
you.
make technical mistakes. in
Mark,
your
it's not
front
just about being a
office.
sports fan. People up here are friends. Like we talk all. It's
You're
not
in
just about the.
Winterfell, Mark.
Boo fucking who.
Guys, stop
Lord,
it.
Mark.
Stop
Mark's
it.
from
We
King's
didn't.
Landing
years
for
of
sure.
failure, you don't want to talk
Mark's
about it. You wanna
definitely
laugh
from
about it, you
King's
wanna argue
Landing.
about it. Pete understands it. Sharif understands it. I don't know why other people don't seem to understand it.
Pete doesn't understand it, Mark. He's trolling everybody.
Yep.
It's a joke.
Yeah.
Pete believes in
Good.
Skylar.
You guys joke around. You guys go ahead and sign.
Oh my God, we joke around. Oh my God, we're
Go
bastards.
ahead and go
Oh my
sign
God.
Tua for another 5 years or 10 years.
Hold on,
Oh my
man.
God,
My father's married.
Yes, because you
My
know what,
father's
Mark?
married, Shane.
Yes, because Mark, everything that happens on this tailgate affects the Miami Dolphins and our future success. Us joking around is the reason why we haven't won a game in 20 years. Get off my lawn, motherfucker.
I love how Mark acts like the Bills are the 80s 49ers. Come on, man.
But what is so distasteful, right?
Just sit in your front porch and tell
they
kids
far
to
from
stay
the
off
80s
your lawn.
49ers.
Good Lord.
Shake, what is so distasteful, right? Is like in the back of our mind, we're so intelligent as Dolphin fans that we know, like semi, what the hell we're gonna do to semi blow the team up or semi. It's like we have a semi button that the George Bush. Each Dolphin fan who's committed to this team has a semi George Bush button that they want to just blow up half of the team and just quickly get
push the
past
button.
it. Yeah, pay $2
Sharif, I don't think
year.
I think that's all fake though. I don't think the president really does have that button. They tell us he does, but I don't. I think someone else is controlling that button.
But like, I think that is a trigger. It's a trigger for every Dolphin I think it's a trigger for
We're
all
not
of
talking
us
about that.
fans
The
because,
Illuminati,
like, we
Sharif.
knew we didn't draft good with our protection.
All right.
And then we knew we
Yeah.
didn't draft good in
Sorry,
terms of
winners. We didn't talk about that kind of button.
Yeah, don't
like.
talk about that in here, yo. That's quick way to get
But so what
Yeah,
ends up
exactly.
happening is like we've seen like we gotta pay 3 guys, Hunt, Christian, and Van Ginkel, and we simply used the money the last 3 years, the 74 million. And we would have had that money to easily wrap up Hunt, easily wrap up Christian, and take care of Van Ginkel. And it's like the valuable, like Shake Money said, discount guys. The money, they have the money. Guess what? They're not lasting long enough.
I got a question.
They're not
Sharif,
lasting long enough.
are you a financial
Wilkins are
advisor?
getting traded.
It's out
No,
hiring.
you can just look on Spotrac and just add it up. I mean,
I'm just
it's
playing,
just
but
easily.
you doing
But Sharif, to
analysis.
be fair to Winter's point though, Sharif, like Winters did make a point. Like you have to take a risk on some players that might have an injury. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the prime example is if you look when Flores first when Flores after 2019 when we took our lumps the 5-11 season, that's when Flores started getting. We had cap space and Flores started getting good players. One of the discount players that he got from that year was Emmanuel Agba. And Emmanuel Agba came to us at a discount price because he wasn't finishing his seasons. He had like 2 back-to-back injury seasons in Kansas City. And he played 2 healthy seasons, and that's why he got a contract extension. So at the end of the day, that is a case where a guy who had his history injury panned out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, just like Christian McCaffrey.
Are you listening, Mountie?
Christian
Agba,
McCaffrey
you heard
did
that,
the same
Mountie?
thing.
Mostert panned
listening,
out.
Mountie.
Siler panned out. Couple of
Christian
other guys.
McCaffrey did the
David
same
Long
thing.
panned out. Like Ramsey didn't pan out. Like we could talk about a bunch of different guys who just weren't there to help Tua late in the season.
That's it. Coaches that can develop.
But that's on
players.
Greer. That's what it's so far away from McDaniel and Tua that you guys have to. Now you understand. Obviously, I've told you, and I didn't notice. Curtis knew it. Curtis added it up.
So you putting everything on Greer and not on McDaniel?
Because if I am if Shake Money and I have to prepare the team to go late in seasons, Shake Money and I are going to get pedigree grade offensive linemen who doesn't come with a history. We're going to pay that money. We're going to pay that money to get that guy before the Giants get him or before he goes to Green Bay. We're going to get him before they go to someone else.
Oh my goodness.
Winters, did you want to say something?
You don't get the second grade guy who comes with a history, then they're not there to help Ramsey and Tua. They're not there to help David Long. They're not there to help. Like, they're not there.
Man, Sharif, I wanted to ask you a question. If I'm correct, when Ramsey came back on this team and made the defense a top 5 to top 10 defense, I'm not understanding where you saying stuff about Ramsey and Ramsey really cut
in free agency. Get a pedigree guy who comes with no history and pay the price for him. Don't get 7s and 8s. That's all I'm saying.
So he's a 7 or 8, but he's still one to consider one of the
whatever the value you thought Greer that it was, it ended up being someone hurt not helping Tua. That's the value that Greer thought it was.
Comment. Oh my God!
You see what I'm saying? That's the value Greer thought he could have get in it, and he didn't get value in most of them. He did not get the value in them. You see what I'm saying?
That's not Greer's
fault. Hold on, let me address this. Hold on, let me address this real quick. Dolphins community, you laugh and joke and run around in circles and point, and why Dolphins don't have. Oh, dude! At the end of the day, I'm here to listen. I am not one of these informative shows. You have TD, you have Reason, you have Dudley Durong for that.
Right.
I am here to have fun, joke around,
bingo,
drink tequila, smoke cigars.
Mark, you gotta lighten up, man. You gotta lighten up, Mark.
Look, I appreciate Mark because Mark, he does know football and he does, you know what I'm saying? He has a wealth of knowledge of the game. But I told you a million times that is not what this is. This is we're just here to to
Shoot
have
the shit.
shifting vehicles, bro. This is a fucking tailgate.
This is like
So,
happy
like
hour.
I said, there are other Dolphin YouTubers that provide that type of education and information, like Dudley Do Wrong. He's perfect example.
Exactly.
So
Great point, Shake.
you have
Like
those
Curtis,
channels,
I never
and
knew
we're
what
here
the
just to bullshit and have fun. That's
right. And it was guys like Curtis. I didn't
tailgate. It's
even know it
embedded
was
in the name
over
of the network.
16 guys that came with history that Greer thought was a discount. And it's from 2 years ago to now that these guys are just not there to help Tua. And so you can't blame Fangio or the offensive line or two. You have to blame the cake mix. It's simple. Now the cake mix is shit.
You're one of the only ones that's blaming the offensive line because I think the offensive line played great this year.
Yeah,
as
the
well.
depth on the offensive line that Greer built, Sharif, was pivotal in the Dolphins winning 11 games. They had
Well,
4
what I'm sa-
backups that played a lot of snaps, the most in the
Right.
NFL.
So what I'm well, see, my thing is
Greer
okay.
didn't build them.
How
Greer
do
paid them.
okay? New topic. Do
Or
we semi blow
Ross
the
paid
team
them.
up, like blow 40% of the team up, and then try to? What do we do? Because if blowing
Greer said
45%
it
of this
already. He
team up,
said he's doing it.
okay, so that means we can still get 3 picks with some of these guys before cutting them, right? We have 6 picks now. We can go into the draft with 9 picks with a semi blowing up. Some meaning X is gone, Ogba's gone. We may not. We may get value guys back like Van Ginkel and Connor for being hurt. We don't have to worry about paying Jalen, Waddle, and Hunt yet. They're just in negotiating years. We have them for 1 more year each. So my thing is the semi blow up is actually a nice thing because you'll have a lot more cap money and you'll have 3 more picks added to the 6, and you'll actually be able to draft them.
Are we going to be equal to what we have this
Hmm.
season's end? Or I mean, like you're putting money out there that we're going to have available, but
Yeah,
who
you can get
do we get?
47 million back just by 1 cut of Agba, one restructure or cut by June of X, and I think they're gonna go in the route of restructure, and one cut restructure of
Doesn't it
or
open
cut
up
of
cap
Baker.
space
You
if
save
Tua,
40
It's strictly
plus
cap space,
plus
but who
Cedric
do we
Wilson.
get?
if Tua is extended,
You
doesn't
get
that open up cap
47
space?
million, but
Who's
yes,
I
but they're
mean, the grass
mhm.
is not always greener on the other side. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you
We
going to
don't have to
get out
cry
of
about
that?
cap. We can just restructure or cut 3 guys,
Restructure.
47 million.
They
Cedric,
And by
he's
spend
the
gone.
more
way,
money up
hold on, real
front
quick. By
then.
the way, all
This has
those
already
people.
been done.
Mark, stop being
Hold
sensitive,
on,
dude.
hold on. TD, Kyle Krabs, and Dolphins Thirsties. You're right. All of them have knowledgeable shows, and guess what? They root for the same team. So at the end of the day,
Yeah.
us joking and laughing has shit to do with the Miami Dolphins winning or losing. Thank you.
Yeah. No,
See, my
but
thing is, we could have had that
Ain't that like fun, though?
74
It doesn't
million,
Thank
affect
you.
them at all.
Oh, okay,
and we
Sharif,
could
why
have,
you keep
If it did,
dragging
we would
on
be
this,
0 and
man?
16 every season.
yeah, that 74 million
I like
includes
TD's plan.
Byron Jones. It includes Fuller, who never played. It includes
I like TD's plan.
Wynn.
Anybody over
It
27.
it includes Connor Williams. It includes Chubb,
Sam.
Ramsey. It includes guys who, particularly like Curtis said, over 16 of them never stayed
Yeah, you want to stay
healthy
young.
enough to help Tua. But these guys, we gave picks away for them. We gave
40%.
cap space away
Sharif,
that we could have
why do you
used
think
to
Greer did
easily
that
sign
though?
our guy.
Sharif, why do you think
I think
instead of going through
I
the
think it,
draft and
I think we all said win now or some shit. I wasn't saying that right away. With all in or some shit.
That
Okay,
was the owner saying that.
all in
Owner said
your
it,
shit.
Tyree.
That's what
Owner
it's all
said
in.
that.
It's now
Owner
all
said
yeah,
in
that.
your shit.
The
was Ross
owner
putting
said that.
pressure? Like Winter said, was Ross putting pressure
Great
on Greer?
question.
Ross said
Because
it.
if
Ross
that's the
said
case, I
no.
want him to sell the
Ross
team.
said,
What
and
do you
I
think,
quote.
Crypto?
Ross said, and I
If
quote.
Ross
Wait a
is
He
minute.
said,
putting too
I'm
much
not going to
pressure,
be able to
Crypto will
resell
want the
Let
team to
Sharif,
nothing
be
let
sold, by
Winners
the
talk,
way.
Sharif. Let Winners
He
talk.
said, and I
Hang on.
quote, I'm not going to be around this long. I am 82 years old. I want to win now. Verbatim in a news article that was interviewed.
Okay.
They interviewed Ross, and that's exactly what he said. That's why
I
he made the
understand.
move that he's making.
Yeah. He's
Yeah.
putting pressure.
He's
And guess
fed
who?
up and
Guess who's
tired.
insubordinate?
This
Guess
is
who's insubordinate and gone? Flores.
Mm.
Boy, you're not listening to what I'm telling you. You're done.
Flores wanted to
Everybody
develop
else is
an
listening.
actual
Hold
football
on.
program.
Hold
Everybody
on,
else
man.
is listening. Only Flores is insubordinate.
Sharif,
Everybody else is listening, guys.
Sharif, can I get a second? If you don't mind, Winters, you're right. And what he said was that he is going to basically be selling the team after this coming season.
Mm-hmm.
Is that true? I didn't know that.
It's coming up.
If
I
you
think his
listen to him,
daughter.
yeah,
Yeah, I
he
think his
what
daughter's got
or he'll leave it to his family. I mean, it's going to be the same situation as what's happened in the past with other franchises, several of them. But
It
I
would
mean,
have
like
been
look
with
at
Blaine
Pittsburgh.
Deal, but it's gonna be
By the
with
way,
his daughter.
it's a guy named Ken Griffin. I heard Dolphins talk say it. Ken Griffin is the guy. Not
Wow.
Ken Griffey Jr. Ken Griffin.
That's King. I actually watched him hit his 600th home run down at
No, but it's not Ken Griffin, not the baseball player Ken Griffin. It's another player.
Oh shit! I was gonna say
You got sucked in,
that'd be
man.
fucking cool as shit. I was there for it. As a matter of
He's worth like $15 billion or some shit like that. So
that was like 04 when that happened. Anyway, yeah, I was there live at the park.
Yeah, so Stephen Ross fast tracks the team. Go ahead.
So basically, what it comes down to, I understand exactly what you're saying, Shari. But yeah, the owner's like, yo, I want to win now. Like, I don't know how much.
But it's a great point that was made. It's Stephen. If I'm sitting there saying, guys, I'm gonna die, and you better start doing some shit to speed this up. Fuck Tua. I need to win now. Like Ross is like, fuck Tua. I need to win now.
Everything. I mean,
like I will put my ass around Tua so Tua could win. Get Tyreek. Get whoever you need to get.
I mean,
You know, Ross
possible?
probably is doing some weird stuff.
Does anybody
No,
know?
but what I'm saying is I can understand his age and him telling Greer, you need more money? You want to use the second round pick in next? You want to use the next first? Go ahead, because guess what? When my daughter gets this, I'm gonna have a ring. I know she's getting this soon, but I want one now.
Right, and
I can understand that.
I was
it's
trying
his
to go
team.
with
Yeah.
What was the cap situation, like the cap thing, and I know
the
a
luxury
few
tax.
things.
Yes.
Is that a thing? No, that's a baseball thing, though. Can they do that in the NFL?
No, you're gonna pay tax because you're over the cap. Yes. He's gonna have to write a big check. Did you listen to Omar Kelly? Greer's gonna have to write big checks because he's over the cap, sir.
Different owners, there's a hard cap in the NFL, but different owners are willing to give signing bonuses. It's called an escrow account. It's for like accounts that have like hundreds of millions of dollars.
Can down the road.
Yeah,
we're 56 million over the cap, sir.
It's why the Bengals. It's why the Bengals, for example, even though there's a hard cap, have always been kind of a cheap organization to some extent.
Yeah, well,
different owners have different ability to write signing bonuses. And stuff.
That's because I know it hurts me more. By the way,
So
this is what hurts me more.
You can basically bring, if I'm not mistaken, based on what you said is as the definition of that hard cap, right? I know hard cap means that the owner just has to write bigger checks to overcome or take over like the differences, right, between the hard total cap, like I think it's like 250 or 260 or something like that.
Right.
So they have to write a hard check to pay the difference out of their own pocket, not out of the right. So that is a big deal.
Pat Riley does it all the time, man. It's okay.
That's what
Ross
I'm
has the
relating
money.
it to.
Ross
Yeah.
has money. Yeah,
I'm relating.
He makes so much money in Formula One alone.
Like if Ross wanted to, if Ross wanted to, he could take 5 or 6 of the highest profile Dolphins players, convert their salaries to a signing bonus, which would open up tons of cap. See what I'm saying? Because he would have that actual money to write a check in that moment.
And also, shout out to the owners and free Hootie, free Darius Rucker, y'all. You know,
man,
I ain't gonna
that's pretty fucking cool. I had a feeling that's what
a
it
lot
was,
of
but I
stuff,
wasn't
man.
sure.
Like if we had a cheap owner, then we're talking about the Marlins Dolphins, right?
Right. Well,
I think we have to give some credence to what Ross is trying to do. Like
That's why Jerry Jones. You got here. Jerry Jones a couple of days ago said we're going all in.
Now,
Yo,
Shake Money.
Jeffrey Lurie used to own the Marlins. He now owns the Eagles.
Now, Shake Money,
Yes, sir.
7-year plan. I don't want. I was joking about it 2 years ago. I don't want it, man. I really don't want it, man. I don't know. I do not want the 7-year plan.
Any good
Crypto, I
plan
know.
will be 3 to
Crypto,
4
you was
years.
right
Now
there.
we stuck.
We
I
stuck with the
Favorite
don't want
damn
to
plan,
call
man.
defensive coordinators, but it looks like we're going that direction too. So
Right.
I remember when
But we
when
Some
Mar-
people are gonna argue that you gave it to Tannehill, you have to give it to Tua. My thing is this: we got stuck with that, man. Who gave Tannehill that Tannenbaum?
Mike
Man,
Tannenbaum.
No,
we
the
got
hell
stuck
signed
with
right
that shit,
there
man.
like one of
afterwards.
his
Like
last
if we get
deals.
stuck with Tua and he goes downhill like from here, like think of this: if we go 8-8, this shit is
no,
getting
actually, it was
blown up.
Dennis Hickey. It was Dennis Hickey that gave it the money.
So it's sick.
But
Okay.
Do you
Yeah,
guys
but I'm
think,
talking about his second
The-
contract.
like
and
this is
also,
getting
Yeah.
blown up if
Now,
we go 8-8, guys.
Sharif?
Like
Do you
this
think
is getting blown the
nine
hell
and
up if
eight.
we go
hey,
8-8.
Well, yeah,
who
you
Nine
have
and
gave
to
eight,
reset.
blown up.
who gave Sue that big contract? Because he had got a big one too from
That was Ireland, I think.
that was Ireland.
Tannenbaum.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
I
Tannenbaum.
think it was Dennis Hickey because Dennis Hickey was also the one who drafted Crypto's favorite wide receiver too. So,
It
Oh,
was
oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
There's some
set
people
Tannenbaum.
this
saying,
franchise
"Oh,
back
this
to
is
Pop.
Tua's only second year. He
15
needs
years with
3
that
more
man.
years in McDaniel." What the hell? You want to tie us to 8 years? No. Some people trying to sneakily say he's only in his second year with McDaniel. Like, we don't give a damn about your second year. We know you're in your 5th year, sir. You're
I
not
agree
getting a
with you. I
7-year
agree with
plan.
you.
7-year
I agree with that.
7-year
Don't
plan?
try to sneak, but he's only in his second year with McDaniel. Get the hell out of here.
hey,
Like you
Devontae
try
Parker
to.
got a 7-year plan.
Marty
That doesn't-
Exactly. Everybody's getting 7-year
when
Yeah,
plans.
man.
Joey Harrington was
DPP
terrible in
got one.
Detroit. When Joey Harrington was terrible in
And
Detroit,
now it's time for Durham Smite to get his.
Marty
Damn.
Morningwig told the
Gesicki
Lions
didn't get one.
fans,
My bad.
"It's a
Gesicki didn't
We
get
need
one.
we need Eichenberg on a 7-year plan as well.
Parker was on his
Damn, man. Like
Breaking,
it was a
breaking
joke 2
news.
years ago. Now the
Breaking
7-year
news.
plan. Palms are getting sweaty and asses is getting tight, man. 7-year plan
Man.
is on.
Marty Morningwig for the Lions
Did you
told the
guys-
Lions fans it could take 5 years to learn the West Coast off.
Pete, what's the breaking news?
Yeah. I mean, this is considered breaking news if you ask me, at least. Did you guys see Adam Schefter's tweet about Tua and his contract?
No way. He got the extension?
No. Adam Schefter tweeted out that speaking to Tua expects the Dolphins to give him a long-term contract. Like, that's what
Get
Tua
out of
said.
here. He's
From
a
Adam Schefter, for Pete, for real, no joking aside. No trolling.
That man fall out of a tree or something like that. I mean, this dude is fucking off his rocker, bro. This is
No,
bullshit.
Pete, are you trolling or are you being for real, bro?
I just retweeted it.
No,
Adam
Oh,
Schefter.
Well, I don't know who you
Okay,
are,
hold
brother,
on.
but-
Shake, I want to hear from Shake.
I am Adam Schefter, quarterback Tua Tagovailoa, coming off a career best season in 2023. Expects to sign a contract extension with the Miami Dolphins this offense, he told reporters Friday. So there you go.
Was it within a couple of hours ago or
So
what?
is he getting
It happened
35
around an hour
million?
ago.
If
This
he
was-
gets the
this was-
That was
technically,
today. He said
technically,
Friday.
guys,
That was
right?
today.
This
If
was
Tua
out.
gets
This was an hour
35
ago.
million,
I got
Hold
a
on, this
feeling.
was
Tua gets
an hour
if
ago.
1 hour ago.
okay,
Heard.
I got a
if Tua
feeling
gets
Greer's
35
gonna
million a
pay
year,
some ridiculous contract.
so
They call
technically,
the
right?
the news
It-
dump, Friday night
Yeah,
news dump.
technically, right, there's two guys who can reset the market, Dak and Cousins. But the thing is, Cousins is making 35 million a year, right? Now, if Tua gets that, Tua's right in the range of the top 15 to 10.
They're
So
gonna give him
Tua
more
can.
than that, Sharif.
No, man, no. He's gonna have to
46.
based on him and Captain Spock and him saying that I cannot
Between
show up in the
46 and
big
48.
games. Yes, the commercial with Tua. Tua knows he can't get his money yet.
Sharif,
That
every
commercial
next.
was
Okay, man.
yeah,
I mean, usually every next man up is going to be somewhere in that top 3 or 4.
35 million will be your first year
You just
making.
brought up a good point.
Yes,
Wait a second
that's
here.
top. Cousins is making that now, and Doc will reset the market. So I'm telling you,
think about this.
This is people who are smarter than me that said this. By
They're
the way,
probably gonna
in
do a
football.
contract with an out.
Think about this. You just made something come to light to me. Was the fact that he is now in commercials. He's a face of the TAM team. We are paying him.
Yeah.
He is wearing a Dolphins logo jersey. What
That don't mean anything. Baker Mayfield's been making commercials since he was in Cleveland.
Yeah, true story.
And he's in Tampa.
True story. But
he's only gonna get 35 million, guys.
Yeah,
But
Crypto,
Josh Rosen had
Crypto,
Arizona
like you said, it's the
commercials on
Friday
fire.
news dump. Crypto, they know some Dolphins
Right.
fans.
The point
They're
about
sleeping
it,
right now. Yeah, it's a Friday news
even
dump.
though Baker also made videos and whatnot, commercials, but the thing about it is he was still there for a couple more years. So yeah,
Tua is gonna get all of his money backloaded.
He's
Tua's money is gonna be backloaded, so Tyree can stay for 2 more years, basically.
And that's it.
But it's gonna be an out 2 in it.
This
that was
7-year plan.
He's out when you have 4-year contracts.
So now that Tua said that, right? He said he expects the Dolphins to get a long-term contract deal done.
Skyler's done.
Skyler ain't gonna ever play.
That's it, Pete. You gotta shut it down.
It's over.
Pete, you gotta shut it down. Yeah, you gotta shut it down.
It's over, Pete.
You got to shut it down now.
It's checkmate, Pete. That's checkmate on Skyler, bro.
It's not even. But hear me out.
Bo Nix now.
So is it possible? Because he
I
said
love
he
Skyler
expects.
too, but he's gonna be starting on another team.
Wait, there's little things that
Hey,
you
man,
gotta
listen,
pay
there's too many
attention
people laughing here, and that's why I've been losing for 20 years.
Mark needs to laugh more, Shake. That's the problem.
Right.
I'm okay with Tua taking the deal. I'm okay with
What
that.
deal? What's his
Whoa,
number?
Whoa. Let's just say
gotta
that
hash out
happens.
whatever
Okay.
it is.
Let's just say that he does.
27 million
He gets
over the next
paid.
2.
Whatever.
4 years, 200 million.
6
Let's
years.
just say whatever he gets. Who cares what he gets? What he gets. I know it's gonna hurt us in every other direction, but I still now, even if because we know now that we know he's getting paid, because let's just consider it that's done, right? Regardless of the how much it is, okay? I don't give a shit because that's a future thing. What are we gonna do about his replacement? Because we know that's gonna be the main thing.
I'll get Bo Nix in the 2nd round. I don't give a shit.
You have to
JJ McCarthy.
You have to do what
Wait,
Detroit did. Move up 20 slots to the top 5 pick.
You see, this is where
For Bo?
I wish like Lewis could be a genie.
No,
and just come
to,
in and say this has
to
to
go
be the
pick up the
dumbest
guy
stuff
from
that we have to be
LSU.
talking about. You're talking about giving Tua a contract and then going into the draft and worrying about drafting a damn quarterback? Are you guys freaking kidding me right now?
Listen, right now,
That
Tua
would
is.
be fine.
If I'm not mistaken,
Tua is gonna make 18 million, guys.
Josh Allen, that would be like, Buffalo Bills.
No, hold on,
Guys.
Pete.
The only other
Guys.
solution is
Pete, I
to
think the
trade.
Chiefs actually did the same thing. They extended Alex Smith, and then they drafted Mahomes.
And they
sat him
drafted
for,
Mahomes.
and then they sat him for a year, and then they
Tua-
traded Alex Smith.
Tua's gonna get 18.
They did.
Remember,
Guys.
The
hold
Chiefs
on.
did that too.
That quarterback that was on the team with Russell Wilson, they gave him an extension.
Yep.
He didn't
Matt
work out,
Flynn.
and
That's a
eventually
perfect
Russell-
example, Shake. Yeah.
Tua's gonna get
Yeah.
18 in his first year because he's got to save below 25.3 what he's getting now. Hold on,
Yeah, they
Pete.
gave him a big, but they gave him a big
They gave him
contract.
money.
Though. They gave him a big contract.
But no,
Yeah,
so
but he lost
18
his
million
job
in the first
to a
year,
third
right?
rounder.
He's
Not
gonna
like they
get
went out and-
27
They still got
million.
What I'm saying, we're giving
He's
this
gonna
guy
get
a big
27
contract
Pete.
and then trying to get a top quarterback in the draft, JJ McCarthy.
Yeah, to make them earn it
that-
because the money don't get kicked in
Yes.
until the 2nd year. They don't pay them immediately right
that-
away.
And Pete,
That
you
would
could
be
always
Well,
how
they
do it.
don't pay him immediately till the 4th year. That's when he makes 62 million.
We could literally use a better player, bro.
That's when
and
that's
this-
when
this is
Tua
a
would make
waste of a
62
draft.
million. So he could make
Right.
18 million in the first year, 27 in the second year, 35 in the third year, and then 62 in the fourth year.
The Packers did it with Aaron Rodgers, I think.
So
Didn't they
now
give him a
my
huge
thing is
extension and then
Sharif,
the
there's a
signing
possibility.
bonus.
drafted
The
the year
signing
before
bonus
Jordan
would carry it to 200 million.
Sharif, you want me to tell you why that makes no sense? Because you're working backwards and spending money that you don't need. Because if you already have
Don't
a
need.
quarterback question, if you already have a quarterback question, then why the hell are we in the table talking about extending him and giving a contract?
because they have to rob Peter to pay Paul to keep everybody else.
If you turn around and want to draft the quarterback,
Because
then
he
you
would be
tell
making
Tua,
7 million below his final year now.
Tua, it's open game, open competition. You're on your 5th year. We don't own your rights after this season, but blow us out of the water and be better than JJ McCarthy. How about that? That's better. Don't tie yourself down to something you got questions.
Get the
That's like saying I don't
in the
really like
first
this
round.
chick. I don't really like this chick, but I'm thinking about buying her a ring.
You can get Bo in the second round.
No,
You
but
can get
people
Bo.
people do that. They like get married for the wrong reasons. They don't want to move on because they're afraid of.
And where does that end up, Josh Allen?
Hey, you never
Listen,
know.
if you ask me,
Some
right?
people get married for green cards.
Get the
If you
quarterback in
ask
the
me,
End up
right?
with a lot of babies and a lot of baby mamas.
If you ask me who my first picks are, guys, it's Van
trade, you
Pran,
get
it's
one.
Van Pran and Devontae Sweat. I cannot go or Devontae Sweat, Van Pran, any order, but I cannot go this season without having Kristen Wilkins over my head. If he leaves, I got an explosive, violent guy in Devontae Sweat ready to take over. And Van Pran,
Oh, that nose
you talk
tackle from
about
Texas.
Van Pran, you talk about a guy who has power,
Further
who's looking
purgatory.
to kill someone at offensive center.
He's not gonna
It's
get
not.
off the
It's
lot.
not purgatory, Crypto.
Van Pran.
So trade.
We're never gonna go to heaven.
We
Never.
will be better off than drafting a 7 long snappers.
You don't like Van Pran?
No, 7 long snappers. That means you're in hell, Crypto.
You don't like Devontae Sweat?
Like when the Raiders drafted Janikowski in the first round, that means you're in hell.
Listen, I want
got some
on the
mileage
third
out of
pick
him.
with the
He was
third
getting a lot
round
of
pick.
long ones.
I want Roman Wilson. He's Jarvis Landry. That's your third receiver you need.
You know what? This Adam
Roman
Schefter
Wilson.
tweet with Tua's con. Hey, Sharif, I don't want to hear no offensive line talk, bro. We just got breaking news
That's the
right
wide
now
receiver,
with
bro.
Tua.
That's your third wide receiver to help Tyreek and Waddle. Roman Wilson,
Friday
remember
night
him.
news dump.
This is crazy.
It's going to be a 6-year deal.
Our organization is thinking about sitting down, giving this guy a
I think Chris
contract, and we
Greer's
don't even have a defensive
Chris Greer
coordinator.
brain is equivalent to the sum of the fans because he doesn't know. He probably doesn't know Roman Wilson.
Bro,
Chris
we don't
Greer
even have a
probably does
defensive
not know
coordinator.
Roman
Sharif,
Wilson.
he knows who Wilson
Tua
is
right
dude.
now. Sharif, they're thinking about paying Tua. You think they're doing draft study
I think
right
Chris
now?
Greer plays Madden, so
This guy's not doing no draft study right now. They're trying to work the numbers with Tua. This is what I'm saying. If Tua doesn't sign an extension anytime soon, there's a possibility where Tua's camp is rejecting the offer that Greer's offering. Let's be honest here. How long do we gonna wait for this extension now that this came out?
March.
How long do we have to wait for it?
But Pete, I don't know, man. Like,
what was
you
the
don't
total?
know?
Would you just let him play on the 5th year option? But Pete, would you just let him? Would you just let him play on the 5th year option then? Is that if you had control?
If we're talking about what Villain just brought up and trying to draft a quarterback, of course. It makes no sense drafting a quarterback and giving this quarterback a long extension today.
See, no. Okay, so
that's something
continuing.
Greer has to look in the mirror then. I don't know.
Right, but Pete, we were trying to go into the draft and go past it.
Organizational decision.
Right? So try to follow us here. Because we went into the offseason, we went into what presumably half blowing the team up would look like, getting 3 more picks. Like we're trying to keep up,
Draft the quarterback.
So now the thing is we're going with what you said now. Why go into the quarterback, drafting a quarterback and still paying Tua? Because one would be there. Because one would be there, though.
Paying a new quarterback.
You see what I'm saying? Because one would be there. That's why you draft him.
Okay, so we might have to wait for the extension after the draft in
Crypto,
case we miss on the quarterback we're targeting.
Draft one.
After the draft, Sharif? If we miss out,
If you ask me,
maybe the organization is simply sitting here and
listen.
saying, we might pay you, Tua, but on draft day, if the guy that we might be targeting lands us,
But
then we
every
might trade
person
you
on the
away.
panel didn't say that, and
This has to
I'm
be the
saying
biggest bluff. Our
I'm saying
organization
Van
is bluffing
Pran.
right now. They're playing poker.
Listen,
They're not gonna pay this guy.
Connor Williams is not going to be there, Pete.
They're
You
gonna give
need
him an
Van Pran.
extension, dude.
You need
I'm
Javonte
telling you.
Sweat because Christian Wilkins may go, and if Christian Wilkins goes, that's the semi blow up of the team. You need Javonte Sweat right in there.
Greer
So
has to.
you
Greer
could
has to
throw away
extend
the
him.
quarterback. You can throw away the quarterback drafting it right away. Because if you got Javonte Sweat and Van Pran, you replace Connor right away. And then also they got the kid Jordan, the offensive tackle Jordan. You could get him in the 4th, 5th round. He can be your he's 6'7", 320. He could be a replacement for Armstead. But my thing is, some guys will not be there. I like the kid Adaius Hall from Penn State.
Michael or what's his name? Adisa Isaac.
Yeah,
Adisa
Isaac.
The pass rusher.
Yes, 264, 256, 260. You need him right away to come off with Chubb and Phillips can't
Chop
beat.
Robinson's even better. The other defensive end from Penn State.
From Missouri, the guy from Missouri, Robinson from Missouri. These guys could come in and pitch in right away for Jalen Phillips and Chubb. So quarterback is not going to be there for us, Pete. So moving the conversation on and not sticking to
is going to be there at 21. Now, what I'm saying is maybe
would you take JJ McCarthy, Pete? Pete, would you? Because he's the quarterback that might be real talented.
Pete doesn't want to fill the holes of injury. Let's hear what Pete wants.
Daniels ain't gonna be there at 21.
He's not in my cup of tea, but the quarterback that I do believe that has a chance of being there at 21, that actually mock drafts have him going in the 6th round, is Joe Milton. The guy has every.
Oh, the Tennessee guy with the big arm.
The Tennessee guy.
Listen. I'm 100%
What?
behind that.
Hey, Pete, you know what? Want to hear something crazy? You and AB are always going at each other's neck, but that's the one guy you guys agree on. He's a big fan of Joe Milton as well.
Yeah.
He started out at Michigan, and then he transferred to Tennessee.
And you know what? And you know what? We could sit there. Let's say we don't go out, and we could still trade for like Trey Lance because they're both similar prospects at the same time.
But guess what?
Milton,
if you can trade for Trey Lance, you can trade for Levis because both of them are cheaper than Justin Fields, right?
The Titans are not gonna get rid of Levis, bro. They're going with that guy.
But who the hell are the Titans?
Hold on, no.
Who the hell are the Titans to say he's some? The Titans are shit.
Yeah,
you can give him away.
The Titans
did. What do you mean?
Their whole regime is new that didn't draft Levis. That's the thing.
Who told San Francisco to draft Purdy?
His first draft pick.
Is it the same GM, Pete?
Titans are holding some kind of chip, and they were shit with him. They ain't holding no chip, Pete. They'll give him away for a 3rd round pick. We'll bring him in here to compete with Skylar.
No way, Sharif. There's no way the Titans will give away Levis.
Sharif.
That's crazy.
He didn't play this. He didn't
play
the whole season. Will Levis didn't play the whole season. If you recall, Tannehill started, and this team was already a shit by the time Will Levis got the team.
A 4th round pick for Levis. Come on,
come on, Sharif.
They're not trading. I hate to disappoint you, but they're not trading Levis, man.
Yeah.
And they were shit. What kind of leverage they have to say they have something special? They ain't got nothing better than probably Stroud, the kid in Carolina. They're the same guy, really. And to me, the cheaper guy is Levis.
McDaniel.
But again, they're not going to trade away Levis.
Purdy.
Levis is their future.
Purdy was a pick. If McDaniel has anything to do with picking a quarterback, I think it's kind of like going to be like, yo, we got this last pick of the draft, Purdy.
I think we're going to get ready to trade Tua, fellas.
Yeah, I think so too.
Adam Schefter just said there's going to be extension, dude.
Adam Schefter where did he sign? Where's the breaking news?
No, but I'm saying, Pete, why would Schefter is reputable, dude?
This is the biggest. This is the same thing they did with Arizona Cardinals, Josh Rosen, bro. This is the same thing.
Pete is triggered by Tannehill 7 years.
I think
Pete
we're
is
going to
tri-
It's not happening
this
this
I
year.
just
year.
I
Shake
We're
think he's
gonna
Money.
gonna
ride
get
Pete is
out.
$70.
triggered
bro.
by
But
7 years. Tannehill.
We're gonna
Seven.
ride
Pete
out the
doesn't want to
last.
believe it. Pete
You're
doesn't
gonna
want to
see the
believe
video
it
of
at
video
all.
of him changing his
Final
mind
year.
on
Final year.
the
This is
D
it.
coordinator.
hey,
It's
listen.
over. Pete's 7 year plan. It's
Prove
over.
it.
And speaking of
Prove
7
it.
years,
7 years.
speaking of whatchamacallit, speaking of 7, I think is denial the first stage of grief?
I'm telling you, boy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Pete
that's
doesn't want to
funny.
believe it at all. He's like, no, we're going in a different direction, guys. He ain't signed nothing yet. Pete
And
is
then what's
7 year
next?
plan.
Bargaining? I think next is bargaining.
Bargaining, anger,
You guys
anger.
just
Mm.
don't see the light. You guys just
It's a
don't see the
7 year.
light.
Listen, man, we were joking about this 2 years ago, but this shit is triggering, man. This is
No,
triggering because
we
Tannehill.
nothing. You
Mm.
were
It's
joking
triggering,
about this.
man.
Sharif,
You
who's
were
better,
joking
Tannehill
about
or
this two
Tua?
years ago.
Oh, two is
Jury's
leaps and bounds. Leaps
I
and
think Tua is
bounds.
better than
jury's still
Tannehill.
out.
Leaps and bounds.
I'm gonna be
Crazy.
honest and say the jury's still out.
Tannehill had the deep ball, man. Tannehill could catch Tyreek. Tannehill cannot outthrow Tyreek. I believe Tannehill in this offense, they would
What?
have to play back. They would give us the running game.
You think the
They would
jury's still
with
out, Crypto, on
with
Tua?
Dude, what
Tannehill,
are
they
you
would give
talking
us the
about?
running game because
Yeah,
Tannehill would hit you
I
so
can see
deep
that.
you would have to what?
because
They would
Tannehill
never
played
do that eight man
more
front
games
with
and he played
Tannehill.
with two different teams.
They would never do that 8 man front with
And it-
Tannehill because he would hit Tyreek so deep, their asses
I'm
would
not gonna
stretch back
lie.
40 yards on nickel.
I'm not gonna lie. I prefer to give Tannehill a 1 year deal before
He
extending
can be the
Tua.
backup here next year. Come back home,
He's
Tanny.
better than Tua.
You're crazy.
Actually,
If Will
I'm gonna
Levis get
fight
hurt,
for
that
that.
just means that
I'm gonna
Tannehill's
talk
gonna have a
about
Pro
that.
Bowl type
I
season.
think Tannehill can come
Tannehill,
back here and for the backup, and Skyler could be right there
buddy.
under him.
There's gonna be options out there for him to start. If he comes here and it's
No,
open
sir.
competition, he
No,
start.
sir.
What do you mean no? He has
No,
links
sir.
already going to Pittsburgh.
No, sir. No, sir. No,
He has
sir.
links going to Pittsburgh.
Did you see
If
Mason
he goes to
Rudolph in the
Pittsburgh,
last 9 games?
Mason
Are
I
you
think
Rudolph in the
Dak
kidding
last
me?
Prescott's
9
going to
games.
end up in Pittsburgh.
Mason Rudolph is cooked. Tannehill going to Pittsburgh and he's taking that job. And he
Obviously,
might be
you
with
didn't
Tomlin for
see the
2 years.
numbers. The numbers say Mason Rudolph was playing well, sir. That's what
No,
the
I saw
numbers
his
say.
numbers, but we saw what
But
happened in the playoffs too, right?
you ain't taking the man's job who ended the season well.
I
That's
actually,
what I'm trying to say.
oddly
So
enough,
Tannehill can come back to
you were
Miami
saying that nobody
and
taking Levis'
actually
job
battle
is ended
Skyler,
well.
beat
Yeah,
out
but every
Skyler,
mock
and
draft
just
has
be
Pittsburgh
there for
drafting a
Tua,
quarterback.
right?
Crypto.
He can be there if Tua
No, I'm
misses a
talking about Sharif
game.
said that Levis' job is gone, but he ended the season well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he thinks
Levis
Levis.
showed real
Listen to
potential, man.
Sharif. He
Yeah,
thinks
man.
Levis'
Levis has
job
it.
is up in the
Levis
air,
has it.
but
I'm hoping
Mason
Tennessee
Rudolph's job
doesn't
is
see
safe.
that he has
Think
it,
about
so
that.
we can just
No,
get
they're
him.
not trading him. That's what I'm telling you. They do see
Yeah.
he has it. That's
Yeah,
why they
boy.
got
He.
that's why they
Ooh,
got an
that's
offensive coach instead of.
The
That's why they
Titans
fired him and
already.
got him an offensive coach.
yeah,
But
Yeah, the
suppose the
Titans
coach is
already
That's a
like,
good
you're
confirmed
point,
not
Jake.
my
that's who they're
guy.
gonna play with.
Suppose the coach is like, you're not my guy, and who he dangles him.
They
The
hired
No,
coaches
that
can
coach
listen.
say
for
that.
Will Levis.
Tennessee
yeah.
has
Will
another
Levis ain't
Chris
going
Greer
nowhere.
because at the end of the day, one of the reasons why the coach left was because the general manager was making stupid decisions. So
Isn't he the
I
same
think.
GM? Or no, I think that's a different one. Who
But
traded
see,
AJ Brown?
Shake. I
Forgot
think the
about that.
ball is
yeah,
in
it
our.
was.
I think the favor is on our side with Tennessee because once again, if you're coming in as a new coach and you're coming in with a new philosophy and a new like
You mean like Mike McDaniel?
right. So now you're not gonna force
Right,
Tannehill on me unless I want to make it with Tannehill. I mean with Tua, right? You're not gonna force Tua on me. I'm gonna see if I can make it with Tua, and I'm gonna accept. But other than that, I can say, let me see what I can get for Levis. This is my new philosophy, and I like my quarterback I see in college coming out. Tennessee has picks. The same thing with Fields. Like Fields can go, and Chicago knows you're gonna have to cut Fields. You think you can get something for Fields, and we know you're getting
Click that
Caleb.
link.
You're gonna have to cut
Click that
Fields.
link.
You're gonna have to
Your
cut
Tua.
Fields because you ain't getting
Pete
shit
put
for
some mushrooms
Fields.
on his pizza.
Tua
Like, think of
extension.
it.
Where the Tuaneers at? Tuaneers should be clicking that link right now.
You ain't getting shit for Fields because we know you're getting Caleb, and so Fields ain't gonna be there on the bench. He gonna tell you cut him or trade him. So we gonna wait till you cut him, and he gonna come to South Beach to either compete with Tannehill and Tua, or come to South Beach and compete with Tua. But I can see Tannehill and Fields coming in.
Tannehill and Fields, Sharif.
If you're,
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah, he must not. He must have forgot that Adam Schefter's tweeting that he spoke to Tua and Tua's getting a contract.
No,
Forget
we're getting
these other
Tannehill.
quarterbacks.
We're gonna get whatchamacallit. We're gonna get Tannehill, Trey Lance,
Fields,
Justin Fields,
and draft Joe Milton,
JJ McCarthy,
and
Will
Forrest Gump.
Levis.
No, the reason why I said that is because number one, you don't. I don't even think you lose money or save money by letting Skylar just walk or put him on the practice squad.
Sharif, let me
And
tell you
Tebow
something.
too. We're gonna get Tebow.
Sharif,
Put him on the practice squad.
Forget all these other.
Get rid of Mike White and bring in Fields and Tannehill.
Pat White too. We're gonna get Pat White.
We have
if you put Skylar Thompson on the practice squad, he would get scooped up in 10 seconds. Somebody would. I don't agree that he's better than Tua, but there's talent there that's untapped. I do agree with that.
Yeah, I got a feeling we're gonna trade Tua, guys. I really got to.
Why do you say they're gonna give him an extension, Pete?
Sign and trade, Pete.
It's not even another team is gonna pay that contract because let me tell you, Chris Sims said something the other day, right? And this is exactly what I already said, and I forgot where I said this on what panel, but I already said this, and Chris Sims just came out and said the same exact thing that I said. Why are you gonna pay Tua when first of all, is another team gonna why not put Tua on one of those Lamar Jackson transition tags and say, you know what? If you think you're Billy Badass, let's see what team wants you and at what price. Go ahead. Let's see what they want to pay you.
Because
no team is
play that out.
Why are you gonna bid
but
against
Pete,
yourself?
Play that out, Pete.
That's
Pete.
like buying a pair of used Nikes and paying brand new out of the store price.
So you're saying Tua can?
Yes.
So you're saying Tua can do the same thing Tyreek did, meaning the Dolphins won't pay me, so just trade me the team that'll pay me.
No, what I'm
saying. So you think Denver is gonna pay Tua? You think Seattle would pay Tua? I'm just giving you teams who could use the quarterback.
The
Steelers would.
Let me
the
tell you
Steelers 100%
could pay
would.
Tua.
Wait,
Minnesota, that's Flores' guy.
Let me tell you what Sharif. Let me tell you what I'm thinking. When do you ever hear Adam Schefter tweet, "Oh, I had this conversation with this quarterback, and we were talking about contract extensions"? Schefter don't tweet that crap ever. It's always breaking news. Tua signs a massive 5-year contract. This is what I'm saying. They're using this as a tactic, as a deploy. Open your eyes, guys. Open it. This is him. This is Greer. He offered Tua and his agent a contract. It's clear right in my eyes. This is exactly how I see it going down. He offered Tua and his agent a contract. Hey, Tua. Hey, Mr. Agent, Nick, or whatever the agent is. I forgot the name of the agent. Buddy, 17 and a half, 5-year deal, 17.5 million per year. And you know what? You're not gonna get whatever little thing you're asking for.
You wouldn't get it
on your contract. You're not getting what you're requesting.
Is he Chucky?
And you know what? He's gonna hold out.
If that agent agreed to that, Pete, he should be fired.
That's what I'm saying.
Immediately.
Pete is basically saying, "Here, man, we give you a nutcracker and some chips."
He's trying to buy other teams. They're trying to buy other teams with this.
That's like going on a date with Scarlett Johansson and then taking her ass to McDonald's.
Right now, these. What you think? These other organizations didn't see that Adam Schefter tweet and turn around and sit here and say,
man.
You don't think Kelsey?
You're gonna give him a nutcracker and some freaking Doritos, man.
It's like taking Taylor Swift to the goddamn White Castle.
Shit! Hold on, guys. Wait a minute. I think we have a first time on this panel. CCRR.
Hold on.
CC, no. This dude never comes on the panel. CCRR. What's going on, man?
Yeah, this is breaking news. Shout out to CCRR, man.
It is.
So happy he came up.
Yeah, he is. His first time up.
What's up? The floor is yours,
Let him
bro.
know Skylar Thompson is the quarterback. CCRR.
Thompson.
Floor is yours.
I think his mic is
You think this
Yeah.
guy's having stage fright? I think CCRR is having stage fright, guys.
His mic is off.
No, his mic is I don't know. Maybe he's trying to figure out the connection thing because he's never been up here, so figure out how to operate the controls.
Yeah, but
That could be it.
basically, if Chubb, Phillips,
CCRR, if you want to talk and you automatically will get the floor. So
I think
Perfect.
Shay can unmute you.
Okay.
Shay, can you
Back-
unmute him?
Back to what I was saying.
Yeah, CCR
whole-
would be
right
roasting
now,
AB
you
and
guys-
Jermaine's of the world.
I don't think this is I don't think you guys are understanding me. They're using this now because now when all these GMs saw Adam Schefter tweet that, let me tell you what happened. All these GMs, not only did they call Adam Schefter immediately, like as soon as they saw that, they called Adam Schefter. But after calling Adam Schefter, Chris Greer's lines were blowing up too. They want to know the price. They want to know what Greer's
So
going to end up paying.
so how
let's
many
play
picks
this out.
do you
Hold on.
get from him?
Pete,
Yeah,
let's
how
play
many
this.
picks?
Let's play this out. Let's say
Okay.
somebody trades picks for Tua. Who's the quarterback for the Dolphins, though?
3-team trade for Justin Fields, right?
Is it just Skylar Thompson? That's
Teams
not a
are
plan.
gonna
Trying to fit. Hey,
That's
Pete's
not a
trying to
proper
fit
plan.
away where Skyler can start now. You give him
Oh,
him some
my
This is
time.
goodness.
opening up
Give
Tua
Pete
to
some
get
time.
traded,
He's
is
trying
what
to
I'm
fit a
saying.
scenario where Skyler starts.
Pete, who's the quarterback? Is it a rookie? I mean, what?
Look at man. Pete is gonna get Joe Schmo in the
Hold on,
seventh
hold on.
round to play.
Go ahead,
to
CCR.
back up
You there?
Skyler.
I'm listening.
Hello?
Pete,
Yeah, go ahead. You got the
Pete
floor
is
is
gonna
yours, bro.
suffocate the quarterback room by just keeping Skyler and getting the
Just
seventh round.
remove all of Skyler's competition.
Hold on, Sharif. CCR talking. What's going on, brother? Welcome to the
How's it
show,
going,
man.
boys?
Good night, CC.
What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, man?
Night.
What up, soldier?
Pete, what's all this breaking news?
Breaking news: Adam Schefter tweeted that he spoke with Tua and they're talking extending Tua contract negotiation.
If
Hold
you
on,
didn't know.
hey CCR. Let me be the first to ask you. Being that you're on here for the first time, did you watch the Pro Bowl competition?
Why did you do that, Shake?
Oh
You
my
started it up again. You started it up. Now we're gonna talk.
Oh, he's asked everybody
Oh,
that question
damn.
though. So yeah,
Was
that's
anybody
the
surprised by
introductory.
that?
Watching the Pro Bowl is like watching lingerie football, man. I ain't
Lingerie
watching that.
football. That's a new concept. Maybe they'll have that as the new Olympic sport this year in the Summer Olympics.
Crypto, you never watched lingerie football? Man,
No.
you couple of you
Maybe that's
guys
the
are
new
missing out.
Olympic sport.
Nah,
You know the
that's the
Olympics have a new
that's the
sport
new
every
women
year.
have to play men's sports, but they're playing it with nothing on, basically. Making good tackles in some cases.
Oh yeah.
So what's on your mind, CCR? What's going on?
Oh, not much, Shake. I just I'm blocked in the chat for some reason. That was kind of my main reason for coming on.
Your
Wait a
name?
minute,
You were
you
blocked.
got blocked.
Yeah, somebody's blocked me in the chat.
Who?
Oh shit!
The moderator?
It's been like that for a couple weeks, I think.
I'll talk to El Capitan and we'll get that straightened out for you. All right?
No, it's all good. Thank you.
Listen, they got a
Yeah,
safety they got
weird,
a safety in the
We'll
lingerie
get that.
football league.
Yeah, talk to El
Hits like
Capitan.
Ronnie Lott.
There's no way
I
you should be blocked on this.
Yeah,
No
not in
way.
the chat. Yeah, that's crazy.
Okay, so moving on in the draft, right? So if we're gonna get Van Pran to replace Connor Williams, we're gonna get either the Robinson kid or Isaac Ariaza to replace Phillips and Chubb. Those guys are replaced just in the first 3 rounds of the draft. Now in round 4, 5, and 6, I know we need to get that punter from Missouri. I do not want Bailey back. What's your guys' thoughts? Because I'm all for Bailey. Like,
There's a lot of good pass rushers in this draft, so I think the
Hold
Dolphins will be able to.
Sure, if you know.
Hold
we
on,
don't
hold
have
on, hold on,
picks for
hold on
that,
one
right?
second, because CCRR, you still there, buddy?
Yeah, man.
I like that Skylar Thompson picture, man. I gotta be honest with you. How do you feel right now with everything you've been hearing, bro? Because I only get you in the chat, and I like some of the chat things you say, so I want to hear it from your voice. What this Dolphin stuff lately that you've been hearing? Just open up. Tell us how you feel right now. The Vic Fangio,
We were
everything
almost
included, how the
midway through the
season
draft.
ended. Hold on, Sharif. How the season ended. How are you feeling, bro, right now, heading into next season? I'd like to know this from someone like you right now.
Well, is Tua going to be on the team, or because if he's going to come back, it's done. Like they'll be under 500, miss the playoffs, and then it's rebuild time. Tyreek's gone, everybody's gone.
You see what I'm saying? But we're literally going to get here and try to buy into this Adam Schefter tweet that he had a discussion with Tua getting a long extension.
Like, he's not going to have the same team he had this year. So why expect better results with a weaker team? It makes absolutely no sense.
And how do you feel
what
about
would
this
you
Vic
say?
Fangio
What would
scenario?
you say our record projection would be
with Tua?
What's our ceiling
Well, it
or
depends
a
on
floor?
how many pieces they lose. But
okay, like let's say if we lose
they're gonna
major
lose some
piece,
guys,
one major
so
piece on offense or a
they're gonna be
couple
about
on
500.
offensive line.
Yeah, it depends. Like if they lose Hunt, Connor,
yeah, Hunt O'Connor or something like
done.
that.
Like it's done.
And what pisses me off, CC,
It's
is
a
that
500 team. They're gonna miss the playoffs.
500.
We'll be right back to 2000.
But CC,
18,
think
19.
of this, right?
Yeah,
Are
this
we
is the worst
rebuilding
thing to
or
have.
not? Or what's the outlook on rebuilding?
Well, CC, think
you
of
just
this first.
You gotta ship off everybody. Get rid of Waddle. Try to get as many picks as you can, and just do the whole thing again.
And here's why, CC, because 74 million went into Byron Jones, Fuller, Wynn, Ramsey, Chubb, Connor Williams.
You repeating yourself.
Listen, they went into these guys. Fuller, yes, Fuller and Byron Jones. You didn't need them. And plus, they were not healthy at all. One guy nicked his thumb and he was out for the season with your $11 million. You're still paying him, by the way.
CC, what if Skylar Thompson starts the whole season, hypothetically? What would their record be?
But that is why you have to semi-blow the team.
Let's just say hypothetically, it's a hypothetical situation. Tua got hurt in training camp, and Skylar is named the starter next year. What would the record be?
So, are you still paying Tua, or do we got that cap relief?
That's interesting.
Let's just say Tua got. They're just going to stick with the 5th-year option, and Skylar, he's the starter for whatever reason.
$23 million to do absolutely nothing like the last 4 years.
Yes, and Skylar's a starter.
Yeah. Okay, we're probably about the same, 500, maybe a little more, a little better.
So right around the 9 or 10 win mark.
I don't care if
you do a tank for Tua again.
You got to trade Tua and get that.
Would it be tank? So the tank for Tua is tank with Tua.
Tank. Yeah. It would be tank for Tua for sure.
Greer's turned a 5th overall pick into a 5th round.
I hear nobody's gonna pick his brother, man. Like Tua cost his brother and all.
I think the Bills are going to draft. I think the Bills are going to draft him late in the backup.
That heat.
I think Tua cost his brother career, man, by being shit.
Michael K, what's going on, brother?
Michael K's got the dildo picture back up. Wow.
Listen, but anyways, knowing that if we're gonna get what's Trevonde Sweat, you're gonna get Isaac Azia, edge rusher. You're gonna need a linebacker, or you're gonna restructure or cut Baker. You're gonna
replace Baker. I think they're probably gonna cut Baker. It's like a $9 million.
I think you could make him restructure because he has an injury on his knee.
They could restructure, make him take a pay cut. You know?
How are we gonna?
You can't make him take a pay cut. The Big O said he changed his mind. What did he change his mind about?
Big O does a lot of stuff. I don't know.
Because I'm thinking, how do you draft knowing the injuries, right? If you could get Van Pran, Sweat, you get Roman Wilson. That's your 3rd receiver there.
I think Sharif. I think that center Van Pran's going to be a late first round pick, man.
Van Pran will be
from Georgia.
He's going to be gone.
That guy's a dominating center.
Powers, didn't they get Powers Johnson then?
Powers Johnson's the first center, then Frazier, then Van Pran.
Boy, some
I like
guys,
Van
Ice
Pran.
Johnson is
Yeah,
there in the
SEC.
second round.
I
Yeah,
took Frazier from West Virginia before I take Van Pran.
because
Really?
definitely
Yeah.
that seals Connor Williams, and that's the future right there. So Connor can come back when he's ready. If you got Van Pran or Powers, Sweat. That means you can how you paid Siler. I think you can pay Siler $8 million a year and go in a different direction with Sweat. That's just what I feel. Like peace, Christian.
None of it really matters if Tua stays.
Mm.
We're gonna be rebuilding no matter what happens if Tua stays.
Well, Tua's staying for this year regardless.
So how do you feel about a
Why is
7-year
that? Why does
plan with
everybody say
Tannehill?
that
The
we're stuck with
7-year
him?
plan with Tannehill /
Sharif,
Tua.
let the dude talk, dude. Seriously, you talk over everybody. What was that CCR?
I was saying, like, why does so many people just assume we're stuck with Tua for another year?
Tua's there for a year because they exercised the 5th-year option.
And
It's
they can't,
$23 million.
They can't trade that?
No, because they're going to pay him $23 million, get a $23 million cap hit, and just trade him. Nobody's going to give up anything for 1 year.
That 23 doesn't travel with him.
No, that's stuck with the Dolphins. That's a cap hit or
I
dead
did not
cap.
know that.
Yeah, that's stuck. With the minute you exercise it, which was I think first week of May last year, they were stuck at $23 million. The only way they can get off of that cap hit for this year is extending them.
Right.
And then once they extend them, then they can trade them.
CCR, don't buy that crap. This Buffalo guy wants us to die with Tua right now. Any team, Michael K, let me speak the facts, please. Michael
That
K,
was slick, Pete.
CCR, any team that even thinks about trading for Tua, yes, he's on that 5th-year contract, but any team that does trade for Tua is already going to be the team that extends him right then and there regardless. So they're going to give him a contract. They're not just going to trade Tua and say, come play on this 5th-year option. No, they're going to trade for him and sell him to their fan base with a contract.
There's no guarantee. But the whole thing, Pete, there's no guarantee. There is zero guarantee.
I think I got insomnia.
Yeah.
Pete, there's no guarantee that he's going to sign with that
He
team.
wants
He's
us
not
to
under
die with
contract.
Tua, man.
He's automatically an unrestricted free agent after that 5th year.
No, he's not, because even if we play him,
Pete doesn't understand what guarantee money means. It's already paid.
But another team could take upon the rest of the contract.
What rest of what contract?
Whatever deal they want, the $23 million 5th-year contract, they got to pick that up. The other team picks it up.
No, Pete. It's guaranteed.
They already paid that already.
Well, no, they pay it the first week. They pay it the 3rd day of the new season.
No, if you sign a new contract, it can push back for the 2nd year.
Exactly.
Yeah, so nobody's going to trade for him because the Dolphins are stuck with that. The only relief that the Dolphins get is if they extend them if they sign him to an extension.
Man. I remember when Tannehill
So
was
can
in
they
his
sign him to a
5th
cheap
year.
extension? And
Sharif
then
is like, deja vu, Sharif. I had a
I remember
show
when
talking about
Tannehill was in
deja
his
vu.
5th year, man, and I remember, man, Tannehill was. I think he didn't get hurt yet. In fact, Tannehill was poised to come back and have a playoff kind of year that next year. And he got hurt
in the preseason.
Man. He got hurt. But
So
they already paid him. They already
nonsense.
paid him. That's the thing. They already paid them, motherfucker. It's like they're gonna pay Tua. And if he hits his noggin and doesn't do the kung fu roll, it's over, man. You already paid him.
I don't know why you see this tweet coming out has all these guys right now. They're gonna go hit the clubs.
Listen, man.
Yeah, that's what I say. It's a Friday night news dump. They had to do that to make sure.
See, so
They always
this
do that.
is why, this is why Chris Beard put us in such a bind. Like Chris has put us in a bind. We cannot take care of 3 freaking simple guys. We just want to take care of Hunt, Christian, and Van Ginkel, and we can't. Ross is gonna have to pay $56 million in tax because he's over the cap. He's gonna have to do a Pat Riley check, basically.
And if you're over the cap, you lose draft picks too.
So we only got 6. So you need to try to trade Ogba, trade Cedric Wilson, or trade Jerome Baker, trade X, You need to try to get 3 picks to go with your 6. 6
Then how
picks
much
can't
dead
get
cap?
you depth.
How much dead cap? How much dead cap do those guys carry, Sharif?
Baker. Well, you can restructure Baker. You can restructure X, and you could cut Ogba and Cedric Wilson, and you get upwards of
Why are these
47
guys
million with a
gonna
couple
take
of
less
cuts.
money? Why are these guys gonna take less money? Why,
Well, they're
Sharif?
not taking less money technically because the restructure doesn't change your contract.
You're cutting two of them. You're
If
cutting
you
two of
sign
them
a
outright.
if you sign a say a $5 million 5-year contract, you're getting $1 million a year. If they restructure at the end of the 5 years, you're still getting $5 million. It's just a matter of when you get that money.
So
That's the only
why would a
They
player
could give you 90% of it up front and then
I'm gonna
save
tell
money.
you, Michael K. Hey, Michael K. I know you work 40 hours a week and you get paid this hourly, but you're not gonna get paid every Friday no more. You're still gonna work those 40 hours a week. You're gonna do it Monday through Friday, but I'm gonna pay you all the money in 2 years from now. Does
No,
that
they
seem
get it
good
up
to you?
front. When you restructure, you get guaranteed money up front.
Y'all want Tua to burn down the facility.
And then you take
Y'all
and then
better
you
give
take
Tua
less.
his fucking money. He
guy's
would
an idiot,
burn
man.
down the facility. There would be nowhere to practice. Don't give Tua his money then.
Tua Nears will come after you.
Tua himself will be burning that shit down.
Again, this
Tua nine.
contract talk. Look, you got guys Sharif already celebrating the deal like it happened. It hasn't happened. This is just, this is all a tweet. Haven't got the extension
The
yet.
7
There's no
stages
numbers
of
being
the
talked.
7 stages of grief.
And let me also, which is, I mean, the facts are the facts. He still hasn't signed anything yet, right? They can talk all they want. Talking doesn't get anything done. But let me tell you,
Denial.
Hey man, the way we get triggered as humans, some of us take it in a way and like we get upset. Some of us cry. Some of us continue to lie to ourselves, man. It's different ways we get triggered. Continue to lie to yourself, man. It's therapy for you, Pete.
Sharif, again, I don't think you see, I didn't get to finish earlier because you guys go off. But let me tell you, Chris Sims already said it. What are we gonna do? Bid against ourselves? What? Give me a number, Sharif. What breaking news?
Didn't
Tua
you say
signed an
Chris will
extension.
go?
Everybody,
Didn't you
give
say
me a
Chris will
number
tell
right now.
Tua to go market yourself and see how much you can get?
Sharif, give me a contract extension with Tua.
Listen, I'm telling
Sharif,
you
give me
right
a
now.
contract extension right now with Tua. What's the numbers?
From what I'm noticing with Doc resetting the market and Cousins is what he's gonna get. Tua's gonna get 35 million.
It's going to be more than that, Sharif. Dude.
You didn't prove yourself
He'll
yet.
be lucky to get
You
30
did
million
not
a
prove
year.
yourself yet. Not more than that. You can't get more than what you did not prove. That's on Tua. It's not the market reset. It's bitch. You ain't win shit. Like Cat
Tom
Williams
Brady
said.
said he was gonna retire and didn't retire. Same as Brett Favre.
What
These
would you
guys,
pay him,
anything just happens.
Sharif?
The market says that this is what educated football fans said. The market says between Doc and Cousins, Tua will get 35, and then he will prove himself in the next couple of years.
35, okay. And then after that,
Haven't
the
those two
extension for
quarterbacks
4
done
years
something in the
happened.
league?
He did that to
35.
himself. Nobody's hating. That's the
Who's
thing
gonna
about
pay Tua
contracts.
35 a year, bro?
Dolphins.
Yeah, I can say this. Tua's going to get paid.
35, you said.
Sharif,
Okay, so that's what
Daniel Jones
think the
just got
Bears?
40 million a year, dude.
Because
You think they'll do that all over
Giants
again?
were
You think
stupid.
they'll do
That's
that
why.
all over again?
Because the
Josh Allen?
Yeah, the
Giants were
Giants were stupid.
stupid.
I agree they were stupid. I'm saying that's what these teams do when these quarterbacks are up.
Okay, and Daniel Jones actually had a good season before they signed it, and then he shit the bed. But just
Yeah, he should have been afterwards.
because Daniel Jones got 40 million, that means Tua's going to get 40.
No, I don't. I agree with you, Michael K. But I'm telling you, that's what
Daniel
they're gonna
Jones
do.
offers more.
That's
His
what they're gonna do.
mobility.
Who's putting Legos
He
together?
breaks tackle.
I don't know. I don't know who's doing that.
Who's putting Legos together? Go on mute.
That's you, Michael K.
You know, it
It
sound like
ain't me.
somebody's getting scammed with some kind of plutonium scanner or something. They radiated or something.
That's R2D2.
Sounds like somebody is affected by radiation.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, CCRR.
Clicking noise.
That was
Yeah.
CCRR.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Sound like
They're
one of those
after him.
plutonium
Whenever you
scanners.
want to talk CCRR, just put yourself and take yourself off mute. But you're more than welcome to talk whenever you want to chime in.
Again, this deal's not happening, fellas. I think this is a trade scenario. I know.
You think Skyler's getting the contract, Pete?
Skyler's about to get $50 million a year. Oh my god!
You might be working on the Skyler deal. You never know.
Oh
this is a full deployed
No, hold on,
market
Pete.
sale.
What would you sign, Pete? What would you sign Skyler to?
Hey, listen,
What
especially
would the
if Brock
Skyler
Purdy
Thompson
goes to the Super
contract
Bowl.
be?
Oh yeah, Skyler's getting that $50 million.
Pete, what's the Skyler Thompson contract?
Skyler, you would have
Shake
to
Money.
give him his
Could be an
year of
inside job.
evaluation, and people say year. See, this is the thing I don't like about fans. Sometimes you could tell if a player has it. If a player has it, he has it. You can
So
see
what would you?
that
Hold on.
within a handful of games.
Pete, what
Five
would
or
be the
6,
contract?
7 games in a row, you can see it. You can see
Pete.
if a player could give you potential.
Pete, tell everybody what the contract you would give to Skyler.
Oh my God! Here we go.
I'm sorry, my phone is going in and out.
Answer.
I'm getting phone calls.
No, it isn't, Pete. The phone's not going in and out, Pete.
Can you guys still hear me?
Now it can.
You see, I heard Josh Allen. Mic check.
Pete, tell everyone the contract you would give to Skyler Thompson.
What a stupid fucking question.
I want to hear Pete's answer.
Pete, don't answer it.
Oh my goodness, dude.
See, y'all hurt Pete's feelings.
Hey man, y'all can't talk to people that way, man.
Who, me? I can.
That man gets his resources from the gas station, so he know what he's talking about.
Oh shit!
Hey, Michael K, are we getting younger this year, you think? Is Poyer going to be gone? Trey going to be gone?
No, they'll
Don't
never
think
they'll never get rid of Trey White because that was McDermott's first pick.
I just worry.
It's not his fault. He blew his Achilles out, and he was playing good football until then. They got to keep Miller for at least one more year. They got to keep Diggs for at least one more year, and they're gonna sign Hyde to one more year to go along with Poyer's last year.
You think Hyde's coming back?
I think so. I think he would have announced already.
I got a question, Shake. I know this is a Dolphins podcast, but I just wanted to go off the rails for it.
Go for it, man. You know you got full carte blanche here, man.
All right. So, with the departure of Frazier, what does that mean of the sculpture of your coaching, standpoint in Bill's country?
Go ahead, Michael K.
Nothing really happened to it other than they blitz more because it was pretty much the same system that McDermott had, but they hire this Babbage guy. And I don't know where all these casuals get off thinking that they're going to let Babbage call the defense because McDermott isn't giving that up.
Right.
McDermott's still going to call the defense. And that's why they had him. That's why they wouldn't let him talk to the Dolphins.
Yeah, that's why they moved him up. Like you said, they moved him up so and not just the Dolphins, any other team could try to poach him. Not just the Dolphins.
Well, yeah, and they were making that move regardless. I'm more worried about the Brady signing because I don't think Brady's the answer.
Yeah, I don't. Everyone was so. Don't get me wrong. The offense was a little bit better, but it wasn't like the offense was like this great story towards the end. There was still a lot of inconsistencies.
Well, you know what? Here's the problem I have. Josh Allen didn't defend his player. He took the coach's side. And if I was Diggs, I'd be entirely pissed off at that whole situation.
Well, you heard what Diggs said at the Pro Bowl, so
And he you know what? And he should have.
yeah.
And he should have. What should have been said was we got to get Diggs more involved in this offense. You know, it got so bad they were handing him the ball off from the backfield. You know, and people think because Dorsey went 13-3, Dorsey wasn't the problem. Everybody thinks why was Dorsey the problem this year, not last year? You know, nobody's yet to answer that question honestly.
I agree. I agree because I told somebody, I said that wasn't Ken Dorsey's fault, but he was just the ball guy.
You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. But nobody wants to admit it. You know, I don't hate Josh Allen, but I definitely hold all players from Buffalo sports teams accountable for their actions. And I just have a feeling that it wasn't Dorsey's fault, but he was the easiest one to get rid of. Because you can't bench Diggs, you can't bench Davis, you can't bench Josh Allen, you can't bench any of these guys. The only one you can bench is Cook when he fumbles in the first game of the 2022 season. Bench him for 3 games. You know, and that's the problem. These fans are ridiculous, and it pisses me off that Josh Allen would rather golf than be with his teammates in the offseason working on the job that they're making millions and millions of dollars to play. That's what pisses me off. All right, I'm done.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Pete, answer the question, man. What would you pay? What was the question?
Michael K., I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Did you see the Pro Bowl challenge yesterday?
Actually, I watched it about 2 hours ago.
You saw the Pro Bowl quarterback challenge 2 hours ago?
I watched it about 2 hours ago.
Let me ask you, after watching Tua, would you pay him a contract extension?
No.
Like that was like, how do you feel about Tua?
But hold on.
That
to be fair, that he came to that conclusion way before the Pro Bowl damn challenge. So.
I was just gonna say that I came to that conclusion well before I watched it 20 minutes ago or a half hour ago. Whenever I watched it, yeah, I wouldn't extend him. He doesn't
you don't find this shocking that he lost that challenge?
No, not at all. Not at all. Here's the problem. Baker Mayfield's going to get a contract with Tampa Bay.
Hey, can I say for the record
that quarterback I haven't talked to you well.
Can I just say for the record, for everybody that keeps this nonsense up about a self-troll, if somebody was trying to self-troll, they don't need anybody to tell people that's what they were doing. Just so y'all know.
Michael K.
For all of you out there doing it, you can quit tweeting on my fucking timeline that somebody was self-trolling and whatever else, because you don't know either. And anybody that's self-trolling doesn't need to tell anybody they're self-trolling.
I don't know what happened. What did I miss?
It was a wormhole, Crypto.
Yeah, I'm here.
You think Baker Mayfield with that quarterback challenge, it helped him a little bit with contract?
Yeah, I think he's probably going to get like a 3-year, $100 million deal from Tampa, and be thankful.
How much of it's guaranteed? All of it?
No, probably $66 million. Probably 2/3.
Over 2 years?
Yeah, and then have a 3rd year out.
So they only just doing 2-year deals.
But even with a 3-year deal at $100 million, it's not that much. It'll probably be a 4-year.
So it'll be similar to Geno Smith, so 3-year deal.
Yeah.
Since
it's not going to hurt him.
They never drafted him. Yeah.
You know, it's not going to hurt him that much because it's only what, $33 million a year over 3 years.
Yeah, over 3 years. Yeah, $33 million.
And the average quarterback now. No, it's like signing 2 regular players. Versus a quarterback that's making 45 or 50. over 6 years, 258 million. You got to make up
one
it.
player off your roster, yeah.
But I think it helps, and I
Davis,
think
Gabriel
he
Davis
actually
is
played
hitting the
good.
market, right? You guys aren't going to re-sign Gabriel Davis.
I think the Bills will try to sign him.
Why? I mean, I hope you guys do sign.
Why
I'm
are they keeping? Are they
You guys
keeping
should sign Gabriel
Diggs,
Davis
right?
to a
Because they can't get
6-year
rid of Diggs, right?
big contract.
I think Diggs is going to be gone regardless, man.
I don't think they can afford to get rid of him.
I know they can't. I know they can't, Michael K. I just think there's something going on there that's just going to. It's just going to force the situation.
You see, Michael K doesn't even
if they release Diggs, he's going to Green Bay.
Buffalo's going to keep Diggs, and they're going to let
going back to
Gabriel
that
Davis
division.
walk, and they might turn around and draft another young receiver, maybe in the second again or in the first. It wouldn't shock me because again, you guys have Khalil Shakir, and that dude is impressive. Okay,
yeah,
so
you
can have Diggs, Shakir, and then a rookie coming in.
Yeah, but Pete, he's really
Gabriel Davis
impressive too because Diggs
and
is getting
slow.
bracketed all the time. So
yeah, but Diggs is big. But this dude is Davis is big and slow.
Yeah, he is big and slow. But how many wide receivers get a game ball and never got targeted once? And that's how important he is in the run game. And if they're running screen passes or they're running flares, he's out there blocking.
I think the Chiefs are going to try to sign Gabe Davis.
You don't pay receiver big time money for run block. You pay them Jawan Jennings money. You pay them River Craycraft money. If you just need them to block, they're just going to be out there with low cheap contracts.
Why does everybody think they're going to be throwing millions and millions of dollars at the guy?
Gabriel Davis has earned a big contract. One of these other teams are just like a Christian Kirk. Christian Kirk in Arizona didn't blow up the stats like that.
Yeah.
But they saw the potential, and Jaguars paid for his upside. Another team could try to pay for Gabriel Davis's upside.
And here's the problem, Pete. Spot Track is 15 miles away from me. It's on Southwestern Boulevard in West Seneca.
We figured out
I should go there. I should go there, knock on the door when somebody answers it, just punch them right in the forehead. Because they're putting all these stupid market values on players. What are they taught? You know what? There is no market value. Your value is what a team is willing to pay.
You're a bunch of cattle or something.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Hey, hold on, Color, real quick.
Yeah, I'm looking right now, Jake. As I'm
the
noticing,
NASCAR value.
I think I just
put a bunch
figured
of
out
stickers
why Amicus hasn't been around, bro. Because he's on here too.
Oh shit!
So Amicus, you're good. If you're listening, you can come back now. Let's see.
Oh man,
I appreciate it, Color. Thank you, man.
Yeah, let me see if he's on.
Color,
How did he get blocked?
Did you watch the quarterback challenge yesterday?
Oh my god!
Yeah, I see him there.
That's the question of the day.
This is like the Hotel California, Pete. Like there was no way to escape. There's no way to escape.
I watched
question of the day.
Jason Kelce was more accurate than Tua.
First of all, ESPN seriously dropped the ball in marketing. I had no idea that it was even on last night. And secondly, I only had to see one clip because that's all anything's been spammed on Twitter. It's funny. Not one single clip of any other quarterback's performances on Twitter today.
Oh, they was just going to the person that finished dead last.
Oh my god.
And if my hands were still working, yes, I would have done better. That being said, I would have done better than the winner too. So it's not really any shade on too.
And you know what I like about that, Color? That you see, Color. That's what I like about you. You're confident, bro. You play ball. You have that fire in you, that competitive factor in you. That no matter what it is, you're gonna want to go in there and compete and win. Can you believe some of these two-and-ears, Color, are sitting here?
Well, I also proved it.
I also proved it. It doesn't
matter. Hold on. I also proved it. I proved it.
There's no fire in this guy.
I proved it at the cornhole station with Ali and Capitan. They both witnessed it, bro. I really have that kind of hand-eye coordination. I'm not being like boastful. I really can do that shit.
And now some of these same guys are sitting here
that
are saying it don't matter.
But I can hit anything.
Some of the guys that are sitting here saying that challenge doesn't matter. Guess what? Those were the same guys that voted like 3 times with burner accounts to get Tua into the Pro Bowl.
I didn't vote once. I didn't vote once.
You're
I
saying
know
it's
I
a
didn't vote once.
They had burner accounts feet. Damn. So they
Yeah, he
stuffed the
broke
ballot
records
box.
with.
Hey,
He
listen,
broke
That's what you're saying. They
records.
stuffed the ballot box.
Pete, I'll have you know. Listen, I have burner accounts to stock, not to vote. So,
Man, he said they had stuff in the ballot box.
And by the way, they really need to they really made that competition convoluted these days. Like there's targets going on everywhere, all around the place. It's like, what the hell is this nonsense? I would have just
supposed to pick them out and freaking there.
I would have just picked my favorite range, and I would have just racked up the points on one single target.
Right.
Well, but I think there's a rule say you only can have so many per target, because everybody be throwing at the 2-point target in the flat.
Well, maybe that's the strategy, you know.
Well, Tua was only 2 of 4 out of that one too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it was kind of bad. The flat.
That deep ball looked like he was throwing to Tyreek. He put it way over his head. He was expecting it to catch up.
He did hit the right side fast target, the go route bot. He hit that one pretty good. That was a nice throw, actually.
Well, that
was 4 point. That was the 4-point one. That was the goal ball.
Kind of his gravy, dude. Like a couple of his big highlights are that particular throw in game.
Tua was so
he hit
slow.
that one twice. Michael.
Tua was so slow through that drill that somebody did a QB pass attempt stat, and all of those guys attempted more than 24 passes. Tua only attempted 14 passes in that drill.
Devin, you heard what the Tua and yours are
14?
saying, though?
Wait a minute, hold on.
The Tua actually won because of he threw less passes, so his completion percentage was higher.
Oh,
yeah, you saw that, right?
Yeah.
They say he's more efficient.
He actually came in second. That's what they said. They weren't being too outrageous. They made it look good by only giving him second. They didn't take a mile. You know what I mean?
They trying to make anything. Yeah, that made me just. They're making anything up.
Like if we were trying to gaslight, we would have made him first.
I thought that deep ball.
Gaslighting at 1 degree is still gaslighting.
But that was their hope, Crypto, that it would give it some sort of legitimacy because they didn't take the whole bag. They only gave him second place. You know what I mean?
That's even more manipulative, though. That's even more manipulative, color.
Right.
That's what makes it funny, though.
Right.
They're gonna have a hard time calling him the number 1 accuracy quarterback in the league now.
They also claiming Baker.
Yeah,
Mayfield
that
was
category. Yeah, it's kind of like
So the newest one is
I'm okay
Baker
with them
Mayfield.
losing the deep ball.
Baker Mayfield was telling him to stop throwing.
Would that be equivalent to a pass rusher distracting you?
That tweet, bro.
Was that Dan Orlovsky that said that he has a bet placed with somebody else that Tua was going to get the most points?
Yeah.
Dan Orlovsky.
Yeah.
Oh, and thirdly,
Dan Orlovsky, he's doing a breakdown.
My timeline for about 6 hours was full of people saying that Tua haters were going to jump all over this before any of them ever did. And then when Tua haters did jump on it, all those same people came around and said, "Oh, the stinking Tua haters got to continue, got to jump right on everything." It's like you literally told them to.
Yeah. And in that sense, Dave was in front of that steamroller.
That's what happens when you project. That's what projection does. When you sit here and tell somebody they're going to do something, eventually they're going to do it.
Yeah, they were meteorologists. They saw the forecast. They knew what was coming. I don't know why they're playing games. They know.
But it's funny how they knew what all the critiques were going to be, which means that's projection. That means that's what you would think if you were in our shoes. Because you already had all the critiques ready that the Tua haters were going to say, which means you saw those critiques. You saw the same things.
Exactly.
Well, and you know what? It's just like with the Tua extreme, I want to say. the two extreme. I already knew what they were going to do once Baltimore lost. They're going to oh, you see? Look at Lamar Jackson.
Right.
Yeah.
If
You're
he
right,
would have
Shane.
won,
Yeah. You
and if he
already
would have
see.
won, it would have been he's Dan Marino. He with Barry Sanders' legs.
Oh my God.
I mean,
Hey,
I already
but
know he's
Michael
got Barry
K.
Sanders' legs, but that's
Michael K. I was telling Mark earlier, right? Because Mark came in here today earlier on in the show, and
Fired up.
he had a different juice in him, right? Like he must have drunk something different today, and he
He
was
had some
so
Red
fired
Bull.
up.
Yeah, that's Red Bull.
His mic didn't want to catch up to his speed, but he sounded
Red
so
Bull.
confident. He sounds like a really like he can't wait till the season starts because he feels Super Bowl is coming. Like that's how it feels. He's a really confident Buffalo Bills fan, and I'm trying to put him back down on his real on land, Michael K. Because I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm a little hurt for Josh Allen because his window was this year. This was his best year, and
Well,
he blew it.
why was this his best year though?
Everything was set for him in his place. The Chiefs were not playing strong. The Ravens were the only team that he really needed to beat. The Dolphins, I mean, everybody like expected the Bills to win the division coming out of the from the beginning anyway. So it was no shock you guys came back. So it was like that ending 6-game win streak, the fire you guys were playing with, winning that home playoff game, and then realizing what you guys have moving forward now, moving off of guys like you're saying, Diggs. You think you're not replacing that? There's gonna be a learning curve now with new guys. There's gonna be all type of things moving forward. Plus, not every year is gonna be the year where Justin Herbert gets hurt, Joe Burrow gets hurt,
Aaron Rodgers.
Anthony Richardson is put to Aaron Rodgers gets hurt. Anthony Richardson is not gonna like all these quarterbacks. This was an anomaly year, dude. This was the year that Josh Allen was supposed to finish.
So, Pete, are you saying we're not making the playoffs?
Oh yeah, you can easily count 2 teams for not making the playoffs next year.
Well, let me ask you this, Pete. Do you think that Josh Allen is not talented enough to get the team to where they could possibly contend as long as he's in the league?
He's always gonna keep them contending, but what I'm saying is it seems like you guys' Super Bowl window has closed, where there's going to be more of a regression with the team because of everything. You guys are not contingently like collaborating. There's always an issue. Look, you guys just fired Ken Dorsey, right? Now, because you guys got this 6-game winning streak, now it's like you guys are forced to extend Joe Brady. You see what I'm saying? This is all a forced thing because the end ended good. But it doesn't necessarily mean that Joe Brady's the right guy as offensive coordinator. But that's the last straw. You see what I'm saying? Next, McDermott is look. Next season, I already told you, there's going to be 2 teams next year that automatically miss the playoffs. I'm telling you right now. That's the Dolphins if they stick
That's
with
been
Tua,
my philosophy.
and that's the Dolphins
that
if they stick
2
with
brand
Tua,
new teams every year.
And Pittsburgh Steelers are not making it to the playoffs again either. But Buffalo, there's a chance they don't make it, bro. The Jets are going to win the division with a healthy Aaron Rodgers. And if Buffalo thinks running it back with Joe Brady, Sean McDermott, that's the it factor with the question marks you guys already had at the end of the year with the defense. Oh no, but Matt Milano was hurt. I don't want to hear injury excuses right now, Michael K. Okay, understand that.
I'm not using an injury excuse, but the defense wasn't that bad with the injuries. They still had a pretty good defense. They only gave up 18.3 points per game.
Patrick Mahomes when you needed to and late in the game, did the defense were able to stop him?
I think they forced Mahomes to punt
You don't want to know my reason why they lost that game. And my reason is Josh Allen choked, and instead of hitting Diggs underneath to take more time off the clock, a wide open Diggs, he had to try to hit Shakir in the end zone with 47 seconds left, and he turfed it 5 yards in front of the dude.
Oh yeah, I heard that take on every national media already, Michael K.
Well, no, that take was he got bumped, and he did get bumped after the ball was gone.
You're saying he should have thrown it to Diggs early, like a second earlier, is what you're saying.
Yep, absolutely.
Man went for a touchdown instead of a field goal, Michael K. Why are you getting mad at that?
Well, because it would have been a first down.
You got to keep the sticks.
That was not a.
You got to go for the. You got to go.
Diggs
You got to
is
go for
slow
the
as hell,
touchdown,
man. Diggs,
man.
I already told y'all. Diggs catches the ball and he goes down. When do you see that guy break the? Come on, man.
I mean, it's just.
All right, he catches the ball, and you're still 15 or 20 yards closer to the field goal.
Yeah, but nothing's guaranteed, Michael. If the touchdown is open, which it was, he had to take the shot. He had to take the shot to take the lead of the game.
Shot, no matter
what.
Exactly.
Okay, and you don't want to
Especially
kill
when
time.
you got Patrick Mahomes on the other side.
You don't want to take. You got to take the lead, Michael. You have to try to take the lead.
Time? Wait, you don't want to kill time.
You got to take the lead if you have the chance to.
Obviously, how did that work out?
I understand, Michael. I understand what you're saying.
No, you're getting you know what? You're saying Josh Allen made the right choice. He didn't.
He had to.
Why did he have to?
Because he was wide open.
Yeah,
thanks, Pete. I appreciate this.
All right, so he had to. Well, guess what? Was it fourth down?
He was wide open.
Like first down.
Was it?
No, it was second down. It was second and 9.
So you go to Diggs. He catches the ball. He's that much closer. You can still waste time. You can take time off the clock.
Nothing is.
You're not going to score. What does it mean you're not going to score?
Nothing is guaranteed, Michael.
No,
if Shakir was wide open, which he was, he had to take the lead. He had to take a chance to take the lead.
Diggs was wide open before Shakir was, wasn't he?
No, he wasn't.
Coming across the center.
We're talking about a half a second, Michael.
It does. You're right, Jack. You know what? You're right. You're also the one that was saying Tyreek Hill's just like Gale Sayers. You actually made that analogy.
Michael, how many times?
One is a running back, one is a wide receiver.
No, Tyreek Hill's a weapon. Tyreek Hill is a weapon.
Wait,
but how many times? How many times did Mahomes? No, Michael.
Sitting here debating you that Josh Allen shouldn't have thrown the ball or should have thrown the ball into the end zone 3 times on that last drive. Is that what he's really doing?
Yeah, that's what he's saying, caller.
You guys had like an eternity of time, bro.
Are you talking about
there was no reason you needed to throw into the end zone
the
there.
He's wide open, Color.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
Well, if he was
broke open,
Allen would have thrown the ball earlier.
He was wide open and he
broke
got
open
hit.
late because they were trying to justify that he had pressure, and he didn't have pressure on that play.
So they scored. So they scored a touchdown and leave 1:47 seconds on the clock.
You can't plan ahead because nothing's guaranteed, Michael. Once Shakir broke open, he was wide open. Allen had to take the chance. He had to take the shot. Why would you pass on the touchdown? Why would you do that?
Why would you score a touchdown so early when you have clock? You know what clock
because nothing is guaranteed. Michael.
Obviously you're right. Obviously you're right, and it didn't work out. Now did it?
Right.
But here's why it didn't work out, Michael. And you refuse to understand this. Mahomes punted one time, Michael. One time. One time, Michael. That's what Mahomes did.
You had a whole bunch of time to kill and a field goal in the bag, bro. Why throw into the end zone like that?
Because he's wide open, Color the touchdown to take the lead.
Wasn't in a big.
A field goal is not going to do anything.
He turned out that they should have been throwing it in the end zone.
I understand.
Tyler Bass is choking.
What I'm saying is, you have the flexibility to try the eat the clock strategy because you've got the field goal in the bag. Nobody could predict that you go wide right. Nobody could predict that you go wide right on that freaking kick. I'm just saying.
He's done it before in the playoffs. He's done it in the regular season.
If he hits Diggs and then he's short, right? We don't know what's going to happen after that.
So what's the difference?
No, you don't. You know you've got the field goal in the bag.
But if you have Color, if he's wide open, for the touchdown, why would you not take that chance?
I don't think he was that open. It was too deep a throw to
Color. He was wide open. Color,
he just flat out missed him.
It was a poor throw.
It was equivalent to him throwing the ball in the dirt against us.
Right when he threw it.
That man was that wide open.
Right, but you don't think that the defense was saying, based on how much down and distance is left before the end zone, that we can time this such to get enough pressure on him to where he shouldn't be throwing into the end zone? Whether those guys
Color, this is what happened.
It was phantom pressure.
Allen dropped back.
Tony Romo tried to justify it.
He thought he had
extra pressure.
Allen thought he had an extra half a second. He said, "Oh my God, he's open. I'm taking the lead," and it didn't happen.
That's probably what the defense wanted him to think.
Hey,
that's why you just take the underneath shit and burn the time.
Nothing was guaranteed after that. Color. Why wouldn't you take? I don't understand this logic.
D McD has it right. Either way, Allen fucked up.
Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, Josh
insane,
Allen, you don't think Shakir could have got back to the ball if he wasn't running so fast on that route?
He had plenty of time. There wasn't like, I mean,
Color.
The man broke open clear in the end zone.
Gosh,
You're asking Allen to not take
It was
a
the
chance
same
to take
way
the lead.
how he threw the interception on the, against us.
Josh
he broke
Allen.
open.
They did it to us last year. They purposely waited to score till the clock was burned out.
I don't understand why you don't want Allen to take that chance.
I don't understand why you want to gobble his cock just because you think he's the best quarterback in the league.
How many times did Mahomes punt, Michael? Michael, how many times did Mahomes punt in that game?
I don't know. I don't care.
Probably
none.
Probably
none because he's not a punter.
It's just one time. It's just one time.
He's not a punter. He ain't Randall Cunningham.
One time they
and Josh
Chiefs
Allen.
offense.
Michael K said that the Bills had a good defense that game.
Yeah. It's the same story, Michael. Every elimination game, 500 yards, 30 first downs, 6 punts in 4 elimination games.
Do you ever get laid? Because you have all these statistics. You're like a Mark Jr., which means absolutely nothing.
Mark Jr.
Michael.
Boy, y'all got my attention with that.
Mark Jr.
Michael.
Hey, you know what? I gotta defend Josh Allen because
6 punts, Michael. 6 punts in 4 elimination games, and that's your
Josh
comeback.
Allen, how many times have you guys won the division in a row?
4.
That doesn't mean anything to you, Michael K?
No. Nope. Why would it?
Because they're spoiled. That's why. They want better.
What?
They want the
never
next
won a
level,
Super
AFC
Bowl.
title game.
But you don't think that winning the division, Michael K, is a head up?
It's just mean they're like the Brady bunch. They're born on third base by default, and they want to get to the next level.
You don't think that's a goal? You don't think that's a step into the right direction of getting to the Super Bowl?
Well, the only thing winning the division guarantees you is one home playoff game.
Hey,
That's all
listen. Hey, listen. In the AFC South 2020, the Saints won the AFC South championship. The Buccaneers won the Super Bowl. What team do you want to be?
South, you mean?
You want to be the team that win the Super Bowl, and you want to be the team that comes within 10. You want to be the team that also come within 10 minutes of that Super Bowl as well.
Tom Brady was like, enjoy your NFC South championship. We got the Lombardi.
Well, if you don't play defense, you're not going to win a Super Bowl. So,
if you what?
Yeah, you're definitely not winning. You're not.
You have to play. You have to at least be average in these games on defense, Michael. On defense, man.
Well, I'm saying, what did you say about if you're not winning the Super Bowl? If you're what?
If you don't play defense.
Not playing defense.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna say if you don't win a division, I'm like, huh?
Right. And how many people were out?
You're definitely not winning if Patrick Mahomes is punting.
Most Super Bowl winners tend to be division winners on average.
Patrick Mahomes' last Super Bowl. That guy's regressing.
So you mean 49ers is going to be the Super Bowl winner? Has a better chance because they're division winner.
No, I think the Chiefs are going to win.
Well,
the Super
both
Bowl.
teams.
But
Yeah,
this is
both
Mahomes'
teams won their
last Super
division.
Bowl.
The Chiefs and the both
They
teams
did?
that's
Yeah.
playing did win their division. So
Okay,
a division
you're
winner
right.
is guaranteed to win the Super Bowl.
Mahomes gets back to the Super Bowl anymore after this.
Yeah, because the Chiefs was the third seed.
Yeah, the Chargers are going to have to figure out a way to stop them from winning the division. Make them play a road game in the wild card or something.
Which means, Shake, that the second seed were fakers.
Mm-hmm.
Second seed were pretenders this year.
And the first seed.
Yep.
You could say that. I think it's going to be that way for a while, Color, regardless, man.
And the 49ers
in that case, if Mahomes is making a mockery of the league,
what happens when you fall into the
and giving us
division,
giving us the Michael Jordan effect. So we just need to schedule when we want to win the Super Bowl based on Mahomes' retirement.
That's where I
If
will
if
agree.
if if everybody's trash because they don't win the Super Bowl, then by default, we need to figure out when Mahomes want to retire. Then we can start playing football.
And crypto, and just for you, what you said yesterday. Not only is the Bills, the Jets, and the New England Patriots going to be AFC champions, but Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers, and whoever the quarterback, the Patriots, they're going to be co-MVPs. So there you go. Crypto.
Yeah, we got to do the reverse psychology because everybody we trash the very next season come out and ball out and do what we didn't do for the previous 20 years.
On another team.
So that
The latest rumor.
Now on, we got to talk about
you
every
guys heard
quarterback
the
we don't
latest
like.
rumor?
Yeah.
Huh?
The latest
What's that?
rumor going around.
Don't say it again, Pete. Oh my God.
What's the rumor now? What's the rumor now?
Hold on, I have a question for Pete. Pete, you listening? Yeah?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I have a question. Did you watch the Pro Bowl challenge?
No, you know what was funny?
Oh my!
Hey, let me tell you. Hey, I hope Fred is listening, and so is Bon.
I think I
Let me
missed
tell you guys
the
something.
Shake Money.
Hey, earlier, right when I was talking about this,
Fred
is talking about. He's talking about this hard. Bon Joe comes up and tells him, "But you didn't see none of this." So how are you talking about everything that's going on, but you didn't see nothing? Hey, that was probably the funniest thing I ever heard Fred and Bon Joe when that happened. That was hilarious. But
yeah, it was.
That was crazy. Oh, but the latest rumor.
And by the way, everybody,
this should be like considered
go
breaking news.
subscribe to Pete's Take. He has a channel.
Yeah, subscribe,
interesting,
like, comment, and
interesting
subscribe.
panels. He needs to upgrade his StreamYard so he can have more than 6 people. But
yeah, so I can get more people.
Kind of disappointed in you.
How much
Let
is
me
he
let me.
paying?
The latest rumor is right. Cliff Kingsbury signs with the Raiders. A lot of projections have Kyler Murray being traded there to the Raiders this offseason to compete at quarterback with Hayden
Good
O'Connell.
for them.
Looks like the Raiders are gonna win the division.
The thing is,
sorry
that
about
leaves
that.
that leaves Arizona with a quarterback opening.
He's gonna be in MVP conversations again.
Nah.
The first name that got linked to Arizona after that deal, it was not Tua, as much as I wish it was. But that's not out of the question either. I'm letting you're that's not out the question because the first name that came up to Arizona was Russell Wilson in the discussions. It was Russell Wilson. So imagine, look how easily you can compare those two quarterbacks, Russell Wilson and Tua. Arizona would probably gladly take Tua and those ticket sales to fill up the stadium again, and we got a high draft pick moving on in the draft, and that'll be amazing.
Actually, like I said,
is this the gas station sources?
First of all,
Arizona.
Yeah, it's a gas station. Well, he's going to a gas station with a Tesla, by the way. But no,
right.
if you really want to trade to hypothetically somewhere for ticket sales, it will be Seattle because of the Polynesian culture there.
Yeah. And there's no sex and drug culture there as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Seattle just got a new coach.
No, actually, Seattle has
just legalized hard drugs there. What are you talking about?
I don't know about the sex part, but the drugs is definitely prevalent.
See, the Seahawks hired.
You can't go nowhere towards that culture.
The Seahawks' new coach is Mike McDonald, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Defensive minded.
You can forget about Tua going over there. Mike McDonald shut Tua out. He's a Hard Rock. He don't want Tua in Seattle.
Sleepless in Seattle. God.
Don't y'all get crypto started now.
Yo,
Oh man, the Polynesian culture is good there.
As a matter of
Oh,
fact, when I had, hey, listen, I did players of the Polynesian descent, and Q is from Samoa. He
yeah.
said the three teams that are popular in Samoa is the 49ers, the Seahawks, and the Steelers. Those are the three.
Definitely the Steelers.
Troy Polamalu.
yeah.
That's crazy
Seahawks,
that
they
America's
got quite a
team
few.
isn't up there.
The three teams is the Seattle
America's team. Who might that be? Can you care to elaborate, Pete? Who's
Cowboys.
America's team?
The Cowboys. That's their model.
This sure hasn't changed. I thought it changed.
The
Thought maybe the Falcons or somebody.
I mean, the Chiefs. You know what? There's a lot of Chiefs fans. Where did those guys come from? The Chiefs. You know what the Chiefs are? They're a bunch of bandwagon. They're just riding the wave with Mahomes.
Actually,
right now.
the Chief fans are like
It must suck being an
the
original Chiefs fan because there's a lot of guys.
Yeah.
They was in the first Super Bowl, Pete. What are you talking about?
Yeah, the Chiefs fans are like the Golden State Warrior fans a few years ago.
Fans, they couldn't be found.
They've
with
been there.
Alex Smith.
The trophy is literally named after their owner.
Well, the AFC Championship.
Yeah.
There's an actual Chiefs bar here in Philadelphia. So what are you talking about? Chiefs fans.
Yeah, it's the lead. They trophies named after him.
You're an Eagles country, and you got a Chiefs bar in Philadelphia.
Had we won, had Shula won the first Super Bowl, it'd be the Shula Trophy.
Oh, of course.
Can you imagine being a
the
Chiefs
shot.
fan right now? Can you imagine being a Chiefs fan right now, dude?
Right. I know they're spoiled. It's Super Bowl to bust every year with them.
A real Chiefs
Quick question:
fan.
the AFC trophy is the Lamar Hunt. What is the
Correct.
NFC trophy?
It's a George Halas trophy.
Halas. It's Dicker. After the Bears. They say they have the longest NFC history. The Halas trophy. Yeah.
Okay.
Even though they wasn't in that
And
first
I'm not sure it was ever
inaugural
named
game.
that until the AFC trophy got a name because they were like keeping up with the Joneses. They're like, well, all right, because technically their trophy was the Vince Lombardi trophy.
The Kansas City Chiefs,
the
I think,
AFL title game.
I think they have $74 million in cap room next year. They have all their draft picks.
Yeah, they're going to draft a wide receiver.
This shit's not going away, dude.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, they got a lot of cap room. Tony is going bye-bye. We do know that. He's hitting the streets. He's done. Hell, they made him a healthy stretch. They're going wide out.
Well, Kadarius Toney was always a knucklehead.
What if they wind up maneuvering the draft and getting Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Oh Christ, Crypto! Don't even say that.
Oh, I got a good question for you, Dr. Winters.
Don't even say that, bro. What if they get Crypto? What if they get Brock Bowers? What if they get that great tight end from Georgia to replace Kelsey?
They replace Kelsey, right?
Oh my God!
Oh God! Yeah, you don't want to be giving them no tight ends behind Kelsey. Brock Bowers,
are you still there, buddy?
Yeah, but I'm still here.
All right, to the Dolphin guys right now, and I'm not excluding the Buffalo guys at all. You guys can give me your opinion as well because you guys seem to know the Dolphins as well. But let me ask you guys a question. Just out of the 22 starters, only 22 players, the starters, who out of the 22 you feel confident moving forward next year as the core guys? You guys know who the 22 guys are.
Well, I mean, you got to think about even the injured guys in that equation, correct?
Yeah,
yeah.
You got to think about them coming back healthy.
Yeah,
they're gonna come back healthy.
I'm bringing those two guys. I'm bringing. This is who I am bringing back. I'm bringing Chubb and Phillips back. I'm definitely doing that. For cap reasons, Xavier Howard has to sit there and do something for his contract. I can't pay that $24 million that's going to hit the cap next for what is it, June 1st or something like that. I don't know, but I know he's owed $24 million.
Yeah, they're saying that Xavier Howard is going to be a post June 1 cut. You're right.
I will cut him now.
I mean, it's a
Well,
lot
what's
of
his
question
cap
marks.
hit?
But I'll keep it a beat with you. It's a lot of question marks. There's a lot of question marks, Steve. I'm
I've
not
been
going to
trying to
discuss
get rid
it.
of him for a while.
But it's a lot of question marks because it really comes down to the agents and the players. He got
The
24
real
million.
question is, did he throw him higher?
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to know who. So only Chubb, Phillips,
No, I
Wilkins.
got
You're
a few
extending
more.
him.
No.
Chubb won't
Wilkins.
be playing
Zyler's
until like week
automatic,
6 or
and
I
and
seven.
would.
that's
I'll be honest with you. Realistically, and me and Shake always talk about this. Realistically, I don't feel that we're going to be able to keep Christian Wilkins for the needs that we still need for this team to take the
Right.
defense to the next level. Listen. The fan in me wants to keep everybody, but the reality of it is we're not going to
Not
be able to take
happening.
Christian Wilkins. He's old.
Exactly, Winters. He's got one more month left as a Dolphin. One more
Yeah,
month, 30
so
more
so I
days, and
so
he's not a
okay.
Dolphin.
So we're gonna do it by position. So Winter started with defensive line. So on that defensive line, pretty much, we're bringing 3 out of the 4 back.
Mm.
Tyler, Chubb, and Phillips. Wilkins is gone.
yeah.
Who you getting to
Now
replace him?
linebackers,
Jerome Baker, that's a
and
question mark.
David Long.
David Long, yeah. Van
You
Ginkel.
know, and Van Ginkel. I mean, Van Ginkel's going to get paid. Van Ginkel's going to get paid by somebody
He's
else.
not Van Ginkel. He's good, but he's not a starter because we included the edges as the linebackers, pretty much.
I'll say this to you: another team are different from what you just said. Because I can tell you right now, he will be a need somewhere else in this league, and he will get paid. He was only signed for 1 year, and that's the
And
problem.
Cam Good took an injury for this team. I think Cam Good is a core guy now. Backup,
No,
but a core guy.
no, but I'm just talking about the starters only, just only the starters, the 22 guys
That's
that
right.
we're supposed.
He's a starting backup.
So Jerome Baker makes it back.
No, he's a bum.
David Long makes it back.
Not even
Yes.
crypto. Not even Grace for the best smile on the team, bro.
And the best hair.
Maybe.
How about on the secondary? Xavier Howard is gone.
Yes,
I think
he's out the
unless he
door.
makes a deal, a deal to reconstruct his
We're gonna
contract.
bring Bethel back.
Jalen Ramsey is protected because obviously we weren't going to get rid of him for Fangio. What makes anybody think we're going to get rid of him now?
Javon
That's
Holland
the
is
new
safe.
defensive
How
coordinator.
about
Is
the
the hard
strong
ass.
safety, the other safety? Who's coming back there? Who's the starter now?
Jones is gone.
Hey, anybody know what team
Yeah,
Trill
could
Williams
be,
played
but
for?
we
So
don't
we
owe him
have
any money.
just on the defense.
I'd keep Nick
Hold
Needham.
on,
Nick
hold on.
Needham has a whole other season in front of him.
Yeah, but that those guys are depth pieces. We're talking starters. So on the D line we got 3, linebackers we got 1, secondary we got 3. That's 7 out of 11 on defense.
I know.
We
I know.
gotta
Crypto
look
wants to
for.
keep
We got
Xavier Howard.
that's 7 out of 11. We have to look for 4 starters,
Right,
4
Crypto?
starters on defense based on our conversation so far. Now on offense, quarterback is coming back to it. We're good. Running back, Mostert and A-Chain.
Most of the air chain.
A-Chain is there for sure. Almost.
Yeah. I don't want to have to sell 2 jerseys, man. Yeah, A-Chan's definitely back.
Yeah,
Mostert's
most
back.
of it is in the air.
The reason why we're saying
that's
Mostert
right.
and A-Chain because we
Derrick
run that.
Henry.
They're both part of the
I know you got an
same
HA jersey. Color. What was the other jersey that she gave you?
A-Chan.
Oh,
2
Merino.
of
The
them.
Merino,
I got
right?
the
Well,
A-Chain
yeah,
T-shirt or
I
shirt.
got the Mitchell Ness Merino jersey, but she accidentally tried to buy a 0-0 with no name on it, and she didn't realize that when she bought it from the customized product page, and so since she didn't choose a name, they just defaulted to the last jersey she bought, which was the A-Chan jersey she got me for Christmas. So now I got 2 of them.
Okay.
That's nice. That's a nice one.
Mm-hmm.
So at running back we're solid. Fullback we're solid. Receiver we're solid with Hill and Waddle. Tight end.
By the way, Pete, I'm gonna push back. I don't think Mostert comes back, bro.
That's why I
Unless
say
he
he's a
wants to
question
play
mark.
for like a really friendly deal, you know.
Contract, didn't he
'Cause
get the 2-year deal?
Yeah, but he's got to be getting long in the tooth, bro. He's gonna be 32. Like seriously.
Yeah, but after this season, they're running it back. That's what I'm saying. So you guys don't think we're running it back with Mostert?
Well,
Well,
but a
he
running
can.
back, a 32-year-old running back is not a run it back piece in my. I mean, sure, if he's still
Come
here,
on,
he's
Keller.
You want to stay
They
under
said the
27.
same thing about a 31-year-old. He just had his biggest season ever. You don't think he's at least?
I just meant if some other team needs a guy like him and is willing to pay him $5-6 million bucks, we don't need to be doing that. We can get another guy for $3 or $4 million, like we got him.
Yeah, but that's what
Plus,
we're
we
going to
still
be
got
paying
A-Chain.
him, right? Isn't he under contract? Isn't that what we're going to be paying him anyways this upcoming year?
Well, that I don't know about. If his contract keeps him here, then that's different.
Brooks
Yeah,
will be
his
serviceable.
contract keeps him here, Color.
Hold on, I'm looking it up.
I just don't see a guy. I just don't see a guy
Crypto?
like him as a core piece.
Brooks will be fine. I'd say Brooks is A-Chain. Run with them two.
I agree with that.
Well, you gotta cut Howard post June 1st because it saves 18 million. His dead cap would be 7.
I was going to say 18,000.
Well,
18 million.
18,000. He's
I'd be
getting
mad
burned
if
like
a
freaking.
I'd be mad if 18,000.
Why wouldn't you
Steven
keep
Ross is
Mostert?
pinching pennies.
Mostert's cap hit's only 3.3 million. Why wouldn't you keep him?
Wait a minute. How many tight ends do we have? We
We
just
gotta
Smite
none.
and
Because we don't
Julian
know if
Hill,
most
right?
have the same breakout season.
Do we
We
have any
have
other tight
Smythe.
ends?
We
It could
have
be a slight
Smythe.
regression.
I think our
And
third tight
Julian
end was
Hill.
like Tyler Croft.
Is Smythe under contract?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Smythe is
They
under
extended him
contract.
last year.
With,
They extended him
with
last
like
year.
3 years on it. Yeah.
That's a
Okay,
sneaky
so
good contract.
So we
okay,
don't
so
need
we
a tight end. We're good with Julian Hill and Durham Smythe, right?
I would think so.
According to me, we are.
I agree too. I like that tight end room. So
Me
left
too.
tackle, Teron Armstead comes back. He doesn't retire. We're good with that. It's another starter. We're good with right
Eichenberg
there,
will be
right?
the center. Eichenberg will be the center.
Yeah.
Left
Williams
guard
don't
is a
come back.
question mark. We don't have a left guard. We don't have a center.
You don't count Eichenberg as a starter?
Robert Hunt might not sign. If he signs, he's a Packer. If he
Yeah,
doesn't
Robert
sign.
Hunt is not signing. Rumors are that he's not coming back. So we need a right guard. We need that full interior offensive line.
Why would Greer let Hunt go though, man? That's I
Because
don't
he
know.
needs his head examined.
And you know what's funny
That
is
doesn't make any sense, dude.
if you think about it, outside of Laramie
He
Tunsil,
should have already signed him already.
outside of Laramie Tunsil, Robert Hunt's the only offensive lineman that he drafted and hit on.
Yeah, that's what you drafted him, you
That's it.
developed
That's
him,
the
you hit
only
on
one.
him. He needs to resign.
Well, technically, we have an Eichenberg.
So this
Okay,
team
yeah,
is
true that.
is this team out of 22.
Well, all right, let me rephrase that. He hit
by our
right away.
conversation, by our conversation,
Right.
by our conversation that we just hit,
Hunt
we
didn't have
pretty
to play
much got
5 different positions.
Right.
by our
To get it.
conversation, by our
Remember
by
that
our
Eichenberg in
conversation,
Right.
German means Oak Mountain.
We'll
Pete,
tell you,
conversation that
tell
we
you
just
the truth.
had
Eichenberg in
right now,
German means Oak
Just like
Mountain,
Austin
bro. We got an
Jackson.
Oak Mountain.
Well, tell you the
conversation we
truth.
just had
Piggyback
right
on
now.
the
We
piggyback
just
on
had
crypto. We have an Eichenberg and we have a Butch Berry.
Yeah,
So
we
whoever,
do.
if
I think
we
Lester
if we
Cotton is
bring
back too.
Yo,
Yeah, we do
speaking
have
of
a
that,
Butch
16
Berry.
guys
You're
we're
right.
bringing
we have
back.
Butch Berry.
Look,
hey, speaking of
Mr.
Austin
Pope.
Jackson, bro. Remember what one of the nicknames we give him, we've had for him, Action Jackson, Action Austin Jackson. Well, Action Jackson just passed away, man. Carl Weathers.
Yeah, he
Yep.
showed did.
Yep.
Yeah, 76. Passed away
Apollo
in
Creed.
76.
He just made that
76 is
conversion.
too young,
Action
man.
Apollo Creed, huh?
Jackson. He was in Predator.
He was in the Predator, yep.
everything.
He's also in the heat
and
of the
don't
Yeah,
night.
he
forget,
was.
He was in the
Yeah,
heat
he
of the
does
night
night.
also.
Yeah.
Wasn't he in Commando?
What about?
No.
Yes,
Nah.
Commando as well. No, he wasn't in Commando.
Rambo.
No, he
Rambo.
was in
Wait a minute.
He wasn't a Rambo either.
he was in Predators.
I thought he was in one of the movies. Thought he was in I thought
He was in Predator for sure. He was in Predator for sure.
He was in Happy
Here's
Gilmore.
one y'all are forgetting. Happy Gilmore.
Happy
Wasn't
Gilmore.
he the? Wasn't he the?
I don't remember.
The
He was
caddy
Chubb.
in Happy Gilmore.
He was Chubb. He got his hand bit off by the alligator.
Yeah, he got his arm. He got his arm bit off by an alligator. Yeah, he was the caddy
I'm gonna have to
for
go watch some old
Adam Sandler.
movies.
And he was also
gonna be fired up tonight.
He was also the golf cart driver in Gronkowski's latest commercial for the halftime kick.
Hey, was he a football player in real life or in sports?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe
Yeah,
he was.
he played a little bit. Yes.
Right. That's
I think he played 1 year with the Raiders, and then he played in Canada.
Have you ever seen that movie, The Comebacks?
The Thumbbacks.
We're in
no.
trouble.
It was a spoof movie. It was pretty funny. He was in that too.
Pete, don't worry. Skylar will be starting for someone this year.
No, this is what I'm telling you guys. You guys think it's a joke. We're in trouble. This is what I'm thinking while I'm listening to you guys talk.
So he played a guy. Hold on.
That offensive line.
He played. Hold on.
My God.
Hold on. He played a guy named Chubb. So we got two guys on our team. They are characters that Carl Weathers played. Action Jackson and Bradley Chubb. That's hilarious, man.
Yeah.
Oh wow,
man. Action Jackson.
What's Tua gonna be?
Conjunction function. What's your junction?
What Carl Weathers character is Tua gonna be?
You're right. Exactly.
Ding ding.
Carl Weathers.
He's gonna be the guy with the hand missing, right? The golf guy with the hand missing.
Chubb Spears?
No, that's Chubb. That's Bradley Chubb.
Tua's gonna have a new left guard, a new right guard, a new center.
No, I thought that was JPP.
Yeah, he's gonna have like 3 new linemen. From
He might have a new left tackle. Who knows what's gonna happen with Teron Armstead in training camp?
Through free agency in the draft.
I would bring Kendall Lamb back.
Oh,
Crazy.
Kendall Lamb.
The best thing that they praised the 49ers for is because of their continuity and consistency at offensive line.
But what happened with Isaiah Wynn?
Well, Trent Williams is the only thing
I
they
think
got.
Wynn he has a knee
Do
issue.
you think that guy's next level starter, Mr. Paul?
Who that?
You're asking what happened when we need starters, Mr. Polk. We just went over this. We have 7 players on defense that are starters. We're gonna be looking for 4 players on defense. Seems like we're gonna be good on defense because those 7 guys should outweigh the 4 new guys. On offense, seems like our entire offensive line is gonna be new. And in this league, they tell you all the time, you win in the trenches. Imagine we have 3 rookies or 3 first-time starters.
Pete, it sounds like you don't have confidence that Tua can overcome that.
All we have to do.
What I'm trying to get to is
all we have to do to build our offensive line to be the greatest offensive line in history is the same thing Jimmy Johnson did to do it. We Herschel Walker, Jalen Waddle, and we build our offensive line.
Sorry to tell you, Color. That Pro Bowl challenge.
That only worked for Troy Aikman. They don't work for no other quarterback in the league.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Color. That Pro Bowl challenge yesterday ruined any little hope I had with Tua. Oh, maybe.
I didn't know Pete was on the brink.
Pete, why do you keep doing this, bro?
Not let me go.
No, Chloe, he was already on the brink. He was on the brink already.
Oh my God!
That was the straw that broke the camel's back.
That was the straw.
No, he was on the edge of the cliff, and Tua failed to get the grappling hook up to the top for him, bro.
American Gladiators.
Oh man.
What's up,
Pete's
man?
All I know is
throw the child. Pete's yelling down from the wall. Throw the child.
Shake, you might as well just do it for me, Shake.
Oh man.
I heard we got someone new on the panel. Nene, let me ask you a
question. Pete's the one that sent in the audible to Captain Picard.
Come on,
He's like,
Pete. Don't bother with Nene now.
Hey, by the way, Nene.
That actually was an audible too.
By the way, I love your picture. It reminds me of Angela Bassett in Waiting to Exhale.
I
You look like,
heard.
yeah, you look like you about to set
Angela
somebody's
Bassett.
car on fire.
I
I
know.
heard.
Just don't go near Tariq's
Crypto.
house
Hey,
because they're gonna
crypto,
accuse you
crypto.
of burning it down.
Before Nene starts
Good
cooking,
speak,
crypto.
crypto.
That's another angle we forgot. Tua failed to audible to the better play, which was to throw the child.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's a good one. Audible to
Oh
throw
yeah,
the
it is.
child. That's another angle.
He couldn't
And
find
Well,
the play.
I do have a
He couldn't
I got a
find a better
question,
play
Nene.
to use.
go ahead. Off-season Pete. I refer to you by your proper surname.
Did
Off-season
you
But
Aloysius
listen,
Pete.
watch the
Same
Pro
thing.
Bowl
it's
challenge
his
yesterday?
surname. Hold on, Pete. Your surname is Off-Season Aloysius Pete the Third.
There you go. Now we now
Damn,
we
I got the
Uh-oh.
Off-season
Nice.
Aloysius
Aloysius
part.
Nice
Pete
to
the
get
third.
Nene started now. About to get Nene started.
Hey, but no, all jokes aside, that's what I came up here for because I had a question for the panel. And I know sometimes it get when y'all up here, y'all don't even look at the comments. And in all seriousness, right, with this alleged Tua extension, right? And we all kind of knew, even the people that are not a fan of him, this was part of the
Exactly.
direction
Alleged.
that they're going. But my question is this, because I remember when we talked about this in August about letting Christian Wilkins walk, and I brought this up, and a lot of gentlemen, kind of got on me about this opinion about letting him walk. Will this send a sign to the locker room of these guys that Aloysius is drafting, that we draft you, but we don't keep you? If that makes sense. I know Austin Jackson got extended, but is this more of a diet to come of all these guys that he did hit on, that he's not able to facilitate the
You
deals to keep them?
know why I'm gonna answer that one real quick. Honestly, this is why Christopher Aloysius the Greer.
The
This is why
third,
this
there you
guy
go.
is the third. This is why this guy still has a job. You know how smart he is? This guy covers all his tracks. He just finished coming out right now, clearly telling everybody. What did he tell everybody? And he made sure everybody understood what he did. He told everybody, I offered Christian Wilkins a contract. That's him. He didn't accept it. So now he gambled on himself and it paid off for himself. Basically letting everybody know he's going to earn a big paycheck by another team on a contract that I wouldn't offer had gave
I
him.
beg to differ. I beg to differ. You want to know why? Because
Cleaned his
not
hands
the
with that.
hold on. I'm about to tell you why. Because this negotiation should have been done 2 Decembers ago. Right? He failed. You could look at it from another disposition, that him as a negotiator, that he fails to close deals and people walk because of it. Did you ever think about that off season, Pete?
No, I'm 100% agreeing with you. Sometimes you got to hit on these players early and you got to trust your evaluation
Right, right. Because
and
now
let me I'm going to give you the perfect example. You know who we should be talking about extending right now? This is the conversation the organization should be having. Extending a guy like Waddle. This is the time to extend Waddle. Now it kind of sucks because Phillips got hurt, but this is what Nene's pretty much bringing up. When you hit the contracts early, you're building really big success, but you got to hit with the players that are worth it, and that's how you don't get these caps get out max. And I'm with you. I agree with you. We're too late on the bubble with Christian Wilkins. You got to do these things early.
well, and like I said, and I know a lot of people get on me. I have a new nickname panel called Toxic Nay.
Toxic. Yeah, let it be
You
known.
you can
Toxic
refer to
Nene.
me as that. I will not get offended. I think it's actually kind of cute.
It's
But
toxic Nene.
no,
Toxic.
because of my career taste, it's just for me. And me and another veteran was talking about this. I think people look at this situation based off of what
Shout out to Chef Jew in the building.
what they think, in terms of their levels of expertise. Like for me, I was in management, right? So that's why when things go left, I never blame employees. I always look at the manager. But I think
Right.
this thing with Tua, and that's why I came up here, Pete, because people laughing at you, Pete, about it. And I know you do some trolling, but sometimes they just listen to you. You do have some good points because I
You do.
wonder.
He does.
I wonder if what Tua said to the media was a strategic move to get that offer done, because that's very intriguing how he answered it, and now Adam Schefter is kind of quoting it, and that kind of strong arms the Miami Dolphins to do something.
To
To
put
be
pressure on.
honest,
Yeah.
Exactly, Nene.
it is a
Thank
tactic.
you. I appreciate you. Because that's what I'm trying to tell people.
Because here's the
When does
thing, if
Adam
it,
Schefter ever come out and do what he just did? Rarely. He's pushing
but
a market right now.
I just think it's not, because the key words that I heard him say, because Tua kind of talks fast sometimes, so you got to slow him down. And what I heard, he said, my agent, and I just kind of like my agent Chris and all of them should work it out. But yeah, something should get done. So now the leverage is back, that he is saying that, if things go awry, just like what you said about what Greer did in the press conference to Christian, now Tua is doing it to the Miami Dolphins. Listen, we were ready to rock and roll. The Miami Dolphins failed. You get what I'm saying? So I kind of got you on that. I had to get through all of the trolling and the Pete antics, but there is some validity to it, because you're right. Adam Schefter usually, when he reports, is usually like the deal is done. But for him to say that this came from Tua, that he expects blah blah blah, and now everybody's doing their number country. But here's my thing, gentlemen. If this deal does get done like tomorrow, I think we're saying goodbye to a lot of people. I really do. And I'm not
Saying
really.
goodbye to winning.
A lot of starters, right?
You saying goodbye, because here's the thing. Like, it's kind of like you're choosing, from what I hear of all this. You're choosing between Tua and Wilkins, actually, because both of those players kind of predict like what happens, what's left for everybody else, given that we're 50 some million in the hole right now.
Well, hold on. Of that 50 million, 23 of it is to his fifth-year contract.
But what I'm saying to you, if they do this deal, now I've heard different perspectives. I heard them doing this deal actually helps the cap, and then I heard other people say no, it hurts the cap, because depending on how much of the cap he is going to take, is going to change what you can offer the rest of the guys that are going to be looking for their payday.
Right. Well, if they don't sign Tua to an extension,
Yeah, the 20 something
20,
million. I'm tracking that. And
23 million. So 23 million, or 50 minus 23 is $27 million.
well,
So
but
if you sign Tua, throw him a guarantee of whatever the guarantee is, but you give him a base salary of 1.5 million. So his cap hit might only be 5, so you're saving 18 million
but that's still
instead of
like,
23,
I just think
right?
we're still gonna lose, and I don't know who I'm talking to, because I'm just talking, but I still think we're gonna have to. I want to stick with the first question, and Pete kind of derailed me. If Wilkins walks, right, because there's other reports about Wilkins and his preference, which I think is irrelevant, but he is clearly the guy that they changed his organization with. He's a top pick. He has improved each of the last 2 seasons on the sack production and other areas. If you let him walk, does that send a message to the locker room?
Right. Yeah. That's a good point.
No, I'm asking. I'm not like.
It's some kind of message. Yeah. I mean, you know.
No, I don't think it says anything, because he played on his 5th year. Same thing that Tremaine Edmonds did. He played on his 5th year, and the Bills said, "See you later. We're not going to sign you. We can't afford you."
But Christian Wilkins
Oh,
had
Michael.
to play on his 5th year because he has to go out and prove something. But you're not gonna do the same with Tua.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is for me, I just look at it
Locker
from a
room
perspective.
discourse. Players are been there.
I look at it from perspective, whatever that number is that allegedly his ass, because none of us really know. There's assumption what that number looks like. But I'm just saying, for this rebuild in particular, I can't speak to the Edmonds situation. I'm not a fan of that team, so I don't know. But I know Wilkins was a part of that rebuild pick. The bigger guys, not the Noah Ignagnis, but Wilkins, Tua, I would say Phillips, both Phillipses, both Jalen's. Like
Put
if
some
we
respect
start,
on Noah's Himbanagani, please. Thank you.
huh?
Put some respect on Noah's Higbanagani.
Yeah, all right, got it. But for the other guys,
Thank you.
I wonder if that sends, like, if this guy did everything right on and off the field, you
Right.
know, like who gets to stay? Who is safe? Like, other guys, you understand why you let them go and don't pay them. And that's why I get on Chris Wilkins. I mean, Aloysius III, because it didn't have to be this way. It didn't. If you took care of your business and were able to close deals earlier, you wouldn't be in this situation. So I wonder if I hate to say it, I don't want Wilkins to walk. I know I listen to Lou and some of the other guys, and I agree with their points. I'd rather not sacrifice one person for three important pieces to this team, all of the offensive line. So if you put me in a room and I had to choose, I'm gonna go with the offensive line over one guy. But at the same time, and normally people don't let you get to that point, the Wilkins situation should have been a situation done in December of 2022.
They tried to, but he refused. So
No. I'm not talking about the summer. I'm talking about the one before his numbers went up. There was an opportunity to close that right then, right before the San Francisco game. I think the Charger game is one game where he set himself apart in 2022, but they didn't close that deal and it went into the summer. That's what I'm talking about. When I bring up December, people thinking about December 2023. I'm talking about the year before that.
No, but I think there's a certain period where you have to wait in order to extend them. You can't extend them after a certain period.
Yeah, but it was
you can't extend them before a certain period.
Yeah,
it was,
You can extend them in the fourth
December
year.
22. December
Yeah, so
2022.
exactly. So that December you're talking about is before
No, it was within the
eligible to
timeline.
sign.
It was within the timeline because I remember Barry Jackson did a story on it because they was like, since they didn't get this done, it's gonna stretch into the summer. I remember that very well because I was like, why didn't it get done? And the questions were his production. Did he deserve an extension? And then that's when he went on that tear. I say infamously the Charger game. I'm sorry, I'm feeding my greedy dog here, so if you hear me in the background. But I just wonder the question for the panel. Do you think this is going to be an indictment, in that? And I know when I brought it up in the space, they were like, so you trying to tell me, Nate, people going to be concerned because Wilkins they getting paid? I said, sometimes that's how it works. Like, if you didn't pay this guy, he's supposed to be a leader of the team, and you draft him high, what does my situation look like?
No, they also know the worth of the players, and you might have a player that's not as much of an impact, but you can afford him. And if a player knows he's not going to get paid, because it is a business.
By the way, look at Durham Smythe. He was drafted and paid. So Xavier Howard drafted and paid. He's paid. He's drafted a lot of players and paid them.
Well, what I'm saying is, Shake, a lot of people discount, just like with Tua, they take away 2 years away from when he actually started. People say he starts in 2019, not 2017.
Well, according, this is to Omar Kelly, and listen, he said this in a press conference. He talked about how his very first draft was Xavier Howard. Xavier Howard was his very first draft, and that was in 2016. So they could suck it.
Who did we draft that draft? That was Charles Harris.
Yep.
Right? Charles Harris. Xavier
Which,
and
by the
Howard.
way, he eventually panned out. Unfortunately, it was for the Lions.
That goes now. That just makes his resume look worse, actually, than when I'm trying to give him.
This whole soft stuff has been going on for too long. Charles Harris, why didn't he play again? You see, that's another draft pick that they just sat on the bench,
had them there because they were in their feelings. Greer keeps selecting these guys
because they had remember they had Cameron Wake and they signed
Branch,
right before
Andre
they
Branch.
signed
Then they had
who's the guy?
Olivier Vernon.
No, not
No, it
Olivier
was
Vernon.
Andre
They
Branch.
didn't have Olivier Vernon. He's the guy who went to Chicago. He went to
Andre,
Dallas
oh,
and then
you're
he went to
talking about
Chicago.
Robert Quinn.
Robert Quinn. They signed they traded for Robert Quinn right after they drafted Charles Harris.
Well,
I think Charles Harris was the best guy we've ever drafted.
We should have never let go of Robert Quinn.
So
just like Deion Jordan.
Robert Quinn, if we would have never let go of Robert Quinn, we would have never had to draft Jalen Phillips.
We should have never cut Deion Jordan. We should have never cut him. That set us back 15 years.
But so Shake, you're making his obituary much longer than what I'm actually trying to give him. I'm just saying in terms of being an honest broker, because we brought up this conversation today too, and some Dolphin fans we was on the phone, and even this DC search, right, is the Miami Dolphins brand, no pun intended, becoming toxic, where people like, listen, you don't want to go there. Those players run the ship. That's why when people keep bringing up these names like Vrabel and what's denture mouth that like the fetish with the feet, what's his name?
Why would anyone come here? They're all going to get fired. They're all going to get fired next year.
Rex Ryan.
Rex Ryan.
What's going on now with us?
Yeah, Rex Ryan got the foot fetish.
Defensive coordinator.
But what I'm saying to you is,
all the beans.
I'm just saying, like, unless you just living in a basement with bubble wrap, you gotta know old school defense, old school coach is not gonna last in Miami. It's clear.
Substitute teacher won't even want to come and teach over here.
Why not, Pete?
Hey, listen.
Can you care to elaborate, Pete?
So listen, by the way,
spilling all the beans.
By the way, real quick, the fact that we our defensive search is taking so long leads to me to believe that Brian Flores didn't really want the co-offensive coordinators, but he had no choice because nobody wanted to come here.
Well, listen, I know you're trolling.
You see what I'm good with, Shake?
I know you're trolling, but
I'm not trolling. I'm being serious.
No, that's not
I don't
trolling.
think
That's
Brian
real
Flores
talk.
really wanted those co-offensive coordinators, but like, damn, I have no other choice. Nobody's coming here. I need some coaches.
Well, I guess that's kind of no,
He just
because
backed up into the corner.
You did get Vic to come here, but the fact is he didn't get to stay. And now, by Jaw's report, and a lot of people want to discount that report, but I think there's validity to that report. And I think the idiot response by Javon Holland just goes to show an example what Vic Fangio was dealing with. Come on, dude. We know you made the video to take a shot at the man. Stand on your square. Like E.M. and Lewis said, I need to see them 10 toes. He's sitting there looking like he looked like he was high when he was giving the interview because he couldn't get his words together. I think I did it after he got fired, and he said fired twice. I'm like, come on, just stand, just be a man. Just be a man and say that you were taking a shot.
Was he on roller skates? It sounded like he was on roller skates.
Man, look, it sounds just like them spaces when it backfired. I mean, he'll run it for the hills, but that's just an example. Even I listened to Jalen Ramsey today, and even his comments were just you're like, if you paying attention, they were weird. He was just like, well, I don't think he would have went and said that like there's some type of loyalty clause. That man don't have no loyalty to y'all. He gonna say what he gotta say, what was going on. And like I told people, he's not Flores. See, it was easy to demonize Flores, but you talking about Vic Fangio, you can't do that. He got too much cachet. So I wonder if a lot of these people that interviewed are a little like, I don't want to go there because I don't want to deal with that foolishness. That foolishness being Christopher Greer, letting them players come, and y'all knowing in your heart what's going on. Them players going to Greer and McDaniel crying about being held accountable.
Hey, look,
that's what's going on.
Check this out. This is a really different situation because our defensive coordinator did not get fired. He left on his own accord. Then on the way out, he is actually bashing the team. I think we're in a terrible position. There is no way we upgrade from Fangio at all. Anyone we get will be a downgrade, okay? And I do remember last year, when we're talking about Fangio getting up to speed, it's going to take him 8 to 9 weeks into the season before he could establish his scheme, and the offense is just going to have to hold strong until that point, which they did. But I think we're going into the season already at a disadvantage. And who, I mean, at the end of the day, who are we really going to bring in? This guy left for a reason. He's spreading all types of crap about us across the league. I mean,
he was forced out.
I don't think it's crap.
It came out he was forced out.
But that's just
well, that might be. Well, that's funny because it sounded like he had a job already lined up and he couldn't wait to get the hell out of here. To me,
yeah, but they said he was forced out already. So
I don't believe that.
He's forced out.
I mean, can we discuss? Do you really think he was forced out, or do you think he said screw this?
Let me answer you this.
They said screw this. He's under contract, so he has no choice.
Here's
both
the thing.
could be true.
The team that holds the contract has more power than he does. So even if he did say screw it, he has no choice. But you know what I'm saying? He's under contract.
So what you're saying is they had to really. So even if he wanted out, it was still up to the Dolphins ultimately to release him from that contract.
Exactly.
Okay.
But Deuce, I need you to hear something. I know you got your headset on, but I just need you to hear something.
Oh, I could hear you. Now we argue a lot, right? And I've already had to embarrass you a few times, Nay. I mean, you were talking up to a few times. I had to set you straight,
you got me mixed up with somebody else.
We were eating some crow, Monday morning.
Somebody.
Oh,
damn.
boy, I don't know. You were pretty hard on Tua there.
Damn, he said he was setting some Tua near straight. Damn,
man. Nay was on that train, boy. She was on that Tua near train.
Look at him, like Lewis said. Look at him.
Look at him. You gonna. Yeah, you on your skates? You going backwards now?
No,
I mean, what you mean?
First of all, hold on, sir. I don't skate, I glide. So
I think you were like, he's gonna win by 15 points. He's just gonna destroy Buffalo. Oh my gosh! I was like, oh Lord.
Well, no. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on, sir. Because I don't know if you're one of them people that came when we.
You wanted them score predictions.
Hold on, sir.
Go ahead.
Hold on, sir. You got your headset on, but you probably.
I hear you.
Okay. So I'm the kind of person I can give credit and criticism at the same time. Like if we had a conversation and he was doing well, I have no problem giving this man credit. And I think that's an habitual problem throughout whatever side of the aisle. You defend him or you don't like him, you have to be objective because the logo should be coming first, not your opinion of an individual player on the team. So if what you're saying that me and you had a conversation, I would like at least give him credit for winning XYZ game, at least give him credit for being healthy, then that's not a to and near. That's just being objective. So like I said, I think you got the wrong somebody. But to the point,
But
to the point of what I am saying about the situation with, the label of a disciplinarian trying to reach certain players and the media linking that being a problem, I don't think you just gonna switch this narrative and just say the man didn't want to be here, because let's be honest, we didn't hear nothing about this man not wanting to be here until he was actually gone. So I believe what I see in here, not just what I see after an effect throughout the whole season. And if you have a report, sir, that you can compare to what I'm saying,
I would just say, would you want to work for a company and then you've got employees who are disobedient, not following your direction? I mean, would you want to stay there, or would you look somewhere else?
The same thing. What I am saying to you, what you're saying that the man didn't want to be here, I'm countering that, saying that report didn't come until the man was actually gone. I never heard that the man didn't want to be here. I know he waited 9 days or so to make his decision, but throughout the season, it wasn't like, the only thing that I knew, just based off of what I can kind of tell from pressers, that he seemed to have problems with Xavier Howard. He seemed to have problems with Jalen Ramsey. Those are the ones that I knew, just based off of just using my common sense for 500, Alex, that they had a problem with how he was calling the defense and how it positioned them. And a lot of people even pushed back against me when I said that. They're like, oh, Nene, you're making stuff up. They just need everybody healthy. Everybody's happy. And I'm like, no, From what I hear in these press conferences, it don't look like Xavier Howard, Jalen Ramsey are happy with
Well,
this
at the
guy
end
at
of the
all.
day, is Xavier Howard the coach? I mean, does he design the defense? I mean, it's not his place. He's I think he go ahead, Shake.
No. One thing about Xavier Howard, before I let you cook, is it's been on record he had a problem with Adam Gase. Then he had a problem with Brian Flores. Now he has a problem with Vic Fangio.
Yep.
It seems to me that the
common trend
denominator is Xavier Howard's a little whiny bitch.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
With a problem with authority. And you know what? You're making millions of dollars. And so I mean,
and he
what
can't
is
control his fruits. Let's just put it that way. So you know,
His jewels, in other words.
you got that going on
That
too.
Mr. Polk said the jewels.
He got that going on. Now I like X, but I think what happened,
Even
and
crypto likes X.
I'll let you land. I think what
Stop
happened
it,
is
Shake.
once Mike
This is
McDaniel
dangerous for
came
you.
in here, once Mike McDaniel came in, it made it worse because now I'm sure with Flores, he wasn't allowing none of that. And Mike McDaniel was just like, okay, bud, you know, we'll work this out. I go and talk to Chris and fix it. And I think that became very problematic. But I think the main problem is not even Xavier Howard. I think it's Greer because when I listen to there's a podcast by Kyle Van Noy, and he made it very clear that the beef was not with Tua and Flo. It was with Flo and Greer.
Well, I could see that, but you know, look, if we're spinning this Fangio exit as the Dolphins also wanted him out, I'm good. I mean, what the hell is wrong with the Dolphins? Like, there was no issue with this defense. I want to run that defense back. So what the hell is wrong with our front office if our defense is doing the job and they're going to push him out because our players don't like the way he's handling himself? I mean, what kind of organization are we seriously talking about? And I think it gets back to the comments that were coming out from Jaworski. I think I'm screwing up his name. Anyways, you know, old time quarterback. When he's coming out and basically being a mouthpiece of Fangio, and he's saying, you know, all these things about discipline and they're not wanting to do this and this. I mean, at the end of the day, if that's the reason the Dolphins got rid of him, well, we're in some serious stuff right now. If that's your reason for getting rid of we are toast already. It's over. Because what's the next coach they're going to come in? They're going to come in and say, hey, look, coach, you're here to coach. You have no authority over these players. They could back talk you all they want.
John, they have to already be seeing the pattern. It ain't like this is the first coach that's been run out by the players, bro.
There
It's
you go.
scapegoated and slandered, man.
Yeah, exactly. So, but who's winning the battle here? That's my point. Who's winning the battle? It's not these tough coaches. They're gone. So who's the softy behind the scenes going, hey, you're being a little too mean to our guys.
I told you
we need you.
Was. I told you. Christopher.
Well, then we're screwed. I mean, it's over then. I mean, if that's our GM, we're if that's the truth, it's over.
Look, and I had this discussion with Fred. I wish Fred was here. I had this discussion with Fred earlier.
Yeah.
We got to understand, you guys are right. Chris Greer is soft, right? He looks for yes men, and the yes men that he hires also look for yes men that play on the field. You see how
that's who's going to be our new. That's who's going to be our new defensive coordinator, a yes man and a softie.
And look, and check this out.
And you know that, and you know what that stops? That stops us from getting guys with that attitude like Ray Lewis on defense. We'll never have that Luke Kuechly, because those type of guys that play with fire, those type of defenders that get mad at the offense because it's not performing, that type of player will not be here on defense leading the charge. They won't be allowed to, because these defenders type players like Ed Reed and these special guys that you need on defense to take that and make the locker room believe, these guys take command of some sort of the offense as well.
Closest thing we got to that is Wilkins.
Look, we haven't been the same.
And look how comfortable we are letting Wilkins walk.
We have not been the same since the media lambasted us for the bullying bullshit. And so it seems like this organization is so afraid to go down that road again, and because they're so controlled by the media and so paranoid about their image that they're literally still stuck on 10 years ago when that was a thing.
Color
well, we had the Flores era. That's what tried to
but see
curtail us.
that's why I say it's not. Greer is the yes man also, and who he's the yes man to.
But see,
Who's
this
Greer
is
the
where
yes man to?
I push back on
Stephen
it.
Ross.
This is where I
Stephen
push
Aloysius
back on
Ross.
it. I think Greer. I think Greer has you kind of fooled because Ross is very clear. He knows nothing about football. He trusts Greer to make decisions
But doesn't
for
he
him.
answer to Thomas? Doesn't he answer to Thomas Arthur Garfinkel?
I don't know who
You
that
know
fool
what?
is.
You know
He
what,
even worse.
Nene? Him losing that draft pick for tampering and cheating shows he doesn't know about football.
He
Because people
doesn't.
that know, they know how to get away with breaking the rules.
Well, see, you know what? I'm glad you brought that up, Pete,
What do you
because
mean, Pete?
I think my prayer may come true. I really do. Y'all know I'm very clear. I want that joke up out of there. If I learned that Christopher Greer is out of there, I would help him pack his office. I would drive
He ain't
12 hours
moving. He
from
can't,
North Carolina
Nene.
to help him out and get
He
him up out of
cannot be
there.
fired. He cannot be fired. Not with the stuff that's going on with
Let me
Brian
get to it.
Flores. No chance.
Let me get to it.
Not even if
Because
he
of what
wanted
Pete
to.
just said. What Pete just said makes me think there is a hole in that relationship. Because here's the thing: if Greer was 100% endorsing Tua, but Ross went behind his back and tried to get Brady, went behind his back and tried to get Watson, went behind his back and well, I wouldn't say went behind his back, but he probably just made it clear that he wanted Lamar Jackson. Because that's why when people talk about this conversation, I say, why do y'all leave out Ross? And you bring up that Flo snitch. Yes, that's part one of it. But he had to be able to tell something because the NFL did an investigation and they actually punished the owner, which we already know they don't want to do, right? They're in partnership. They don't want to punish their own people publicly, even though the
Because of the
punishment was
betting.
even though the punishment was still a slap on the wrist, but to do anything means he actually did something wrong. And people was like, well, he's doing whatever he needs to do to win. And I was like, wait a minute, but Flores came from a winning organization that at some retrospects of it had a disciplined structure. So why doesn't he get that pass? And that's why I say some people just have the owner boss is never wrong mentality, right? If a player, and I think it's still relevant in sports, if a player gets caught for something, they're smashed to the ground. A owner gets caught. Look at Robert Kraft, right? Imagine if a player got caught. Matter of fact, we do have a player that got caught for doing a similar thing, and he was suspended for a year.
I mean,
So
Tyreek punched somebody and got no punishment at all.
no,
So
well,
I don't know if that
Even when the
applies.
judge came out and said it was a bunch of crap, and then
sir,
he's
and this is why I
7
say
games max.
be mindful what you're saying. There was no punishment because there was a briefcase full of money that went to that victim, and they dropped charges.
Well, isn't that how it always happens?
No, but what you're saying, he's not punished. The only reason why he wasn't punished because charges were dropped. That's a whole different conversation. That got legality to it. That is not where I'm going. I don't want to derail what I'm trying to say. What I'm saying
If
to you
Ross was
is
able to pay his way out, he would have paid his way out too.
but he couldn't because there was that thing became when when Flo started talking to Good Morning America and all of these news, which was smart on his behalf because now you can't contain it. It's outside of the NFL hands when you're talking to ABC. You're talking to national news network, and I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of slick of him to do it during Black History Month too. He did it February 1st, right in the middle of it, so that gains traction as well. But my whole point is, I wonder if this playoff loss finally tipped the scales of Ross losing more trust for Greer, because clearly he didn't trust him completely if he went ahead and did all of those other things that we know he did looking for that quarterback. So it may
No,
happen.
I mean he still has a job. I mean
But that
he's
doesn't
not
mean
fired.
he not tread no thin ice.
Oh man, if it was me, I would have fired. I would have absolutely fired him after that playoff loss. Oh well, that's the damn shame of it. And I'm going to get back to the point. Ross cannot fire. I don't want to bring race into this, right? But he cannot fire a black man
He can.
with a lawsuit against him for being racist already. Like, you can't do that.
But
No, he
Greer
can't.
has
He
nothing to
can't
do
do
with
it.
that. What are you talking about?
He
Greer
did
has nothing to do with that.
Well,
No.
1 second. Well, 1 second. When those allegations were coming out, it would have been hard to fire 2 black men.
There
That's
you
why
go.
I think he didn't fire both.
There
Because
you
if he would have
go.
fired both, now you fired both of the black guys.
You cooking with
Really?
grease.
It feeds right into that narrative
Exactly.
that you are.
Exactly. So Ross
You
Well,
cooking
right.
with grease.
face.
I
Well,
can't believe I'm saying this, but Pete got the catfish. You know when you go to the grease and it's popping.
catfish.
That makes
Damn.
sense. That makes
I
sense
want some
because
perch. Damn catfish. I want perch. Goddammit.
And I
well,
want to be. I miss Flores. I want to be super clear about that. I miss Flores.
Oh,
I
I
loved
miss
him as a
Flores
coach.
too.
That
but remember
defense
his
was freaking
lawsuit.
incredible. I loved it.
But
He
what I'm trying
takes
to
no
say, listen,
talent. Unbelievable.
I hear you.
And
But
you know what the best
But
thing about Flores was?
Nene, really
And you
quick,
know what
that's
the
what I
best
was
thing about
alluding to
Flores
earlier
was?
about the bullying
He
thing.
didn't need to be
It's
gaslit on.
partly the racism thing too, but it's also the other political things out there that he doesn't want to be tarnished with. He doesn't want to let anybody in here that microaggresses because he's afraid to get lambasted for the bullying culture again.
Right.
But
And
hold on.
and same with the firing 2 black coaches. He don't want to get lambasted for the racism thing either.
But
You know
hold
what I mean?
on, hold on
I
one
want
quick
to
because
piggyback on what
we're
Cullen just
saying
said.
something that's not
'Cause-
true. His lawsuit with the racism didn't have anything to do with the Miami Dolphins.
It was
His
the other
lawsuit.
team.
You're correct. They did. They
but
didn't
we're
name. They
blending
named
that in.
the Giants, the Broncos,
Right.
and
They're
31
two
other
different
teams or
teams.
And the
whatever it was.
Houston
30 other
Texans.
teams or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're blending that in. That's not what happened. And I
Right.
hate when weirdos who don't read documents go and speak on things because then other people listen to a
Correct.
weirdo and it becomes
You're
an actual
correct.
thing.
You're
So
correct
why?
about that. The
His
only
law-
ones that were explicitly named were the
Ours
Giants
was
and the
based on the
Broncos.
cheating
Everybody
part.
else was looped
The
up
tanking
into the
for
rest of the NFL
$100,000.
teams at large.
his whole thing with the Dolphins was just being
The
asked to lose
$100,000 per
games.
game. Yeah.
To lose
That's the
games.
only
It had
thing. Yeah.
nothing to do with him being treated differently in
Right.
terms of
Being paid to
That's
lose
the
correct.
games.
That's
hiring
correct.
process.
That's
And you
correct.
know who we can blame
So
for
that's
that?
not part of the lawsuit.
No, it's
The
not part of the
bribery.
lawsuit.
Not
It's not
okay.
part of
Not
the
part of the
lawsuit.
Dolphins lawsuit. Right.
But there was the blatant slander going on after that. That was because he sued.
So the Dolphins were named or not named in the
No,
lawsuit?
they
So they were
weren't.
not named at all.
No.
It
Okay.
says,
Well,
it
I'm sitting here.
says-
I'm standing and I'm corrected.
Hold on,
Okay.
John. I'm going to try to quote it as best as I can, but it's not. I don't want to make it an exact quote because I don't want to be wrong. Legal stuff, you know what I mean? But the heading says names the New York Giants and the Denver Broncos and other NFL teams at large is what it says. Like it loops the rest of the teams in at one.
Well, from what Color, if you let me get into this, because you know that's
Sure.
my thing. I think
Sure.
what he was trying to say was his initial thing was when he thought he had the job for the Giants, and whoever takes the wrong person takes the wrong
Correct.
Brian.
Bill
Correct.
Belichick.
And
Correct.
that's where
That's
the
why the
blame.
Giants and the
Text the
Broncos
wrong
got
Brian.
explicitly named. Exactly.
So that's where
Well,
he
hold
felt,
on. The whole initial, the
can I
racist
get
part
to
came
it?
in.
Damn it! Like,
Let
good
me
lord.
Oh, my bad. I don't want to
My
skip it.
whole point is the Dolphins part of it. What I think captured people's attention was the statement that Ross came out that he was fired because he could not work with others. That's where I think everybody just kind of put, oh, well, Flores was complaining about how he was treated with the Miami Dolphins. No, he only stated that they told him to lose games purposely. It had nothing to do with him and his color of his skin and all of that. What he was,
If
what
there
he
was
was
something with the
referring to,
color of his skin.
hold on. What he was referring to was the Rooney
Power
Rule.
dynamics, Pete. Let her finish.
What he was referring to was the Rooney Rule, was that a lot of these coaches, these minorities, not just black people, they were getting like check the block interviews where they weren't actually really being considered for those jobs.
Right.
That's what he was talking about.
Nene, that's what he's trying to correlate as well. That even when they do get the job, they're expected to do things that the other coaches aren't, like tanking and purposely losing games.
Now, that's
Exactly.
And so what he was actually doing was he was trying the power dynamics involved in the court of public opinion is what he was doing. at the same time as naming the Giants and the Broncos as perpetrators in the lawsuit. So what he was saying is, look, I was forced into a situation where I didn't feel comfortable pushing back on it because of the way things are. You see what I'm saying?
And
Yeah,
then hold
but
on, Color.
Flores clearly said it
Power
out of his
There's
own
dynamics
one
mouth.
more
involved. He
part.
felt intimidated not to speak up
Well, there's one more
because
part.
of
Hold
the
on, because
history of the NFL.
that part isn't true completely, because people keep saying, like, I know there's a person I won't name will be like, well, he only brought it up because they fired him. That's not true. He also said in lawsuit that he sent the email to one of the executives
Well,
about
yes, you're correct. You're correct. He covered his
he
own
did
rear,
tell
sure.
he did tell someone about
Right,
the whole voting thing, but they didn't do anything about it. People don't
right,
bring
right,
up that part when they talk about
right.
his
Yeah, I didn't
complaint.
By
want
the
it
way,
to sound.
Nene,
I didn't want
I
it to.
know who you're
Hold on.
talking about, and I did bring it up.
Sound like he was being retaliatory because of that.
The bro.
All I
Hear me,
meant to
Nene?
say was, as far as the Miami Dolphins and the racial aspect goes, he was simply trying the power dynamics in the court of public opinion. Like, look, the reason I didn't go wave my hands everywhere and speak up, yes, he did speak up privately, but he didn't go wave his hands everywhere and make a big deal out of it like somebody like Kenny Stills would. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm about to mention. Kenny Stills.
So he did it this way because obviously he didn't feel first of all, he's gonna bet on himself. Like, fuck them, I'm gonna do my thing, and if we win, then what can they say anyway? Right? Secondly, why is he gonna push all that when he knows that he'll just be blacklisted quicker?
Which he basically is right now.
Color?
He's still not a head coach, and he
Right,
deserves
here's
it.
the thing. I think what he did is why we do see people of color as head coaches now. I think if he never did that, it wouldn't have happened. Like, you got New England has a coach of color. There's a couple other ones out there too as well.
Yeah, Atlanta just got a black coach.
I thought they were going to hire Brian Flores.
That word
Can I say this already?
I
The
think his
racist-
idea, Nene, was that your average
Hold on, Color.
white coach would not have been propositioned that way.
Exactly. That's pretty
Agreed.
much exactly what
Agreed.
I've been trying to say the whole time, Color. Flores did bring out racist allegations against the Dolphins in small words, saying things like, well, they put me in position where I didn't want to agree with things. Other coaches would have not been asked to do those things. You see what I'm saying? He's not literally
right,
but
and
he's
based
literally
on
saying
those power
other
dynamics,
coaches,
the
meaning
idea
white coaches
hold
would have
on,
not been
the
asked
idea
to
that we have to
or
go
get
through
paid.
a Rooney Rule process in the first place means that if he opens his mouth,
you go.
he's likely not going to get another head coaching job for at least 10 years.
Or ever. Literally, or
Now,
this
if he
looks
was
like Colin
white,
Kaepernick
if
all
he was
over again
white,
to me.
if he was
Especially
white,
when
he
you
would
got
have,
a shock
if he
jock
was
radio
white,
host that's
right? No, but I'm
masquerading
saying,
on YouTube,
I'm saying if he was white,
saying
if he
that
was
he'll
white,
never get a head coaching job
right,
again,
and if he
and
was white and got
fomenting the
propositioned that way
propaganda.
and pushed back, he'd have a coaching job the next day because he would
It'd be a different
respected for
story.
pushing
I
back on
totally
that.
agree with that.
Well,
Brian
I'm proud of the
Flores
fan
is a
base
good
today.
coach.
We're waking fans up, man. We're waking
But
people up
what
in the
I'm
community.
saying is, when people say, when they hear the racial
That
undertone
shock
of
jock used to work for QAM,
yeah,
by the
I know
way.
what you're talking about, Big O. Let's just say his name, Big O. But the whole point is, when he spoke about like just saying racial discrimination, I get reading in between the lines, Pete. But when people prescribe that he said in his report, the Miami Dolphins word for word were racist to him, and
No,
that's not
you're
what his
right,
report
Nene. That
says.
was not in the
That
lawsuit. You're
that
correct.
was not in the lawsuit at all, and it's public record if people want to take their eyes.
Like I
and look at
said, Nene, I think he was just trying those power dynamics aspect of it in the court of public opinion. I don't think
This
it. You're
Brian
right. It was
Flores
not in the
lawsuit
lawsuit.
is not public records. It was like private.
Well, the parts that are closed, Pete, when something is closed, it does become public and unsealed unless it's a national threat to security. Keep forgetting what I'm doing.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, he got cut
It's
all of a
public
sudden.
record.
I was stunned when he got fired. It was unbelievable. The whole chain of events that had happened, including while he was coach, with the bribery, the $100,000 and all of that, that just seemed so out of the usual to me. And a coach is defined by their records. And so they want to pay our coach to actually lose games, and then they have more grounds to fire him.
And then when they did fire him after 3 years, it was just like a quick cut out of nowhere. And then he goes and gets this raw deal from whatever the Giants and Bill Belichick texting him saying you got the job. Like the whole thing just stinks of being treated poorly. And I look back on Brian Flores. This guy was such high character. I've never met him in person, but what I seen in video conferences, what I see the way he was really upfront with folks. If he thought you stunk, he'd tell you stunk. You know what I mean? But he was also really, really honest. He was an incredibly honest man.
Let me say one thing. Let me say one thing real quick.
Sure.
And the thing I liked about Brian Flores, I could actually watch his press conferences. Go ahead, Color.
I was going to say, meanwhile, Josh McDaniels is running around taking a torch to 3 other football organizations and keeps getting job after job after job.
Well, I want to clear up something too. I think a lot of Flores, and it goes on to what the gentleman just said about him being honest. I think this is where him and Greer start having a friction, because to me, Greer's pick of Tua is always going to be a highly scrutinized thing because of all of the people that was in the class with him, but definitely his health. And obviously it intensified not this season, but with the season before with the concussions. I think that Flores was very honest with Greer as to where he thought Tua was and what he would be to this team. And ultimately, because Greer picked Tua, that's where I think the whole Tua thing comes into play. Not just like, because when you listen to certain people and they make me vomit, they make it seem like this man, like, was, as soon as Tua was walking in the building, was just demoralizing him and being physical with him. I don't think that's what it was at all. I think
ruined his career is what I've heard, Nene, repeatedly. Ruined his career.
I think what happened there
that
came a
definitely
point
was the
in that
mantra
off
going on.
season. It came a point in that off season where they probably all had to sit down and have their end briefs, and Flores was probably still like, "Hey, this isn't the guy." But I think it's less about just Tua, like defending Tua, and more of Greer saying, "No, I made this pick, so I got to live and die with him, no matter what, over you." Because if I agree with you, Flores, and say he's not the guy, then I definitely look incompetent to my boss, which is Ross.
And the lack of collaboration that they spoke of comes in the fact that Flores didn't want to stick his head in the dirt and let them play the money game on us fans.
Look, there's one quarterback that could be legitimately upset with Brian Flores, and that is Fitzpatrick, because that dude was on a streak. We were looking good, and he got absolutely benched, and Brian Flores put in Tua to start. So if any quarterback has a gripe with Flores, it should be Fitzpatrick, not this freaking supposedly soft Tua that can't handle the tough talk. I mean, what is he so upset about? Freaking the coach put him in.
I think when he was with Nick Saban, even though Nick Saban isn't, non-aggressive with his words, I think they still, because in college is a totally different dynamic of being the big man on campus, right? Remember, they benched Jalen Hurts for him. So I think Tua, in some retrospects, had a sense of entitlement. And when he met Brian Flores, he let him know, no, you're not entitled. I don't want to hear about your golfing. He got like that weird, like, irky, jerky personality. And I think Brian Flores was just the type of person, when he was cracking his jokes, he was just looking at him with a still face like, that's not funny. I need you to go out there and work on your form. And I think that's where the whole toxicity came into play. And what's interesting about it is we fast forwarded a couple of years later, and then you get the polar opposite. You get the person who should be critiquing you when you throw interceptions, telling you did a good job. Did y'all hear that? Like on Hard Knocks, he threw an interception, and Mike McDaniel went to him, slapped on the butt, was like, "Oh, you did a good job. It's okay." So that just shows that it kind of doesn't matter the approach. This is just something, and I'll say this, and I'll land my plane quickly on this subject. I think Tua's problems happened way before he came to the Miami Dolphins. I think his father was hard on him or whatever, and maybe he had some PTSD from his own old boy, and Flores was similar. He just couldn't take it. But either way, the Dolphins are gonna live and die with that decision, because I think it's a pride thing at this point. He's gonna get the extension. And I love the conversation I was having about who's gonna
He's
be
not
left.
getting the extension. Don't even freaking say that at all, because
But think about it
you're
logically.
acting like it's a fact. That is if he's getting the extension, then why ain't it done yet?
I tell you why it's not done yet, because you have the whole shock of the season, right? Like, you literally just crap the bed the whole month of January and the
Oh
last
yeah.
couple weeks of December. Like, they're not gonna do it right
Well,
now
there,
with the
Why
Nene, there
would
is
they?
Nene, there is a rumor floating around that's unconfirmed that he told RG3 that the deal is almost done. They're just dealing with legal issues right now.
I
And
can
I'm
see it.
thinking, if that's true, let's just say that's true for a moment. Legal issues? More like the amount of money. That's the legal issues. You know what
I'll
I mean?
announce
Like,
it. I'll announce it right here. If they extend Tua, I will quit these Dolphins. I will. That will be it for me.
injury
Everyone will get
clause.
the wish. I will go with. I will literally quit the NFL. I
I can
will.
think of a lot
I
of
will be
legal
done.
things. I can think of a lot of legal issues like injury clauses, things like that. You
You
know what I
don't
mean?
need to do that, John.
I would.
I'm
I
with
would be so
Color.
fucking pissed. Pardon my friend. I would be so upset that I would just stop watching the NFL. I mean, I would. I just because I wouldn't be able to freaking stand it, because I can't hitch my wagon to this guy. He has not won a single playoff game. I mean, he melts down in the month of December. If our franchise is going to pay somebody for not earning it, I'm done. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore, because I'm just being used at that point.
But listen,
And so, man, you
but
really hit a
here's the
trigger there,
thing.
man. Oh my gosh,
But
I'll
here's the
lose it.
thing. This is the only thing I want you to kind of calm your decision with. What have they shown you? They haven't brought in competition, to like real competition for him to play against. He has been given every weapon that is possible for him, starting with Armstead, right? He Everything that you see currently, he looks like he's safe, because think about it, if he was on an objective team with an objective organization, he would have got benched for
Well,
some of his
then
performances.
they don't care about winning. I'm telling you right now, if they sign
I think
Tua,
it's
then they don't
about
care
the
about
fit.
winning, and then I don't give a damn, because you know what? I'm sick of losing. I'm sick. I am sick. I've been watching. I have The year I was born is the last time this team's been in the Super Bowl. All right, literally, and it's been absolutely. I can't even believe I became a Miami Dolphin fan. I don't even know how it happened. And it's been a lifetime of literal. I would root for this team. I would get so freaking mad. Like when they would lose, like everything in my life depended on the Dolphins. And it's been so much disappointment to me over the years that I've actually become jaded. And so when I look at Tua, I don't believe in him. When he fails, whatever, I laugh. I laugh at the guy, because I'm like, I already see the writing on the wall. I'm laughing. And because I'm also happy, because I'm like, there's no way he's going to get extended. This ain't the guy. I'm seeing it. They must be seeing it. But if they come out and extend him, give him a deal, I mean, that just tells me they don't care about winning, that they don't care about their
Tell you what
diehard
the holdup
fans
is.
at
I'll tell
all.
you what the holdup is. Seats get chosen this month for season ticket holders. And I guarantee you the holdup is them waiting to find out how many people cancel their waiting list.
Well, should they have to cancel though? Like because why can't we just bring in some competition and say, hey, may the best man play and all? Don't
Because if everybody just buys their season tickets, then what incentive
then they don't
do they
care.
have?
Then you're right. Then they don't care, and that is sickening. And then at that point, color into everyone on this and I've heard it before. Hey, you don't like the quarterback? Go root for another team. Like, no, I'm telling you guys right now, screw that. I will take your advice, except for I won't go root for any other team. I will literally quit the NFL, because to me, it's just a fraud at that point. It's just a fraud, because you
Can I
cannot
ask you
extend a guy
something?
without a single win, a playoff win. You just can't do it.
Can I ask
how
you
easy
something?
it is to go root
Please.
for a team that's always in the Super Bowl
I mean,
because
I might go root for
like
San Diego, honest,
we can
or
call
the
Yeah,
them
LA
no.
Chiefs
Chargers.
fans now.
Honestly,
Well,
I might go root for
And color,
Herbert.
that's my third base analogy. If we're gonna go jump on third base and root for the Bills or not the Bills, yeah, the Bills or the freaking Ravens now,
Dude,
because
I
they're
suffered.
always on third base.
Well, look, we suffered through Bill Belichick, Tom Brady, and those Patriots for so many years, and that you know what, we deserve better. I mean, I'm sick of it. I've seen greatness. Tom Brady, I've seen greatness play us. The guy's got a killer instinct. He's everything that Tua's not to me. And I'm sorry, I've seen greatness play for 20 years. I know what the hell it look. Dolphin fans probably know more than any other fan what greatness actually looks like. I've seen Tom Brady throw so many. I've probably seen him make more games than most Patriots fans. They probably wouldn't even watch because they thought it would be a win. I would watch every week just to hope that guy would lose. And he just kept winning and winning and winning. So when I look at freaking Tua, I have a comparison of what greatness looks like. And this guy doesn't stack up in any shape, form, or fashion. Where does he get? I mean, where does he get upset about anything?
but
He
can
just
I
puts
ask
his
you
head
something?
down. It's so soft. Go,
Can I ask you
please,
something?
Nene. Yeah.
What is it? I hear everything you're saying, and I'm sure a lot of people have felt the same way you do about Tua and this that. But what I want to ask you directly, right? What makes you think Greer and Ross is gonna do what you want them to do when they haven't done it at all?
Nothing. That's his
And they
point.
may not.
And
And
see,
at that point,
Nothing
then
at
they don't
all. That's their
align with
point.
me no more. And I'm going to take my energy
Yeah,
somewhere
but
else where it does
I don't think
align.
you're answering my
because
question. I'm saying because you haven't quit on the team yet, so you're pausing for something, and I'm
Well, they
curious what that pause is. If all they've shown you is that this is the guy that they want, and they're not gonna bring true competition in to compete with him. So, so that's my question. Like these, as long
well,
as
the
these two
straw
guys are still
is the
here,
deal. If they give him a deal, I'm done.
okay.
If
Well,
that's where I'm at.
I
But if they
can't
let him
only
play on a
wish
fifth
one good.
year and all that, you know, you can string me along for a little bit. But the moment you lock into Tua for 3 or 4 years, I'm out. I'm just not gonna do it. I can't do it because I feel that at that point I feel like I'm being taken advantage of. And right or wrong, that's just the way as a fan, I'm tired of getting trampled over. I have no voice over this franchise other than my dollar, my time, and my effort, right? And so actually, maybe I would stay on as a fan just to laugh at Tua every time he were to fail. Like just flip it. You know what I mean? Like I mean, I'm dead serious. And folks are going to come on these streams later, and they're going to be like, "Hey, just you know, you hear this guy? He's just going to quit the team." Yeah, you're damn right. I'm going to quit the team because I'm sick of the crap, and I'm not going to take it no damn more. You know, and so yeah, if that's what I'm holding on for. They extend them, I'm out because I've made my evaluation. Brian
So what do you
Flores, and
think
mine don't
is?
mean, but Brian Flores made his, and I trust Brian Flores' evaluation. He
I
says
get
Tua
all of that,
stinks.
but
I agree.
so so what you would want them to do is what make him play on the fifth year, trade him. I'm trying to understand like what
Trade him,
exactly.
bench him, put in Skyler. I mean, give
Okay.
Skyler a chance. What we just have this guy sitting on the bench behind Tua this whole time. Tua ain't done nothing. And that's the other part that really upsets me because I'm not saying Skyler's a world beater or anything like that, but I'm looking at Brock Purdy over there for the San Francisco 49ers, Mr. Irrelevant, and I see a lot of Skyler Thompson. Like, I'm not saying I see that in him, but like he's a late round. I see a lot of similarities on the team. You know, the San Francisco, they picked their first rounder, then they got Mr. Irrelevant. They traded their first rounder, no matter how much investment they put in there, because they saw it. And they saw that their first rounder wasn't that good. And then they went with Brock Purdy, and the dudes are in the Super Bowl. And what do I see with the Dolphins? Like they just keep riding with Tua, and he doesn't appear to be the answer. So that's where I'm at. I mean, and I feel like we're wasting Skyler as well, like completely wasting this guy. And I actually, and so I'm on the other side of this fence. I believe in Skyler. I've seen him play. I like it. I want to see more. So, you know, signing two at this point is just a spit in my face as a fan. And I'm, you know, I got some choices to make myself,
So my
and
my
they don't own
question
Well,
to
me. They
you
don't
is
own me
well,
at
this.
all.
douche, you're
So,
not alone. You're not alone with that because now I'm not on the same level with Pete as far as Skylar go, but just, just like I said, I watched film of Skylar at Kansas State, and he has the upside and skills to be a good a good quarterback in the NFL and on our team. But like I said, they're pouring. It's like they're pouring or putting all the eggs in one basket, and you got a player that you can develop into a great quarterback, a dual threat quarterback, because that's what he is.
He
Skylar
put the
Thompson is
entire
he is a dual threat quarterback because if you go back and look at the film at Kansas State, he can run and he can throw the ball. Now, if he is he the perfect quarterback? No, but
no.
he has the potential of being a good quarterback in the NFL and especially in our team. And I
so I
think
gotta ask y'all a
I
question,
think
both
it's
of
a
y'all.
waste.
I got a question for both of y'all because I hear what y'all saying, but I'm still trying to stay objective. So when in this previous season that you felt Scholar should have been out there and that would have been the difference? No,
Last
I
year,
said this
I've
season.
been public.
I said
No, last year at
this.
San Fran and San
No,
Diego,
no, no,
that's
no,
when
no,
I
no,
gave
no.
up
That's
on
not my
Tua. You
question.
start Skyler from there on.
That's not my question. I said this year because you have to give Tua his
Tua
due
should
for
never started at all this year.
so
Skyler should have
the
been game
whole
one.
entire season. So
Now
okay, so
that's
when
what
we
we
put up
that's what we
70,
different.
this where I'm pushing back. So when we scored 70, you don't give Tua no credit for that.
I'm
I
not
don't
saying that.
care about his
No,
70
no,
points. I don't give a
Nene,
damn.
he gave up on him before we even got to the 70-point game. Is what I'm
Yeah,
But
saying.
no,
I was
I
done
just
with Tua last year.
no, I'm curious. I get what he's saying about the San Fran part, but I'm saying every time we scored a touchdown when we had that 70-point win, what were you doing? Were you booing? Like, so I'm curious as to what your mannerism was. If you just don't enjoy.
I thought the game was really like, to me, when we blew out a team like that, it's just boring game to watch. It's like, so I mean, I'm
Wow.
happy we won, but it was boring to me. I'm like, okay, whatever. And also I found it as fool's gold. Fool's gold. I
Wow, he
don't
took the words
believe
right out of my mouth. I was finna ask you, did you think it was fool's gold? He
But
took the
so
words right out of my
absolutely.
mouth.
so seeing NFL
And it
history
was.
did nothing for you.
No. What I
Oh,
mean, what about 70 points in the regular season does anything for what did it do for you,
I mean, for
Nene?
me, I differ than
Is it
you.
worth a contract to
But
you?
hold on, sir.
So
I
70
will answer
points
your
is
question.
as worthless. So 70 point he put up 70 points. That's not
I
good.
judge quarterbacks on the
Hold
playoffs.
on, hold on. I let
Well,
you
actually,
talk,
the
bro.
Dolphins
Yep,
I
and
you
let you
did.
Kings put
talk.
up
I never
70, but
interrupted you once. So 70 points you don't care about, but a competition very important. Got you.
Competition. What, you mean the
You
skills
talking about the
competition?
competition today? Yes, that was very important to you. But the regular season don't mean nothing. Okay,
I
got it.
okay. I mean, I honestly don't even know where you're coming from. Of course, a regular season game means more
Yeah,
to me
but
than
yet you were on Pete's stream making this big deal about
yeah,
the
because he's
competition
supposed to
today.
be the most accurate quarterback in the league, and the dude sucked in
Okay,
the
so
Pro Bowl.
so
What do you
if
want me
you
to
were out
say?
on him, what difference does it make if he was successful or not? Because you wouldn't care either way.
No, it was humorous to me. I thought it was funny because I already knew he sucked. So I'm not even surprised. To me, it's funny to talk about.
Okay.
Well, I would just say this, Deuce. I have a different perspective. My
I
grandmother is
know
the
you
reason
do.
why my grandma is, and she's no longer with us, was the reason why I love the Miami Dolphins. And I can't lie, that 70, despite what I may think of Tua not doing, I was emotionally in tears, happy to see that we were doing something that is going to be in the record books. But that's just me. I don't get how any fan was not
72 undefeated. That's a record to be proud of.
I get that, but it's still significant. It's not like it's nothing because if it was nothing, it wouldn't be in the books.
Well,
well, Nene,
you're
I'll make this statement. I was still a young boy at that time. I think nothing still comes close to when we beat the crap out of the Chicago Bears, the best defense that was ever assembled on
Yeah,
this
yeah.
prime time Monday night against the when Dan Marino laced them up and destroyed the best defense that was ever assembled in football.
That's
That
another
to me
moment.
was better.
But
Was better,
I'm
but
just
that'll
speaking
always
to
be better than that 70-point
what
game in
what
my
I'm
mind.
saying. I'm not saying it's number one or where it ranks. It's saying I'm not was sitting in my house stoic and characteristic and character stoic and like whatever. No, I was
Ye-
jumping and celebrating and happy that we were a part of this history. And I
And
was
Nene,
pretty proud
I'm
of my
glad.
team.
I'm glad you experienced that and you had that joy. I mean, I didn't. And but that's okay because
I mean,
we're
that's fine.
different, and that's I'm glad. I'm glad
Exactly.
you literally because you had a much funner day than I did. On that, and, you know, 70 points. Hey, it's actually probably the biggest accomplishment of the season last year. So probably our biggest game, right? Something to be proud of. But I would have much preferred a playoff win, an AFC division title. Just better. I don't know. Our guy put up 7 points in the playoffs, and I'm supposed to be happy about a 70
Well,
point game.
well,
Like,
I
why don't he score 70 points in the playoffs, and then I have something to be happy about? You know what I'm
okay.
saying? Like
So,
it.
a follow up question: how did you feel Christmas Eve when we beat the Cowboys and secured a playoff victory? When a lot of people said we couldn't beat an over 500 team. So,
Oh, that was great. I thought I would have
okay.
liked to beat Dallas by more. I was super happy to steal the playoffs, and I actually thought we were going to get the division. I thought that was the deciding factor to us getting that division. I thought we were going to go ahead and get it after that. So I was really happy about that game. Honestly, you want to ask me what games? I was really happy about that Cowboys game. That Denver game didn't do a whole lot for me.
Okay, I mean, it like for me,
I
to
mean, we
me, I
also
like the
had
70.
300 and something yards rushing that day too. It's not like it's
Yeah.
all, you know what I
True.
mean?
Yeah. Exactly. It
Yeah, we
was
had
a,
five
team
rushing
win.
touchdowns. Even
It was
Mike
a team
White
win.
came in and got some glory.
Yeah.
His very first pass, I think, was a 69-yard touchdown.
Yardage
So yeah,
So
wise, they both quarterbacks had just over 300 yards. Tua had 4 interceptions. Russell Wilson had
I
one.
think
I mean,
everybody
Tua had
that was a
four
complete
touchdowns, 0 interceptions.
team
Russell
win.
Wilson
It
was one
wasn't
and
no
one.
one two thing. But then again, when the Dolphins win, I never heap all the praise on Tua, saying he's the reason why we won this game. It was a team.
yeah,
It was a
yeah,
team
right.
game.
Team effort.
But he did
That
put
was
up
a
four
complete
touchdowns. So I
game.
mean, he is responsible for
yeah,
28 of them.
I
28
give
of
the
the 70,
quarterback
yes,
a
and the running backs
I
are
give
responsible for 35 of them.
the quarterback. I mean, is a really important position in the NFL. That's the most important position of all the positions on the field, if you ask me. So, you know, whether we win or lose is going there's going to be a heavy percentage on that quarterback and their responsibility for it. So I look at wins and losses and I judge quarterbacks a lot off of that. Um, you know what I mean? It's in the quarterback's hand a lot of the times, and they, you know, boy, I wanted to bring up some of the failures here, but I just think at the end of the day, the quarterback has a huge say in the outcome
Hmm.
of the game. And I just don't think that Tua, for me personally, I don't think he's done enough to put this team on the back to win my confidence.
Yeah.
And I wish he did. Look, I want a quarterback that I could get behind and believe in. But at the end of the day, he hasn't done enough for me to believe in. And in fact, I'm actually and then from all the years of dolphin abuse, I'm freaking jaded. So I'm quick to call it out at this point. I don't want to play the game no more. You know what I mean? I'm not that young enthusiastic kid that I used to be. I'm getting
Well,
older and I ain't
well,
seen nothing. Nothing.
well, I'm
Hmm.
the oldest one on this panel, and I'm not giving up. I'm going to always be a Dolphin, regardless of the ups and downs and what have you. As far as history and up to now, and like I said, one thing I do agree with you, and I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say this is my opinion. I'm still I still think Tua can make the adjustments and what have you, but we should have put a little bit more development into Skylar Thompson. And I'm not saying that Skylar Thompson is better than Tua. I think we should have put a little more development into Skylar Thompson because he has a lot of upside. That's my thing about it. I'm not saying he's better than Tua. I'm not gonna say that.
Well, can I say something, guys, about this? Because
Hmm.
I just want to stay even killed. We got to remember they're generational quarterbacks. They're game managers. They're the guy for a certain time, and they can fall off. And I just think, obviously,
It's like
especially people
7 years.
people like me that grew up on Dan Marino, and during that time the quarterback wasn't the question, it was everything else around him, right? So I feel like I'm in a warp zone because as a kid growing up the quarterback wasn't the problem, and as an adult the quarterback is considered the problem. The only thing I would say is this: if you move on for Tua, right, whoever you move on for from and bring him in, can that person beat Patrick Mahomes? Because right now, that's the guy. That's that person that clamoring you did for Tom Brady. And I say with his era, no disrespect to him, but there's a lot of questionable cheating moments that they shouldn't have been champions. And I stand on that square about that. I think it's a lot of Las Vegas in terms of their dynasty, but that's for a debate for another day. And I just think it's an immense pressure to say the whoever Tua or whoever the next guy, can they beat Patrick Mahomes? Because we even saw it with Lamar Jackson, right? And I'm a Lamar fan because I'm from Miami-Dade County. I know a lot of you guys are not from Miami, or
I
not
am.
from South Florida. I support when we lose. I definitely support the guys that are still what I call from the crib. And even Lamar, with all of his talent and all of his skill, he still could not beat Patrick Mahomes. So when people, and I'm not a big Tua fan, but we got to be realistic.
I wanna say something to that.
Hold on. Let
Go
me
ahead
let
and
me get
finish.
to it. Let me get to it because
I
I
knew
think
that
that's
was
the
coming.
problems sometimes on these panels, right? When people get to the point, they kind of get cut off, and then we start talking about something else.
Mhm.
No matter who you bring in, if you keep Tua, you get them away. You're not going to get where you want to go unless you beat Patrick Mahomes. And that to me is not just a one person thing. Because even with Baltimore, right? To me, there was times where Lamar put the
Mhm.
ball right on the hands of a wide receiver. They
Yeah.
caught it and did something stupid to cost them that game. That penalty of that Joker, who's also from South Florida, by the way, Zay Flowers standing over him and spinning the
Oh
ball.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
That
I
had
remember that.
nothing to do with what Lamar did. Lamar, at that point, once the ball was placed in his hands, so it comes to a point, yeah, you want the QB1, and I know we all want the hero. I was just watching Rocky, right? We want that testosterone alpha male to just lead us. But let's just be honest, copacetically, where we are.
I just
As
want
of
that damn
now,
Trans Am, Nene.
the
No,
person that
I want the
you
fucking
want,
Jeep Wrangler.
but the person you want has to beat Patrick Mahomes. And it's not just Patrick Mahomes, it's Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid, because you can't just pull Tua and not bring up the rest of the parts of
I
the
think only a
organization.
Jeep Wrangler can beat him.
What? Hey,
I'm gonna
what? What
keep
do you?
saying it
What
till
do you
I'm blue in
guys?
the
Talking about
face.
What do you
Ferrari.
guys think
I'm
about
talking about
Herbert?
Ferrari with
You
those
don't
fucking
need another
Trans
But
Ferrari.
Ams.
You
but
need a
what
fucking Jeep Wrangler.
but what you start
The
to say,
terrain is
Crypto?
different.
Skyler,
Crypto, you about to
let
say
me tell y'all
Wouldn't
something.
you say Herbert could beat
Skylar
him?
Thompson ain't beating Mahomes. None of these guys are beating
No one
Mahomes.
said him, but you mentioned Lamar. That skill set beats him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
He
yeah,
only
but
came up
Nene,
seven
but Nene,
short.
that
but
may be the
Nene,
That's
only
what
we
I'm
get
one.
using.
look, we get that nobody can compete with Mahomes right now, but we got a guy that just listed four things that he needs to improve on going into year five, and all four of those things are
I agree
fundamental
with that part.
quarterback things that like should have been learned in college.
I agree with that part, but what I'm saying to you, Color, is when you get people saying they're gonna jump off the ship with no lifeboat because this guy's getting an extension. Well,
Because that so-called Alarish constantly keep willfully
yeah, we know that.
denying the
Yeah.
guys like the that would have
I,
been us playing them if Lamar's on our team
Yeah.
in
I
I
the
don't
agree with
want.
that.
championship game and
Right.
not Baltimore.
I agree with that, but I
Darn
just try to
right.
put some rationale to the thought process. Okay, let's say you trade Tua, right, for or you bench him. Skylar Thompson is not beating those people. They're not. Your problem
That's
is
not a
way
guarantee.
deeper.
Well, yeah, that's
Brock
true.
Purdy
It's
is.
not
Your
true, but
problem is
it has
deeper
been
than just
tested
that.
Then get
when he
somebody
played
else.
against Buffalo. So it's not like it's night and day, obviously, because Skylar
Yeah,
Thompson
Joe
and
Barrow
I'm not
did beat
saying one is
Mahomes.
better. And Skylar Thompson came within 3 points of beating a team that almost beat Patrick Mahomes.
in a wild card playoff game.
I agree.
Their
So we
house.
can't make it like it's night and day because we can build up a team around a quarterback that just got enough to come not within 3 points of beating them or actually beating that team.
Crypto and
We can't
company.
just throw the Buffalo Bills game out like it was some fluke last year.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying for the goal of what people are talking about, Super Bowl or bust. What I'm saying is the fan base, and I said this when I first stepped on the scene. When y'all
Well,
heard
yeah,
my
it's Super Bowl, but that's a playoff game.
That's an unrealistic goal. All you
my
can do
the
is build a
realistic goal
contender.
is to win a playoff game.
All you
That is
can do is build a Super
Right,
Bowl
that's a step.
contender.
That's the
that's a
step.
step. But what I'm saying to you, what I'm saying to people, and I am not, y'all know I'm not a Tua non or Tua fan, but this is when I say, okay, you're going a little too far because who on that market? Joe Barrow did
Oh,
beat
because he
Mahomes,
said he
right?
wanted to do that.
Hey, like what
Yeah,
that's what's the saying you
yeah.
like to
Joe
say, Killer?
Burrow and
If
Brady
you
were the
build a
only two
Super Bowl
people that beat
roster,
him.
you're more likely to get into the playoffs than building a playoff team.
But that's what I'm saying. Well, no, Shake. It's a principle that I believe in, that you build a Super Bowl contender, and yeah, you may lose in the playoffs on the way. But if you build what you believe to be a playoff contender, you're going to be one and done every year.
Right, but for me, I will be honest. For me, if and I am a Dolphin fan, and I said this in the space, and people was killing me because everybody falls in love with these paper rosters. I hate it in every sport. Oh, we got all these names. We gonna do something. No, you don't. You don't play the game on paper. You play it on the field or you play it on the court. And a
Well,
lot of times,
that's my
that
motto.
paper team still has to be coached,
People sleep on the
and you still
Chiefs.
got to go through other people. So I hate the whole when everybody was hitting me with the foolishness. And a lot of people are recanting that statement, and that's why I'm glad everything is recorded. That we were the best team in 20 years, and that equals Super Bowl. I say no, you still got to strap on it and go on that field and play other people. What I think is a realistic goal for this organization is to win a playoff series. Start there because right now, I don't care who you get. You not beating Patrick Mahomes right now. It's
We're
not
not
gonna
even going to
happen.
make the play. Nene, I don't even think we're going to
Well,
make the playoffs this year.
I
I mean,
think we
look,
it
our
all
will.
depends
salary,
on
our
how close you come to beating Patrick Mahomes. Do you come within 19 points of beating him, or you come within 3 points of beating him? Which one
Either
would you
way,
rather be
either
as
way,
encouragement going into the following season?
crypto. Either way it come, when I take my shot of apple cider vinegar with you, it's gonna say an L next to that.
But again,
But
Nene,
it
what
don't
It
we've
don't
matter.
been
matter
That's
the
not the
numbers.
building,
point.
we've been
It's not the
building to try to
point.
win a playoff game for 30 years. If we were to build to try to win a Super Bowl, we would get the playoff win.
Right, but y'all, I think y'all missing what my rebuttal is to. I'm trying to make sure I say his name. The Deuce. I'm just saying when we talk about rats off a ship, jumping off without a light boat, off the Titanic, saying, you know what, I ain't dying with the band. I'm just gonna freeze to death because apparently he feels keeping Tua here is a sinking ship. What I am saying
Look,
to him in rebuttal to that, it doesn't matter if you have Skylar or whoever, you still got to go through that giant, that guy that's shaped like a Michelin
okay,
man.
well, so you're telling us
You
to
still
pack
got to
up and
beat
wait,
him.
wait for Patrick Mahomes to put in his retirement paperwork before we
Well,
start
I'm
playing
not saying
football?
that. I'm just saying at
Well,
the
then
moment.
what were you saying?
But crypto, if you
He ain't
listen to me,
retiring
what I'm
anytime
saying
soon. He's
is
not getting young. I mean, old that fast. He's
what
barely
I am saying
30.
is the objective bar, a rational mind is it because you've already won 9 games, you won 11 games, you went to the playoffs twice. The
Right, but
objective
never been to
bar,
the game that put you within 10 minutes of beating that guy.
what I'm
There's still another step in the playoffs to get to.
what that's all I'm saying. But I'm saying
I would
for
rather
this,
be the guy that's 10 minutes away from beating him, not 10 hours away.
what I am saying is to me to put the synopsis that getting rid of Tua is going to solve all your problems is asinine
Yeah,
because
Nene, you're
that
worried about beating Patrick
Well, you could
Mahomes, but
say
you're
that.
ignoring
it's
how they got
asinine.
Patrick Mahomes.
There's to
How did they
me,
get Patrick Mahomes?
you
They
know
had
what the
Alex Smith.
problem is with the Miami
I
They
don't
didn't
Dolphins.
think
sit on their
anybody here
hands
said that
and
getting
just
rid of
say, "Oh,
Tua
well,
will
he's
solve
getting
all of
better."
our
No
problems.
one said
But
getting rid of him. That's the
we're not
beginning
going to
of a
solve
process
any
of solving
problems.
our
But
problems.
we're not going to solve any problems if we don't start with the quarterback. This is what we have learned for 35 years. This is the thing that
It's a
we
part of
haven't
a
done.
process to get
Is
rid of the problems. That's all
why
he's
we
saying.
qualify as insane according to Ross's own definition. Because the thing we haven't done in 30 years is go after the quarterback first. Because we're so afraid.
And that's a
Hold on,
fact.
let me talk to Money Mitch.
Because we don't
Hold
think
on,
nobody
let me
else
talk
is
to
out
Money
there.
Mitch. You
We're
know
so
how I am
afraid
about
that
It
it's
comments.
going to
paralyzes
destroy
us.
our
Hold
salary
on, y'all
cap.
two. Hold on, y'all
We're
two, because y'all
afraid
know
it's
how
going
I
to
am about
destroy our
comments.
salary cap.
Hold
All
on.
right,
You
go
know
ahead,
how I
Nene.
am
Already
about comments. Hold
destroyed.
on, Money Mitch.
Go
This
ahead,
is
Nene.
Nene. Very nice to meet you. I'm not writing anything. One thing about me, you will know I'm very knowledgeable on and off the field. What I am saying is Patrick Mahomes has been to the AFC Championship game 6 times. He's been to the Super Bowl 4 times. So it's not about riding somebody. It's using the other thing. Remember your brain. Use your brain, sir. Don't ever come for me if I didn't send for you. And if you really
Hey,
want to send for me, you click the link and we have a conversation. But don't you ever
yeah,
say I'm riding somebody.
have them come on up and defend that. And in the meantime, look, the rebuild, folks, it's over. It is over, and it's actually in deconstruction mode as we speak.
Who
And that's
calling you
what
out,
no one's
Nene?
the team we just go ahead, Chick.
Who's calling you out, Nene? Somebody calling
Money
you out?
Mitch.
Okay,
Money
okay.
Mitch.
Yeah,
Yeah,
good luck
she
with that.
said I'm riding Patrick Mahomes, and you know that's not. If I hope that's not what's being described here. I'm just saying what the situation are. It's like
Well, we
when he
can't
was.
let the Michael Jordan effect paralyze us from starting the
I'm not.
process to overthrowing them.
I'm not saying you can't. What I am saying is the idea of removing Tua, putting Skylar in, or putting someone else in.
No, but
It's going to
that's
get you
not
to
what I
where
was
you want to
No,
saying.
go
that's
in the
not.
future.
That's
That's
not
not
what
what I
I'm
was
saying.
saying.
Tua
Okay,
would
then
That's
be
I'm
the
not
not
what I'm
talking
bridge
to
saying.
you.
quarterback
Then I'm not talking to
in
you.
my
What
scenario.
I was saying, is that we should have put some time developing Skylar into developing Skylar Thompson. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, but
Well,
but
my
but he
scenario
talking. Does
And I'm not
Skylar
will
saying
be
Thompson beat Patrick Mahomes?
snatch two or put snatch two off and put Skylar in there. What I'm saying is that while we have Tua as a quarterback, you can be developing Skylar Thompson
or
because the
the number
man.
third pick in the draft because you moved up 20 slots and did what Detroit did and being bold.
Yeah, and there's other ways to achieve the goal. But what I am saying is, for me, and I'm not a big Tua fan, but I'm not gonna sit like and act like the man hasn't done anything right. I think that's
No,
insane to have
he's
that kind
I
not.
of
get you,
mindset.
Nene, but he gotten us to the Romo era and the Andy
I agree
Dalton
with that as
era.
well. I agree with that
Worst
as well.
performing
But
quarterback
I
in the
don't know how many
playoffs.
times I can
Worst
say
performing.
it. Tony Romo had the Dallas Cowboys like this forever. Andy
Yeah,
Dalton had the Bengals fans like this forever. Total imprisonment and entrapment because he glorified you with the regular season numbers. And he never translated it to the next stage, the
yeah,
playoffs. And that's
yeah.
what made it so hard for Marvin Lewis's of the world and all the Dallas Cowboys coaches of the world not to be able to get past the next stage.
you can even say that about.
Because Tony Romo and Andy Dalton dazzled them to the point where they was paralyzed, to the point where they didn't want to take the step of moving on from them.
Plus, they were
Listen,
selling tickets, so that this is a
Yep.
money business. These owners ain't stupid. Look, I want to get Nene. I want to ask you: Do you do you, do you think this team? Sure, maybe you want to answer this. Then does anyone actually think the 2024-2025 Dolphins roster is going to be better than the 2023 the last year's roster? Like we are going literally downhill, and we couldn't even win a playoff game with the stacked roster. How in the hell does anyone actually think this team's going anywhere positive going
can
forward
I
if
can I
we
answer
couldn't
that?
do it?
Can I answer that? Because sometimes when you're limited in cap and you're not wasteful for money, you may get needs like some dogs in here. To me, y'all keep crying about Tua, but I think the whole entire team.
Dogs,
Hold on, damn it! You asked
crybabies,
me a
maybe.
question. Let me answer, please.
Well, I'm not
Well,
really crying about Tua. I'm just saying he
oh
needs
my
to be the
God! Hold
franchise
on. Let me
quarterback by
answer
winning a
this
playoff game.
question, and I'm going to answer it quickly
I
because I
agree
know
with you on that, Crypto.
y'all have a patience of a gnat. My whole point is, I think sometimes when you're in a reduced role, you can do more. If we
Hold
can
up,
finally stop overpaying people and get people that will actually work and be dogs on the team, you
like
may be
Tua,
able to get
like that dog
further.
Tua.
Oh, damn it! Let me answer your
I
question.
mean, you're saying you want dogs. I'm talking about Tua. Is he a dog?
What I listen, you
The
asked me
Let's
about the
get a dog
roster,
there.
not just one person. If you want me to ask me about Tua, that's a different question. You sat up here and just asked me directly if you feel that because of the names that what this roster will be digressing. I'm saying sometimes these situations work to your benefit because you're not overpaying people. You're gonna have to just bring in people to plug in spots, especially what we got guys recovering from major surgeries. You may have a situation where Mike McDaniel learns from some of his critical mistakes that he made. Not just
Now
Tua,
you're onto something. Now that makes sense to me.
but
That
if
that
you
point
let
right
me
there
just
makes
damn
sense to me.
land,
Maybe he learned.
you could get what
Well,
I'm saying to you is
well,
I don't look at roster construction. I look at is the what is the quality of the overall team and the culture and the
well.
coaching and how they're executing. And I think that's the problem with the fan base because you get some names that you recognize. You already got your Super Bowl ticket and Aaron B already stacked up. Sometimes it's the team with no big names that gets there. That because like look at Kansas City. Look, they don't have. Well, I mean, they got Mahomes and Kelsey, but they got a lot of other guys that we don't really know. But they work good in the system because
But
they
that
got good
requires
coaching.
development, Nene, and we sent that guy packing.
Yeah, we sent our dog packing. Fangio, he gone. That was our dog. They ran
So
the
that's the
dog
only
out of
I'm
town.
dog in the
talking about
league.
No,
Flores. I'm talking about
Flores.
Flores.
well,
That's
him
the only
too.
dog that I'm talking
But
about. The
Nene, this
players.
team can't have dogs.
I,
Don't you understand? So your
so
point
you've
is
already.
completely flawed.
So you've already packed it in. Then don't ask me. You're asking my opinion. What I am saying, it is very feasible and possible, and I'm gonna
I
tell
want
you
to
a
say
team that did it.
realistic.
I've seen it happen with my other team, the Miami Heat. They
You
got
know,
into a
you're
situation.
dreaming. You're dreaming, Nene.
Oh,
You're in
well,
dreamland.
listen. One thing I noticed in Shay interrupting you, you have a way of asking a question and then pouncing on somebody when they're answering your
Well,
question.
Nene, you've been talking for 80% since I got on this thing, and then
Well, you
and
don't.
when everyone, and then you just go on, and then no one gets to the point, and you just go from one point to the
Okay,
next,
well,
and
this
then
what
you say
we'll do.
ridiculous things like getting
This
a
what we'll
dog on the
do
team.
because
We don't have no dogs.
hold on. I'm a person that I like problem solving. You give me 1 minute to have my rebuttal, then cut me off.
I'm gonna go ahead and hit mute. I mean, I'm just go ahead, but I mean,
All I would say is this.
dogs miss me with that.
All I'm saying is this. This is not. This is if you feel it's over, then in my opinion, then just go ahead and take your NFL strike, but don't push that on other people. I'm not a person that thinks like that. If you don't like the team, if you feel Tua being here is gonna be, then you have the First Amendment right. You can do whatever you want to do. But for me, I think this may be a good thing for the Miami Dolphins, where we not over wasting our money on big names and just get key components of people in here, and the coach learns from last year, and players learn from last year, and actually execute. And that's I'm landing my plane.
Okay, and I'm going to tell you, I believe that is complete hopium. I think you're already buying a plan of goods that they will never deliver on. I mean, you're talking about. I agree. Let's get some dogs in on this team, right? But we don't bring in dogs. We all know what Chris Greer goes after. Okay, and we run out the dogs. Brian Flores, Fangio, for example, and then we let I don't know what you want to call them, the disruptors, the non-team players, like that don't have respect for authority. I don't know what you want to call it, but we can't just flip that culture. The culture is set. We're not going to change it by bringing in a couple $1 million players. And the other point is, don't you cannot tell me that this team is going to get better. We have a massive salary cap deficit. One of our best players, Wilkins, is about to leave. Okay, because we can't even afford to pay the guy. We're looking at X. We don't know what's going on there. We've got to deal with Holland. We got to get done. There are so many players that have to be paid. Okay, and it's just so as far as dogs go, it's not the culture of this team. So I wish we'd bring in some dogs, but I can't buy into that. So Nene, I think it's hope. And if that was tangible, I'd be with you. But I don't see it as being realistic with this team. And,
Well,
and
that
that and that's
and then for me, I would just say that I don't mean to be rude when I say this, but if you don't hope, then why push your negativity on the other people?
I'm not trying to be I'm trying to be realistic.
But you are. Have you seen
Well,
You
what you've
think
spoken to
Nene,
me?
you think
I'm
he's
not
pushing it or just
rainbows.
expressing it?
But what I am saying to you is, it's like even your tone and how you describe my hope. It's like you don't have it, so it's questionable that I have it, which is unfair.
I believe you have hope. I could hear
Yeah,
it in
but
your
the way you
voice.
Well,
articulate
listen. At the end of the
You
day,
had
look. Can I say something real quick? It's just like you have one side, right? I think I know where you're getting at. You have one side. If you believe in the team, oh, you're magic and rainbows, and if you don't believe, oh, you're just a negative asshole that thinks he knows it all. So at the end of the day, both
Yeah.
sides kind of cancel each other out because you can't. There's no winning.
Yeah. I don't think one's a push. I think the passion and zeal for the way they feel gives it the appearance that they're pushing it on someone. It's a perception thing.
Yeah,
It's
but
more so that they're
perception
passionate.
as a service member like me, perception is reality. The whole point is someone can have their opinion and not be treated in their tone as if I just can't see it, but just put, hey, I can see it. And you know what? That's okay. I'm not gonna
I think
sit
that's fair,
here.
Nene. I agree
I'm
with
not gonna
you.
sit here and
I agree.
crap on them. Because one thing I know about the Dolphins,
Well,
they are just who they are. And at the end of the day, if I truly am loyal, that doesn't mean I don't see the problems. And I think that's where the problem lies. Just because I said I'm gonna stick with this team no matter what, doesn't mean I don't see the same problems as you. I just don't want to pin it on this particular one person that you want to pin it on. Because there's a lot more problems. If Tua was the only problem for the Miami Dolphins per se, why didn't we win a championship years before him? There's a there's a undertone of problems in the
it
pros and
wasn't because that position was the problem.
no, but okay, like I said, even with Dan Marino,
I
the
agree with you,
position wasn't a
Nene, but it's a
problem.
matter of priorities in which you
Yeah.
solve which of those
Which you go
problems you
about
solve
You know,
solving the
first.
problem.
And for 30 years, hold on. And for 30 years, we've been trying to solve that problem by fixing all of the other problems before making a move at quarterback and fixing that problem.
Yeah.
That is literally the what the steps we are taking that are repeating the same thing, expecting different results instead of just getting the guy at quarterback. And now we've got a guy that hasn't even learned his own craft by his 5th year in the league. I would take anybody at this point besides that.
yeah.
I
Well,
look at it this way: being a fan of the Utah Jazz, the minute we got rid of John Stockton, we've been trying to fix that position for the last 25 plus years because they figure the point guard position is the most vital position on the court, and we've been trying to draft point guards to replace John Stockton forever. It's the same thing with the quarterback position. If you don't get that fixed first, you're going to be in an endless cycle or loop of nothing but purgatory.
Yeah, yeah. Because over the years, like I said, that I've been a Dolphin fan since the '70s, and since Marino, it's been unbalanced. It's been times where our defense was good and the offense not, and then vice versa. And it's because we have not addressed the elephant in the room.
You're never going to find that quarterback if you don't take swings at it.
It looks like Nene dropped off. I hope she's on here. Actually, I think she made a good point, and so I would like to issue an apology. I do think that the tone that I'm coming across is in a form belittling her opinion, and that's wrong of me. So Nene, I would like to apologize for that. I do agree with your perspective, but my delivery of it is inappropriate. So please do. I hope you accept my apology. And yeah, not to interrupt the stream, but
Are you good,
genuine.
man?
Yeah, I mean,
It is what it is, man. Look, I believe.
Yeah,
I don't care. Listen, the one thing
we
I
got 9
cannot
months
stand,
at this.
the one thing I cannot stand is the fact that, like, say for instance, I let Pete here sit up here and spew a 10-minute rant on why he hates Tua, and then somebody comes up and says why he loves Tua, and then all of a sudden Pete starts to cut him off and not let him talk. I'm like, no. That bullshit I don't put up with. Listen, I let you state your opinion. Now let this man state his opinion. You don't have to agree with him, but I'm trying to have open dialogue. I don't care what side you're on. Just be respectful. That's all I care about. What's up, Nene?
Oh no, for whatever reason it dropped off. And to your point, John, I didn't want, because sometimes I learn in these environments, it's so much conversation going on that you can't even hear what the person's rebuttaling. So that's why I said, okay, maybe we need to put it on a time constraint. You got to understand, I am a preacher and a lawyer at the same time, so I can talk. So I don't mean
Yeah,
to cut
and
you off, but
you also love the team,
well,
and it's
Hey,
Well, we all do. That's what
you
we
do
all
too,
respectable.
up
John.
here.
I know that.
We all
Yeah,
do. Everybody up here loves the team, and you
Yeah,
I
got
it's a
some down there in
shared
the chat room.
shared
I like
passion for the team.
when I watch the playoffs, right? The reason why I gave that perspective about Patrick Mahomes, when I watch the playoffs now, because I also love the game. I love the game of the NFL in college. And I'm watching, how this guy maneuvers through his team, even though he doesn't have a Tyreek Hill, even though he doesn't have Juju, Shem Huster, he still finds a way to win. And I'm like, for everybody to be in these boxing rings, Tua versus Skyler, Tua versus a draft pick, Tua versus whoever they want to name to replace it. I said, we're still so far away than where they are right now. And it's not just Tua. It's a whole
Right.
concept. That's all
Right.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right. And to that,
Well,
Nene, I would say I would rather sit here and save our money and muddle along with what we got until that quarterback is found.
Yeah, that's what
and
I
that's the
I
agree.
don't
part
want
I
to
agree
build
with the
any
big O
further.
on. Draft
I
the
don't want to
quarterback
build any
continuously till
further.
he becomes the
I don't
franchise
want to
quarterback.
build any further. I don't want to bring any big free agents. I don't want to make any huge moves in the draft. I don't want to do anything to build until we get our quarterback. That's
But
where I'm
color,
at.
but here's the thing I am
Because
about
the
the
end
quarterback.
result every year is the same.
But color, I think all of us for the most part in the same age bracket. I've been in the reverse where we had the quarterback and it still wasn't enough. So it's not just the quarterback.
Yeah, but that
It's
no,
the
but see,
whole.
that's where I start to agree that that's where the unrealism comes in, because we had a chance to contend every single year except for two when Dan Marino was here. It's
I
not
just
a
think.
see, there is no guaranteeing a Super Bowl. That's what people fail to realize.
And you know what's funny? Color, to your
Right.
point. You
You
look
can't
at Bill
guarantee it.
Cower.
That shouldn't paralyze you. My bad,
You
Shake.
look at Bill Cower. Bill Cower, year in and year out, was going to the playoffs, making deep runs, whatever. But he didn't get over the hump until they drafted Big Ben.
Roethlisberger, that's right.
Yeah. And to that point, Shake Money. If the Steelers fan base would have been constantly saying we can't move on from Booby Brickster or freaking Neil O'Donnell, how long would they have even had the ability to see a Big Ben rising up to take that shot because they so hung up on Tommy Maddox?
Mm-hmm.
But crypto
that's a
and
good
color and
point.
shake. I will ask you this: to me, even if you have the quarterback, I still think you have to include Andy, the coach.
Yeah, true
You
that.
got to include that coach, and you got to. That's why when people keep thinking it's just this one thing, it's multiple prisms of an issue with the Miami Dolphins, and I think it's easy to just go by the QB1 because that person is essentially the leader of the team. But I think there was a lot of times Mike McDaniel made some bad decisions that affected the team. I think it was times that the defense, in
Of
terms of Big
course,
Fangio,
Nene, but
made.
the only reason Mike
Of course,
McDaniel
it's
is
easy
here
to
because
fund.
we are pushing Tua.
Well, no, I'm just here's what I'm saying to you is
Mike McDaniel would not be our coach if we weren't pushing Tua.
I get that, but
Maybe Harbaugh is our coach.
what I am saying to you is even if you replace Tua with someone else, I still think we're far away. We're not there yet. It's not just
I
him.
totally
Then you,
disagree. I
that's
just totally
fine because
disagree.
you're
And
just
that's fine.
that.
We can disagree.
That,
It's no big
that
deal.
was fine. You're
Exactly.
saying that Mike McDaniel don't have the ability to look at the greatest 700 hits of another guy and bring out the best in him. I don't know how many times I gotta keep repeating that. That's not only exclusive to Tua. That's
You
including
got
everybody
Let
on
me
this
ask you something.
roster.
So let me ask you
Corporal, you got
something.
to repeat it a lot
Color.
more. So just so you know.
If you have Mike McDaniel with pick whatever quarterback outside of Patrick
Nick
Mahomes,
Mullins.
do you think that Mike McDaniel can outcoach Andy Reid?
I don't think anybody can outcoach Andy Reid
Anybody
right now.
can.
That's what I'm saying to you.
Right.
Andy
So,
Reid has
so
lost
again,
football games before, Nene.
so I could say the same thing that we're saying to John, to Deuce Goose. Then pack it in because we're not winning anything until he's gone.
Well, for
Until
But
me,
he
Nene,
I just
hold on,
think
Nene, no, because you're saying that in the vein as if Andy Reid has never been out coached or if
that
he
never
lost the
came out
game.
my mouth. It was a very
Okay, if it
direct.
never came out your mouth,
Oh,
he may not need to outcoach Andy Reid. He could just do what Sean Payton did with Russell Wilson and beat him 24-9.
here's my point. The secondary point of that question. That's just like asking if Dan Campbell, who was a couple of plays away from the Super Bowl, did he not get out coached? And that's why Detroit is not in the
I don't
Super
think he
Bowl.
was out coached. Yeah, he did. That was
I don't think
self-inflicted. He
he
out coached
outcoached him at
himself.
all.
That was
There you
self-inflicted. That had
go.
nothing to do with the other coach.
There you go. Because I can make an argument, Crypto. It wasn't just that decision that had them lose that game. Shanahan came back in that second half and just gave him a master class.
Yeah, but what
No,
about
he didn't.
the entire first
Yes,
No,
he
half
he
did
of
didn't.
because
Shanahan's
they walked
decision?
them down like a dog.
What about the
They walked
entire
them
first
No,
down.
half
it
of
was aided
Shanahan's
and abetted by
decision?
the stupidity of Dan Campbell.
Wait a
But
minute.
it's
What
still
about
you
the
still
entire
have to
He
first
don't have a
half
chance to
of
walk them
hold on,
down if he
Shanahan's
color.
just kick.
decision?
He just
Hold on,
simply kicks
color.
the field goals.
Hold on. What I'm saying
They
to
never
you
catch
is
him.
San Francisco still had to execute on their mistakes. They still had to execute. Even if they
Yes,
made
they did,
mistakes,
but on a short field, one of us was a gift
it
wrap on
don't
the short
matter.
field on a
It don't
fumble.
matter.
But okay,
Here's
how
the
hard is it
difference
to call an inside trap to Christian McCaffrey?
what I am saying to you is Broadscape, go out of the details. They capitalized on mistakes. Their coaching and their players capitalized
Yes,
flat line.
self-inflicted by Dan Campbell.
I
Yes.
said that. That's already acknowledged that that's why I keep saying capitalize off of mistakes, meaning I've already acknowledged that mistakes were made. So it's still
I'm not saying
And
that he didn't capitalize. You're making it as if he's a grandmaster class, if he totally
I didn't
outcoached the
say that.
guy without him out coaching himself.
I didn't say that. I was very clear that Dan Campbell made mistakes, but they came back in that second half and they executed, and that's why they're in the Super Bowl. So it is still a part of the process of the team, the other parts of the team executing, and the coaches putting in the right plays to uh to hop on
yeah,
mistakes,
but
if that makes sense.
But
when
that's
you're
fine. But Andy
when
Reid
you're
can be outcoached too in short
but when
moments.
you're and you got to remember we're talking about the quarterback being inferior. So if Mike McDaniel has a handicap at quarterback, what can he do? Of course it's going to look like he's making mistakes because he only has so many tools in his toolbox.
But I color I respectfully because did you watch that game? I'm just curious. Did you watch that game? Did you watch the
I watched
Detroit game
what
against San
game?
Fran? Did Detroit against San Fran?
I think
Of
he
course
covered
I
it.
watched it.
I think he
Okay,
covered
so
it.
what I'm going to ask you, Detroit had complete control of that game going
Right,
into the half.
which means Shanahan was
No,
making mistakes in
I'm
the
just
first
I'm
half.
just stopping there. I'm not going any further. Yes or no? Did Detroit have complete?
I'm not gonna do a syllogy with you if you're gonna patronize me. I'm not gonna
No,
do it.
I'm not
No,
patronizing.
I'm not following your syllogy. I'm not.
All I am saying is that game was a complete meltdown. Call it whoever you want to pick
No, it
was
wasn't a complete
what
meltdown. It was
because
one
if it
mistake.
wasn't a meltdown,
It was
they would have
one
won the
mistake that
game.
cost them a chance to win the game.
It was
But like,
actually a couple drop balls. I'm pretty sure they were in position to deliver,
well,
and
what
it
I'm
just
saying is they went into halftime up at least 2 scores.
Which means that it was a collapse, a complete collapse in the first half by the 49ers.
Wait a minute.
The game is 60 minutes long.
yeah,
What I am
49ers were
saying.
terrible in the first. That's true.
What I am saying is, however you want to promote it, Detroit had the upper hand going into the third quarter. Yes or
Yeah,
no?
Reynolds had a drop
But what's your
ball that
point,
was
Nate? Can
put
you
in
My
his
point
belly.
is, at some point, San Francisco, when mistakes were made, they capitalized and made up a 2 score lead and now in the Super Bowl. Meaning, right, that whether it was Dan Campbell's aggressiveness, it was drop balls, whatever it was, San Francisco was still able collectively as
Right,
a
but you
team.
said that Dan Campbell got out coached
I still think he did because he was a victim of his own ego.
because of one mistake.
That doesn't
But
mean
that's
he's
still being out
So,
coached.
so it's 29 to so as far as coaching scores goes, he lost 29 to 28.
I'm not looking at the number of the score. I'm saying in the moment he made a critical, and let's be honest, he did the same thing against Dallas. The exact same thing.
Hey, I'm with Color. I don't think he got
okay.
out coached. I don't think he got out
I don't
coached. I
think he
actually
got
think,
coached. The
yeah.
players outplayed him. McCaffrey took a freaking off
Oh,
trap
okay,
draw
who
to
called the
the
play?
damn house.
So who called the plays of McCaffrey? A coach.
Okay, he called the plays. That doesn't mean nothing. The
Exactly.
players
So
still have to
if the coach,
execute it.
so the coach was still involved in the process.
So what
Wasn't
play
like
call
Yes,
required?
to a certain percentage, but it wasn't a master
that's
Hey,
class.
all I
hey,
said. He's a
what play
part of it.
call? What play
But
call
yeah,
called
you
for what?
using the terminology is what's screwing people up. It's not a master
Well, it's
class.
how
What
you.
It's just
It's
simply
what
like
just
play
they
him
call?
doing a
say.
Hold
no-brainer
on, Crypto.
decision.
Crypto, hold on. What play call? What play call in the 49ers playbook calls for Brock Purdy to doing a Lamar Jackson impression to save a series?
Again, y'all gonna have it y'all
Is
way,
there
but
a
I am
play in the
saying
playbook that calls
Yeah,
for
y'all
that?
are
that's a
sitting
good,
here
yeah.
blaming one individual when to me, and there's no need to yell, cuss, and holler and get your mics distorted. To me, it is a team sport that involves so many variables. So just to sit here, and I'm not a fan of Tua, but to sit here and act like, okay, we just take this component out and we ignore a lot of the decisions made by the coaching, a lot of the
No
execution of
one's
the other
saying that. We're
players.
giving
Would
And
you
mathematical
that's
extend
what
him?
I
Nobody's
assignments to him.
ignoring it.
No
Nobody's
one
Would you
said
ignoring
it's
it.
extend him?
100%. You're perceiving it like
I
it's
said
100%.
earlier, as I said earlier, it's priorities. And right now, the biggest problem, in my opinion, is the quarterback. I'm not
Nene,
saying
would
there's
you
not other
extend?
problems.
Would you sign
It's a
him,
step
Nene?
to the process
what I
I
would
would.
to
The
do.
very
I
first
me
move
solving the
I
personally,
would make to
big
fix our
picture.
team is change our
I would
quarterback.
once they
That's
get
what I
done,
would
I
do.
answer your
Then
question.
I would do a bunch of other stuff that you're calling for as well, Nene. But the very first move I would make if I was general manager tomorrow is change the quarterback.
So Color would move off. I would move off. Nene, do you want to sign long term or do you want to move off?
No,
Would you
I'm not
sign him?
moving off. What I would do, I would tag them. I'll franchise
So
tag
you
them.
want to run at least 2 years of Tua. You want to
That's
go at
not what I
least two
just
more
said.
years.
I said
Well,
franchise.
tag him.
How does
He's gonna play on his 5th year, and then we'd have to
Oh,
tag him.
hold on. Let me get to it. First of all, real quick. This guy, I know I brought this up before, but I know Lewis went ahead and put him on the grill. Well, not Lewis. Somebody sauteed him. This Mark K guy, I don't know if he's in his mama's basement or stuff, but this is a Dolphin space. Like, I don't know why this guy think he could be disrespectful to Dolphin fans. I thought y'all checked him earlier today or earlier this evening. He must be ain't got no life because I could see if this was a Bill space, then his presence here would be worthy. But for you to
No,
sit
but
here and say, I'm going to
look,
cry, sir, I
we
ignored you because you're an idiot. And you probably have nothing to do but be on this app all day, fighting with a fan base that's a rival. Shame on you. No, I'm not crying about anything. So be clear. I ignore you because you're an idiot. And I don't have time to go back
exactly.
and forth with you.
Listen, you leave him alone. He just like you said. If you ignore him,
He's
he'll
Yeah,
go
I just
away.
had to put that on wax. But this what I'll do, Deuce, to your question. I would
By the way,
tag him and I would
listen,
try
we're
to
gonna
bring
go
in.
on 7 hours. Color, if you want to keep it going, but I'm gonna shut it down in about 10 minutes. So just so y'all know.
10 minutes is good with me, but I do want to hear Nene's your plan of action. I think that's what you were about to give
I'll
us, right?
just sum it up. I've been forced into a serious hard reboot. I'm not going soft reboot no more. The more I hear these arguments over time, I'm forced into a severe hard reboot. Is no, not all is lost because the Texans did it, and it could be back up and running in 1 year. I'm doing severe hard reboot. Sell the team to freaking the next highest bidder, and then he'll start cleaning house top to bottom from general manager to the freaking floor sweeper, and then
And
I'm
this
starting from there.
and this should have happened some time back. It should have happened some years back. That we should have cleaned out. We never did. And we
Well,
left
for me,
components in there, and that's what we dealing with.
once you get to me, I think you tag him Let them play on that 5th year, and you bring in some healthy competition, and also address that offensive line. Because to me, one of the consensus, the common denominators outside of toughness and coaching, outside of Dan Campbell's decision, is that offensive line needs to be more sturdier than what it is. And what I mean by sturdier is stop with these projects, stop bringing people that got a medical jacket that's at least a novel of injuries, Teron Armstead and other people, and really get that line. Your goal is to have your
Would you give
offensive
up
line.
Hill for
No, no,
that? Because you
but
can't
here's
just bring in. You'd have to give up something to get a stronger line. What would you give up to get a stronger line? You got to give up something.
Jalen Waddle.
Okay, Jalen Waddle. That'll help us get at least 1 or 2 linemen. I mean, we got to give up something, right, Nene? We can't have it. So I agree with Color. We got probably Waddle, and then we could get a stronger line. Nene, you do. I mean, we can't just get a stronger line and not give up. So what would you get to meet your needs of a stronger line? Who would you give up
Well,
so that
here's
we?
the thing. Here's the thing.
We could get rid of Jalen Phillips.
I think there's other ways to cut down the
What does
cap.
a stronger line do?
And you can
no,
also
but
draft.
it's not a problem with the line. I'm sorry.
I don't think so either.
Why
But
when I bring up
let me
suggestions
speak
like
on this.
5, 6
Let me
look at
people,
speak
our
on
run
this.
game.
can I just
Let me
answer the
speak on
one
this.
question,
Yeah,
please?
let her finish, guys.
Okay,
But
go.
Damn. All right. I just want them to not be a gimmick scheme of 2.5 seconds, because essentially that's what they were. Y'all can sit here and lie to yourself, but it was
it's not a lie, Nene.
But
I'm not.
after it's not
I'll have to
my
Nene.
God,
interrupt you.
We
Hold on,
our
hold on, hold
numbers
on,
went down
hold on.
after the
I feel
2.5
compelled
seconds.
to
We got
interrupt.
worse.
I
what I
feel
am saying
compelled
to
to
you.
interrupt because I am not lying to myself. Our offensive line is fine. Okay,
But that's your opinion.
the
I
other
don't.
no, it's not my opinion. It's the opinion of Pro Football Focus, who has admitted to Payola it is their opinion that our offensive line is bad. The
From my
facts are
eyes,
the facts are Tua enjoyed the lowest pressure rate in the league.
okay. So y'all not wondering my opinion. Y'all debating my opinion. That's fine. I feel he asked me what I would do, and
Yeah, but
notice I
you
haven't
said
questioned.
you said everybody here's lying to themselves. I'm not lying to myself. I
Okay,
know exactly what
stricken
our
I
that
say
from the
Tua's
record. If
performance went down after the more time he got. So
okay,
what is
so
it giving him 8 seconds going to
here's
do?
the thing, crypto. If you don't want to change the line, that's you. But the question was asked what I would do, and you're a
Oh yeah,
person
that's
that.
fine. I already said I'm blowing up the team. I'm
Okay,
selling the
then
team
what
and
that got
starting
to
from
do with
scratch.
what I'm saying? I'm not debating what you would do. I'm just saying what I would do.
But no,
Yeah,
but
that's
what
fine.
Color was hold on. What the reason Color jumped in was because when he says if you disagree with that, then you're lying to yourself. That's the only part he jumped in.
Okay, with that part stricken from the record, what I am saying to you, if it's me, you bring in some competition, you make them play on that 5th year, and I feel you still need to address that offensive line, because when I watch these 4 teams play, it seems like the toughness, and especially with Detroit, I think Detroit and Baltimore, they had all day back there. It wasn't people getting their legs pushed back in. There was plays to be made. They just didn't happen. But that's what I would do.
And in that same thought, though,
I agree with the offense
Okay.
shoring up the offensive line as well. So,
well, speaking of
Okay.
that, then I mean, we had a good running game this year,
I got
right?
52
And doesn't the
years. I mean,
offensive
I've been
line
waiting for almost 50
have?
years anyway. So what's the difference?
I guess where my big disconnect here is
Yeah,
Tua
I'm a Cubs fan.
enjoyed low pressure ratings all season. We had a phenomenal run game, and those are 2 attributes thanks to the offensive line. So what about fixing the offensive line is going to make this team better? We've
So
already had a
are
great running
you
game and low pressure.
No,
are you
because
rebuttal in my opinion? Because I can tell you that the running game looked like stir fried trash once we actually got into that collapse. The running game didn't look the same.
I've heard a lot of people say that
No, it
McDaniels
was the
got off of
defensive
the run
play that didn't
game,
look the
not that the
same,
run
and
game
they
was
wasn't.
not that.
Because Mostert, because last time I checked, Mostert was hurt a couple of those games. That's another other thing.
In the Bills game, it is an outright misrepresentation of reality to say that Mike McDaniel got away from the run. I have already pulled up the play-by-play
I'm not the one
text
saying that,
for
for the
everybody
record.
to see
I didn't say
that
that.
that was an outright lie. We did not get away from the run against the Bills. We actually ran the ball 3 times in a row and went nowhere and punted it on several series after halftime.
Right. And,
Yeah.
and I think just
exactly. So that's why everybody's saying that we had a good running game, but again, if we went 3 and out, that tells you right there something's wrong with that line.
No, it was the fact that the Bills decided
the
to not
defense
let us do that
stuffed it.
anymore and challenged Tua to beat us
Yeah.
with his arm.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
so
color Jordan.
Sometimes the defenses get paycheck
there's
too.
some line. Yeah, look, that tells you right there their line was weak. That's all I can tell you. It is what it is.
so, but if we're over the salary
Sometimes
cap
the
right now,
opponent is
so
stronger than you. I mean, we do have to start admitting that. I mean, the other
Yeah.
teams have to feed their family as well. They do participate in the sport. It's not just us playing ourselves.
So
And
I
you know,
guess
I just want to put that out there.
and so, in other words, y'all saying somebody saying that our offensive line is trash. That's not what I'm
I'm
saying.
not saying they're
I'm not
trash.
Now,
saying
I'm
it's
just
but
saying they
no,
trash.
just
let
need
me finish. Let me finish
bolster up a little bit.
because here's the thing. I've seen the offensive line progress last year, and then this year we progressed even more. And I keep saying on different platforms, thank you, Bush Berry, because when we had injuries, he plugged and played players in the offensive line did what they can do. Now, when we started getting to the playing the into the play going towards the playoff,
Better defensive
that's
lineman.
when that's when we started having issues and what have you. But I'm not gonna say that. I can't. I'm sorry. I just can't say that our offensive line is bad. I just can't say that.
But
I
Good
mean,
point,
crazy
Mr.
though.
Paul,
we
because
might got
yeah,
we
for
got
every
we may
Mike
got
Tyson, there's a Holyfield. Sometimes you got
Yeah.
somebody that punches
exactly
better.
No,
and
yeah,
somebody
I'm
that's
not saying
better.
they're
That's
bad.
what it is.
We can
We
Crazy
just
just
though.
look
need
at
a
the
But
team
I
that
talent.
was
raised my
better.
hand.
But
I said I would.
they're pointing out that the PFF says that the pass block win rate is the worst in the league.
That's not
Okay,
what I'm pointing out.
I'm saying that how they have formed the narrative that our offensive line is terrible and that Tua's pocket time or lack thereof is what's helping the offensive line. Yet my eye test watches several plays on the film that shows Tua climbing a perfectly clean pocket. No reason to throw and get rid of the ball.
Colored. I think if y'all could pull up that comment from what the NFL is lit, I think that's a crazy name. The whole team to me was built on speed and not toughness. There was times where I seen that line get completely bullied, and they were those
That is
defense,
true. That
those
is true,
defense.
but that's
Hold
also
on, and their defensive lineman was already tackling. Pick your running back, Mostert. They were already in the
because there
backfield for
was
losses.
because there was 8-7 mismatch. That's called stacking the box.
And then also too, you
Yeah.
got to take into consideration too that we weren't changing the scheme to the point where these teams were already prepared our offense as far as Tyreek, Tua, Waddle. We were running the same schemes over and over again to the point that where these teams were familiar with and they were ready. They were already ready to play us because the guy, that defensive back from the Ravens, used the word tell. And what he was
this
saying is that they already knew how to beat our offense. They already knew,
well, that's an
regardless of
interesting
what.
point. Yeah,
Hey,
and I want to disagree with. I
Yeah,
think this
Mr.
is our
Paul.
best offensive line we've had since Tua's been here. To be honest,
If
I think
you're
this
on a
is the
time
best it's
schedule, Sid,
been.
you can bounce. I'll let it go
All
another
right,
10 or
yeah,
15.
yeah,
all right.
I understand
You gonna
Shake
let it
too.
go?
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
No, I can hold it. I can hold it for a couple more minutes if you got to run.
All right, cool. No, but all right. Before I go though, I'm gonna just do my thank everybody real quick and appreciate y'all for coming up and making it
Thanks,
happen.
Shake.
We wouldn't be the Fins tailgate wouldn't be without you. At the end of the day, yeah, and then this is a Dolphin space, but at the end of the day, we're trying to be more of a football or a tailgate where if you go to an NFL tailgate, all fans are welcome. So at the end of the day, we are welcoming of all fan bases.
Yeah,
But this is
hey
just
Shay,
Dolphin
I have no
centric.
problem. Like Josh Allen is the his
Yeah,
low name. I never had a problem with him.
Carson Wentz.
Josh
I
Allen,
love
Michael
Red,
K.
White, and Bills. He's never been out of
Right.
pocket.
Yeah.
But this guy, Mark, he is
Mark.
really out of pocket. And I
Yeah, we
even
have
heard
to
it
check him
earlier
on
today.
a every other day basis. But
Mark
I
is
will
a
say this,
Yeah,
Nene,
he's
there are people, there are
he's
Dolphin fans
definitely
I
disgruntled.
interact with. There are Dolphin fans we interact with that are much worse than Mark, believe it or
Yeah,
not.
exactly.
Yeah.
Mm.
I
And
guess
last
I
thing
can
before
tolerate it
last,
for my own. Not no, you're a guest. I'm sorry.
And ABAB knows who he is.
Right.
and last thing before I
Jermaine,
go is there's gonna be a 2-part episode of Insomnia with Stephen D. Y'all check it out. So I'm out of here. Y'all be easy, man.
All
yeah,
right, Shake.
check it
So
out
now
Sunday at 3 a.m.
I'm gonna have to recuse myself from the actually interacting in the debate, as now I am the host of the show. So I will be completely unbiased and be moderating everybody now.
Rub
So
the
Yeah.
color.
Hey, quick shout out to Shake though, man. That guy, he puts in the time. I swear, I probably listened to him more than any other host around.
he's been locking us down. We all been slacking, and he's been.
I don't know how he
locking us
does it.
down
I
for
don't.
like a year now.
I'm super thankful. Yeah, no, he's taking over the
People
airways,
out here
man, and I
driving
freaking
like a
absolutely
madman
love
on
it.
Friday night.
That's
And
my
he's very
brother
fair.
too.
I'm not
He's
gonna feel
very
sorry.
yeah.
Puts
That
his
is
car
my
in the
brother.
ditch.
I promise I'll get back on track, people.
Yeah. But yeah, I
just
mean,
don't know
about
what else to say. Everything I have to say on the show is all the stuff I've been saying for the last 3 seasons. I don't have anything new.
oh, it's
Tua
like
sucks, guys.
it's the best debate out there, though, if
I
you
mean,
ask
you
me.
just push play, rewind it. I guarantee you, in 365 more days, we'll be having the same
And
discussion.
now,
We're stuck in purgatory.
and
It's gonna be
crypto
worse.
now,
It's gonna.
come to find out, he agrees with me again because he just listed all the stuff he needs to learn, and all the two in ears were hating on me for saying the same thing. Like, you can't make this
Yeah,
up. So I
we
don't
got to
know. I
get out of
think
this paradox.
if Nene or Deuce didn't have anything more to add to what we were just talking about, I wanted
Yeah.
to spark. I don't have all night, but I do want to spark a conversation about this whole thing that Tua said. And I'll just read it according to Josh Moser, who tweeted this out. You can find Josh Moser, I think, rocking with Stephen D every once in a while now on Dolphin Talk. But says Dolphins QB Tua says he would like to work on 4 things this season. I think a lot of people have seen this post, but I got to read it out for those who haven't. 4 things this offseason. What are your guesses? Mine would be moving off the spot in the pocket better and connect with wide receiver. Get to the second and third reads better, extend more plays with his feet, find wide receivers outside the hash more, and figure out how to change the play at the line of scrimmage. So let's see what Tua said. I'll play. Yeah, I guess I could play the audio,
He
but I
said,
don't know if y'all can hear it.
outside the hash marks.
He said, get to his
Hold
second
on,
and third read better.
hold on. Let me hear it.
That's it.
Oh, so he said he's not going to share it. The 4 things. I mean, I can't think of 4 other things. You know what I mean?
Oh, so you were just throwing the he didn't say that.
To correct the record, that was Josh Moser's opinion on what the 4 things should be.
Oh, that's a
just
relief.
He's
to be
not going to
honest.
tell anybody.
Oh, thank goodness. I mean, if
tell
it
me
was
about it.
to get to his second or third read, I was about to just crap a brick right now.
If he's admitting to that, that's bad news. However,
but that will go into him being a one-read quarterback narrative. That's not good politics for him.
So for the conversation, I'll ask a question. Tua said there are 4 things. What do you think Tua thinks those 4 things are? Not what do you think they are. What do you think Tua thinks they are? And we'll start with ladies.
Knows they are because only he knows.
Hold on, Crypto. Ladies first. We'll start with ladies first.
I'll be honest. I don't think he think anything is wrong with him.
Well, he said 4 things. He did admit the 4 things he needed to fix. He just didn't say what they were.
Yeah, I think that's passive aggressive. I think
Okay.
I
Okay.
think that because I take what he
So
said
you
when
think it
we.
was PR speak
Yeah, that was
altogether?
it. Yeah,
Okay.
because why didn't he name him? Like, so now we're gonna play a Jason. We got to get in the mind of Tua. I think Tua knows he's safe. I think Tua got a little cockiness to him. That's why this year he went on the record saying things such as I got receipts and I can get scrappy. You know, we got a version of Tua that says that, you know what, I know I got a job here no matter how I perform. That's what I get out of it.
All right. What about you,
He's
Crypto?
sure.
What do you think he thinks the four things are, or do you think it's just PR speak like Nene?
I mean, it could be a little of both or misdirection that he's doing, but I don't know if he's going to that level of psycho, analysis or self-deprecation.
Well, the
Um,
reason I asked,
I would actually agree with some of the ones that the guy guessed at. Because if we
do you think that's
look
what
at the
Tua is
Brandon
thinking?
Staley,
Do you think those are the things
yeah,
Tua is thinking?
yeah, because if you go back and look at
What
the
else could it
dossier,
be, right? That's why I'm asking the
yeah,
question. What else could they be?
that
How
would
about
be those four. But
audibles?
I'm just saying, hold on.
That was
It was
one
a
of them.
dossier put out there over a year ago with Brandon Stanley before we played the Chargers and told us how he's going to attack our offense. He first started with our boundary guys. He said nothing about Tua. Let's just put that out there. Their defense strategy started with Tyreek, and he said, quote, number 17. I guess that was a little side shot at Waddle. I don't know what they got going on. But he said number 17, Tyreek, is that's how he's going to start his approach. And then he said basically forcing them to the edges consistently on the boundaries and making them come off the initial guy and dropping linebackers in coverage.
Right. And Josh
Yep.
Allen is the next Carson Wentz says dealing with post snap recognition. Yeah, that's one of the things Moser listed. So again, we're all
Yeah, the
like
post
picking up
snap
a few. It's
recognition.
like unless he's talking about better looking hair,
Meaning learning how to beat a Flores style
cooking
defense
eggs,
because you're gonna have to
cooking
do that
eggs
because they
better,
change.
cooking eggs better, maybe learning how to make a peanut butter sandwich or you see what I'm saying? There is only so many things that could be even talked about when we look at when we evaluate his game. Like,
Yeah, you just look at the context of the plays we run and see what other teams with great fast linebackers and corners did to him. That's the four that he's talking about.
finding the open tight end. I mean, I don't know.
Spreading the
Well, look.
ball.
How about this? How
I
about
mean,
How
this?
if he
about
think
how
he's
about
beyond
spreading the
reproach,
ball?
then we got some serious problems. That mean that any quarterback at this stage will be an upgrade by definition. If you got a quarterback that's beyond reproach,
That's what I'm trying to say. I mean, if you're talking about those issues in year 5, bro, that's ridiculous. I'm sorry, it's just ridiculous.
yeah, you can't go with the mantra that you
And
can't be
and
improved
and
upon.
and to Nene's earlier point, that's where I'm at as far as like, yo, if it's that bad, then that's number one priority, even if there is 1,000 things to fix. Like, yeah, I know there's 1,000 things we got to fix, but we're
Yes,
just spinning our wheels working on every other problem
I'll
because you
look
could
at it this way.
argue that all those other problems we have are just actually symptoms of the real problem.
Yeah, yeah.
One of the things I learned with technology is symptoms can be problems and problems can be symptoms. And it's just as hard when you're trying to identify a problem, which is the first step. It's hard sometimes because you find yourself identifying 5 different symptoms as the problem before realizing they're just symptoms. Because on another day, any one of those symptoms could be a problem.
Yeah.
Okay. How about this? Some things to improve on. When he rolls out to the right and throws, that's been kind of a problem. Audibles. He doesn't seem to call a lot of audibles. And that might go hand in hand with actually reading a defense. I think you got to be
Does
able to
do
read
that.
the defense before you could hit audible. So maybe
There you go.
there is something to that. Also, scrambling for extra yards. That's got to be something he has. So after watching this playoffs, he must know within his own heart that that's an area that he needs to improve. And then the last thing I would throw out there, is, and he doesn't do this a lot, but I would say those up and out routes, outside that numbers, I would say getting a little more consistent with those types of passes, being able to actually hit them, because although he does throw them, I don't think he throws them near as much as other quarterbacks. And I think it is a flaw to his game. So I'm naming 4 things right there where I think this potentially franchise quarterback could actually get better. And in all due respect to Tua, he did work during this past offseason on jiu-jitsu or whatever the hell, so that he could absorb or take these hits or get down better. And I did see an improvement out of him.
I'm just wondering what the training is for the deficiencies he has. These are things that come natural and are fundamental to an NFL quarterback.
It might be hips. I mean, I don't even want to get back to his original injury.
Like, I'm talking about as far as finding open guys, finding other reads. The stuff that we see that is deficient. I'm just wondering, what is the training regimen for that? Like, do they have a 3D simulator?
Madden, dude. Audibles and Madden.
I mean, you know what I mean?
No, but Tua did that at Alabama where he was spreading the ball around. So, I mean, I don't understand why he's not doing it.
Because it's much easier to do that when everything is slowed further down like that.
And you played on the best college team in the history of college teams, like Alabama's.
Are getting 15 yards of separation.
Yeah, everything's separated, by a lot.
He played for, that's a good team. Those were a bunch of professional athletes on that. Man, they were the bully in town. They always had more talent than any other team every game that they played, except for maybe Auburn or something, or LSU at the time. So, I mean, that's something else you really got to think about. The guy's played on top-notch talent. Now he's getting to the NFL, and it's not that same way. And that's another part of his game. Maybe he just is not that good. Like, he's just not. He was a college quarterback. He might not be that.
Well, I was going to say something about priority, about what Color said about the priority to how to fix the problem for the franchise and as far as the team. I was going to say, remember back in grade school when they taught us how to attack a long, complex mathematical problem. There's an order of operations you must go through in order to tackle it. You got the parentheses, the exclamation point, division, multiplication, subtraction. That's how when you go through that order of operations correctly, then that's when you solve the problem. And to that point, the quarterback or general manager may be that order of operations that you have to go through in order to solve the problem. It's an order of operations. That's all it is. In order to get it right.
I think you're making sense, actually. I mean, that makes a lot of sense to me.
Because that problem, that complex math problem, don't get solved if you don't go through the fundamental steps in the order of operations.
It's like an algorithm. It's like an if-then program, or flow chart. Like, if no quarterback, then get one. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it's just a simple order of operations.
If quarterback,
that's what it boils down. Because if you go out of that order, you're going to fail. You're going to fail the test if you don't go through that order. You're going to get a bunch of math problems wrong. Your math teacher's going to look sideways.
And by the way, that applies to reading defenses too after post snap, because like you said, Crypto, it's order of operation, right?
Right.
Well, imagine having a guy giving a job to a guy as an astrophysicist, and on day one you find out he don't even know how to do the order of operation for algebra.
Right. Exactly. He's like, what do I start there here?
And I kind of know why he doesn't call audibles, because there's so much motion and it takes a while to get the play in and all of that. But how ridiculous is it that he doesn't call audibles? Like, what kind of good quarterbacks don't call an audible at the line? And so it's either there's so much motion and he can't, or the truth is the guy just literally can't read a defense, and so he can't be trusted to call an audible. I mean, which one is it? And I don't know, but the fact that he doesn't call audibles, I mean, that's a big damn problem. Audibles are meant to gain an advantage.
SOP that you talk about, Josh Allen, that would be the order of operations in the mathematical formula solving. Would that's considered an SOP if you want to use the
Yeah,
military term.
like whether you right, like multiplication or like what you do first, multiply, divide, add, subtract, right?
Right.
Parentheses, whatever all that is. Yeah, it's a flow
But
chart. It's an
I think
algorithm.
it's a brilliant point.
Right.
but Deuce, I agree with you on the latter part. I think it's that he's not able to read the defense because I haven't seen him since he. Tell you the truth, since he's been on that team, I haven't seen him read the defense yet. I mean, maybe something wrong with my eyes, but I haven't seen him read the defense
Well,
yet since he's been with the team.
right. Does he even call out the Mike linebacker? Like, do you ever hear him go, 54's the Mike? You know, anything like that?
No, I've
At
seen
least
the
we haven't
center
heard
do
it
it.
on soundbite yet. Or at least we,
Right.
how
Do
they
you
say
hear
the
him
Omaha
pointing?
stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know if we hear him audibly doing it, because he doesn't bark as loud as those other quarterbacks be barking.
Well,
We
and
can't hear the soundbite.
you'll hear Tony Romo on his broadcast, and then he'll bring in the quarterback sound, and he'll let you know, oh, he's shifting the line right, protection right. You know, like Tony Romo is actually really good at
We
showing
did
you
it.
what the quarterback
We
is
did it.
doing.
Patrick Mahomes in our game say 45 is coming. 45 is coming. We definitely heard that.
Yeah, and I've
and lo and
never,
behold, he got cooked. He came and he got cooked.
Tua just doesn't do that. It's so it's weird.
Yeah, because Dak Prescott does it, and when he's through audible, he said, "Here we go."
Yeah, here we
go.
go.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you actually hear the voices. You can't. They don't hone in on Tua's voice. We don't hear nothing.
Yeah. So what's the point, dude? You got your commander in chief out there, and he can't even make a call to change an audible. It seems that way that's not even part of his game. So
Well, that tells me does he have yet total command of the playbook if he's not yet calling his own audibles at will?
Can I add something, because it seems like it's still shifting away some accountability from Mike McDaniel and the staff.
On the staff under
we can sit here all day and say what this man is not calling and all this other stuff, but I just feel at some point that's why you have a coach. That's why the players ain't just out there on their own just figuring things out.
You got a coach to call the initial play.
Right.
Then once it's released to the players and the headset goes off, it's on the players.
What I'm saying is y'all throwing a lot of jabs, but I didn't hear one thing about what is the coaching staff doing to bring him in. Hey, you can call an audible. Hey, you have multiple set. We can't leave that out of the gumbo.
Well,
yeah, but we've been told and forced down our throat that year 2 of this offense is that level.
I'm sorry.
It's going to be this great transform. It was going to be this great transformation in year 2 of this offense, which means you are calling audibles like Brock Purdy is doing in year 1.
Right, but my problem is, and I'm just going to talk to you from a military perspective. If I have a sailor or a soldier that continues to not perform at a high level, you will them in. You bring them in, and then there's a difference of behavior. There's an accountability. But if I'm just every time he's walking off the sidelines, just let him sit on the bench, and I'm not communicating with them, then apparently they don't have a problem with what he's doing or not doing.
Well, question is
then that part is coaching. That's the micromanagement side. I'm talking about as far as the play and actually running the offense side.
I think that's micromanagement. That's following up with what your responsibility is as a coach. If I got a guy out there that's consistent, because and they got more technology than back in the day when we didn't have all of these drones and all these laptops and all this stuff. I'm sure when they're looking at their play sheet, when they're looking at those tablets, they could see everything in a little bit more detail than what we have access from multiple angles at some point from what I see. And I'm not at the game, so I can't say. I can only see what national TV shows me or what I saw on Hard Knocks. I'm not seeing one time Mike McDaniel, anybody going over there with a lack of concern of what him not audible and out of place. So if he's not being corrected, then he's going to continue to do what he feels is best. That's my whole point.
In other words, he's programmed.
Well, then that would be things being too robotic, Mr. Polk.
Or
hold on.
hear me out.
Regimented is the word that I've chosen to use. It's a
Well,
little less
I still
negative connotation.
I go from all of that because still to me it's taking away the responsibility of the person that's overseeing the whole thing.
Well, Nene, let me address that real quick
Is
here.
it taken away?
It's a
It's
coach's
sharing.
job. It's a coach's job to evaluate their talent and to put them in the best position to be successful. How can we sit here and say that Coach McDaniel has not evaluated Tua's talent, and he may have said he cannot read a defense enough to call audibles? How can you say that he's actually not protecting Tua in that sense? How do we
I
not
can tell
know?
you why.
How do you not know that?
I can tell you why, and that's why I think you missed the last part of what I said. Whenever he does that, there's never a conversation between those two individuals. He gives them a pat on the back or a slap on the helmet and says, "Atta boy."
I think
Well,
that's
good
different than
job, but don't
audibles,
worry
though.
about it.
Yeah, but what?
And it's all.
But yeah, why
So that's a
doesn't a
problem
professional
too. So
athlete?
you
Why
can't
doesn't a
just blame one
professional
side
athlete?
of it.
Yeah, but why doesn't a professional athlete has the intestinal fortitude to dig within himself as a professional to know that's the next level you need to be?
I get that, and that's why, Crypto, I'm speaking to you in particular because you serve like me. This is a point where you have supervisors, leaders, and people that oversee. Right? You can do self development all you want, because if that's the case, then you wouldn't need coaches. He could just go out there and self develop
That's
according to
levels to it.
whatever metaphor you want to describe on what his part of it is. But when you have the head coach that's just sitting there with his mouth open like he's catching flies or sipping on on his little vape pen, and every time he's making a mistake, he's not saying nothing to him but telling him it's all right, bud, then that's a part of the problem too.
Right. No one's saying that's not a part of the problem.
But
That doesn't have nothing to do with
that
the
was the
running the
problem because
offense.
I put myself on mute to fight with a Celtic fan, and all I kept hearing is what Tua ain't doing, and he ain't doing this, and who I ain't hearing none of y'all say nothing about this other part of it neither.
I mean,
But that ain't got nothing to do with the whole play call and running the offense of play by play when you only got 35 seconds per when they put the football down.
Well, what I'm saying is after the football's down, after the 3 and out, after the punt, there is another part of this conversation that affects everything that happened before that. And if that's not happening, then that is also a liability.
We can't know if it's not
But I'm
happening.
only going on now, Color. You
Well,
at the
let me
game.
finish real quick. Because remember in the Hard Knocks episode where they're showing us 28 points on the board for the other team, and then the next thing you know, there's 56, and we don't get it. Like our offense didn't even take the field. And they never even showed any reactions from the offensive players that game. Like we don't know what McDaniel could have been lighting into Tua for all we know.
But Color, you know that's a damn lie. He ain't lightning nothing. You know that for a fact, and I think that's part of the problem.
I assume that, but I don't know that for a fact because
Color.
again, they decided to cut it out. They decided to cut it out of the public viewing.
My thing for Mike, because if last time I checked, these games are public viewing. You don't think if Mike McDaniel, hear what you saying? If Mike McDaniel would have chewed out to it, that somebody wouldn't have caught that on film, like when Flores was chewing out to it. You don't think nobody would have caught that on film?
That's fair.
Yeah, no one's saying that.
But he doesn't want to get fired.
Do to him?
Yeah, he's going to get fired. Mike will get fired.
If I'm going to blame Mike McDaniel for anything, Nene, from the perspective that you're talking, it's for installing a West Coast system for Tua in the first place.
What I can't subscribe to this ideology that's being projected here. I cannot, because there's levels to this. Because if that's the case, then you wouldn't need coaches. You just put something on a person's wrist, you sit up in the booth, and it's just going autopilot.
That's
audibles are done.
Who suggested that you don't need a coach? How does it go to that extreme? How do you go to suggesting not needing a coach?
What I am saying is equal accountability, because before I was muted, I heard a lot of jargon going on.
Yes, you said some of that. But I was the only person in this fan base that introduced the assignment of probability and put a percent on anything as far as who get assignment of blame. I started that mathematical formulas of putting that out there. So I never assign 100% to anybody by definition, because if in a game of 52 people involved, at a minimum, you're going to get a 2% blame.
Okay, let's play this
I've
game
never
then,
said
Sticks,
that
because
nobody gets
now that I'm bringing
100%.
up the coaching staff,
And look, if you want me to be fair and say that
That's on
I'm off
record. I
of
got a lot of
McDaniel, I'm
audio
off
and
of McDaniel.
video starting that mantra.
But if you want me to be fair and say that I'm off of McDaniel just as much as I'm off of Tua, then yeah, I'm with you, Nene. I don't think that especially with the things I've been finding out lately about the type of offense that Flores was trying to install here. It really just makes absolutely zero sense that we would fire him and then bring in a guy to install a West Coast system which requires a top-notch like
Level of
mental
processing.
fortitude from its quarterback. You know what I mean?
If I'm gonna be blatantly honest,
Like
if you don't have Steve Young type of quarterback, a prototype type quarterback, the West Coast offense cannot be run at its full capacity.
If you guys would just
If you don't have that, I'm sorry, it's not happening. And then you're
so
gonna see Brock Purdy get thoroughly embarrassed next week because of it.
If you guys would just give me about 3 minutes to read a snippet of this article, you might be able to come to where I'm at in my understanding and why I'm thinking the way I'm thinking. So I learned a little bit about like what the system we had installed under Brian Flores with Shan Gailey to start it, and then eventually, it changed with Mike McDaniel. But it's called the Earhart-Perkins play calling language, right? And basically it's got a lot of similar concepts to a West Coast, but it basically dumbs it down, not in a negative connotation. So real quick, I just want to read a couple snippets of this article about the Earhart-Perkins system, and you maybe you guys might end after hearing it, you might be a little just about as confused as I am with why we change coaches and offensive systems to the West Coast. So here we go. So it says, so far in this series on play calling languages, we've looked at the language structures of the Coryell, West Coast, and air raid offenses. Today, we'll be looking at the last NFL language, the Earhart-Perkins system. The EP system was developed in the 1970s by Ray Perkins and Ron Earhart, who were coaching for the New England Patriots under head coach Chuck Fairbanks. That trio of coaches did fairly well in New England, but their system has been thrust into the spotlight by the success of another Patriots coach, Bill Belichick. At this point, we all know who Belichick and Tom Brady are and what they've done. They're arguably the best coaching QB combo in NFL history, but on their way to all those Super Bowls, they have set records by being essentially playbook chameleons. One year, they were spreading the field with 4 wide receivers and throwing it to Randy Moss, Wes Welker. Fast forward a few years, and they were running 2 tight end sets with Gronk and Hernandez. The Patriots' offense was built to do seemingly anything that would give the opposing defense the most trouble, and it was built that way from the language up. The EP system, specifically its passing game, is built entirely on concepts, which are groupings of roots that fit together. This is similar to the idea of concepts in the West Coast offense, except the West Coast terminology sometimes names plays after the primary receiver's route, like the Y spot. Let's take the INC concept, for example. INC standing for in curl, so it's ink. So in this concept, the outside receiver runs an in, and the next receiver runs a curl. Surprise! It doesn't matter what motion the offense runs, what formation they're in, which specific receivers are on that side, or what position those receivers play. Ink just means the inside guy runs a 10-yard curl and the outside guy runs an over the top. So they go over some of the play calls, but this is probably the most blogged about play call in Earhart-Perkins system, the one they were showing. And it also happens to be the play the Patriots spam up and down the field. So it goes into more details on it. But then one other part I want to read. It says in the 70 series, the QB can read the defense and change the projection. If you've ever heard of Brady walk up to the line and shout Riddle or Lindle, he's shifting the protection to the right or the left. That leaves the terms ghost and tosser. These are the two passing concepts, with one being run to either side of the formation. Ghost means that the outside receiver will run a fade or a go with the outside release. The second receiver will run a 10-yard out, and the third will, if there is one, will run a route into the flat. This creates a triangle stretch against the cover three. Okay, so it goes a little further, but here we go. This is the part I wanted to get to. Because the Earhart-Perkins systems is so flexible and simple, it allows an offense to expand in a few dimensions. First, as mentioned above, the system is built to allow for multiplicity. Flexible players can align in multiple positions, but as long as everyone understands the concept, it's still simple to the offense. Simple to us, complicated to you. Another dimension that the Earhart-Perkins system allows an offense to explore is the up-tempo, no-huddle offense. We've all seen the Patriots catch their opponent in a series of plays or a personnel grouping or a formation that they just can't stop. With its simple terminology, the EP system is built for speed. Let me reiterate that. With its simple terminology, the EP system is built for speed. Brady only has to rush back to the line and call out ice or to his left or par to his right, and he's able to create any play he wants in seconds. If you're having trouble adjusting to Gronkowski being lined up as a wide receiver, they are going to keep you in trouble. And the Earhart-Perkins system allows them to do it smoothly. The EP system requires memorization for players as they are learning the offense. Every formation and route concept must be memorized, though they are often given names like ink that help.
Yeah,
But
something short.
once players get it down, it is built to adapt to almost any situation and is built for speed. Now you tell me why we ran that offense for 3 years, 2 years with Tua and Fitzpatrick, and then changed to a more complicated West Coast system that requires a quarterback to be able to be the most intelligent at reading defenses after the snap of the ball.
Okay.
This was the offense that Flores had planned to roll with and install for Tua. Now, we look back at 2021 and even parts of 2020 and we say, well, damn, Tua was spreading the ball around more. Tua was hitting the second and third receivers and the tight end. Well, I wonder fucking why.
Yeah. He
So
hit
if
more
we're going to blame
receivers in the
McDaniel for
second year than the
anything,
12th year.
we have to go back to Nene's favorite character in this whole story, Christopher Aloysius III Greer, for firing a coach that was trying to build an offense that exemplified Tua's attributes. This is why we brought in Albert Wilson, and this is why we had what's his name, the fast guy that everybody thinks was going to be our
Fuller.
Tyreek.
Fuller.
You know,
You talking about? No, not Fuller. You talking about Jakeem
King
Grant?
and Fuller. Yeah.
Jakeem Grant.
Yeah.
Now we go and we get Mike McDaniel. He changes to out of that system, and we bring in even more speed.
And color, to be honest with you, another thing that I'm looking at from the managerial position is changing this offense also became cost effective. You had to spend more money with this Mike McDaniel scheme.
Exactly.
What you had initially.
Yeah.
That's why we were winning with nobodies, Nene. That's why we were winning with Devontae Parker and Gesicki's of the world.
Preston Williams. yeah, Preston Williams. Yeah.
Preston Williams, that's right.
But to me, in my opinion, this is why, and a lot of people, don't like it. Some of my brothers on the Twitter side of it. But when I talk about Aloysius and this management of the money, it's important to note because it's a thing that you're gonna get reevaluated with every year, your management of that money and how you're allocating funds to make this thing go. And I get that he can trim fat by doing restructuring. Y'all got to help me out with that. Does a player have to agree to a restructure, or they could just do it without their consent? I don't know how that works essentially, but it's a hot mess. And that's why when he asked me the question earlier, I said maybe not having any money may be a good thing, because now you're just going to get probably some scrappy people that just playing check to check instead of these guys that are a little fat. I did want to ask you guys this question,
Before you
and I
do,
don't want.
Danny, I just want to show note. I just want to let everybody know I just posted the link to that very article so you all can read the whole thing if you want, because it goes into details with actual play concepts, with diagrams and all that. I didn't want to go all that deep, but if anybody wants to read the full article where I just drew from, I just posted the link in chat. Go ahead, Danny.
And I'm glad that you gave me another point to stop the Greer police on attacking me. I got my nightstick out about this cost effectiveness. But here's the thing.
Well, and if you also couple that, Nene, with going to Pro Football Reference and looking at the 2019, 2020, and 2021 Miami Dolphins bio page, it will clearly show you that our offensive scheme was listed as Earhart Perkins.
Well, I just think that the other conception is, and I hate that one team did it in Miami, that you can just buy a championship. That's normally not how it works, or it's not sustainable. You have a certain amount of
You
time
have to build it. All right.
with you have a certain amount, and then all of those pieces. How does that fit with the team that you're going against? Example, right? I know y'all don't like me talking about basketball, but I love basketball. It's my first love. Um, I think
I don't
about
mind.
I think about my Miami Heat when we went after the big three, right? That team was built to beat Boston. It was built. The pieces and that's why I brought up the Patrick Mahomes thing, that I think kind of got in the wash on how I was trying to articulate it. But at some point you do have to beat the team to beat build the team to beat that big dog, because you're gonna end up facing them no matter what. I know the NBA is a little bit different in terms of the games that they play, but the concept is still the same in terms of beating or for us, let's go a step lower. Is this team built to beat Buffalo, right? Because that's our division.
Yeah, I've always subscribed to that. Yeah, you got to beat the team that been punching you in the mouth.
So that's why I mentioned it, that the way that he built it, to me, this is my opinion, I could be wrong, is whenever a draft pick didn't work out, I would, because I have all of this cashier of assets, I will mortgage all of that Tyreek move, some of these other moves. I will mortgage that because I'm going to buy this championship. We just put these and I hate to say it, the fan base fell for it because we've been so under the rocks and mediocre, and that's why that narrative, and whoever said it, I can't lie, I want to punch him in the face, whoever came up with it, that this is the best team in 20 years. But what are you judging that
I've
on?
always trying to shoot that down, and they from day one. You know, I
Yeah,
don't
like
like
what
that
are we
either.
judging that on? So the best team in 20 years doesn't mean that team is enough to beat Buffalo. Is that
The
team
rest
enough
of the
to
league,
beat
right?
Kansas City? Or is that a team that just gives season ticket holders a reason to renew? Because you're selling me a product. You're selling me something, but it's not a finished product. So that's why when I
Right.
get on Greer, there's levels to why I'm
Right,
at
it's
it.
like a subscription, Nene. It's like a lifelong
Yeah.
subscription.
That's
I've always
hilarious.
tried to.
One day
I've
we'll get
always
there.
tried to.
You might get
I've
the
always tried to
bonus
kill
Super
that
Bowl
narrative.
every once in a while with your
Greatest team in
monthly issue.
history.
Well,
That's
Nene,
hilarious.
I was one of the ones that was kind of defending Greer a few times. You said it, but like I said, as time has gone by and I've been on some of these other platforms and did my own little research, I said, you know what, Nene is right.
Well,
Greer is part of the problem. Part
well,
of it.
this is
Now
the reason
he's not
why
completely.
I'm so centric on him, because I love all sports. Some sports I watch more than others, but I have never seen where a general manager has the perfect reset. Like he literally, and one day I'm just researching in his full totality, but the amount of draft picks he had, the amount of
14, just to give you a
Yeah.
reference. It was
Yeah.
14 in
the
that year,
amount of
2020.
cash that he had,
Squandered.
and,
Oh,
and to
Amount of
me,
players that
Right,
he let.
not 2 seasons
I
ago,
was
we were
having
number
fun
one
doing
in
mock
cap space.
drafts.
Now we're 32nd. Like,
oh, I
what
had so
I
happened?
was
much
having so
hope.
fun
I had
fun in
so
the
much
mock
hope.
drafts that year 22. I was having so much fun with the mock
Oh, I was a
drafts.
believer, man. Hey, I don't want
Actually,
to take
I'm
us off
as sad
subject,
as
but
Jordan Love was one of them.
we talked
But yeah,
about
go
kind
ahead.
of buying players and all of that. I mean, I just want to get you guys' opinion here. Do you think Tyreek Hill has had to do some self-evaluation after seeing the team he left, Kansas City, win a Super Bowl last year, back in it this year without him at all? Without him at all, do you think he look at maybe
Trying
no,
to take the
because
bag.
I think it's I
Coming here
actually
to
well
take the
he
bag.
he
Yeah, he
came here to
probably
take the
is.
and he sacrificed championship
no.
literally like this guy's chasing so the money's more important to him then so he's
So
not
I would tell you what's more important to him. I think he understood the structure. He reminds me a lot of LeBron James without the competitive drive to a certain extent
in the
because LeBron
championships.
the
Oh no,
whole
he's got
thing
one.
with
Yeah.
LeBron was championships, but it also was control. I think for Tyreek, he wanted to be in a situation where he had control, right?
Mm,
And I think in Kansas City, he always knew that it would be Patrick Mahomes, Kelsey,
Yeah,
then
being the
him,
true head of the franchise. Yeah.
then him. Even though he's getting the illustrious goal of a championship trophy, I think he and I'm glad you brought it up because I think he has the fat cat syndrome, no pun intended. He has
mm.
all of the money. He lives in beautiful Florida. I don't care what nobody say, but I believe he got a lot of these women. He is the pappy. I think he having the time of his life in the tax free state of Miami, and I think he already has a championship, and he's like whatever. Because like I give you a moment to quantify it. When and I know Hard Knocks is edited, but that moment when Jalen Waddle, who hasn't won a championship yet on NFL level, who doesn't have the money yet, right? When he was talking to Tyreek Hill and he was like,
Mm-hmm.
"Hey, dog, we shouldn't be playing like this. The defense they don't want." Did you see the response on Tyreek? He was like just smacking his gum, like, "All right, whatever you talking about,
Yeah,
dog.
he didn't see. You're right.
I already got my chips. Like, yeah, like." Yeah, you still working for your first big payday. I already got
I
mine. I
made a
already got my
controversial
ring.
comment, Nene. I made a controversial comment early. I was kind of trolling a little bit. I said maybe Tyreek Hill is a drag on KC. That's why they were so hurried to get off of him. Now
I
they in two
listen.
Maybe,
Super Bowls in a row.
maybe,
I
maybe.
think
I was like,
I
he's a
don't think
drag
it's.
on KC.
I don't think, and I think that's why. And y'all just deal with my conspiracy theory. I think that is why he came in immediately and said that Tua was better than Mahomes. I don't
Oh,
think he
Yeah.
believes that at all.
Yeah, I don't think he believed it.
I
Yeah.
think
He was
Well,
straight
well,
trolling. I
Nene, let
don't
me
think he
push
really
back on
said it
that
all.
non-belief just slightly. It's not so much that he doesn't believe it; it's what he's saying is, to your point, Tua is a better quarterback than Mahomes for me.
yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
You
I
know what
agree
I
with
mean?
that.
Like,
oh
like he don't
wow.
think he's a better quarterback. He just thinks for me and what I want to accomplish
Well,
in my
that's
career,
interesting.
this is the better quarterback
Well,
for me.
See,
The
we are
one I
here for
can
you
I
the
mean, he
one
could
tonight.
I can
probably say
get,
that.
the
I
one
mean, he
I
could
can
get away with it and not get in
manipulate into
trouble.
making sure
He
he
said,
focuses on me.
Well,
So,
color. I think two things could be true. I think this is
yeah.
also a
Mm.
part of the Christopher Aloysius Greer packet of when you come here that you need to endorse two of because that is my fifth round draft pick. I
Mm.
think that
Yeah,
Mike
there's
McDaniel.
definitely somewhat of that too. Sure.
I
That's part
think
of it.
Mike
Yeah, because
McDaniel
Tyreek.
also was a part of that package. Like when you come here, these are the things that we do, and one of the things we do is support this quarterback. And
And
I
you
don't
ain't
think
getting
it's
your 30 million unless you do.
right. So
Go
Right.
try to get it from the Chiefs because we
I
ain't
know
giving it to you.
when some of our mutual friends listen to this, they gonna be like, listen to these cats with their tenfold cap on with their
so who won that
No,
conspiracy.
we've
trade?
already. I mean,
Who
Nene,
won
we've
that
been
We got to
saying
trade?
go
this
get
for two
Nando. We
seasons,
got
and
to
they
go
they
get
already
Nando to
they,
help us
we've
out.
already heard it all. They've already
Who
come
won
at
that
us
trade,
for it.
guys? Who won that trade? The Dolphins or Kansas City? Who won?
Kansas
Who won
City.
that
It was
trade?
Kansas
No, they
City.
they
Kansas
killed
City.
us. They killed us
Kansas
on
City
it.
flat out.
Another
Because
reason
They
Chris
turned
They've
Grier should
already
be
in
absolutely
replaced
Pacheco and
fired.
Tyreek Hill like
They
and
took
Andy
what's
all
his
of
did.
our
name?
draft picks, all of them. Boy, we could use those right now.
On top of Mahomes
Yeah, they
not
did.
needing him, they've already replaced Tyreek like threefold.
Literally, don't need
Right.
him
They've
at all.
already
Raji
replaced
Rice,
him.
I could point to Raji Rice and Pacheco alone.
I'm starting to think Tyreek's
Yeah, they
bad for
used them
Tua.
same picks.
Actually, I'm
That's
starting to
crazy.
think Tua or Tyreek is bad for Tua
Well,
Tagovailoa.
I
John,
think
mean-
the evidence of that lies in the second Jets game, where we put a 30 burger on their decent defense and shut them out. That would be your evidence.
That
and I would
Because
say
Tua
another
was spreading
comment.
the
I've been
ball around
fighting
that
with
day.
him. I've been fighting with him about the Boston thing, but he is right. Tyreek putting that on wax about Tua also helps Ross's cause. Jerseys were sold when he made that
Mm-mm-mm.
comment. So I just think
Yeah,
Tyreek.
it was.
I think Tyreek, from just listening to him and some of the antics that he did, like with the filing for divorce and then saying he did file. I think Tyreek is extremely talented, but I think he's a little his frontal lobe isn't fully developed yet. If you can catch where I'm going with this, because um
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he's over the age of 28. Usually your frontal lobe is developed around 28 years old, but I think he still has a lot of learning and maturing to do. And I think this is where I'm on Greer times two with Fangio and him. Did you do your due diligence and dig and really investigate these people or what their motives were? Or did you just give them a whole bunch of cash and tell them to come here? Because like even with Vangio, for this narrative of it was known, right? So if it was known, why would you pay this man all this money and basically humiliate yourself? Because I don't care what nobody say, Big Vangio won this thing. Dolphins look bad. He doesn't. He doesn't.
Wanted to. I don't even want to rehash that. As far as the
Yeah.
Tyreek, as far as Tyreek goes, the more I look at this thing, I'd like to trade him off. Let's get back our 30 million,
You
maybe pick
sound
up a
like
draft pick or two.
Lou. You sound
We
like
might be
Lou.
better off. Tua might very well be
I
better off
mean,
without him on this team.
All right,
I
guys,
don't
you
know
see
about
this
that.
right
I'm not
here?
ready to go down that
You
avenue
see
yet.
this right
I
here?
think TD suggested that too a couple of moments
Well,
You
we
ago.
could throw
you
to a
guys, I
tight
want
end,
you,
maybe.
I want you to look at this chart real quick, and I'm going to explain it for the listener, for the people that are just listening. This is the Miami receiving box line for the Jets game. Okay, and I'm just going to list off the receptions. Obviously, Jalen Waddle was our star that day, had 8 receptions on 9 targets for 142 yards and 1 touchdown. So even Tua was kind of, you could argue, I don't think that is force feeding, because plenty of good receivers have 140-yard days without being force fed the ball necessarily. Because if you look at the rest of the stat line, the fact that he was, had 23 receptions, 23 completions, right, and 228 yards from all those receivers, that's not counting the running backs. Or I guess it is counting the running backs. I'm sorry. But here's the score. Here's the box line. Durham Smythe, 4 for 4. Devon Achane, 3 for 3. Braxton Berrios, 1 for 1. Chase Claypool, 2 for 2. Cedric Wilson, 2 for 3. Jeff Wilson, 1 for 2. Raheem Mostert, 2 for 2. Okay?
That's a good
That's
day.
spreading the ball around.
And that's
we
a
won
good
that
day.
game. We won that game against the 3rd ranked defense, 30-0.
Yeah, but I would caution that if it was more back and forth, it would be more pressure to do that if you had a
Fair enough,
competent
but I'm
quarterback
just
on the other
saying,
side.
bro, it never even got to that point. And by the way, Tua's rating that day, I believe, was 114 point something.
It's good.
That's
What,
why I
he missed
caution
3?
against the Jets game
It's not
as
bad.
a sample size.
I'm just
What?
saying that's evidence that he can do that,
And that's a
John,
game without
without
Tyreek.
Tyreek on the
Tyreek was
field.
Well,
hurt,
yeah, I would
and
That's
use more of a
evidence that
game.
that is
I
a
would
little
use
bit
the
of evidence.
Flores year
That's a little bit of
when Tyreek
anecdotal
went on the
evidence that
team.
Tyreek Hill is having a negative effect in some ways.
Now I got a question
I
for
will
you
go to the
guys.
Flores year when he in the Arizona game as an example because it shows
But
more
again,
balance.
that's the Earhart Perkins system, which, as I just read, is probably what facilitated that crypto.
Yeah.
I never even heard of that system. By the way, you learn something new every day. Color. Thanks for. I didn't even know they named
it
offense.
produced
I
Yeah,
like.
Courier was the
I didn't
coach.
it
know it was
produced
like
a
that.
21-year dynasty and 6 championships.
Now here's my question to you guys, and I guess I love when you use hopium because I think about Stephen D. And I still need to reach out to this guy. I know his mother had surgery yesterday. I hope all is well there. We all know
Right.
Stephen D. Um, but
Yeah.
I wonder, right? Maybe not Tyreek, maybe someone else to bring in a taller, more physical receiver. Because I think and remember, Crypto, you was co-hosting my space when I mentioned this about the physicality, right? Because one thing
Hmm.
Tyreek to me does in this particular system, he looks amazing in the summer months. But once these guys, and we have a 2 year sample size. I know and that's why I say when people talk about Tua, okay, I get it. But let's talk about the other weapons too in this 2 year sample size too, because let's be honest, y'all kind of banging the table for Skyler. But people forgetting that
I'm not
Buffalo
banging the
game.
tag for him.
But for that Buffalo game, Tyreek and Waddle had a lot of drops too. So and they
Right,
re and
right.
and they and they and they and in their development, in my opinion, they didn't improve neither because there was some opportunities where Tua has thrown the ball to both of those individuals, and they also, to me, didn't improve. That's why I said this is a walking document. And yeah, Tua he's on that first page, but there's some other names on that page too. And I just felt like
Right.
with Scholar in particular, you know, I didn't like how people was just calling him trash and those
Hmm.
wide receivers was dropping the ball. But we fast forward, to now with Tua, and the quarterback isn't trash anymore. It's now we're bringing up the drops. Our good friend Shad, he's
Exactly.
notorious for that.
Exactly, Nene. Exactly. It's a double standard. And to the earlier point you made too, or when people are talking about, oh, it's technically only his second season. Well,
Yeah,
why?
that's the part I don't buy
But
into.
why?
He's
Because
a professional.
the first three were in a simpler system.
Yeah,
Right.
and I
Yeah.
agree.
That's why I
I
don't buy
said
It's
into
not
that.
as if
This is his
it's not as
second
if the
season.
system
Yeah.
was hard and now he's in a better one and he's got to learn and now he's 2 years in. No, the system he had before was simpler.
I also felt that and I know because I saw in the comment about Claypool, he had a big drop, but to me, and I know they professional athletes, but you got to give him more minutes. You just bring this guy out here and he's supposed to just magically, be delicious like the Lucky Charms who riding the rainbow. I think the same
Yeah.
thing with because I think about if the weapons for the other guys outside of Tyreek Hill and Waddle, if those other gentlemen, Claypool, Cedric Wilson, Braxton Berrios, were with Patrick Mahomes or Lamar, I think they would have got more numbers. I'm just being honest with you because I know I'm a University of Miami fan, and I did not understand for the life of me why we didn't get the ball to Braxton because his route running is a safety valve for a quarterback like Tua. He doesn't
Hmm.
run those long go routes and everything. They're all like 5 yard cuts, 10 yard cuts, and he's available. And for me, this is where I'm getting on Mike McDaniel but here's the other thing. I'm trying to not get on Mike McDaniel because of the history of this organization. We have a history with the one and the two, the Ross and the Greer and the Van Geekel and the other people that we don't see that wear the suits, where they have come down from their press boxes and told the head coach what they will do and what they will not do. And I don't have proof of these guys, but I think there was strong emphasis on two dynamics. Tyreek Hill
Hmm.
will get that 2K, and Tua needs to look like an MVP of this league. And for the
Yeah,
summer,
that was the only focus, I think.
I
I
think
agree.
that I don't think winning was the focus at all. I really don't. I think those were the instructions. And I know somebody would listen to this like
Winning
he's
was just a byproduct of that focus.
right. I just think and you even heard it because Tyreek. One thing about Tyreek, sometimes he runs his mouth too much. And he was very clear. I'm gonna get this, da 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 da. I think this is where Mike McDaniel, my heart bleeds for him because at least with Brian Flores, I think he's from like somewhere upstate New York. He got a he got a bone in his body to say no. I don't think Mike McDaniel is saying no. I think Mike McDaniel is just happy that he's a head coach. And
Boy,
whatever they tell,
if that's the goal this year, if that was the goal this past year, then we're all a bunch of fools. Or they just think we're all a bunch of fools.
Yeah, they think
but is
That's
it
the
far
bottom
fetched?
line. How disrespectful to the fan base to treat us in that manner. And that gets me back to my original point when I first started here about being just sick and tired of this damn team. It's because of stuff. You know what you just said, Nene, could very well be the case. Could very well be the case. There's only one team that wins the Super Bowl, right? But they can certainly try to make Tua look like an MVPer and then go ahead and feed Tyreek as much as they can, get all this flashy. But if that was their true objective, I mean, a true spit in the face to the fans that just want to see some wins and stuff, and then you're just selling us a bunch of crap and man, it's infuriating. And that's part of being this. I'm so jaded from this team. I just every year I'm like, prove something to me. Other than
Well,
that, I don't trust these guys.
and the reason why I say this to be true, right? I'm not on the ground. I live in a totally different state. But based on what I saw in key games, right? Because there was one game in particular. I can't think of it right now off the top of my head, but I want to say it was Buffalo. I want to say that was the game, but we were running the ball at a high clip. Both Mostert and A Chain looked great. And then we came in the second half and we just started throwing it directly to Tyree. We weren't even throwing it to Waddle. It was literally a clear focus. And every time I looked at Mike McDaniel, he just looked like a little boy outside of his domain. Like he's being told what to do, but he cannot go against what's being told to do. And I don't have any proof of it, but to me, it's a logical thought process because we already have significant evidence that Greer in this organization has stepped outside of their boxes and told a coach what they will do. This is the vision. This is what we want. We want you to purposely lose games. And it will not be so far fetched, in my opinion, if those individuals stepped down and told Mike McDaniel, and it may have not, they may not have cut it the way I'm cutting it to you guys. It may be like, okay, we want to see Tyreek get these 2K. We want Tua to be an MVP candidate. And I think he was probably in a position, let's be honest, Mike McDaniel has no cachet. He has no cachet. What was he, a running back coach before he came to us? I mean, he's been he,
Yeah, run game coordinator
he
and
don't he
offensive
don't
coordinator.
he don't have. And I think what they do is they try this bullying mentality, this front office on people, and certain people punch back. And I think certain people that punch back was Vic Fangio, and I know for a fact Brian Flores did. I think as this goes on, I would not be surprised if more information comes out about the micromanagement coming from that front office. But see, when we think about this, most people don't think at it the higher echelon. All you see is we're winning games or losing games. But why? Why would, because especially for Mike McDaniel to be a running back coach, why would somebody who has a specialty in running the ball be so strong against running the ball? It does not make sense. It doesn't,
But
especially
he
with.
has to go outside his own way in order to run a system that doesn't require running the ball, though.
Yeah, I get
That's
that
the
the system.
paradigm he's in.
Yeah, but
Look,
even when he runs the ball, there are runs that make you go away from running the ball. There are toss outs behind the line. Like that was that Buffalo game. I was so mad. I was like, we were running up the middle and we were getting some good looks, some open lanes. Then we came out in the second half and we did another toss that almost was a fumble and we lost 5 yards. Then we just did the same play to the other side and now that's a loss of two. And now on third down, guess what he got to do? He got to throw the ball because we're so behind in the sticks. It didn't make sense. Like for me,
well,
I'm very simple. Make it make sense.
But we're not a smash mouth team. That's the problem.
Well, what I mean, what you just explained
I
there
mean,
is
he's
kind of
calling plays based on the personnel he's got. You know, Waddle and Tyreek is not going down there and laying wood on people like Brandon Ayuk and freaking Debo does. So we're not going to be like the San Francisco 49ers. We just don't have the personnel to do
I
it.
agree,
well,
crypto,
Mike's
but what?
not even a real coach. I think he's actually a puppet. If you really think about it, he doesn't get to pick his quarterback. Okay, he has nothing to do with the defensive side of the ball. It sounds like he's a complete pushover for all of the players. What about that tells you this guy's even a legitimate head coach? But Mike is literally got strings attached to him, and he dances around like a little puppet for Chris Greer and Stephen Ross. I don't see any other way of this going down.
I,
Does
I
anyone disagree?
I see, and that's what when I prescribe this theory of Christopher Aloysius Greer the third, and I'm called toxin and a hater. I look at it from a disposition of
Mhm.
hiring people that are specialists. Like they did the same thing with Brian Flores. He was not a
Mhm.
head coach. He was a linebackers coach. Like they're hiring people to where you work for them and you're just happy that you're a head coach. But I think they messed with the wrong one. They said they messed around and found out with Flo. He was like, no, I don't care if I was this. I still got championship rings and know that this is the way, a right way to groom a team with discipline and order and structure and accountability. And then in some cases, I think he probably went a little too far because let's be honest, where he came from, that was already built. So you could go in there and be that way with those guys. But when you come somewhere else where it's not built, it takes time to get people to respect that type of leadership, if that makes sense. Like I'm be honest, you crypto, you know about the military. I know when I come to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, what I can do to soldiers, and when I'm overseas, that's not gonna work. Because here it's already built disciplines, special forces, jumping out of planes. At any given moment, we can fly, go across the world, and have to do something that you guys don't need to know about that's classified. But in Korea, we ain't doing none of that. We drinking, we partying. You get what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
maybe I'm wrong, and maybe I'm just relating my personal experience too much to this. But what I see, especially with the flow experiment, yeah, they thought they got somebody that could probably just think they could control. But he went back to listen. I came from a championship organization, even though they cheated and did some
Mhm.
unsavory things. But I know how to build this thing because of what I saw. But I think where he went wrong is thinking it's a championship, or it takes time for guys to respect that kind of hard tough when you, especially when you talking about grown people. You get what I'm saying? If you're talking to a child, that's a little different, you know. But I just think, and a lot of people don't like it because I think people are so easy to defend the bosses and pile on the employees, and that's beyond football. We see it all the time. We don't hold the actual leaders accountable. We look for the lesser people, but I think that's an easier fight, and I think a lot of it has to do with money. That's just my personal opinion, but I think Mike McDaniel is in a lose-lose situation, and if he's not successful this year, if this team goes one and done, I would not be surprised if they fire him, if they find a way to make him the bad guy, incompetent. I told Crypto, he laughed. I wouldn't be surprised if they make stories that this man back drinking,
We
because
won't even make the playoffs. You don't have to worry about one and done. This is probably a 6 or 7
Yeah,
win
that's
team next
coming.
year.
That's coming. Nene, it's already. They
the
ready to
big
hit that
O
send
has
button.
already laid. You know,
Yeah.
I can hear the narrative now. He's stressed out, and you know he done went back and turned into sober chip, and he taking shots, and they done seen him in the club. It's just like, and
Yeah.
that's why
They
I
got
was
it
so
ready
happy.
on speed dial.
That's why I was so happy for Big Bangio because they did try. They did try to paint that man as this
Hmm.
toxin dictator, but they forgot about the other side of it. This man already got 30 plus years of not just experience, but contacts and respect around the league. They're not the league. That stuff was just gonna stop in
Hmm.
South Florida that they were trying. It
It's
wasn't
about to
gonna make
get
it
put
up to
out
the
there.
huh?
No, I said it's about to get put out there about the if Mike McDaniel slip up, he can't go on any 3 game losing streaks at any point in the season. That's pretty much gonna be the death nail, you know. Let them go through a bad stretch of December. Oh, it's getting it. The send button is being hit. They're gonna hit the send and say, "Oh, Mike
Oh,
McDaniel really wasn't focused. Or he never wanted to be here. He was going through the motions. He has a problem with alcoholism. All that's coming out. So we might as well go ahead do a
Oh
preemptive
my
strike
gosh,
and
that would
do
be
what they
really
call a
sad.
pre-buttal. Well, you heard of it in the legal terms, Nene. Do a pre-buttal to all the
Yeah,
freaking
I
stuff that
just
they gonna do before they even come out with
listen. I don't trust. I love
it.
the Miami
That's what's
Dolphins.
happening.
I love the Miami Dolphins because I'm from Miami and I love all my teams. But out of all of them, they are the most disorganized, most toxic, most whatever you put in front of it, they are the most. And until
Hmm.
some things change internally, nothing will surprise me. That's why this stuff, when they start bashing Big Fangio, all of a sudden he ain't want to be. I said it to somebody that was telling me about it. I said, use your brain, dummy. You didn't hear
Yeah.
one word about this man not wanting to be here until that fake PR letter came out from the Miami Dolphins. You ain't hear
Hmm.
not one word. Even when we were losing, I didn't hear no Omar, no David Fuentes, nobody from 560 AM. None of these
Right.
guys, Barry Jackson, I ain't hear nobody put out one report that this man did not want to be in Miami and he was already thinking about going back to Philadelphia. It wasn't until that
Nothing.
stupid press
Right.
release came out, and everybody like a dummy took it, except for the people that got common sense. Everybody else took it
Yeah.
in with
Right. They bought it hook, line, and sinker.
telling us, well, we get. I don't even like him. He didn't want to be here. I said, well, why didn't you hear about this week 1, week 2, week 3,
Week
week?
one of the.
You
Yeah.
ain't
Why
hear
was
nothing
we hearing
about this.
about this after the Charger game? That would have been the perfect time to put it out because his defense in that game got lit up. So why didn't they just say, "Well, he's unfocused. He really doesn't want to be here"? That would have been the time to freaking started the propaganda.
Well, I think they you know what they
They
said.
should have did it then at the Charger game.
I think crypto they effed around and found out that Fangio a real one.
Oh man,
Yeah.
I'll tell you what,
Right.
that was him leaving's the
Exactly.
beginning of the end. That's everything unravels from that point
Exactly.
on. We're going to look back. We're not going to be able to get anyone near his caliber to run this defense. Okay, who's going to want to come in? They're going to be losing players. The players are disrespectful to the coaching. I mean, literally, who worth their salt are they going to get to come in here and to run this defense? And then how long is it going to take them to get this defense heading in the right direction? It's half the season is going to be spent for this defense getting in the right direction. And I got other news for y'all. This Tua offense has been figured out. Folks know what's going on here. We have been absolutely exposed. So if there's not some serious change about the way this offense runs this next year, it's this thing's going to be over before it even gets started. It's going to be,
I,
I think it's going to be an
Coryell.
instant train wreck. I mean, we're going to be
I
off
think
the
we figured
rails.
it out. It's
well,
Air
I would tell
Coryell
you
or
this.
bust.
Deuce, I would tell you this. I say go back to what you've already seen because technically the same thing happened in 2022 after we played San Francisco. In my opinion, after we beat the Texans at home, I was at that game. After we beat them and we went on to San Francisco, the Chargers, and then we were just getting shellacked left and right after that, right? There
Hmm.
becomes a point, and this is where I said, Mike McDaniel, if you have any self worth or self integrity, don't let your brand be after Thanksgiving, you can't coach anymore. Because let's be honest, the fear was even when we played the Charger week 1 that the Dolphins offense was figured out. And we were able to win 11 games this year, right? Which makes Mike McDaniel and the team look like they're progressing. But did they really? I think in the summer months, they came up with different variations, the motions, right? All the different things. We saw the lickies and chewies, September, October, and then we hit November. And whatever what was new, there's enough film for people to adjust. So I don't think we will go into the season with like losing streaks, but my concern will always be the same. What is this team looking like after Thanksgiving? To me, that's the line
Yeah.
of dissentation because now once you get after Thanksgiving, normally the rest of the country is cold. Normally the country is snowing or raining. Now South Florida is 2 seasons, hot and rain, but everywhere else after Thanksgiving, you're usually going to get a change in climate, which negates the speed game. And I told these big dummies in the space in August, and all of them kept picking at me, saying, "Oh, you the weather lady now." They had a little running joke, and I said, "Wait till you get to December and January, and that ball is not dry anymore, and it's wet and it's heavy, and you got to go in these freezing conditions, and your speed don't matter." And everybody like, "Oh, this team is the best team in 20 years." You remember that, Crypto?
Yeah.
Some of them
Well,
people
I
don't
used to
even
get.
come on social media no more. They so ashamed, which is
Yeah.
ridiculous to me.
The
But
20-year crowd, the 20-year best team. I took it up a notch, and then they always used to say, "Well, they're telling me this the best in the human civilization." Because the way they used to emphasize it, so like it's like that puts us above the rest of the world, but they only talking about the dolphins ecosystem. Being the tallest midget on the block is not saying anything,
right,
but
and
you
that's
still
what
midgets among the rest of the league.
I remember. There was a guy in there named John B. He was like, we've been trashed for 20 years." I said, "So this is the best piece of trash we done had in 20 years?" Because here's the thing. If they don't get over that December meltdown, then we're gonna be back in the same place this time next year. And to me, for most people, it even hurts more this year, right? Because remember the predication was the reason why everything fell apart in 2022 is because Tua had concussions, and we were
Right.
left with a third string quarterback to lead us into the
Right.
postseason and out of the postseason. So this year is an extra bit of strain because those dynamics. Skyler didn't play one game as a starter this year. Tua played every single game as a starter, and he
Mhm.
actually got to the playoffs. And you ended up, in a lot of cases, in a worse position because and it's not to hype up Skyler as better as Tua, but when I look at the performance of the Dolphins against Kansas City in the playoffs this year, and then I look at Tyler against Buffalo, both on the road, even though their conditions wasn't historically freezing. I think that game was like a 1 o'clock game. So it was a little bit different in terms of the conditions, but they still was what 1% chance to win that game, and they played good ball. It made me have hope for the season. I'm not gonna lie to you.
So I was
Yeah,
actually
even
thinking.
if there was
Imagine this.
everything on the line.
Imagine Mike getting fired and Coach Flores getting a head coaching spot somewhere else. He brings in Mike as the OC, and they go
Oh
win a
man.
Super Bowl. I mean, honestly, as a Dolphin fan, I almost think that's going to happen. Like, why wouldn't it?
I honestly hope it does because I'm so tired of people worrying about that. Like, who cares? You know what I mean? Not
I
that,
would
that,
just
yeah. I mean, it's the same with the Drew Brees stuff, bro. It's like we can't move off our quarterback because he looks like Drew Brees. It kills me, man.
Or he's gonna go elsewhere and win the Super
Right.
Bowl
Because he
like
looks
Drew
like Drew
Brees.
Brees. Right.
I'm like, wait a minute, y'all was still crying about Wes Welker when he went off to the Patriots. Did he win the Super
And,
Bowl with
and
them? He
did
became
they
good
ever
with them.
stop to think that there's a reason that happens?
Listen,
Yeah.
you have locker
Wes
room
Welker.
loyalty, but if that was to happen and then McDaniel was to get, I think in a way the Dolphins are stronghold into McDaniel because now that Vic left, right? Boyer, I don't know if he was fired, if he left. Flores, there's you have more firings or people quitting than actual staff. That's why when people used to say this narrative that Brian Flores couldn't keep a staff, I said, well, now with Vic Fangio, you got to start having a conversation about Mike McDaniel now. It's not just a Flores exclusive thing. He's also
Right.
had.
If he started having a Rolodex, you know what I'm saying? The revolving door
That's
Which
why I
means
said
as
which means
defensive
the common
coordinators.
denominator has to go elsewhere.
that's what I'm saying. You color, you
Yes.
hit the nail. It's a bigger echelon of responsibility. And people, y'all heard it in space, and people get real offended when we start having this conversation. They get mad, they start yelling, they start cursing. I'm just like, why is
Yeah.
this conversation so um sensitive to you? Because you
Hmm.
can't keep firing and hiring coaches in a spectrum and not have people start to say it's not the coaching anymore. And that's why for Tua, I'm not giving a Tua a pass. He really pissed me off when on some of these games where I'm at the edge of my seat and I'm like,
Heck
Tua,
yeah, preach.
I,
Let's
I, I,
go.
I really want you to prove me wrong. I think it was the Buffalo game in Miami, and he had the ball with 2 minutes. I'm like, come on, Tua, prove me wrong. Please prove me wrong and get this ball in the end zone so we can win. And it doesn't happen. But as I calm down, as most people do after we initially lose, you start understanding there's other things that went wrong, that affected the game. It wasn't just that play. There was other things that happened, and who's responsible for it. Like when
Yeah, but
people try to
that's the
give
thing though, Nene, is those types of things go wrong for every team. Yet there's only 2 teams playing this coming up week, this weekend, not this Sunday, but you know what I mean, for the Super Bowl. And those teams had other problems in games too, but it was overcome because
right.
when like I always say, when your entire team has a stomach ache, which happens. I mean, I've played football. I've played with, stomach pains, like where it was like, dang, practice is at the wrong time for me right now. You know what I mean? But I got to do it anyway. When your whole team's got a bunch of stomach aches, there's one man that's supposed to get you the win. That's the guy that is expecting, in our case, to take up 30% of your salary.
And see, Color, here's the only thing I have pushback with that is I wonder if Phillips was healthy, if Chubb is healthy. Is there's more stopping
Again,
those?
we held them, but see, that's
Yeah,
the
no, we got to
fallacy.
No,
remember.
no,
So
So
hold on.
defensive
Let me
players.
finish
we
the thought
still, but
here.
we
We
still,
still held
again,
them to
Nene,
low enough
even
points.
even if
Oh,
you can say our defense performance could have been better, our defense still held them to a low enough number of points for our offense to score more than their offense.
I agree that
God bless
that's not where I was
Fangio.
going with the point.
Right.
Where I was going to go to the offense too. If Connor Williams never tore his ACL, if some other things happened with that offensive line, if Tyreek never got that horse collar that should have been called a horse collar against Tennessee, the what if, and that's what the Dolphins have now done to the people that are just searching for answers.
But
The new
again, but
narrative.
again,
Hold on, hold
if
on,
a
let me get there.
center is what's stopping us from picking up 10 yards in that Tennessee game to end that game, then we got bigger problems. You're
We're
right.
That
gonna
We
be in
got bigger
trouble.
problems,
no,
but it
that's
starts
not where
with
I
the
was going
guy
with the
under
point.
center.
That maybe I'm just my fault for going too direct about positioning. What I am saying now, because of the injuries to everybody else, the Miami Dolphins, Chris Greer, Ross, and Van Ginkle, and all these other people that's up at the higher office, they can now flip this thing from how we felt the season before, as saying if only Tua was healthy, to now if only we were healthy to
Right, right,
include Tua.
right.
That's all I was going with that point.
Which is the flip, the back and forth dynamic that they used for 7 years with Tannehill.
Agree. Because and that's why I
Yeah,
keep
because it will
saying
be
to
somebody else
people.
being injured other than Tannehill. It'll be somebody else. Yeah, they use
Yep.
that for the whole
Or
team.
when
Yeah.
not just when everybody is healthy, that's the year we don't have that X or Y star that he needs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did it with Tua
He
his
didn't have
first
the
year
Kenny
with his.
Stills
Of the world. Yeah. They did it with Tua his first year with his hip injury. I think the second year with a rib injury.
But
I
not
think the
just
third
Tua.
year with back and concussion
Not
injuries.
just Tua though. They did it with Devontae Parker, saying that he wasn't
Well,
healthy. They did it
yeah.
with
I mean, he said that. yeah, and that's my
they did
point,
it with other
Nene.
people
You
that
gotta
didn't.
miss me. You gotta miss me with this injury story because it's the
But
same
I
excuse every
agree
year.
to it. But if you point it to a person that is just, and I'm not trying to be funny, the younger fan, not some of us that's been seasoned and watched this re-evolving cycle. Sometimes I gotta remember, like when I hear somebody say they were born on 9/11, and I know I was serving this country during 9/11, sometimes that's wild to me that they weren't alive. So for some people, like what we seeing, they can't see it because they only see the current. They only see
Well,
that.
because we were all there. They were young and dumb. Man, we're not that way no more. I mean, they got to learn the hard way, just like
Yeah,
we
yeah,
all did.
but at the same time, here's the thing I would suggest and apply to you is grace. You because they weren't here. You can't pick when you're born. Like we
Oh, I
can't
don't mind them. They're
we
good.
can't we can't mitigate their
I
fanhood
feel
because
bad for them, actually.
Yeah, we can't mitigate their fanhood or their experience, and that's something I had to tell myself too when I deal with certain people, especially on the X app, is that I can't, I cannot push my experience because they were in Pampers when I was watching Marino, or they weren't even alive.
Yeah.
So
And at
I
the
have to
same time,
consider.
they also can't tell me like like their evaluation, in my opinion, is not equal to what I've seen. So and that's like I don't have a problem with those. I just think they got to learn the lesson the hard way. But I'm gonna be damned if I'm gonna listen to it.
Yeah, but
I
here's the
mean,
thing.
I'm older and wiser than that.
Yeah, but here's the thing about wisdom. You use that wisdom. You got to put it forward. What if it was you, right? You know how they say treat people the way you want to be treated. So in wisdom, yes, I can want them to be smarter, but it's all about delivery and
Well,
how
but
I
Nene, you
articulate.
just threw out an injury excuse, and what I
No,
just
no. What
told you
I'm
is
saying
I've heard
is
it
what the
before, and
Miami
I'm
Dolphins. I didn't do it to justify anything. I'm doing it to what the Miami Dolphins is
well, you were
currently
just saying, well, what
spinning.
if this? I'd like to see what if
No, no, no,
this,
no.
and then what if,
No, what I,
and then
hear the thought. Hear the thought. I am saying this is what the Miami Dolphins is going to spin to people. That's why I say make sure we listen completely to what's being said. Now we can
Yeah,
say,
they
oh,
definitely gonna start the propaganda machine and
it's
try to
already
oh,
started.
gaslight us.
I thought you were using it as the reason why.
No. What I
Oh,
am
okay,
saying
okay.
What I am saying is now, instead of saying about Tua being healthy is the reason why we didn't go further, it's now that everybody else wasn't healthy on why we didn't move forward. And that's going to
Which
cause
means we
people.
should be extending more years to this whole
Thank you.
project.
Yes. 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 Which is
Which
total
goes into
nonsense.
my terminology. We're in purgatory.
Well, here's the thing,
And
guys.
again,
That
as
that
far as the injuries goes, I know you didn't want to get player specific, so you went to the offensive line. Tua experienced 14% pressure in the playoff game against Kansas City, and his bad throw percentage was 26.3. That's not a bad injuries or not. Our offensive line did their job.
well, I think for Tua, since I was just watching Rocky, and I know people gonna get mad about this, but he gotta understand playing and training in South Beach is one thing, but the games that matter for what you need to do, you're gonna have to go to a colder climate.
They need to move the whole
And it
team
doesn't matter.
once October
That
hits
would be on
Here's the
to
thing
season
New
that
run.
England.
here's the thing that gets me aggravated.
That would be on
It
season
doesn't
run.
matter how many times I just say what I just said about the pressure rate in the Kansas City game, except of course injuries matter. I just evidenced to you guys the injuries don't matter.
And that go back to how people
Yeah, that's because
comprehend.
the offense. Yeah,
That
yeah,
about, hey,
because
but
our defense played well with the injuries,
I'm just
better
saying
than we were healthy.
our offensive line held them to a 14% pressure rate.
I just
Yeah,
wonder.
That's lower
they
than his
did.
season average.
But
Yeah,
to your point, do y'all remember? I want to throw something out there. Remember when they said that Tua was practicing in Maryland to get prepared for the
yeah.
cold?
For that was for the yeah
They need to
with
move.
his
I'm
brother.
telling you guys,
Yeah,
I've had this thought
yeah. I
before. They
remember that.
need
Yeah,
when the
he was
weather
playing
gets
for his brother.
cold, they need to move this whole damn team up to somewhere cold, and that's where they should stay and practice, and then they
That's
just
what I
fly their little happy ass down to Miami for that game. But then while they're on the East Coast, they'll be close to every damn team they're going to play anyways, and it'll be in cold
Hey,
weather. I'm
hold
telling
on,
you,
John.
man.
I gotta dispel another narrative.
Okay.
Mudbone says Tua getting rid of the ball quickly affects that pressure rate. You are absolutely wrong, sir. It does not. It just doesn't. That's an
right. That's
outright
right
misnomer.
because it's not based on the release point of the ball or the time of release. Because sometimes you could create your own pressure as well
And
by
that
freaking
still doesn't
climbing clean
explain why
pockets.
his time to throw, his pocket time last year was the same, yet his pressure rate last year was 26%.
Ooh, that's a good
Right.
stat color. Wow. Huh.
This year, his pocket time is the same and his pressure rate is 15.3.
That is a really damn good stat.
So miss me with our offensive line is either number one, still historically bad, and number two, that injuries affected it.
See, so that tells you right there that this offensive line is the best it's been in years.
Well, it's been better than the Flores era. We can use that as a gauge of measurement.
Oh man,
It
yeah,
ain't
it's
been
the
better
best
than
I've
the
seen.
That's what Mr. Polk was trying to say
Tannehill era.
earlier.
It's better than
I
the
know
Flores
maybe
offensive
this is why
line.
I had
We
to
have to admit
interject
that.
about we're lying to ourselves. We're not lying to ourselves.
Oh, Florida's had the worst offense. I remember, man, we used to
Yeah,
have
it's
really
better than the
bad
Flores
offensive
era.
line.
Now,
It's
that we
not.
could
It's
say
nothing
it was
like
leaps and
that.
bounds improvement.
Oh my
The
gosh,
offensive
it was
line
not even an
compared to the
issue.
Flores
It's
regime.
the
That's
people
definitely
that
leaps and
continue to
bounds.
bring up the pocket time as if that matters that are gaslighting people into thinking our offensive line is still bad.
And also, guys, we didn't
Yeah,
talk
we got to
about it
acknowledge
enough.
that it's better than the Flores era.
We didn't talk about it enough, but I heard Lewis yesterday. He was cooking. He was talking about all these sacks that we got. But to me, a lot of those sacks happened in the front end of the season.
Oh, Denver game? I think we got a lot of sacks in that Denver
Yeah,
game.
we got a lot
Definitely
against the
against
Commanders. the
again.
Jets quarterbacks
Now,
was
I
many
will
of them.
say this. I will say
There was a
this.
bunch of them racked up in some crazy games.
Most of the times when we've had higher pressure rates have been against the better teams. I will say that. But we've had games against the better defenses where the pressure rate was still low. For instance, the Jets both times, and the Patriots, and one time against the Ravens was only 17%.
Well, in color, that was the game I wanted to highlight because to me, there's multiple times in this season where we could have recovered from the mistake. Because remember when we lost to Kansas City, and I remember you did a YouTube with color. You were saying all hope was still intact, and other people didn't believe in it. And then Kansas City started losing games to where we actually was the number one seed. I felt that same way when we lost against Tennessee. Right? If we would have went into Baltimore and won the AFC outright there, that changes a lot of the history. We may still not be going to the Super Bowl, but I think that changed the trajectory.
Oh, absolutely. It changes everything because what it says to me, Nene, is that we built a Super Bowl contender and we just didn't make it all the way and got our playoff win on the way.
Well, hold up. I'd like to say if we beat the Ravens, we probably
me, Nene. Right?
Well, if we
what our path, what we ended up doing was what playoff contenders do. They build a team, they have a playoff contender, which means yeah, we got there, but we could have won the division on the way. We collapsed in doing that. We collapsed in getting the top seed. We got in and we lost the first game. That's what a playoff contender does. A Super Bowl contender isn't going to get it's not to say you're guaranteed a Super Bowl, it's to say that you're in contention for getting there and you're probably going to win a playoff game or two on the way.
Right. In the healthy of like to me, I'll be honest. That Kansas City game, I didn't feel like we were competitive enough. The Buffalo game in Miami, it was heartbreaking because to me, just my opinion, Josh Allen kept giving us chances to take that game, especially being at home and everything that was on the line. And this is where I say both Mike McDaniel and Tua maybe need to take
we finally gave him. Yeah, go ahead.
Gave them an opportunity to have what you call that aha moment, right? It's that moment that now you're defined as you're no longer a pretender anymore. You're a contender. You're actually legitimate. And I think this is where I get on Mike McDaniel because no matter what he's being allegedly pressured to do, he's still a grown man and he has to stand on his square. You know how they say if you don't stand for something, you fall for everything. And he has developed a relationship with Tua. Like, yes, I do not want to, beat you up mentally and have you shut down. But I am not your friend. I am your coach. These are the goals. And if you don't achieve these goals, then we have to have a different type of conversation. I don't
Go ahead. I'm
think
sorry,
he
Nene.
does that with him, and I think it's the pressure of his employment because I wanna allude to something. I know you got something for us to look at, but did you catch the Hard Knock episode when they put emphasis that he made some mistakes earlier in his career, and it took him a certain amount of days in order to be reconsidered for a job? Like he had a paper and it wasn't about his drinking. It was about when he got relieved, I think, from the Broncos. And I think, I hate to say it, that's the demon in Greer in them playing to that man's weakness, that he just wants to keep his job. So whatever he got to do, he gonna keep his job versus doing the right thing. Because I'm pretty sure, because he's not a dumb man. He done seen a lot of great quarterbacks. He done been a part of the Shanahan. It's not like us, like we never met this man. No, he legitimately learned from this system. I don't think this man does not know what the problem is at all. I think he's just in a position where, that one story that they did on Hard Knocks told me a lot about Mike McDaniel. This man wants to keep his job. and that's unfortunate if what I think is true is true. But go ahead, Color. I know you got an outline for us here.
So I just wanted to examine a couple of these games, because you look at like the first game against Buffalo, they put it on us pretty hard, 29% pressure rate, and Tua was pretty decent in the bad throw area, only 14%, 14.7. Now you go down to like the first meeting with Kansas City, pressure rate 26.3. That's pretty high. That's still only 1 out of every 4 dropbacks. But his bad throw percentage that game was 29.4%. Then you go down to Tennessee, a game that we lost, but we shouldn't have. A game where all we needed to do was pick up 10 yards out of 2 series to win the game. The pressure rate was 31.7%, and to his bad throw percentage was 21.2. But we blame that on the defense for, giving up 2 scores in prevent.
Well, I think.
Hold on. The
Go ahead,
you look at the game against Dallas that we barely won, and we struggled all night. Let's be real. Pressure rate 13.2%. That's with Micah Parsons on the field. Bad throw percentage 30.6. Baltimore 16.3% pressure rate, 22% bad throw percentage. Now Buffalo put it on us, 28.6% pressure rate to a 18.5% bad throw percentage. Then you go to the playoff game. Pressure rate 14%, bad throw percentage 26.3. I mean, that's not our offensive line. I'm sorry, it's just not. Yeah, they had their struggles here and there. Buffalo put it on them. Now, you could say once we started getting injured, a lot of the number of blitzes against us went down all season, which means they were getting 4-man pressure, which adds an extra guy in the secondary to confuse Tua. But when you look at the all-22, you still see McDaniel scheming around that, and there's plenty of guys open to be thrown to.
Hey, Color, I want you to highlight Sea Devil's last comment, because this was my concern with Greer in the beginning of the season when
how many Dolphins O-linemen would start on any of the Final 4 teams? Maybe a couple. I mean, I don't know.
But if we're being honest,
Hunt could start.
Well, go ahead, Nate.
Armstead.
But if I'm being honest, and this is where
that's kind of a false
I
argument.
can see both sides of this argument, because y'all know I was in Spaces when Greer made.
Yeah, I agree. That's a fair question.
Because at the end of the day, but this is what I tell people, like, see, Devil, when you talk to us about it, no, revert that back to the person that made a comment that you're more concerned about the offensive line than he is. Like, a fan cannot answer this question.
Exactly.
When your GM went on the record, and you can Google it on YouTube and say that
screw y'all, right?
And then here's the other part.
Which means if Greer feels that way about the offensive line, then he must be expecting more out of the quarterback.
Or he trusts that Butch Berry and Mike McDaniel are going to cover up the deficiencies with a scheme.
Right.
Again, expect
Exactly.
more
He's
production
trusting in
out of the
his
quarterback,
personnel.
however that comes.
I agree with that too. I agree with that too. But here's the thing, because I haven't seen Doc around a little bit in the spaces, but I remember what the She Devil said is exactly what I said in week when we found out Teron Armstead wasn't. He was taking his weekly absence. It was like game 2 or something where we found out he wasn't playing, and it was just like this uproar in Twitter about Teron Armstead again and heard what's going to happen because remember there was so much data that when Teron Armstead didn't play that.
And your question about Greer is still pertinent, Nene, because given what happened in the Jets game, you don't think we could have got a whole nother entire offensive line for what we spent on Tyreek?
I
that
concur.
did nothing for us to beat the Jets 30-0.
I concur, but what my thing of it is, what I was told, and this is where I get mad at comments like that, because I would want to ask that person, when we were winning, did you still, and the same 4 teams that we're talking about, right? Because they've had changes too, and I hate when people bring up injuries as it's in a box where only the Miami Dolphins had injuries.
Right, Carolina blitzed us
That's why I always
14
put up.
times,
That's why I
Nene,
always
and our
say,
pressure
Nene,
rate was like
the teams we
13%.
played defense that defended our guys that was injured, they were injured too.
Like this is just an epidemic of injuries that only went to the Miami Dolphins, because I can render you that 2 teams in our division lost their quarterback for the year.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
and think about,
and again, I'm not trying to diminish
exactly.
the effect of injuries. What I'm trying to say is our depth actually overcame them. That's why I still put it on the quarterback.
Yeah, but
when it came to the offensive line side.
To Mudbone's point, Tom Brady never had Christopher Aloysius Greer III as his GM. That's why he had good old.
No, you're right about that, because and to that point, never had Bobby Greer as a scout either, because the Bill Belichick fired him as soon as he got in the building.
Let's be honest, Cullen, and this is why I bring up the O-line. A couple of things that's consistent outside of Aloysius and his father being somewhat tied to this curse that we have. We also have been fighting for a good O-line since guys like Richmond Webb and those retired. Because I remember
You ain't lying. That's where, you're right. That's why
we had the
made
Amiibo line with
That's
Richie
why we made the
Incognito
big
line.
draft splash with Jake Long. You're right.
Right,
we made it more recent than that.
Well, but I'm saying she's right that it's been going back. We've been thirsty for an offensive line since back in the day.
Well, hold up.
But we was rewarded with one in the Tannehill years.
Yeah, but if we want to,
I would give credit to the Sperano years before Tannehill. That Wildcat was, I mean, obviously that was the best O line we've had since.
So how many O linemen do you? Okay, so when we traded for Tyreek, we paid a buttload of money, but we also gave up 5 draft picks. We gave up a 2022 first round, second round, and 4th round, and a 2023 4th and 6th round. All right, so those are 5 draft picks that we could have easily used 1 or 2 on an offensive line and had that as a beefier position. But it's to complain about the offensive line not being strong enough, but to totally disregard like the trade with Tyreek and what you got out of that is, to me, it's kind of it's actually
unfair.
really, really
and that's why
irritating.
Nene is always right to point out Mr. Aloysius III Greer, because
5
that's who's
draft
responsible
picks
for it.
And our salary cap is screwed now. Like that was a really, really bad trade for us. And then considering,
but Deuce, would it have been a bad trade if we had a quarterback that was better? In other words, the mistake is not that move. The mistake is believing in Tua to make that move.
Well, I will argue with you that that Tua's deficiencies made it necessary to go get a guy like Tyreek.
To go overboard, I would have
you had to go out there and do
I
it.
would have still brought in Tyreek even with a better quarterback. I still would have put the icing on the cake.
and
Well,
give
Now,
up.
here's
we
I
might
mean, a
not have had the
first
money
and a
to do that.
second.
We
But it
might not
wouldn't
have
have
had
been
the money to do
necessary.
that if
Yeah.
we had to get that particular quarterback. I agree there.
Look,
But
let's
that would
put it
just
this way.
but that would just mean Waddle and them guys got to step up.
Hey, those 3 picks, the 2022, those 3 picks we traded to KC, guess what? Those 3 guys have Super Bowl rings right now.
well, but
So
here's the
that was a
thing.
great trade for
Let's
them.
for the most part,
Hmm.
I'm not gonna say everybody, but when we heard about the trade, most people didn't care what was the deal as long as we got him because he is an elite. He is something different. Like I've seen Jerry
Yeah.
Rice.
I would have tried to make the play even if we were set at quarterback. I would have still
I've
tried to
seen
make
some
that play.
amazing guys, especially growing up and just watching amazing people play the game of football. But here's the thing: this is what I tell people to center their mind on. You could have got him, but how much of your future? Like, did anybody ever sit in the room and was like, okay, but what if this doesn't work? And we
That's
mortgage
what I'm
all of these.
saying, Nate. That must be a real strong belief in Tua, which is where his mistake may be at.
Well, I don't think it's
To
about
do that.
the belief in Tua's abilities. I think this executive decision of that fifth pick, whoever that was because of the scrutiny of that season, right? You remember what we had to do to even get ourselves in that position for that fifth pick.
I agree with you there, except that I think that if that would have been the case, then they would have just gotten some big names that weren't really that great to gloss that over until Tua washed out. You understand
I,
what I'm saying?
you know who I blame for this?
What
I'm gonna
they're
make y'all
doing
laugh.
suggests that, well, I'm saying what they're doing suggests that they have a genuine belief in him.
But here's the thing, but Color, I don't think that's what
Hmm.
happened. I think that Greer wanted to make a
Oh, Mr. Polk,
decision
sleep.
for him. I think because remember, the coach didn't want to. And let's just put it out there. We all know he wanted someone else, right? So he didn't listen to the coach.
Actually, that's where the mistake started.
He didn't listen to the
Not
coach.
not one two or the GM not giving the coach what he want.
But that's my whole disposition
Well,
on
that's what
why.
I mean. It
But
boils down
here's
to
the
that
thing.
mistake.
Here's the thing that I think we need to consider that nobody is talking about.
Hmm.
What did Nick Saban tell Chris Greer for him to mortgage his career on picking to him? Because Saban probably still had an axe to grind. Because if anybody know, and the reason why I brought this up, do you remember the Hard Knocks when they had Saban on there and they had a clip of Tua jacking something up, and Saban goes up to him and is like, "Dude, you didn't see that?" Blah blah blah. Just that one little small clip of him correcting Tua. I truly believe, and I know this is out there, Saban still had an axe to grind with the Miami Dolphins, and he gave
Oh
Greer
my gosh. That's fun.
Mm-mm.
I like this. Keep going. I'm sorry. This is so
and
good.
he
Keep going.
gave Greer the he conned the con man. Let's just put it that way, and said you can believe in this kid. He comes from a good Christian family, blah blah blah. And I think Nick Saban is still rubbing his hands like
Oh
he's
my
cool.
God. That is amazing. That is some
Mm-hmm.
full
Do
circle
you get where
stuff.
I'm
Mm-hmm.
going with that?
Oh wow. All them youngins don't know what we're talking about right
Because
now, but yeah, wow.
somebody had to sell Greer on Tua so confident. Because remember, if Ross, because Ross clearly wasn't sold for obvious reason, what he got caught doing, his can in the cookie jar. Flores clearly didn't want him. So who sold Tua to Greer? And people, I even forgot this as I'm thinking about it. Nick Saban. And I still think Nick Saban has a axe to grind.
And who, well, not only that, Nate, but who happens to be good, lifelong friends, colleagues, and coaching buddies with Nick Saban?
Belichick.
Bingo!
Listen, we out here
Mm-hmm.
solving unsolved
Mm-hmm.
mysteries, and I know people are laughing, but listen, Saban
Yeah.
to
I mean,
me,
that's right, but that's in the 30 for 30 on Belichick or Saban or vice versa, whoever it was. That
so if
you find they're lifelong friends.
so what was Bill Belichick's, I guess, reaping of that is that he could that Tua beat him all the time, and we still got sold the jalopy.
But he still picked up Mac Jones, so Nick
No, but
Saban
remember,
misled him
Nene,
too.
remember that Belichick's the one that got rid of his father in New England. So, it seems to me more of a matter of, no, it ain't going to make it easier to win my division because obviously now he's out of New England. But it's, how much can we throw a wrench in the gears of the
Yeah.
Miami Dolphins for how many years?
Well, and Chris Greer loves those Alabama players also, if you really think about it. He's always been enamored.
Yeah, they said he was out there during the tank for tour time evaluating to it, but it would not surprise me if that car salesman Nick Satan, because that's what we used to call him, Nick Satan, didn't lay out a presentation of you could believe in this kid, you can, because that's what most when decisions are made like this, right? They go to that coach of that team that they come from and ask for advice. Like, can
Ryan
I trust this
Tannehill.
kid?
Ryan
And
Tannehill's a
don't
perfect
forget,
example.
for those that want to think the NFL has it out for us too, remember that Goodell is part of the Greenwich clique. He's friends with Kraft and everybody else, McMahon, all of them.
I've always thought the NFL had it out for us, but this year in particular, I thought it was really going our way.
Well,
Honestly,
the Eagles game is one can question the
that
Eagles
was
game.
the only one. Everything else, I really felt like I was like, man, things are just working out for us this year. It was so weird.
But like I said, guys, I think Color, when you get time, you can really dig into that case study of Nick Saban and Christopher Aloysius Greer, because Greer made the pick. He went against the recommendation of the owner and the coach.
We should bring in
And
Nick
dude,
Saban
by
as
the
the
way,
defensive coordinator.
what you just said about your feeling is precisely why I'm not ready to move off or believe that it ain't that as far as McDaniel's issues go, isn't because he's hamstrung. I mean, let's face it, McDaniel has not had a chance to truly build his own team yet. When it comes down to especially the biggest decision, quarterback.
I don't even think he could run a full offense, to be quite honest with you.
Again, because of what I believe about Tua, I just simply am still on the fence with McDaniel. I don't know how much of his mistakes are because of just him or this. Now, I understand that he's still a young coach and he's got his own inherent stuff where, yeah, it's easy to see that particular mistake is because he's a young coach, blah, blah, blah. But when it comes to some of the other nuanced stuff, I'm not sure, and I'd really like to have him to have an opportunity to roll with somebody he believes in. Now, if he truly believes in Tua, then he's gonna fall on his own sword. That's just the way it is.
I don't think he truly believes in Tua at all. Because
I don't think he does either.
If you watch his body language,
that's a good question, probably for a longer debate. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm in agreement with you guys. I don't necessarily. I think that there was a lot of stuff that whether it was winking and nodding, because we know that Ross told us the incoming coach would have carte blanche on the quarterback, but he still chose Tua, which
he lied.
Now, some of us would say, the Tua ear would say, oh, he really believes in him. And the Tua hater would say, and I'm only using hater as a euphemism because that's the going language, but the detractor would say, oh, well, there was winking and nodding going on behind the scenes. Okay, that's fine. So either Ross is going to honor the winking and nodding and let him have his own chance at his own quarterback after he rides the pony out, or Ross is going to go back to the public and tell and after firing him and say, well, I told you all it was going to be his choice and he rolled with Tua. So
look, the other coach, Brian, right, and the other coach, Brian Flores, wanted to move off of Tua, and they moved off of Flores. Okay, so that just goes to show you they picked Tua. Mike comes in, Tua's his quarterback, period. And honestly, when Tua fails, Mike's out. Because the only reason, from what I understand, I think this is wide knowledge.
Let me stop you just a second. I'm not so sure that if there was wink, nodding going on, I'm not so sure that isn't because Ross just wanted a second opinion. Like it might not have been originally punitive against Flores. It may have been simply a spoiled billionaire treating it like it's his doctor going, I want a second opinion. Now the second opinion might be in.
But
You
here's
know,
the thing, Deuce. I keep saying that I want you to process a little bit deeper. I
okay.
don't think it's the belief of Tua. I think it's the power that he was given from Ross to pick Tua. So if you could put any name in the middle of that, I'm just saying the
Wait,
fifth.
Chris Greer or
Yeah,
Mike?
Chris Greer. I think that
Okay.
fifth pick, because remember that fifth pick, no matter who it was going to be a quarterback. And that fifth pick was going to be the person that all of this tanking, all of this moving, like breaking it down to the studs essentially, was all for this moment right here
Mm-hmm.
in whatever year he was drafted at the fifth pick. So Greer's reputation is stuck with that fifth pick, and I think that's why for him he's kind of outsmarting himself. He's like, well, I need this pick to work because this would keeps me in good graces with the boss. It's this
Whose pick
fifth pick.
was that San Francisco or the Texans pick? That wasn't our original pick, was it?
No, we were at number
No,
3, and we
we was
moved.
originally the third pick, and we moved
We
down to
were the
12,
third pick,
then
and we're
moved back up to 6.
Yeah, but
technically yes.
that was that our actual pick, or was that a pick we got from a different
From the
team?
tech,
Didn't it?
yeah,
We
that was
went
That was
from
the
the
down.
Texans
Texans.
pick.
That was the Texans
Yeah,
draft
yeah,
pick, right?
Right, but either way, whether it was 3 or 5, 6, whatever,
yeah.
that
That was the
top
Texans
pick
pick, that third
was
pick.
going to be a quarterback, and that quarterback was going to be the justification for all of the suffering. We all know that people have draft watch parties to see because we already knew we moved on from Tannehill, right? We already knew we were going in a different direction. The question was who was going to be the guy because people thought it was going to be the Tua, Justin Herbert, or even deeper, Jordan Love, right? Those were the three people because Barrow obviously was off the table. What I think this is about is that Nick Saban sold Tua to Greer. Greer bid on it, and now he has to live with it. And I think that's why he's adjusted. And I think deep down inside, Greer may know the truth about all,
Oh man, that
Tua.
was some sell job. He's like, "Hey, look, I got this injury-prone quarterback. He's a little undersized. Sure, he can't hit that deep ball, but I'm telling you right now, you got to have him.
He's a
Yeah,
good
he's the
person.
nicest. He's
Mm-hmm.
the nicest damn guy you ever met.
And,
You know." And Chris
but
Greer's
here's
like,
the
"Yeah,
thing.
okay,
Here's what I
okay, yeah."
think they sold him. I think they sold him on what we see. He is the most accurate thing you would ever see. He's the most precise, and he has a
Yeah,
heart
they
of a
definitely threw
warrior.
that in there. I can see that.
I guarantee, and that's
Yeah, I
all
can
you're
see
gonna
that they
need.
threw that in there.
And all you're gonna need, and knowing Satan, he drew it up even more. Hey, and
Oh.
after him, you could probably have Waddle to accompany him, or you can have Smith, Devontae Smith. I still got
Mm-hmm.
some other weapons because you got a lot of draft picks, old Chris. And that dummy went in and sold himself. That's what I think happened. I'm telling
Oh
y'all
my
this what I believe.
gosh.
And I think what else happened with this is once he saw that it was faulty, what's easier to sell, given what you saw with the Tennessee alleged argument between Flo and Tua? I can
He
say
couldn't
that
even look at him. Like he couldn't even evaluate him. Anything Tua did was put on video. I mean, coming off that
That
huge hip
that's what
injury,
I call
that was
the Trent
so
Dilfer
stupid.
propaganda campaign. That freaking COVID
Chris Greer's a
part.
moron. You know what? Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
Trent
This guy,
Dilfer made a bunch of videos and put it out there that he's perfectly healed. He rebounded from his therapy sessions and all that. Look at him. He's throwing inside of this gymnasium. Look how the balls are being placed.
you
I'm
know
telling
what
you, it
the
was an
biggest
all
selling
right
point
thing
was.
that
this guy
freaking
loves
Trent
question
Dilfer did to
marks.
this franchise, man. I'm telling you.
Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, but
This
Crypto and Deuce, do y'all remember what the biggest turning point was? And I never forget it because my grandma sent it to me. God rest her soul. Was Tua's first game, and they have a picture of him sitting in the middle of the
in the
field,
middle of the field. That
and
jet
they
game.
were, and that's what got the hearts and minds because people don't
Yep.
understand. People can say I'm off base, but you gotta
Yep.
say I was a
It
recruiter
did.
for 4 years, and I know all about marketing and planning and how we
That
and
was.
how we sell a product in the hearts and minds, and how we put you on that string and will you
Mm.
in until we get a commitment. But I truly believe
That
going
was as
back.
good as it gets, right there. That
Uh,
was
It
downhill from
was.
there.
but I'm telling you that image solidified Tuanon because how could you not cheer for this guy? Look at what he's done to fight back from injuries. And that game,
and fight back from the evil stepfather.
right. All
Torres.
those different. Well, remember that wasn't the narrative at that time. It was just him coming back from the hip, and I just remember that still shot because it kind of got me. I looked at this picture. I said, "Man, I really hope this kid." Because naturally, some of us are brutal, but naturally, you see somebody that went through those type of surgeries or whatever, and you get a still shot of this guy, and he just looks so humble and tired, and they market that image. This even though his following isn't Christian or loving people. They're actually evil and heartless and bullies. But that's a story for another
Right.
day. But
Yeah, they the exact opposite of
I
him.
think
Right.
Christopher Aloysius Greer, once they learned of the limitations, they went straight to PR.
Right.
They went and got Tyreek Hill. They drafted Waddle. They got a friendlier coach that wasn't going to be combative, who was going to go along and get along with whatever we said to make this guy look good. Fast forward to 2024,
A puppet.
I
Sorry.
think this all makes sense. See, Devil, go back and listen to what I'm telling you as a recruiter. I know how when you're selling a faulty product. I know how you can go in a room and you can sell something to an audience of people who ain't thinking on the level that you're thinking on. And that is why I believe Mike McDaniel better start packing up some of them U-Haul boxes and putting it in storage because I'm telling you, if this thing, and we could all be wrong, and that's why I'm glad this is recorded because people will go back and clip things. We could all be wrong,
I invite being wrong.
And Tua learns from his mistakes, and Tyreek gets stinkums and actually catches balls in big moments.
Hey, Nene, I've said it for 3 seasons. I invite being wrong. Because I've learned something in life, Nene, and I'm sure with your background, you would, and your intellect, you would completely agree with this statement that it is never a bad thing to being wrong when you're coming from a place of education. I am perfectly fine being wrong if I was coming from a place of education and I get corrected. I am completely fine being wrong. I invite being wrong when I'm coming from a place of education because that means I need to reevaluate my epistemology as to what led me to the wrong conclusion. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely, and that's why when I started, and you know what, this thing is picking up traction. I actually heard a radio personality say Christopher Aloysius Greer the third.
Oh, you're
Somebody
kidding.
gonna
They
have to
stole your take? Are you kidding me? They're already stealing your stuff,
so
man.
it's already out there. I need to trademark it so I
Oh
get a little
my
cash.
God.
Yeah, you gotta
But
do it.
That
but
must
the
have been
whole point,
Omar. That
the
must have
whole
been
point,
Omar or Poopar. Which one?
one of those weirdos.
I'm gonna have something to say. Yeah, you can't be stealing your stuff, man.
But here's the thing, like I said, and they use those guys, the David Fuentes, the Big O, to push, that because they have a big following, and that's why to me they was trying to tear down guys like TD that are not restricted like they were.
I'm still not convinced that TD wasn't in on that. To be honest with you,
Oh, you think that was
he's a
that was
clever
all
businessman.
propaganda? Oh,
He's
I
a
didn't look
clever
at it that way.
businessman, and he's got a real thick skin. So I can imagine TD got together with him, and I'm not all in good
I
fun
don't
is
know
all I'm
about
saying.
that.
But real quick, I just want to read Sea Devil's comment. They say one can believe in Tua without overrating him or underrating him, which I absolutely
That's
agree
fair.
with. But I also could say that one could not believe in him without underrating him as well, which is what, look, I don't have the belief. So I try not to underrate him. If I sound like I am, then you just have to question my sources. And usually my sources are, pretty solid. But at the same time, I've said it 1,000 times since I started this gig on YouTube. There is a difference between hope and faith. Hope does not require faith. It is enhanced by it, but it doesn't require it. So, in other words, I can hope without believing in Tua. But just because I say I don't believe in Tua, it's like saying, when it comes to atheism or agnosticism, one speaks to what you believe and the other speaks to what you can know. Okay. So when it comes to Tua, I say, I don't believe in him. I don't believe he's going to get there. That is altogether different than saying, I believe he won't get there. Those are two different statements. One of them takes on the burden of proof. For me to say, I don't believe he will get there, for me to say, I believe he won't get there, that assumes the burden of proof on me to show you evidence why I believe he won't get there. But if I say, I don't believe he will get there, the burden of proof is not on me. It's on the person saying he will get there to show me evidence why I should be convinced of that. I am not convinced of that currently. That doesn't mean I'm not a Dolphins fan. It doesn't mean I don't have hope for the kid. It doesn't mean that I'm trying to overrate or underrate him. I just simply am not convinced.
So, Nene,
And,
you had brought up
on that note, I'm sorry, Deuce. On that note, I did want to welcome Daniel Berry Sports Highlights to the chat, who says, good morning. Yes, you are watching continuing coverage of the Finns Tailgate Friday Night Drive Time, now hosted by yours truly, Color Commentary. This is late night color commentary into the morning, and I probably can only go for about another 10 minutes, but appreciate y'all hanging with me, especially Nene, Crypto, Deuce. Love y'all, man, and carrying me this far.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be on this show. Yeah, and good morning to everybody.
We just hit the 9-hour mark, so everybody make sure you give us a like if you're just showing up.
So actually, I got to hit like. I jumped in so quick, I forgot to do that. You got to get one more like here in a second.
Or dislike if you dislike.
But
we appreciate the engagement either way.
It's always a like. My bad. I'm going to get that done. So Nene, you had mentioned earlier, like they had sold us on Tua, but and this is color had said this, and I laughed my ass off on mute. We bought a lifetime subscription to the Dolphins, right? And that bitch is hard to cancel. Like, I'm telling y'all, I'm going to cancel it, but it's literally a lifetime subscription. You don't have to sell me on Tua. Like, in fact, all that selling you did is kind of hurting, I think, overall. So I think the real question I want to put back to the panel here is, who the hell are you selling Tua to? You're not selling it to the lifetime subscribers. Is this a grab to bring in new fans? Is that what they're selling this? Because again, I have a lifetime subscription. You don't got to sell me jack. I already bought. I can't even cancel this bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm paid up. So what's the point of pushing Tua and selling them so hard to us? Is it not about the lifelong fans? Is this a different marketing technique? Maybe to drag in the Hawaiian base or the Alabama base? Is this just a business move?
See, that's been my contention the whole time, Deuce, is if they had just accepted the reality originally on and marketed it that way to us and set our expectation the right way, then maybe we would have got the offensive line that Tua needs. Maybe we would have got the star running back power that Tua needs in the running game. You know what I mean? But no, we don't want to admit we made a mistake, so we can't even fix it that way, even if we wanted to keep rolling with Tua. Because we can't admit that we need an offensive line. We can't admit that we need all this for Tua, you know what I mean, to be successful. Instead of just setting the right expectation, and then maybe guys like me wouldn't be so damn aggravated after 35 years.
Well, I think you bring up a good point. What I think your synopsis of Hawaii and Alabama, because that is true. You have a group of people that wasn't Dolphin fans because of not because of Tua. Now they are Dolphin fans, and sometimes if you sit down and have a conversation.
And Nene, what was one of the other teams they cited? The Steelers as being a real popular in the Polynesian crowd, right?
Oh yeah, Trey Palomalu.
Well, interestingly enough, anecdotally, we've got a Steelers fan that's been with us since we started this channel because he likes Tua, and he's a Steelers fan. That's Q.
Well, I think Ross, in some retrospects, you always can tell how somebody feels by how they invest in it. And I think what happens with people, we look at money as the only way of truly investing. So the fact that he put so much money into this product, people will say automatically he cares because he gave us a roof over. He gave us the little the little chairs that's up in the air that takes you across, Don Shula Avenue. But then when you think about it, you really step back, right? He doesn't even live in Miami. He lives in New York, right? He clearly said that he would not sacrifice his alma mater and get a coach in here that possibly could have led us in a better direction because he doesn't want to take from his college institution. And then you look at all of the scandals and then you start looking deeper, right? What is his revenue with the Miami Dolphins? Is owning Joe Robbie Stadium, as I like to call it, because I'm born and bred there. I don't call it the other names. Joe Robbie Stadium, in his vision of what we were supposed to be, is the Miami Dolphins his number one, I guess, money gainer? And the answer to that is no. The Miami Dolphins, I don't know where it's placed, but I know the race car thing, what the FS1 or however it's called, that gets more money.
Yes.
That gets more money and revenue than anything else. And then he has
It made more in one afternoon than the Dolphins make in an entire season.
Right. So, and I just think and it's not to disrespect anybody that feels this way, but I think when they see, upgrades to the stadium, some new restaurants, all of that money per se has already been given back to him. When you have the national championship games there, you have the University of Miami plays there on Saturday, so you get all that money back, the concerts, all of these different things. So is he as truly invested in the Miami Dolphins? And then they'll say, oh, well, just look how much he pays people, right? Like, one thing about people that are that rich, giving money like that, that's a tax write-off. That they're gonna get all of that back, per se. So I just think his investment in it and his decision making, because if I don't know how long Ross has been the owner in particular, but anybody that has a business, they do not want to fail
Well,
consecutive
Nene, they
years.
keep saying that he does all this stuff to prove that he wants to win, but he also makes quite a few business money decisions that directly affect our ability to win. For instance, all the doing the things that are required to get a Super Bowl here and all that, forcing us to go play overseas every other year and whatever else and all this other stuff. He does things that directly affects our chances of winning.
He doesn't care about
that kind of stuff. Now, I understand that stuff benefits the city, and I think philanthropy wise, I'm not knocking him for doing it. But don't then in the same breath turn around and say you care nothing but about winning for the Miami Dolphins when you've clearly made decisions that affect our chances to win.
Look, I don't think this guy actually wants to. I think he's in this for the money, man. This is money.
Before you respond to Nene, Deuce, and also Nene, if you have more to say, Sea Devil says the only question that matters is can the Dolphins win a Super Bowl with him? And I'm interrupting you guys because this is just to conclude an earlier kind of sub conversation that was going on. Sea Devil, I just not convinced that we can. That's where I'm at right now. I still remain unconvinced that we can win a Super Bowl with
Stephen Ross. Is that what you're referring to?
No,
right?
with Tua. No, with Tua.
Oh, well, I think we should spin that up to Ross as well.
Well, I'm not saying that I believe we can't. I'm just simply saying I'm not convinced still that we can. And I'm not willing to do what everybody else is willing to do while I remain unconvinced. If I was even slightly convinced, I would say, dang, 4 years, give them a chunk of change. Let's restructure so we can get more pieces in here on our salary.
Actually, I'm more convinced right now than I ever have been that they are going to sign him. And because
I'm talking about being convinced of being able to win a Super Bowl with him. That's what the convincing was.
Yeah, but I don't even think that's within I don't think he could win the Super Bowl.
That's different. But see, that's where I'm glad you said that because that's where I want people to see the difference between my position and your position because a lot of people don't see you and I as different. And what you just said was you are convinced that we can't win with him. Is that correct?
Convinced, yes.
Right. That means that you, unlike me, are assuming the burden of proof. Now, your proof may be your evidence might be your eye test, your some other stuff you have come to believe, whatever. But my point is, I'm not assuming the burden of proof. I'm saying I'm just not convinced we can.
Can I take this a step? I mean, I think we're stumbling upon something here. I don't think Stephen Ross is in it to win a Super Bowl. I think he is a very good businessman. I think he's growing equity in the Miami Dolphins with all these investments he keeps making. I think having Tua on board is a polarizing player that brings in additional fan base outside of the Miami area, like literally is bringing in fan base, buying jerseys, NFL Sunday tickets, all these kinds of things, right? I think that Stephen Ross is making so much money off of having Tua on this franchise that at the end of the day is more important to him than winning a championship. Now, I know what the argument might be here. Hey, they all want to win a championship. Look, these rich people, they measure each other by who has more money. And Tua might make the Dolphins one of the most profitable franchises out there. I don't think that we actually know that information.
Right,
But I wouldn't rule it out.
For him is going to his buddies on a Friday night, his couple billionaire buddies going, do you believe what this racket I got going on down here in Miami?
I'm making so much money. F1, this Tua, these freaking fools. We ain't even won a playoff game the entire time I've been here. But look at you know what? Maybe he's won one. But like seriously, I think he's playing everybody for fools, and this guy ain't getting nothing but richer by the second. And it's kind of sickening. So I mean, what do you guys think? I mean, do you think?
Right.
Well,
I mean,
go ahead, Nate.
Cannot be oblivious to that.
I stand in 1,000% agreement in it, and it was where I was going before the conversation shifted a little bit. Is any person that's in business, right? You have this thing called ROI, return on investment, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's a big term when you're conducting business. So you're trying to tell me somebody like Stephen Ross, right? I'm just speaking from Christopher Greer's time. I'll learn more about prior to. You're really, as a businessman, set with your business continuously failing, FY goals, right? You know what FY is? Physical year. And for football, I would assume the FY goal is
right. But see, right, I know where you're going already, Nene. But his profit is not the Super Bowl trophy. His profit is actual
right. I
money.
get that,
so he's not failing to perform.
But what I'm saying to you is, if the intent was winning, that's where I was going with that. If the intent was
you're illustrating the dichotomy between wanting to win and not wanting and just being about the money. Sure, if the goal was winning, then yes, the product is a shit sandwich. Yeah.
And what makes him so devious is most people think he is wanting to win because they hear how much money he spends, and you hear it from these personalities like, how dare you speak about Ross? You know how much money he's put into my look. He's not a cheap owner and just letting us rot, but you're rotting still because you're still mediocre. And I'm just gonna go for a 20-year sample size. But for him, like I'm gonna speak to this, and I know a lot of people don't like it, but my dad lives not too far from the stadium. Right, currently he lives right there in that Rolling Oaks area, what I still call Carroll City, right? It isn't a week that doesn't go by he doesn't get a flyer to sell his property, right? If you look at what's happening right now and what they call and they did it so strategically that if you're not paying attention, you wouldn't know that it was going on. The first step was changing the name. Why did it go from Carroll City to Miami Gardens? It's more profitable. That fits better than the words
and the Gardens annexed a lot of land, man. Since the time I was living in Missouri, Nene, to the time I got back, it's like Miami Gardens sprung up out of nowhere.
Right, and just look at all of the shopping plazas and all these different things. But you think about how many
Walmart across the street from the stadium.
How many different people, gave up, generational property just so, to get bought off. So that's my other thing about Ross that
Yeah, we used to park in people's parking lots where that Walmart sits
right,
now. You know?
right. And that's a fan that's, a little bit long in the tooth in terms of knowing that area, know what was there prior to, but people look at it and be like, oh no, it's a shopping center here. Oh no, it's a Walmart here. Oh no, it's a 24-hour
It
gym.
was $5 to park in somebody's lawn. Now
Thank
it's
you.
150 to walk from the Walmart 3 days to get to the stadium.
So what I'm saying to you is this: I think people misconstrue the fact that he is grossly rich. So he'll give a blank check to Greer and say, get whatever we need, because now the public looks at that as him being proactive and caring. But when you step
Right.
back and really look at it, it's like, wait a minute, did you just give me? It's kind of like selling your soul. Mostly,
Right.
like you just
Yeah.
gave me a check to do what I want to do, so it looks like you're being proactive. But
Exactly. But the guy you keep employed is not getting the groceries.
right. Well, they're
Yeah.
giving you something because I've seen some of those tailgates. I was there for the Houston one when I did come home to visit, and I see, that Buffalo Bill game in particular. They showed the view of that stadium rocking. So the fans are getting a show. You're getting a show, but you know, and that's why I urge
Right.
people to be careful on who you blame, because no one that's that successful in business is okay with a product failing for 2 decades.
Right.
No, it's not failing,
Real
Nene. Nene, it's not
But
failing. He is
I'm talking about if
making
it's winning.
bank.
Right. Well, real
No,
quick,
He don't care about that.
Sea Devil says 2 years of Mike, 2 years of playoffs is not a shit sandwich. I would say you're right. That's why I'm not convinced in Tua. That's why I don't want to necessarily put it on Mike yet, because we are starting to see some success with this coach despite our quarterback's deficiencies.
can I answer
And
that one too?
real quick, just one other quick thing to land real quick. To Sea Devil's point, I was only speaking in the macro of Ross's tenure, like it's been a shit sandwich, not necessarily recency bias. Like, I understand recently the sandwich has been tasting a little better, but to that point, Nene, it's kind of like McDonald's. You can go to a McDonald's and get a shit burger all the time, but they still have billions served written on the sign outside, and the drive-through is still packed full of people.
Well, I want to say to Sea Devil's comment, it may not be a crap sandwich, but it's a soup sandwich. And that's a
And it
word.
is getting better. That's why I have to give credit to Mike McDaniel, simply because I'm not a believer in Tua, which means that he's overcoming, in my opinion.
Right, but to his comment, I'm not gonna call it a crab sandwich. I'll call it a soup sandwich, because a soup sandwich is just that. It's just a wet piece of bread. Yeah, I can eat this.
Right.
I'm not gonna
It,
die.
it'll take away your hunger, but it doesn't
Yeah,
really nourish you.
you ain't gonna starve.
I don't know.
And I think this
This is
person was
not
in the
much better.
military. I think this
This
person
is
got
not much.
military groups. So we all know what soup sandwich is. It's jacked up. It's still not good. It's not a good product. If I
I
call a
mean,
soldier,
guys, we just had that whole tank for 2 a year where this team absolutely freaking sucked. I mean, that was not a fun year. I mean, and we sacrificed to get some better years here. This is literally a smokescreen. There ain't been nothing winning about this franchise since Stephen Ross took over, except for the only thing that is winning is the Miami Dolphins equity, of which us Villager Dolphin fans own zero of. So when it's all said and done, Stephen Ross will sell this team. He will make millions upon millions upon millions of dollars, and we
Billions,
will be
actually.
left, billions, there you go, and we will be left with nothing to show for it except for more hope from a new owner, because our old one just cashed out, cha-ching, made a buttload of money off of us freaking villagers while he never spent a single day living in freaking Miami. All right,
well,
so
here's the other thing too. This is the other thing, and I'm gonna go ahead and lay this thing down because I gotta wake up and type papers. But I
yeah, that
would
sounds good.
also tell you something else that he did that I thought was so strategic in his sales, right? First of all, he know the season ticket holders ain't going nowhere because that's your bread and butter. That's the people that they live in the city, unlike him, and they're gonna be at every game no matter what product they put on the field. That's probably a 10% of the population that every year they're gonna complain about the prices, they're gonna complain about the production, but they still gonna be buyers and never sellers. The other thing he did, what I thought was interesting, is to start marketing the area code 305. Like you probably seen it, right? The Dolphins have embraced
Oh,
hats,
I've got one of the shirts, Nene.
shirts that
Yep, I'm
say
well
I've
aware
got
of
one of
it.
the shirts at the stadium.
it's a brand, right? I mean, I say the Miami Heat does it too, but I think they've earned the right to have that area code. But that area code is especially for natives, that's personal. So even if I don't like the Miami Dolphins, if I don't like the football team, I'll still buy that 305 shirt because it represents the city, the
Right,
pride.
right. Nene, to your point, you know how St. Louis is a really huge baseball town for their Cardinals, right? So
Right.
after living there a couple years and joining the bandwagon there, I'm now a lifelong Cardinals fan. But after doing, because that's really all you can do there. Once the Rams left, they didn't even talk about the NFL on the radio or nothing. So it was like, all right, when in Rome, you know. Anyway, so the one thing though is interesting is the town is so immersed in Cardinals. There was a guy at a gas station one time I tried to make small talk with. He was wearing a St. Louis hat, and I'm just, did the whole "how about them Cardinals" thing, and he was like, "Bro, it's just a hat," and I'm like, "Oh, so he's repping his town through the Cardinals memorabilia." You know what I mean? Like it said STL on it. He's like, "It's St. Louis. That's what I'm repping. It's just a hat."
Yeah, I thought about that as I talked
So the
about
Cardinals got a sale there from a guy that ain't even a fan of the team. You know what I mean?
Mudbone, the devil's a liar, and so are they.
Yep.
Everybody want to live in sunny Miami. My whole point is that 305 means something. Like when I lived down there and they changed it to 786 in certain areas, that still piss people off. You even hear it in the
Oh,
music,
it means
right? 30 Mr. Pitbull, Mr. 305. Or you hear people that are from Miami. I'm from the 305 Dade County.
That's why I like the old 95 South because they cover everybody in
yeah. Well,
Florida.
hold up. How do you feel about Stephen Ross, a New Yorker, coming into Miami, taking the 305, branding it, and now making bank off of that
Yeah,
sentimental or that
that's
code, that
basically what she's
305 to you,
that's
playing like
basically that's basically
playing.
what she's lamenting.
Well, exactly. And how does that make you feel? Like he's playing folks like a fiddle here. He
Lamentful.
is marketing to us villagers, and we're going for it hook, line, and sinker.
Well,
I mean,
and for
doesn't
me, I would tell you what, I always thought he was sus. Is anybody with them big ears, they're suspect. But that's
uh,
neither here nor there. But when I walked into the stadium, I thought it was just regular vendors, and I always try to support small
you know,
businesses. And
speaking
as
of
soon
them,
as soon as you walk in, you just see all these people with the 305 hats, the 305 shirts. And then when I got into the stadium, they actually had it in like their little booths.
oh yeah,
So so I was like, wait a minute, this
they
isn't.
gave away free 305 shirts at one of the games this year, Nene.
Yeah, I remember that black one because I wanted it, to be
Yeah.
honest. As much as I hate him, I love my city. I love where I'm from. So that's what I'm saying about this guy. This guy, to me, he could have easily made proper decisions to bring the right coaches in here, the right staff in here. But I
he's a
think
predator?
he's just
He's
scraping off the surface because
Really
he's a
quick
predator, man.
on that note, I just pulled up the numbers just because we were talking about it. They ranked number 11 in valuation. Team value 5.7 billion. That was calculated on August of 2023.
Jesus.
Beautiful, and he wants to be that top 10. I promise
Right.
you, he wants to be top 10.
Hold on. Let me roll real quick.
Please.
Owner Stephen Ross, championships 2, year purchase 2009, price paid 1.1 billion. He's already made almost 5 billion. off the team.
He's got to be happy with that. Despite no Super Bowl, he's stoked.
Revenue, 600 million. Operating income, 111 million. Debt to value ratio, 11%. Player expenses, 286 million. Gate receipts, 112 million.
Yeah.
Wins, listen to this. Wins to player cost ratio compares the number of wins per player payroll relative to the rest of the NFL. Playoff wins count twice as much as regular season wins. A score of 120 means that the team had 20% more victories per dollar of payroll compared with the league average. So if you get to 120 in this number, you're above the league average by 20% more victories than the league average. Our ratio is 90.
So we're below 1. So we're not even league average.
Well below.
Okay.
Revenue per fan. Hold on. Revenue per fan. Now I don't know how they calculate how many fans there are.
Tua.
It says local revenues divided by metro population with populations in 2 team markets divided in half. That's how they factor it. Revenue per fan, $30.
Well,
metro area population, 6.1 million.
Oh.
So that's crazy.
He's making bank.
I just think it's so that's why I went and
hold on. Here, real quick, valuation breakdown. This portion of the franchise's value attributed to revenue among all teams. So that's the sport. The market would be towards this in comparison to the city. The stadium would be in comparison to or its revenue, its franchise value attributed to its stadium, and then the value attributed to its brand. Sport is 3.7 billion, market 731 million, stadium 918 million, and brand they make 326 million just off the brand. But the sport itself, because it's football, because it's NFL, they make 3.7 billion.
And this what sickens me, and I'm going to get off after this point. This what sickens me when I hear.
We're gonna shut it down after your point because we're at 9.5 hours now. So appreciate you all. Hit the like button. Go ahead, Nene.
When I hear, some of my good friends that I've met throughout this time, that the season tickets are rising. Like there's no reason for the tickets to be rising the way that they are, hundreds of dollars or so, and you're giving them a product and just to see Sea Devils comment, that's part of the problem. This is what got you in. This is how they lure you in. 2 years, 2 playoffs, but you keep leaving
because
off
we built a playoff contender instead of a Super Bowl contender.
So, but here's the thing: 2 years, 2 playoffs, but 2 first-round exits. Don't end that sentence with just 2 playoffs.
Exactly.
End it with what it is: 1 and done. And that's not being negative. That's the truth.
That means we're a playoff contender. But a playoff contender ain't good enough.
No, it's not. But it's been great. And
appreciate
dudes, I know
you, Nene,
we had
always.
earlier.
Yep.
Our little dialogue, but I learned a lot from you. I hope you learned something from me, and I hope to see you again on our YouTube platform. It was a pleasure.
Yep. All right, Color. I'm going to cut off too, man. Nene, good talking with you. Color, Crypto. Hey, it's been an awesome night. I'll talk to y'all later, man.
Yeah, appreciate you both. Right. And as always, thank you, Nene. Thank you, Deuce. And Crypto, anything to say before I man, what a long drive home, huh? Jeez. Did we lose Crypto? We might have lost Crypto. We've been without Crypto for God knows how long. Anyway, thank you again, everybody, for hanging with Shake for most of the night and hanging with me for most of the late night. I know we all have our differences, but I appreciate the dialogue. Late night, Mudbone, Sea Devil. You guys have been chopping it up for the last couple hours. Joseph Whalen. We see who's still hanging around. Daniel Barry came in. We still got 35 of you. Probably hoping I don't shut up because you might have insomnia. But anyway, we'll fire it up again tomorrow. Saturday's another day. We'll continue the talk and appreciate you, Sea Devil. Thank you very much for the compliment. And Mudbone, as always, you guys have a great morning now. And I was going to say evening, but have a great morning. And fins will always be up, man. They ain't going to drop. Peduncles down and fins up.